Li Qingzhou traversed into a world where beast taming was the prevailing norm. Simultaneously, he awakened his latent beast taming talent, allowing him not only to perceive the evolutionary paths of creatures, but also to formulate new evolutionary routes. As a result, myriad creatures, foreign to this world, were conceived. Among these were a fox with 9 tails, soaring through the clouds, an indestructible monkey, and a peculiar serpentine being that opened its eyes to summon the day and closed them, to usher in the night. There were also colossal entities capable of transforming into both great fish and magnificent birds. The populace was left astounded, exclaiming in disbelief at these unfamiliar beings. From the depths of the abyss, the monsters called out, inviting them to embrace their monstrous identities, declaring, "Come, come, you cannot compete with our eccentricities." Chapter 1. The Beast Taming World. At the first Beast Taming Academy of Linyuan City, the announcement echoed, "Students of Class 3, Section 2, please proceed in an orderly manner to the Spirit Hall for the Beast Taming Talent Awakening Ceremony. Class teachers and relevant staff, please maintain order." The atmosphere within the classroom grew tense. Before long, the students of Class 3, Section 2 lined up outside the Spirit Hall, with Li Qingzhou standing prominently among them. He stood at 180 centimeters, robust and well-built, with an appearance that distinguished him from the crowd. Is that Li Qingzhou, the genius of Class 3, Section 2? The super scholar, consistently ranking first and captain of the school basketball team. His skills on the court are simply mesmerizing. I wonder what talent he will awaken. I'm quite curious. According to previous precedents, the top student typically has at least a B-level talent, with some even reaching S-level. Such impressive talent, and looks I can't help but admire him. The murmurs of admiration surrounded him, yet Li Qingzhou remained unperturbed, silently waiting in line. He had already spent 4 days in this world, growing accustomed to the envious gazes that had shifted from initial trepidation to acceptance. After all, his predecessor was a true genius. It would be abnormal if he did not attract admiration. Over the past few days, he had gleaned a general understanding of this realm. It was a world centered around beast taming, fundamentally safe. The trajectory of its development resembled that of Blue Star, yet a significant turning point occurred centuries ago, altering the course of progress and rendering it distinct. From Blue Star, centuries prior, an anomaly manifested, resulting in the sudden emergence of an abyss upon the continent, after which all beings began to evolve and mutate. These extraordinary life forms, wielding remarkable powers, could move mountains and fill seas, summon winds, and call forth rains, akin to the mythical beasts of ancient legends. On Blue Star, due to this cataclysm, humanity lost its apex position in the food chain, and its living space continually diminished. In the face of this crisis, beast tamers emerged, rescuing humanity from peril by driving away the invading extraordinary beings and safeguarding human homesteads. Thus, humanity was able to procreate and thrive, continuously developing. Beast tamers are those who forge contracts with extraordinary beings, commanding them in battle, production, and labor. Subsequently, beast tamers became the most pivotal profession in human society, leading to the gradual establishment of comprehensive systems surrounding capture, training, exploration, and development. As human society stabilized, explorations of the abyss commenced, yet the abyss remained mysterious and perilous, with no significant discoveries made to this day. In this world, every individual has the potential to awaken their beast taming talent before the age of 18, that only those who awaken such talents are deemed eligible to become beast tamers. Exceptional talents not only determined the starting point for a beast tamer, but also largely influenced their potential ceiling. Li Qingzhou's predecessor was an academic prodigy, excelling in both intellect and physical prowess, consistently achieving top grades each semester, leading to high expectations from teachers, classmates, and parents alike. Despite his predecessor's brilliance, Li Qingzhou felt a twinge of anxiety after all. This was a significant matter concerning his future. The rankings of beast taming talents range from S to F, and the level of talent awakened directly impacts one's life trajectory. Awakened high-level talents grant an advantage at the starting line. As Li Qingzhou pondered these thoughts, the awakening ceremony for Class 3, Section 2 commenced. Class 3, Section 2, Lu Yu. Li Qingzhou turned to look at Lu Yu, who was of average academic standing but known for his diligent nature and commendable athletic abilities. Lu Yu swiftly approached the awakening device, but waited for 3 minutes with no response. A staff member stepped forward and escorted the stationary Lu Yu away. Each student was granted only this singular opportunity if their beast taming talent remained undetected within 3 minutes. They would have to leave the academy, resigning themselves to a life of ordinariness. These 3 minutes were a judgment of fate. It was then that the students in line began to grasp the harsh reality of the awakening ceremony. Failing to awaken a talent meant a lifetime of mediocrity, with no chance to enter the realm of beast tamers. In the current world, beast tamers belong to the elite, forming the backbone of various professions. Even the most ordinary beast tamers enjoyed a societal status and income several tiers above those of regular individuals. Next, Wang Li. Minutes later, the device illuminated, displaying a line of text on the screen. Talent, Flame Enhancement, Rating D. Flame Enhancement increases the strength of fire-type creatures and possesses a certain affinity for them. Though the talent rating was not high, a wave of envy and congratulations erupted from the crowd. Lu Yu, who had diligently studied, experienced failure in awakening, while the carefree Wang Li, who often slept in class and skipped lessons, successfully awakened a talent, leaving the students in line with mixed emotions. Talent, it seemed, could be capricious that moment. Wang Li wore a smug expression, his dyed blonde hair shining brilliantly. Other students approached the awakening device in an orderly fashion, some succeeding, others failing. The disparities of the world became starkly apparent. Soon, it was Li Qingzhou's turn. What talent would the top-ranked genius awaken? I guess it's level. I think you're being conservative at least a level. His Yunling Ju is rumored to have already reached the 2nd tier, which is rare in the school's history. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Zhou Ling, the class teacher, looked at Li Qingzhou with great anticipation. His qualifications were undoubtedly exceptional. Not only was he well-versed in various beast knowledge, but he also exhibited notable talent in cultivating the Yunling Ju. Having reached the 2nd tier of the Yunling Ju before even awakening a talent, he was one of only 2 students she had encountered in her teaching career who had achieved such a feat, the other being Lin Zhe, a renowned genius graduate of the school. Lin Zhe had awakened an 11-level beast taming talent, Water Sprite, possessing a natural affinity for water-type creatures, enhancing their strength and granting him some control over water elements. She firmly believed that Li Qingzhou could awaken an 11-level talent, or perhaps even its level 1. The Yunling Ju, developed by generations of beast tamers since the world's anomaly, served as a meditative practice that enhanced mental strength, which is crucial for beast taming. The Yunling Ju is a fundamental course at the Beast Taming Academy, a mandatory subject for every student. While most students at the same level were still in the introductory phase of the 1st tier, Li Qingzhou had already advanced to the 2nd tier, clearly showcasing his exceptional talent. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Li Qingzhou approached the awakening device. Moments later, the device's indicator light flickered to life, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Chapter 2. Talent. Talent. Insight. Rank. Level. Insight. The ability to view the basic information of pet beasts. The cold, stark words displayed on the screen felt like a winter's chill, leaving Li Qingzhou feeling utterly frozen. Rank is the lowest tier of Beastmaster talents. Those possessing this talent are typically the dregs of the Beastmaster hierarchy. Historically, no Beastmaster with a rank talent has ever made a comeback. They remain obscured in the shadows. Instantly, the room erupted in murmurs. The prodigy had indeed faltered. What a pity, a genius has fallen. Fate is fair. To grant one individual much, it must take back some. The shock of a school genius awakening a ranked talent is a headline I can already envision. This is quite amusing. It breaks historical records. The classmates chattered among themselves, some expressing regret, others reveling in schadenfreude, some sympathetic and others gleeful. Li Qingzhou could feel the weight of diverse gazes upon him, realizing how rich human emotions could be. His face flushed with a mix of shame and anger as he clenched his fists. The ups and downs of life are often like this, one moment filled with confidence, the next reduced to despair. He reminded himself to adjust his mindset and not to be disheartened. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, stood beside Li Qingzhou and patted his back. He numbly nodded, returning to his place amidst the teacher's sympathetic and regretful gaze. As time passed, the awakening ceremony continued, with some celebrating and others lamenting. Before long, all the students in Class 3, Year 2, had completed their assessments. Under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, they returned to the classroom. Li Qingzhou sat at his desk, still in a daze. Was the heavens playing a cruel joke on him? Not only did his transmigration lack any golden finger, but he also awakened the most useless talent within the lowest tier. Insight was merely a supplementary talent. In this era of beast masters, the vast majority of pet information is already known. One only needs to purchase a smart detection wristband to access the basic details of registered pet beasts. Thus, his talent, insight, was akin to a smart detection wristband. It felt as though he had awakened a talent, yet simultaneously, he felt as if he had not. His classmates were busy discussing the awakening ceremony, predominantly focusing on Qingzhou. After all, the tale of a fallen genius is always a topic of interest. Their glances, whether intentional or not, drifted toward him. Qingzhou was acutely aware of their thoughts. It would not take long for the entire school to learn of his awakened talent, a genius, now burdened with the lowest and most useless talent. A situation that was almost tragically ironic. Oh, genius, what talent did you awaken? Level, insight, just like my smart detection wristband. Indeed, a genius, extraordinary. Wang Li approached Qingzhou's desk and plopped down on it, launching into mockery. His lackeys soon surrounded him, joining in the ridicule. Wang Li was the lowest performing student in class, yet due to his family's wealth, he wielded considerable influence. Qingzhou had always disapproved of Wang Li's behavior, leading to several disputes between them. However, due to Qingzhou's reputation as a genius, Wang Li had refrained from provoking him too much. Understanding that once Qingzhou became a powerful beast master, he could rise above his current station, leaving Wang Li to face the consequences of his arrogance. Although Wang Li was uneducated, he was still adept at avoiding trouble. Yet now the tables had turned. With the genius fallen, how much success could a rank talent achieve? Wang Li, himself a rank, now felt secure atop Qingzhou. Qingzhou frowned at Wang Li and rasped, "Get lost. You may be lacking in talent, but you certainly have a temper." Times have changed. Wang Li raked his filthy fingers through his disheveled hair before picking his nose and smearing the residue onto Qingzhou's face, deliberately trying to humiliate him. He would not permit anyone in Class 3, Year 2, to stand against him. Qingzhou seized Wang Li's wrist and twisted it forcefully. "Ow, ow, ow." Wang Li writhed in pain, calling out. Qingzhou, long accustomed to physical training and serving as the basketball team captain, possessed considerable strength. Dealing with a petty thug like Wang Li was child's play. "What are you all waiting for? Get him!" Wang Li cried out, urging his friends to come forward. Qingzhou tightened his grip, casting a cold, furious gaze at the group. To his surprise, Wang Li's lackeys hesitated, intimidated by Qingzhou's formidable presence. After all, he was a well-rounded genius. His reputation still carried weight. "Ow, Li Go, I was wrong. Please let go." Wang Li pleaded, tears streaming from his eyes. His face contorted in agony. "Get lost." Qingzhou released his grip, causing Wang Li to tumble off the desk, landing unceremoniously. Wang Li glared at the 5 red marks on his wrist, retreating a few steps before cursing. "You wait. Once I contract my pet beast, you'll pay for this." "Ow. You useless bunch can't even step up." Wang Li complained as he stormed away. Following this commotion, the classroom fell silent, no one daring to speak about Qingzhou again. "Prepare yourselves for this afternoon's visit to the breeding base," announced their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, as she entered the classroom. The students who had awakened their talents erupted in cheers. According to the school's protocol, students who had awakened their beast master talents could visit the breeding base to select a pet beast and sign a contract, thus becoming apprentice beast masters. The higher the rank of one's talent, the greater the likelihood of contracting a high-tier pet beast. Conversely, a low-tier talent attempting to contract a high-tier pet beast would likely fail. The breeding base allowed each student 3 chances to successfully contract, and failure on all 3 attempts would bar them from further selection. Other means of acquiring pet beasts included purchasing them from breeding bases. Though they were costly and often beyond the means of most, there was also the option of capturing wild beasts in the wilderness, but such encounters were fraught with danger, often leading to disastrous outcomes for novices. At the breeding base, students from Class 3, Year 2, lined up at the entrance, waiting to enter. Qingzhou aimlessly surveyed the surroundings when suddenly, his talent for insight activated automatically. Name, Wenju. Attribute, wood. Level, black iron level 1. Qualification, black iron. Skill, none. Weakness, fire. Evolution path, 2 options. Description, ornamental plant, non-aggressive. This was not insight. Qingzhou nearly shouted in astonishment. Chapter 3, Evolution path. He stifled the words on the tip of his tongue, but internally, a storm of emotions surged. Insight was supposed to reveal only basic information about pet beasts, never the evolution paths. This was explicitly stated in textbooks, and as a top student, Qingzhou was acutely aware of this fact. The evolution path is the greatest secret within the realm of beast masters, and it is also the most challenging topic to tackle. Typically, pet beasts can naturally grow to their inherent potential, but further evolution requires specific training methods or the patience for natural mutation. Natural mutation demands considerable time and is not guaranteed to succeed. Specific training methods refer to the evolution paths of pet beasts. A mature and exceptional evolution path for a pet beast requires immense financial and physical investment, continuous experimentation, exploration, and summarization to achieve. Who would casually disclose the painstakingly researched evolution paths of their pet beasts? Certain powerful factions and prominent families thrive and dominate their territories by mastering the evolutionary paths of particular extraordinary beasts. While schools and the internet provide access to some evolutionary routes, these are generally commonplace, with limited potential and value. Qingzhou was astonished to discover that his exceptional talent for insight enabled him to perceive these evolutionary paths. Could this truly be classified as exceptional? Even if it were deemed so, it would not be an exaggeration. This talent might represent a hidden affinity for beast mastery, an ability that had yet to manifest. With this remarkable gift, he could discern the evolutionary routes of beasts, allowing him to select the most suitable paths and gather the necessary materials for cultivation in advance. In essence, as long as he collected the cultivation materials swiftly enough, the beasts could evolve to their final forms at an astonishing pace. This would greatly minimize detours and save considerable time and resources. Suppressing his joy and exhilaration, Qingzhou focused his mind on the option labeled Evolutionary Path. Evolutionary Path 1, Iron Bamboo. Description: Bamboo as hard as steel. Evolutionary Materials: Mad Iron. Evolutionary Path 2, Windward Bamboo. Description: Highly flexible and resistant to breakage. Evolutionary Materials: Core of Wind. The quality of Qingzhou was classified as Black Iron, the lowest tier of quality. The quality of beasts ranges from low to high: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Extraordinary, Monarch, and Mythical, with each stage further subdivided into 9 minor levels, the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. A beast can evolve to the next stage once it reaches level 9 in its current stage. From the analysis of evolutionary paths, Qingzhou requires relatively few and common materials for evolution. However, Qingzhou lacks significant cultivation value and is sufficient merely as a potted plant. Only researchers focused on ornamental plants would be inclined to study the evolutionary path of Qingzhou. The text regarding Qingzhou's evolutionary path appeared in gray, which puzzled Qingzhou, as all other information was displayed in black. Just as he contemplated further exploration of his talent, it was time for him to enter the cultivation base. The cultivation base accommodates groups of 5. Class Supervisor Zhou Ling led Qingzhou and 4 other students into the facility. The base comprises 3 levels. The first level stores beast incubation eggs. The second level is dedicated to the nurturing of beasts, and the third level serves as a laboratory for evolutionary path research. At that moment, Zhou Ling guided the 5 students to the incubation chamber on the first level. Who among you wishes to contract an incubation egg? Zhou Ling inquired. Before her lay rows of neatly arranged incubation eggs, each encased in a specialized glass container, accompanied by corresponding introductions to the beasts. For students with lower tiers of beast mastery affinity, incubation eggs represent the optimal choice. Incubation eggs are the easiest to contract, as the beasts have yet to hatch and thus possess weak resistance. The drawback, however, is that the eggs require personal care and nurturing as they await hatching. Moreover, newly hatched beasts typically exhibit low strength, necessitating more time and effort for cultivation. Zhou Ling's gaze shifted between Qingzhou and another student, both of whom possessed level A talents. Let us first examine the incubation eggs, Qingzhou remarked with an expressionless face. A mixture of appreciation and regret crossed Zhou Ling's features. The class's pride had seemingly diminished. Yet, it was a positive sign that Qingzhou could accept reality, as many would falter after such a setback, failing even to become beast masters. At this moment, however, Qingzhou was solely focused on utilizing his insight talent to observe additional samples, completely oblivious to Zhou Ling's expression. He approached the first incubation egg, activating his insight talent, and gleaned the following information. Name: Rain Frog. Attributes: Grass, Poison. Level: Black Iron Level 1. Quality: Black Iron. Skills: Abundance. Weaknesses: Fire, Ice. Evolutionary Routes: 3. Description: A frog adorned with seeds on its back, which flourish when exposed to ample sunlight. When rain is imminent, the seeds blossom, releasing a gas. It is often used as a rain-calling beast, possessing weather forecasting capabilities. He then examined the evolutionary routes, which consisted of 3 options: Giant Rainchild, Rainfrog Flower, and Rainfrog Grass. All 3 paths were rather ordinary, with the text of the evolutionary routes also appearing in gray. His consciousness brushed over them without eliciting any response. Subsequently, Qingzhou turned his attention to the next incubation egg, spending approximately an hour reviewing the information for all the eggs. The vast majority exhibited ordinary qualities, predominantly black iron, with only a few displaying bronze quality, and none reaching silver. The school's incubation eggs had already been selectively curated, with those of higher quality and value having been chosen for independent cultivation. 2 classmates opted for incubation eggs, correctly choosing the most straightforward option. After all, it merely required additional time, and at the age of 18, they had plenty of it. Their talents were classified as A and A. Li Qingzhou and the remaining 2 decided to proceed to the second level's beast nurturing room to select beasts. Although Zhou Ling was curious as to why Li Qingzhou did not choose an incubation egg, she refrained from commenting, recognizing that the selection of beasts was ultimately a personal decision. If Li Qingzhou did not wish to contract an incubation egg, she could not compel him. "Why aren't you contracting an incubation egg?" asked Zhang Huai, one of Wang Li's lackeys. Having been intimidated by Li Qingzhou in class, he harbored a lingering resentment. Li Qingzhou was already deemed a failure. Why should he still fear him? Zhang Huai, awakened with an A-level talent, was 2 levels higher than Li Qingzhou's. During this visit to the cultivation base, he intended to confront Li Qingzhou to redeem his honor. Once he contracted a beast, he would challenge him directly, demonstrating the disparity in their talents. "There's no need for your concern." Li Qingzhou dismissed him, making his way to the second floor. "Just you wait." Zhang Huai gritted his teeth. Li Qingzhou's insight talent allowed him to see evolutionary routes, so he was determined to select a beast with a promising evolution and high potential. The mediocre incubation eggs hardly captured his interest. He was also keen to investigate the gray text regarding the evolutionary routes on the second floor. Chapter 4. Qingzhou. On the second floor, in the beast nurturing room, beasts were categorized by species and housed in separate rooms. Each door made of transparent glass, allowing visibility into the conditions of the beasts inside. As Li Qingzhou approached the first room, he observed the following. Name: Water Turtle. Attributes: Water. Level: Black Iron Level 4. Quality: Black Iron. Skills: Riptide, Turtle Defense. Weakness: Electricity. Evolutionary routes: 2. Description: A turtle residing in freshwater, entirely blue in color, with a hard shell, proficient in defense. He then examined the evolutionary routes, which included 2 options, Xian Water Turtle and Reverse Shell Turtle, both capable of enhancing either attack or defense, yet the overall potential remained modest. However, this time, the text of the evolutionary routes was displayed in black. Beneath these 2 routes was a black square, with a few transparent characters below. Please formulate a new evolutionary route. Formulating an evolutionary route. Li Qingzhou's heart raced, and excitement surged within him. He barely managed to suppress his impulse to exclaim. This function could only be described as divine. The evolution and mutation processes that nature requires hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to complete could now be directly formulated by him. This capability was akin to that of a creator. How could it not inspire profound exhilaration? Li Qingzhou attempted to reach out with his consciousness to the black box, solidifying the evolutionary form he wished to customize. The name he conjured was Du Shui Gui, and the description indicated its ability to utilize water-based skills, which included a poisoning effect. Instantly, the 3 characters for Du Shui Gui appeared within the black box, along with the corresponding evolution materials. However, once his consciousness withdrew, the contents of the black box would vanish. He speculated that this was due to the lack of a signed contract, preventing interference with the evolutionary paths of other extraordinary creatures. This beast taming talent was not merely an insight of a certain level. It was an unprecedented hidden talent, an extraordinary beast taming talent that could be considered divine. Li Qingzhou named this talent Shenshou Zhao, a beast taming talent that rivaled that of a creator. Filled with enthusiasm, he focused intently on observing the next creature in the room. Some of the creatures had a single black box under their evolution paths, while others had 2. He surmised this was related to the evolutionary potential of the creatures. More black boxes indicated greater potential. Through the observation of various creatures, he gained some experience. The formulation of evolutionary paths could only be applied to already hatched creatures, not to eggs. There were certain limitations to how the evolutionary paths could be established. Firstly, the creature needed a certain level of intelligence. For instance, ornamental plants like Wenju, which had low intelligence, could not have their evolutionary paths set. Secondly, the established evolutionary paths needed to maintain a degree of rationality and could not be entirely unrelated to the creature's original species. He had attempted to set the evolutionary path of a squirrel to that of a fire dragon, only to be met with a failure prompt. As Li Qingzhou observed with keen interest, his attention was suddenly captured by the information of a creature that appeared in his mind. Its name was Qingzhou Variation, with the attributes of sand, a level of black iron 7, and a talent of bronze. Its skills included sand escape and feigned sleep, while its weakness lay in wood. The evolutionary path indicated 1 route. The description noted that it was a fox living in the desert, entirely crimson in color, adept at camouflage. and its strength would be enhanced in the desert. The Qi Hu was a characteristic creature of Lin Yuan City, as a desert lay not far from the city itself, resulting in many residents choosing the Qi Hu as their pet. This particular Qi Hu boasted a bronze quality, enabling it to reach bronze tier strength through natural growth, making it a commendable creature. What excited Li Qingzhou was the presence of a row of black boxes beneath its evolutionary path, signifying its capacity for multiple evolutions. Due to its mutation, the number of evolutions had also changed. The greater the number of evolutions, the higher the potential limit, and consequently, its strength would increase. Li Qingzhou decisively resolved to contract this Qi Hu. He did not wish for it to be contracted by another classmate while he was merely observing, as that would be a significant loss. Although there were many other unobserved creatures, none could guarantee superiority over this Qi Hu. Li Qingzhou chose to cherish the creature before him. "Teacher, I wish to contract this Qi Hu," he said to Zhou Ling, who stood a short distance away. While he was carefully observing, 2 other classmates had already completed their contracts with the teacher's assistance. Zhang Huai had contracted a manganese bull, also at Black Iron 7, and was now brimming with confidence, eager to diminish Li Qingzhou's overwhelming demeanor. The thrill of surpassing a once unattainable genius was exhilarating. "You want to contract such a common pet as the Qi Hu?" Zhang Huai scoffed, fully aware of its lack of strength and the low attack power of its skill. "Sand escape." Li Qingzhou disregarded Zhang Huai and turned his gaze back to teacher Zhou Ling. A look of surprise crossed her face. She could not fathom why Li Qingzhou had chosen such an ordinary creature when there were many more exceptional options. However, upon closer inspection, her expression shifted. This was not an ordinary Qi Hu, but one that had undergone a natural mutation. The strength of mutated creatures could no longer be evaluated by the original standards, as their traits would change post-mutation, and thus their strength would follow suit. It must be said that although Li Qingzhou's awakened beast taming talent was not high, his insight remained remarkably keen. With proper training, this mutated Qi Hu could potentially achieve remarkable feats. However, the level of Li Qingzhou's beast taming talent posed significant challenges for a successful contract. Zhou Ling concentrated her thoughts, and the space before her rippled, revealing a Qingyi bird. The bird utilized a wind pressure skill to suppress the Qi Hu. A wave of wind pressure enveloped the Qi Hu, which instinctively attempted to flee. But it was too late. The wind pressure firmly pinned it to the ground, rendering it immobile. When contracting a pet, resistance is often encountered. The better the creature's condition, the stronger the resistance faced. Therefore, assistance is required to subdue the creature during the contract process. Of course, there are also some docile creatures that willingly accept contracts without resistance. The Qi Hu, however, clearly did not belong to the gentle category. It stubbornly held its head high, resisting the wind pressure. Generally speaking, the stronger the creature, the greater its resistance. At that moment, Zhou Ling felt a vigorous resistance, something she had not encountered while assisting previous students in contracting pets. Zhou Ling instructed the Qingyi bird to intensify its control over the wind pressure. As a professional beast tamer, she found it quite effortless to suppress a black iron-level creature with her silver-tier Qingyi bird. The Qi Hu's stamina rapidly dwindled as it struggled against the wind pressure, and soon its proud head drooped, its body pressed against the ground. Observing this, Li Qingzhou closed his eyes, activated his Yunling Ju, and began to meditate. In the next moment, his beast-taming space materialized before him. It was a white world, shapeless yet all-encompassing. Following the methods he had learned, Li Qingzhou initiated the capture contract. A blue light enveloped the Qi Hu, shimmering as intricate patterns emerged. The light continued to contract inward until it completely enveloped the Qi Hu, as if it had donned a blue garment. Points of azure light flickered, and the Qi Hu transformed into a speck of light, vanishing into the external world and entering Li Qingzhou's beast-taming space. The contract had been successfully established. In Chapter 5, a small test of skill, both Li Qingzhou's success and Zhou Ling's astonishment were evident. Based on her past experiences, she estimated that Li Qingzhou's likelihood of successfully contracting was under 10%. After all, this was not an ordinary Qi Hu, but one that had undergone mutation. Its potential and strength were exceptional among the creatures on this floor. The fact that such an outstanding mutated Qi Hu was contracted by Li Qingzhou, who possessed a low-level beast-taming talent, was quite remarkable. It seemed that fate had not abandoned him. His destiny remained in his own hands. Congratulations, the contract was successful, Zhou Ling said with a smile, genuinely happy for Li Qingzhou. With this creature, the once great genius could return to the stage. Thank you, teacher. Li Qingzhou expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He felt a surge of power flowing through him, warming his body and spirit. This was the strength bestowed upon him by the Qi Hu, further enhancing his physical prowess. Upon signing the contract, a natural spiritual connection was established between the beast tamer and the pet, a bond even more intimate than that of blood relations. Humph, just a Chihu. Are you brave enough to compete with me? Zhang Huai interjected, eager to strike a blow to the genius's pride. What kind of competition do you propose? Li Qingzhou was also curious to gauge the Chihu's abilities. And Zhang Huai's persistent provocations had become intolerable. Let us head to the nearby creature battle room. If I win, you will address me as big brother in front of our classmates afterward. Zhang Huai was brimming with confidence. And if you lose? Li Qingzhou inquired with a smile. Zhang Huai scoffed, unaware of how he could possibly lose. How could a level talent be bested by another of the same level? What a jest, and moreover, his innate talent aligns perfectly with the MNNI. He could not fathom the scene of his defeat. If I lose, I shall be your subordinate from now on. Since both parties consented to the duel, the homeroom teacher, Zhul, felt it inappropriate to intervene and simply acquiesced. The pet battle room, located at the far end of the second floor, was designated for assessing the strength of pets. At this moment, within the pet battle room, LQNGZHU and ZH who I stood facing each other. The homeroom teacher, Zhul, assumed the role of a temporary referee. With two newly appointed apprentice beast tamers, an unobserved bout could lead to unforeseen chaos. Begin. As soon as Zhul's voice resonated, a ripple coursed through the air as two pets were summoned. LQNGZHUCHH stood proudly, its eyes fixated on the MNNI before it. Name, MNNI. Attribute, gold. Level, black iron level 7. Quality, black iron. Skill, savage charge. Weakness, fire. Evolution path, 2 options. Description, a social creature, robust and powerful, yet somewhat cumbersome and lacking agility. Gazing at the MNNI, LQNGZHU recalled its information. The MNNI possessed immense strength, so he advised the CHH to remain vigilant and avoid contact. The CHH acknowledged with a cry, signaling its understanding. In contrast, ZH who I wore a disdainful expression. The MNNI size dwarfed that of the CHH, granting it an undeniable advantage in both strength and stature. It was akin to an adult brawling with a child. How could it possibly lose? MNNI, use savage charge and knock it away. ZH who I commanded. The MNNI surged forward, its dark form hurtling toward the CHH like a moving mountain. Its explosive power was formidable, and with ZH who I's enhanced strength, even a pet of a higher tier would struggle against such a collision. Zhul nodded in approval. Dodge and use the skill, hypnotic slumber. LQNGZHU remained composed. He had already anticipated the MNNI's attack. Although the savage charge was powerful, its trajectory was linear, and with a little attention, it could be easily evaded. The CHH nimbly sidestepped the MNNI's onslaught. Simultaneously, a flash of green light flickered in its eyes as it activated hypnotic slumber. This skill, acquired after the CHH's mutation, could be employed on foes or on itself. When directed at an opponent, it would induce a state of slumber, rendering them unconscious. Conversely, when used on itself, it would induce rapid sleep, significantly enhancing its stamina recovery. As the MNNI charged forward, it unexpectedly shut its eyes and succumbed to sleep, its body continuing forward due to inertia, perilously close to crashing into the wall. Stop! ZH who I shouted. But to no avail. He was taken aback that the MNNI would lose consciousness mid-charge. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Why had the MNNI fallen asleep? What had LQNGZHU done? Bewildered, he could only watch as the MNNI collided with the wall. A resounding crash echoed throughout the room as the MNNI's head struck the wall with tremendous force, rendering it immediately unconscious. The pet battle room, constructed from special materials, remained unscathed. ZH who I stood frozen, staring blankly at the fallen MNNI. ZH who I, you have lost. Quickly retrieve the MNNI into the beast space for healing. ZHUL instructed. She glanced at the CHH, her face reflecting astonishment. It was indeed a rare psychic skill. This mutated CHH exceeded her expectations. Turning her gaze back to LQNGZHU, she expressed her commendation. His on-the-spot command and judgment were exceptional, and he had utilized his pet's abilities with remarkable efficiency, securing victory with minimal expenditure. A surge of azure light enveloped ZH who I as he summoned the MNNI into the beast space. He turned to leave, eager to escape the scene. Did I permit you to leave? LQNGZHU called out. ZH who I halted, his expression one of utter discontent. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "What do you want?" He had intended to establish dominance over LQNGZHU, but he had unexpectedly lost, and comprehensively at that. "What should you call me?" LQNGZHU retorted with a cold snort. ZH who I's face flushed crimson. He had initiated the duel and set the stakes, and now he was reaping the consequences. Moreover, with the homeroom teacher present, he could not renege on his word. LOD. Qingzhou managed to squeeze out the words through clenched teeth, his face burning with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. They had always been rivals. What common ground could a poor student and an academic achiever possibly share? Yet here he was, a mere underachiever now reduced to being the subordinate of a top student. A notion he found utterly intolerable. Regrets surged within him, wishing he could slap himself. Well, from now on, you shall be my subordinate. You must study diligently and abandon any thoughts of skipping classes or loafing about, Qingzhou declared with a smile, as if addressing a child. This prospect made Qingzhou feel as though the carefree days he once enjoyed were slipping away, replaced by a monotonous cycle of study. Despair washed over him. It felt as though his youth had come to an end. Zhu observed the antics of the two with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of relief at the prospect of losing a troublemaker in her class. As a teacher, she naturally hoped all her students would strive for excellence. She glanced at Qingzhou, harboring a sensation that this student might one day rise to prominence in the world of beast tamers. Chapter 6. The Evolution Path of the CHH. Upon returning home, it was already evening. Recently, several incidents of individuals falling from buildings due to sleepwalking had occurred in the city, prompting a reminder for citizens to secure their doors and windows while sleeping. The television was broadcasting local news. Qingzhou is back, his father, LF, announced from the sofa as he noticed Qingzhou entering. Qingzhou nodded. LF rose to turn off the television and approached his son. Welcome back, come eat. LM emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of dishes. At the dining table, the family enjoyed their dinner together. Was your awakening of the beast tamer talent successful today? LF inquired. It was indeed successful. I even forged a contract with a pet today, Qingzhou replied while eating. LF's eyes gleamed with pride as he placed a piece of meat into Qingzhou's bowl. I knew you would do well, study hard, and aim for a prestigious university. A smile graced LM's face. Both LF and LM were ordinary individuals. Thus their understanding of the awakening of beast tamer talents was limited. They only knew that awakening such a talent would lead to becoming a beast tamer, which was a sign of success. The atmosphere at the dinner table was warm and harmonious. Although Qingzhou was no longer the same person he once was, he could still feel the warmth and love emanating from his parents. He cherished this cozy familial ambience. I have finished eating. I will return to my room, Qingzhou said as he set down his bowl. All right, rest well. You must be tired from school today, LM responded with a smile. The previous Qingzhou would return to his room each evening after dinner to study until bedtime, a routine that LF and LM had grown accustomed to. Once back in his room, Qingzhou closed the door and summoned the CHH. He intended to thoroughly study the evolution path of the CHH. As he stroked the CHH and offered it a piece of beast meat, the CHH eagerly devoured it. Qingzhou's mind was filled with the basic attributes of the CHH. Name, CHH, mutation. Attribute, sand. Level, black iron level 7. Quality, bronze. Skills, sand cloak, hypnotic slumber. Weakness, wood. Evolution path, 1 option. Introduction, the fox living in the desert is entirely red. Adept at camouflage, and its strength is enhanced in the desert environment. His consciousness touched upon the entry of evolution path, which immediately unfolded. Evolution path, Qingzhou. Description, significantly enhanced physical abilities, increased control over sand manipulation, with considerable combat power improvement in sandy environments. Evolution materials, Shajing, primary, Shayong, secondary. Shaimo Jingji, secondary. Li Qingzhou meticulously perused the evolution information. The evolution path of the red fox was not outstanding, offering limited enhancement, and could only evolve once. Its current aptitude was bronze, and with this evolution, its strength could at most reach the silver stage. Beneath the evolution path was a row of black boxes, allowing Li Qingzhou to freely devise an evolution route. What kind of evolution path should be established for you? Li Qingzhou glanced at the red fox and spoke. The red fox was preoccupied with devouring beast meat, indicating that it preferred not to be disturbed during its meal. When considering a fox as a pet, Li Qingzhou's mind first wandered to the mythical nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox is a mystical creature in the legends of Blue Star, possessing immense powers and often depicted in a female form, frequently appearing as a seductive fox spirit in various films and games. According to legend, the nine-tailed fox excels in various forms of attack and illusion techniques, with each tail harboring formidable strength. Alas, you are a male fox. Otherwise, I would have named you Ali, following the entire evolution path of the nine-tailed fox, transforming into a mesmerizing fox spirit that captivates all. Li Qingzhou expressed a hint of regret. Additionally, There was the renowned nine-tailed beast, Kaibai, from popular anime, a powerful nine-tailed fox ranked first among tailed beasts, containing immense strength and possessing acute perception of malice. It seems that the ultimate goal of the fox species is to grow 9 tails. I have decided. You shall evolve towards the path of the nine-tailed fox and become the fox king of this world. Li Qingzhou looked at the red fox and smiled. Chi. The red fox gazed at Li Qingzhou in confusion, not comprehending his words. You currently have 1 tail. So the next goal is to grow a new tail and evolve into a 2-tailed fox. Li Qingzhou gently stroked the red fox's fluffy tail. His consciousness touched upon the first black box under the evolution path, entering text within. Evolution path, Airway Yahoo. Description, a fox with 2 tails. Possessing strong control over flames, exhibiting explosive power capable of defeating opponents above its level. Drawing upon the knowledge he acquired in his past life regarding the evolution and cultivation of foxes, he articulated the abilities and characteristics of the 2-tailed fox. The text flickered briefly before stabilizing, subsequently revealing the entry for evolution materials. Evolution materials, In Ranji Zhu, primary, Hualing Gua, secondary, Shi Wei Ba, secondary. Evolving into a 2-tailed fox would enhance control over flames, implying a high probability of acquiring a fire-related skill. The 2-tailed fox demon's explosive power signifies that speed and attack power would receive substantial boosts post-evolution. Overall, the power enhancement after evolution is evident, marking it as a commendable evolution path. However, Li Qingzhou furrowed his brow at the evolution materials, troubled. He had seen all these materials in textbooks, and acquiring them was not difficult. The challenge lay in the financial aspect. The primary material, In Ranji Zhu, is relatively rare, valued at approximately 100,000 yuan, while Huolingua and Shi Wei Ba are comparatively cheaper, totaling around 50,000 yuan. Therefore, to gather the evolution materials for the 2-tailed fox, he would require 150,000 yuan. However, his family was ordinary, lacking the surplus funds to purchase pet evolution materials. Of course, he could collect them in the wild, but areas with precious materials were typically inhabited by powerful ferocious beasts, and his current strength did not support venturing into the wilderness for collection. Alas, to think that even after crossing into a world of beast taming, he still faced financial difficulties. Li Qingzhou sighed. Raising a pet truly incurs significant expenses. Chi-Chi the red fox expressed that it bore no responsibility, indifferent whether it evolved or not. Li Qingzhou further examined the red fox's abilities. Shadun, able to summon and manipulate sand. This skill possesses considerable practicality, allowing the manipulation of sand to form various weapons for offense or to create shields for defense. If utilized properly, the potential is vast. Jiami, when used against foes, it induces a state of slumber, rendering them unconscious. When used by oneself, it facilitates rapid recovery of stamina during sleep. A mental control skill, categorized as rare, as few pets in this world awaken mental skills. This skill allows for control and also aids in stamina recovery, making it quite commendable. The only drawback is that it can only induce sleep in enemies. If it could manipulate their minds, it would be a true divine skill. Chapter 7, Fire Wolf. There are many who contract red foxes as pets in Lin Yuan City. Calling a red fox too ordinary leads to a high rate of repetition, so it deserves a unique name. Li Qingzhou pondered and declared, henceforth, you shall be named Pinyin, for peace and health in your growth. Chi-Chi. The red fox raised its head, seemingly contemplative. It had no name, and having one did not seem like a bad idea. After some thought, it indicated its approval. After further research, Li Qingzhou stored the red fox, Pinyin, in the beast taming space, then reclined on his bed and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he would need to rise early for class. It was time to amend his habit of staying up late. The matter of evolution materials could wait until tomorrow. For now, it was time to sleep. The next day, Lin Yuan City, First Beast Taming Academy. Wang Li strode confidently through the campus, accompanied by a robust blue wolf cloaked in flames. Is this the fire wolf? How impressive. Will the flames not harm it? This fire wolf, towering in stature, is surely on the brink of a breakthrough. Wang Li's awakened talent of fire enhancement is indeed a perfect match with the fire wolf. Presently, Wang Li is likely among the strongest individuals in the school. The once great talent Li Qingzhou has fallen, and a new powerful figure, Wang Li, has arisen. It is truly a poignant turn of events. His striking yellow hair is incredibly cool. Wang Li is indeed unique, and I must confess my feelings to him. Along the way, students in the school cast their gazes upon Wang Li and his fire wolf, murmuring in various tones. Awe, shock, envy, admiration, flattery. There were myriad voices. Even many female students were covertly sending glances, attempting to win Wang Li's favor. A proud smile adorned Wang Li's face, his bright yellow hair standing out distinctly. At this moment, He was the focal point of the entire school. He relished this attention, finding immense satisfaction within. Previously, his classmates looked at him with disdain, fearing any entanglement, perceiving him as a frivolous, unambitious heir with no potential for greatness. Yet now, with his awakened talent and the strength to back it, it is clear that in the realm of beast tamers, one's power speaks volumes. Wealth and strength make one invincible. Unlike other students who selected pets at the school's beast cultivation base, which is a pursuit for the financially challenged, he, as a wealthy scion, naturally opted to purchase his desired pet. What in this world cannot be bought with money? If there is anything, it surely means insufficient funds were provided. This fire wolf possesses a silver tier aptitude, reaching a level of black iron 9, on the verge of a breakthrough, essentially having 1 foot already in the bronze tier. Its strength is unmatched within the black iron tier. Wang Li has a rudimentary understanding of the Lingzhou decision, having merely scratched the surface. He does not diligently cultivate, and his mental strength is feeble, given his talent and mental capacity. Contracting a pet of such high level and aptitude would ordinarily be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. However, the abundance of wealth at home cannot be overlooked. His father spent a considerable sum to hire several professional beast tamers, and after a lengthy half-day effort, he finally managed to form a contract with the flame wolf. The world of the affluent is indeed so unpretentious and monotonous. In the classroom of Class 2, Year 3, Qingzhou flipped through his textbook, marking key points with his pen. This chapter's essential content consists of these points. Make sure to study and memorize them well for tomorrow's test. Qingzhou closed the book and handed it to Zhang Huai, who stood beside him. Zhang Huai wore a pained expression, utterly disillusioned. Studying? Memorizing? This was more distressing than a physical beating. Yet, as the subordinate, he had no choice but to obey the orders of his superior. In this world, loyalty is paramount. Having pledged allegiance, he must complete the task even if it means doing so on his knees. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open with a bang, and Wang Li strode in with an air of indifference, followed closely by the flame wolf, which entered with flames blazing, raising the temperature in the classroom significantly. Upon seeing Wang Li, Zhang Huai felt a surge of joy and nearly shouted, but he quickly restrained himself. His expression shifted from delight to bitterness. He was now Qingzhou's subordinate and could no longer associate with Wang Li. Wang Li noticed this, but chose not to comment. He was already aware of the events that transpired at the cultivation base, having initially suggested that Zhang Huai teach Qingzhou a lesson, only to find himself in a predicament. Matters that his subordinate could not resolve now fell upon him as the leader. Moreover, allowing Zhang Huai to remain Qingzhou's underling was akin to slapping Wang Li's face. Today, he had come to seek retribution. Wang Li approached Qingzhou, placed his right foot on a chair, and crossed his arms defiantly. Dare to fight me? He challenged, his tone dripping with disdain. Qingzhou glanced at Wang Li and then at the flame wolf, its information appearing before his eyes. Name, Flame Wolf. Attribute, Fire. Level, Black Iron Level 9. Qualification, Silver. Skills, Fiery Claw, Flame Impact. Weakness, Water. Evolution Path, 2. Description, a robust blue wolf cloaked in flames, capable of manipulating fire, its claws engulfed in flames during attacks, exhibiting considerable offensive strength. The flame wolf, having reached Black Iron Level 9, was indeed a formidable beast. Ping'an, on the other hand, was only Black Iron Level 7, but possessed the rare mental attack skill, Hypnosis, which could disrupt the flame wolf's mind, along with the Sand Escape skill, rendering it unafraid of fire-based attacks. Overall, the odds were favorable for combat. Qingzhou quickly assessed the situation. Why should I fight you? He replied, displaying a look of disdain. How could he possibly be easily provoked by Wang Li? Instead of engaging in such triviality, he would rather devote his time to mastering beast taming knowledge. If you win, I will give you all my pocket money for this month. Wang Li, seeing Qingzhou's reluctance, pressed on. He had just formed a contract with the flame wolf and was eager to redeem himself. If Qingzhou refused, how could he display his authority? Pocket money? Qingzhou regarded Wang Li with an incredulous expression, wondering if the boy had lost his mind. How much could pocket money be to warrant such a wager? 100,000. Wang Li raised a finger, his tone brimming with pride. He might lack in other areas, but he certainly had an abundance of money. 100,000. Truly, he was a tycoon. Such wealth was astounding. A monthly allowance of 100,000. Was it too late to befriend him now? The students in the classroom gasped at the figure, aware of Wang Li's affluence, but astonished by the sheer extent of it. Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback. 100,000 was equivalent to an average person's annual income. Wang Li's words reshaped his understanding of pocket money. Attempting to tempt me with money. What do you seek? Qingzhou did not rush to acquiesce. If I win, you will address me as Big Brother, and from then on, you will bow your head and avoid me. Returning your subordinate Zhang Huai to me. Wang Li articulated his intentions. He had two objectives: to assert his dominance and suppress Li Qingzhou's arrogance, alleviating years of pent-up frustration, and to rescue Zhang Huai from his educational plight, as he could not bear to see his former subordinate submerged in the struggles of academia. Very well. I accept your challenge, Li Qingzhou replied, his demeanor unwavering. The Qi who wished to evolve into a two-tailed fox and required evolution materials, for which the 100,000 could procure the primary material, the burning pearl, significantly alleviating his financial burden. He could soon gather the auxiliary materials. Winning this contest would propel Ping An's evolution into motion. You accept? Wang Li's eyes gleamed. The day of vengeance had finally arrived. The Beast Training Center boasted a dedicated arena for beast battles. Regular practical courses were conducted within this very space. Li Qingzhou and Wang Li entered the classroom. As students gathered, the supervising teacher promptly approached to inquire about their intentions. According to school regulations, students wishing to use the Beast Battle Room must first pay a venue fee of 100 yuan per hour. Are you here to use the Beast Battle Room? The teacher inquired. Yes, Wang Li replied, pulling a 100 yuan note from his pocket. The young teacher accepted the bill and handed over a registration form. Please fill out this form, and once completed, proceed to room 1. It is currently available. The two filled in their names, student IDs, classes, and other required information before heading to room 1. Inside the arena, a young teacher served as both referee and supervisor. New beast tamers often struggle to control their power, and without supervision, accidents can easily occur. Therefore, the school assigned several teachers to oversee student battles and step in when necessary. Are you ready? The young teacher asked, standing at the referee's podium. I'm ready. Wang Li was the first to respond, eager to defeat Li Qingzhou. I am prepared as well, Li Qingzhou nodded. The young teacher acknowledged their readiness and blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the battle. A wave of azure light enveloped both contestants, the space shimmering as radiant motes coalesced into a massive summoning array, from which their respective beasts emerged. From Wang Li's array emerged a majestic blue wolf cloaked in flames. Imposing and fierce, the flame wolf's eyes glinted with ferocity, its body crouched, ready to pounce and shred its adversary. In front of Li Qingzhou, the Qi Hu Ping An stepped forth from the summoning array, its crimson fur glistening, head held high, displaying no sign of fear. Ping An sat upright, poised and composed. The stage was set, and the anticipation was palpable. The battle had yet to commence, but excitement brewed among the onlookers. The entrance and windows of the Beast Battle Room brimmed with students, predominantly from Class 2, Year 3, along with others drawn by the commotion. Li Qingzhou and Wang Li were prominent figures within the school, one a brilliant scholar, the other a slacker of little academic merit, each wielding significant influence in their respective realms. The clash of the scholar and the slacker promised to be a spectacle. Flame Wolf, unleash flame impact. Wang Li commanded, propelling the Flame Wolf to initiate the attack. The creature opened its maw wide, unleashing a fireball that hurtled toward the Qi Hu. The moment the fireball materialized, the temperature in the classroom surged, the air growing sweltering. The fireball surged forward with tremendous force, seemingly capable of incinerating anything in its path. The training of this flame wolf was commendable. Judging by the fireball's ferocity, it had indeed reached black iron level 9. It appeared this contest held little suspense. The young instructor nodded, recognizing the formidable prowess of the fire wolf. Within the realm of black iron rank, it would be difficult for it to be defeated unless it encountered a beast of extraordinary talent. Utilize sand escape. Form a shield, he commanded. Before Ping An, sand particles converged, forming a sandy shield. A loud crash resounded as a fireball struck the shield, sending clouds of dust swirling, obscuring the classroom in a haze. Was it over? Who emerged victorious? It was undoubtedly the fire wolf, its size and strength overwhelming that of the red fox. Rumor had it that this fire wolf had already reached black iron level 9. How could it possibly lose? Such a scenario was inconceivable. The students gathered at the door chattered anxiously, unable to discern the situation within the classroom, resorting to speculation based on their limited knowledge. They believed Li Qingzhou's defeat was inevitable. As the dust gradually settled, the battlefield became visible. The battle was not over. Both the fire wolf and the red fox stood unscathed in the arena. The fireball had been completely absorbed by the shield of sand, leaving the red fox unharmed. Fire Claw, Wang Li commanded, noticing the fire wolf's previous attack had failed. The fire wolf surged forth, engulfed in flames, its claws igniting as it charged towards the red fox, leaving charred marks in its wake. It leaped into the air, slashing at the red fox with its fiery claws. Sensing the ferocity of the fire wolf, Li Qingzhou quickly ordered, dodge the attack, and use the skill hypnosis. Ping An deftly spun away from the assault. Raising its gaze towards the fire wolf, two glimmers of ethereal light igniting in its eyes as it activated hypnosis. Upon seeing the glimmers, the fire wolf felt a wave of drowsiness wash over it, as if sleep had enveloped its very being. Its movements became sluggish, akin to a marionette with severed strings. "Ah, a rare psychic skill. This red fox is rather impressive," the young instructor observed, his perception shifting. The scales of victory in his mind had tipped. He had previously been certain of the fire wolf's triumph, but the appearance of the psychic skill hypnosis altered his perspective. "Fire wolf, what are you doing?" Wang Li questioned, perplexed by the fire wolf's sudden stillness. "Sand escape, red sand spear." With Li Qingzhou's command, a long spear of sand materialized before Ping An, aimed directly at the fire wolf. Whoosh! The spear shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, unyielding in its trajectory. Despite being a black iron level 9 beast, the fire wolf quickly roused from its stupor and enveloped itself in flames just as the sand spear was about to pierce its body. A thunderous explosion echoed as the spear shattered upon impact, sending sand flying in all directions. Although protected by flames, the fire wolf was still sent hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 9. The Beastmaster Association. Li Qingzhou seized the opportunity, commanding Ping An to continue the assault. A torrent of sand surged towards the fire wolf, enveloping it completely. The fire wolf struggled in vain, watching helplessly as the sand pressed inward. A heart-wrenching howl escaped its lips, filled with agony. Before long, the sound faded. The fire wolf succumbed to asphyxiation and lost consciousness. The students outside the classroom held their breath, shocked that the anticipated dominance of the fire wolf had not materialized. Instead, it was the red fox that had dealt a crushing blow, rendering the fire wolf unconscious. How could this be? What had just transpired? Why had the fire wolf suddenly ceased all movement? This was indeed the red fox, but how could it know to fight? The classmates stared in disbelief, never expecting the red fox to triumph over a black iron level 9 fire wolf. It was over. Wang Li stood frozen, unable to accept the outcome. How could the precious beast he had invested so heavily in, coupled with his innate talent, lose to a mere red fox? The victor is Li Qingzhou, the young instructor. Equally astonished, took a moment to regain his composure before speaking. This red fox had exceeded his expectations, not only possessing a psychic skill but also demonstrating a proficient command of sand escape. He glanced at Li Qingzhou, his eyes filled with admiration. As the instructor announced the results, Wang Li finally came to his senses. In that moment, he felt utterly humiliated, his confidence shattered. He had boldly initiated the challenge, convinced that the fire wolf would decisively crush Li Qingzhou, ensuring his dominance. The reality of such a devastating defeat was a harsh blow to his pride. The fool was I. At that moment, he wished only to vanish into the ground. Quickly, recall the fire wolf to the Beastmaster space for healing. The young instructor placed a reassuring hand on Wang Li's shoulder. Wang Li, head downcast, numbly returned the fire wolf to the Beastmaster space. The arrogance he had once exhibited now felt like a distant memory. As he turned to leave, Li Qingzhou called out, "You remember the wager, right?" He spoke casually, unperturbed by Wang Li's potential evasion, knowing that numerous classmates had witnessed the exchange. If Wang Li tried to back out, it would be social suicide, and he would find it impossible to hold his head high at school again. Here, Wang Li tossed a bank card to Li Qingzhou, then hurriedly pushed through the crowd, fleeing the scene. Suddenly inspired, Li Qingzhou glanced at Ping An and noticed its recent elevation in rank, rising from black iron level 7 to level 8. For a beast, there are generally 3 paths to growth and advancement: nourishment through food, structured training, or combat. Nutritional intake promotes natural growth, while disciplined training enhances physical capabilities and skills, fostering development. Combat, though perilous, offers the swiftest means to gain experience. Through its encounters with the bull and the fire wolf, Ping An had accrued invaluable battle experience, warranting its ascent to black iron level 8. Li Qingzhou pocketed the bank card and withdrew Ping An into the Beastmaster space as he exited the combat classroom, leaving behind a throng of gossiping classmates. Strolling through the campus, his heart felt light. With no classes in the afternoon, he decided to venture out and inquire about evolution materials. Lin Yuan City, in proximity to the abyss, attracted many beastmasters and adventurers seeking to profit from its explorations. This pursuit had also spurred economic growth in Lin Yuan City. The streets were alive with vibrant neon lights, bustling crowds, and a constant flow of traffic. Tea houses, coffee shops, malls, bars, restaurants, and foot massage parlors lined the avenues alongside the unique beast industry. Signs for beast training centers, veterinary clinics, and trading hubs were omnipresent. Li Qingzhou meandered leisurely until he arrived at a grand edifice located in the city center, its 13-story height boasting a prominent sign, Beastmaster Association. The Beastmaster Association is an organization composed of Beastmasters, responsible for managing various affairs related to the profession, while also advocating for the collective interests of its members. Upon contracting a beast and becoming an apprentice Beastmaster, individuals may voluntarily join the association, paying an annual fee to become official members. The association also facilitates the acceptance and issuance of task rewards, allowing Beastmasters to undertake assignments and earn compensation upon completion, with rewards varying according to the difficulty of each task. At this moment, Qingzhou found himself in the task hall of the Beast Tamer Association, perusing the assignments available for apprentice beast tamers. These tasks had been meticulously selected by the association to cultivate the various abilities of aspiring beast tamers. Task weeding. Difficulty, 1 star. Requirements. Remove the rampant wild grass in the fields. Earth attribute pet beasts are preferred. Reward, 500 yuan. The difficulty of this task was rather low, and ping and sand escape skill could certainly be utilized. However, the reward was rather meager. It would take numerous tasks to afford the supplementary materials. Additionally, it would not serve to enhance ping and training. Qingzhou continued to examine the next task. Task, Wilderness Escort. Difficulty, 2 stars. Requirements. Escort the target to Wangfeng Mountain. The pet beast must be at least black iron level 9. Reward, 1 electric crystal. The reward for this mission was somewhat appealing, as the market price for an electric crystal was approximately 10,000 yuan. Yet, the requirement of having a black iron level 9 pet beast meant that ping and did not qualify. Task, eliminate slugworms. Task, sparring. Among the myriad of tasks, Qingzhou meticulously analyzed each one. Most of these assignments primarily focused on training the beast tamers and their pets, representing a classic scenario of low rewards for high effort. However, his current aim was not solely to earn money, but rather to identify tasks that could enhance ping and S level. Soon, Qingzhou pinpointed a task. Task, capture stray cats. Difficulty, 1 star. Requirements. A group of stray cats has recently appeared in the Hutao district. They are stealing and vandalizing property. Capture these stray cats using pet beasts of black iron levels 5 to 9. Reward, 3,000 yuan. In this world, stray cats were not merely ordinary felines. They were extraordinary beings with a certain level of intelligence and supernatural abilities. This task offered a relatively high cost-benefit ratio, allowing for a commendable monetary reward while engaging in battle with wild stray cats to gain experience. Moreover, the risks posed by extraordinary creatures in the urban area were minimal, ensuring safety. Consequently, Qingzhou resolved to undertake this task. Chapter 10, The Cat Capturing Plan. With the decision to capture stray cats solidified, Qingzhou, armed with his identification, prepared to register. However, as he stood in line, he fortuitously encountered his subordinate, Zhang Huai. What brings you here? Qingzhou inquired, somewhat surprised. Boss, Zhang Huai responded, equally astonished. Are you also here for a task? Qingzhou queried further, recalling that Zhang Huai often associated with Wang Li, and did not seem like the type to engage in tasks at the Beast Tamer Association. Yes, Zhang Huai nodded, his face slightly flushed. His family's financial circumstances were challenging, prompting him to frequently seek part-time jobs. His friendship with Wang Li stemmed from mutual interests, as well as Wang Li's generous nature, having assisted him on several occasions. After successfully contracting a pet beast, Zhang Huai thought to earn some living expenses through tasks at the association, only to unexpectedly run into Qingzhou. Are you also here for a task? Qingzhou reiterated. Zhang Huai nodded, pondering. He was aware that Qingzhou had won a substantial sum from Wang Li, so it puzzled him why he would also seek tasks. What task do you intend to undertake? Qingzhou asked. Weeding, Zhang Huai replied. His pet's strength was rather low, rendering him incapable of tackling more difficult tasks. Thus he could only opt for simpler, albeit time-consuming ones. The reward for that task is far too low. Join me for the stray cat capture task. 2 individuals can complete it more swiftly, and I shall share the reward equally with you, Qingzhou proposed, feeling a sense of responsibility towards his subordinate. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Huai readily agreed. The weeding task offered a mere 500 yuan and required an entire day's labor, while the stray cat task promised 1,500 yuan, a threefold increase. Once they registered, the two proceeded to the Hutao district as indicated by the task. This was an aged neighborhood, characterized by dilapidated buildings of 5 to 6 stories, with cobbled streets exuding a sense of time-worn history. The task was issued by the district's administrator, an elderly man approximately 60 years of age. Good day, sir. We are members of the Beast Tamer Association, here to capture stray cats, Qingzhou greeted politely. The elder retrieved a pair of reading glasses from his pocket, scrutinizing the two before shaking his head and murmuring, "What use do 2 youngsters serve?" He pointed casually to a corner where iron cages were located. Stray cats often roam during the night. Once you capture them, you can confine them in these cages. Understood, Qingzhou nodded, acknowledging the instruction. These troublesome stray cats not only disturbed the peace with their nocturnal cries, but had also shattered windows to invade homes, causing considerable ire. The elder's face was etched with wrinkles, his tone imbued with indignation. His windows had been broken twice by these cats, and his meat supplies had been entirely pilfered, even leaving excrement on his bed. Such experiences were common among the residents of this neighborhood. Windows were repaired only to be broken again, an endless cycle of frustration. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to seeking assistance from the Beast Tamer Association. Alas, it seems I must allocate additional funds to hire a more competent beast tamer. The elder sighed. Qingzhou and Zhang Huai appeared too youthful, radiating a sense of naivety, leading the elder to doubt their capability to complete the task. On the rooftop of a certain building in the Hutao district, two men clad in black uniforms stood side by side, gazing down at the neighborhood. Captain, recent reports of sleepwalking casualties have all originated from this area, remarked the bespectacled man, holding a statistical report. Yesterday, the presence of abyssal energy was detected here. Although the fluctuations have ceased, we can confirm that the abyssal rift lies within this district, the captain replied, his keen eyes scanning the buildings below. His unkempt beard lending him a fierce demeanor. Continue the search. We must ascertain the precise location of the rift. Understood. The bespectacled man activated his computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Mechanical black birds soared from the rooftop, dispersing to various corners of the district. The great river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky align with the northern dipper. The man's phone rang, displaying a contact labeled daughter. Oh, my precious little one, do you miss Daddy? The man's fearsome expression melted away, replaced by one of tender affection. Daddy, why haven't you come home for dinner yet? A youthful voice chimed from the other end. You all eat first. Daddy will return as soon as work is done. All right, come home soon. As the call ended, the man tucked his phone away, a hint of melancholy flickering in his deep-set eyes. If the rift remains unfound, many may go hungry in the future, he murmured. When Qingzhou and Zhang Huai emerged from the elder's abode, dusk had fallen, and the streetlights in the district flickered to life. They stopped at a roadside stall for a simple bowl of noodles before commencing their task. The elusive stray cats had been noted, and the elder had provided an approximate range of their activity. The adjacent alley to the elder's residence was a hotspot for the cat-related troubles. At this moment, Qingzhou and Zhang Huai concealed themselves within the shadowy alley, crouching and scanning their surroundings. Boss, aren't we going to search for the stray cats? Zhang Huai questioned. Puzzled. Shouldn't we conduct a thorough search? What about the supplies I instructed you to bring? Qingzhou countered. I have 2 bags here, Zhang Huai replied, placing the 2 bags of cat food on the ground. Excellent. Spread the cat food there, and we shall wait for them to come to us, Qingzhou instructed. Oh, I see now. Boss, you are brilliant, Zhang Huai exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Stray cats emerge at night primarily in search of sustenance, and the scattered cat food along the roadside is a bounteous gift from nature to them. As dusk deepens, the streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow, illuminating only the immediate vicinity, while further afield lies a murky obscurity. Suddenly, 2 pairs of faint lights ignite, followed by 4, then 6. As nocturnal creatures begin their quest for food, Qingzhou envisions the details of the stray cats. Name, Yumao. Attribute, Beast. Level, Black Iron level 5. Quality, Black Iron. Skill, Swift. Weakness, Fire Water. Evolution path, 2. Description, entirely black-furred, inherently timid, possessing considerable speed, and favoring nocturnal activity. Upon his observation, he discerns that there are 5 stray Yumao in this neighborhood, with the highest level being Black Iron level 5 and the lowest Black Iron level 2. Clearly, the leader of this band of strays is the robust Black Iron level 5 Yumao. Meow. The Black Iron level 5 Yumao calls out, prompting the other 4 cats to scatter in search of food. With a graceful gait, the Black Iron level 5 Yumao strides along the street, its slender tail swaying elegantly, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 11 Yumao. Qingzhou and Zhang Huai hold their breath, concealed in the shadows of an alley, observing the Yumao on the street. One Yumao discovers the scattered cat food, sniffs it, and after confirming its safety with a paw, begins to eat. Once it has consumed the small pile of cat food before it, it lifts its head. Meow meow. The satiated Yumao calls out to its companions, spreading the word about the discovered food. Meow, meow. Several meows resonate from different corners of the alley, and soon shadows dart forth. Before long, 4 Yumao gather before the cat food. They stand before the food, sniffing with their noses but hesitating to eat, as their leader has yet to arrive. The Black Iron level 5 Yumao continues its leisurely approach, exuding the presence of a feline king. The other 4 Yumao quickly step aside. The black iron level 5 Yumao pauses before the pile of cat food, sniffs it, and then begins to devour it ravenously. Act now, Li Qingzhou whispers. Zhang Huai nods, releasing the rope in his hand. Above the 5 Yumao, a large iron cage descends rapidly, enveloping them. Meow meow meow. As the iron cage falls, the Yumao find themselves trapped inside. However, only 4 are caught. The feline king lives up to its title. In an instant, the black iron level 5 Yumao activates its swift skill, escaping before the iron cage lands. Li Qingzhou summons Qi Hu Pingyan, chasing after the black cat, while shouting to Zhang, keep an eye on them, don't let them escape. No problem. Zhang Huai also summons Man Yo, standing guard beside the iron cage. Learning has its merits. When will I be as clever as him? He watches Li Qingzhou's retreating figure, sighing with admiration. The escaped Yumao flees desperately, turning sharply into an alley. Pingyan pursues closely behind. It uses the sand shift skill multiple times, but the Yumao is too agile, evading every attempt. In the heat of the chase, Pingyan's feigned slumber fails to connect. Li Qingzhou follows into the alley, where the dim streetlight allows for a vague discernment of objects. It is a dead end, cluttered with debris. Woo! The Yumao crouches low, back arched high, tail erect, its fierce gaze fixed ahead. Realizing it has entered a cul-de-sac, it decides to fight back. Sand shift, Li Qingzhou commands. A gust of sand whirls through the alley, disorienting the Yumao as it is buffeted by the wind. Unable to resist. Currently at black iron level 8, Pingyan holds a considerable advantage over the Yumao, which is only black iron level 5. A mere skirmish makes the disparity in strength apparent to the Yumao. It cannot win. Escape is its only option. The Yumao arches its body, activating swift, enhancing its speed, and leaps high, attempting to scale the wall. Direct confrontation with the black iron level 8 Qi, who is clearly unfeasible. It can only rely on its speed to surpass the high wall and escape from behind it. Humph, naive. Li Qingzhou scoffs. He has already calculated the Yumao's trajectory. Pingyan gathers the swirling sands, ready to ensnare the Yumao mid-leap. He glances up at the wall. Suddenly his pupils constrict, and a wave of dizziness overwhelms him. What is that? He exclaims. A narrow crack, as dark as ink, appears on the wall. It is an extreme darkness, devoid of any impurities, discernible even under the night sky. Li Qingzhou feels a chill run down his spine, enveloped by an unspeakable fear. Meow. As the Yumao's paw grazes the black crack, it lets out a piercing scream, instinctively attempting to retract its paw. However, it finds its paw ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to withdraw. A mass of black mist envelopes the Yumao. The creature thrashes violently, as if subjected to intense stimulation. Soon, its movements cease. The Yumao slides down the wall, gently landing on the ground. It slowly opens its eyes, the once luminous white pupils now tainted black, an eerie sight. Meow. The Yumao roars in fury, and in an instant, its body morphs into a shadowy wisp, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, appearing before Pingyan. Its claws, shrouded in dark energy, descend with lethal force. Bang! Amidst the cacophony, the shield formed from sand is shattered, and the sandstorm swirls around. Pingyan, who had been standing behind the sandy shield, is forced to retreat several steps to avoid the Yumao's claw strike. Cold sweat beads on Li Qingzhou's forehead. The Yumao's speed and attack power have dramatically increased, reaching the strength of the bronze tier. More concerning is the dark energy surrounding the black cat. His instincts warn him of its extreme danger, advising against any contact. Before Pingyan can regain its footing, the Yumao leaves behind a shadowy afterimage and reappears behind Ping and with a rush of air. This time, Pingyan has no chance to evade. The Yumao's speed is too swift. Bang! Pingyan is sent flying. Fortunately, it quickly envelopes itself in sand, sustaining only minor injuries. Avoiding contact with the dark energy, Li Qingzhou can only see flickering shadows, unable to discern any actions. He wishes to command Pingyan, but feels utterly powerless. The shadows dart, and this time, the Yumao does not pursue further. Instead, it retreats to the wall with the black crack. What is that black fissure? Li Qingzhou wonders. Having never encountered anything like it before, it is not mentioned in any school materials. The Yumao is too swift for close combat, and once tainted by that dark energy, it might meet the same fate as the Yumao. Use sand shift for a ranged attack. Li Qingzhou issues the command. Arrows composed of sand materialize before Pingyan and swiftly launch towards the Yumao. However, the Yumao possesses the swift ability and benefits from the speed enhancement of the dark energy, rendering the sand arrows ineffective. A shadow bursts forth, and Li Qingzhou catches only a glimpse of an afterimage. By the time he comprehends the scene, the Yumao's menacing face and sharp claws are already upon him. This time, the Yumao targets Li Qingzhou, the Beast Tamer. Compared to the tamed beasts, Beast tamers are generally weaker and lack extraordinary abilities, making them easier to eliminate. This Yumao, or rather its controller, exhibits a notable intelligence and judgment. Li Qingzhou, though startled, remained composed. He deftly evaded the strike of the Yomiao while simultaneously retreating. Years of consistent exercise had endowed him with reflexes and physical capabilities superior to those of the average high school student. Meow. The Yomiao, having missed its target, retreated to the wall marred with black fissures. Chapter 12. Dream-eroding worm. After several more attempts to attack, both Li Qingzhou and Ping narrowly evaded the onslaught. It was during this exchange that Li Qingzhou began to discern a pattern. Whenever he maintained a certain distance from the wall, the Yomiao would cease its assault. And after several attempts, it would invariably retreat to the base of the wall. A notion began to form in his mind. Puppet. The term flashed through his thoughts. He recalled the puppet shows he had watched in his past life, where puppets performed on stage while the true puppeteer controlled them from behind the scenes with strings. The Yomiao before him resembled a puppet, performing on stage, while the true manipulator lay hidden in the shadows. He glanced at the inky fissures in the wall. Merely a fleeting look triggered a wave of intense dizziness. The Yomiao had become so peculiar due to its encounter with the fissure. That fissure must be the source controlling the Yomiao. A plan began to crystallize in Li Qingzhou's mind. Pinyin utilized sand escape. The extraordinary creature bound by contract shared a telepathic connection with its beast master. Pinyin immediately grasped Li Qingzhou's intent. Grains of sand coalesced, transforming into a colossal hand that surged forward, not towards the Yomiao, but towards the dark fissure in the wall. Bang! The sandy palm struck the wall with a muffled thud. The inky fissure was entirely obscured by the sand, temporarily shrouding the eerie black mist. Meow! The Yomiao emitted a wretched cry as the dark mist surrounding its form recoiled and dissipated, causing it to thrash violently. Now's our chance, strike! Li Qingzhou urged. Pinyin understood the command intuitively. A tempest of wind and sand enveloped the Yomiao, and the grains formed a binding rope that ensnared it tightly, causing the dark mist to gradually dissipate. Its head drooped, and its entire body resembled a deflated balloon. Hiss! Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed. A black worm emerged from the Yomiao's body, entirely obsidian, with countless legs beneath it, oily black eyes embedded beneath its antennae, and two membranous brown wings on its back, along with two tails as rigid as steel needles. What is this? Li Qingzhou had never encountered such a bizarre worm. Squeak! Pinyin, equally perplexed, expressed its confusion. In the next moment, information about the black worm materialized before Li Qingzhou's eyes. Name, Dream-eroding worm. Attribute, dark, mental. Level, black iron 6. Quality, silver. Skill, dream manipulation. Weakness, light. Evolution path, 4. Description, entirely black, enveloped in dark mist, adept at disguise and dream manipulation, affects the mental state of interacting beings. The aura emanating from the dream-eroding worm was as uncanny as the dark fissure on the wall. As Li Qingzhou pondered, another wave of dizziness washed over him. The man in the black uniform, holding a cylindrical device, was incessantly flashing and emitting sounds. The essence of the abyss had resurfaced, and it was alarmingly close. The man muttered to himself, gently pressing a button on his device. Countless mechanical birds erupted from the neighborhood, converging before him to assemble into a mechanical giant bird. The man leapt lightly onto the back of the mechanical bird, which spread its wings and dove towards the street below. Li Qingzhou felt a lightness in his body as his consciousness began to blur. Everything before his eyes started to distort until it vanished entirely, akin to a dream. Squeak! Initially, Li Qingzhou heard Pinyin cry, followed by a sharp pain on his face, as if someone had slapped him. Who struck me? Li Qingzhou felt a surge of irritation. He opened his eyes and froze in place. What am I doing? A belt was tightened around his neck, and his hands were desperately tugging at one end of it. Am I trying to strangle myself? Li Qingzhou hurriedly loosened his grip and removed the belt. Squeak! Pinyin continued to bounce around, vocalizing reminders. Li Qingzhou covered his stinging right cheek, realizing that it was Pinyin who had inadvertently slapped him. However, rather than harboring anger, he felt relief and gratitude for having Pinyin by his side. Thank you. He gazed at Pinyin with sincere appreciation. He recalled the reports of sleepwalking incidents broadcasted on television. It seemed those were not mere natural occurrences, but rather the result of hypnotic manipulation. The true culprit was the dream-eroding worm before him. Pinyin possessed a skill of hypnotic slumber, which closely resembled the dream-eroding worm's dream manipulation ability, thus enabling it to resist such influences. Li Qingzhou exhaled a breath of relief. The sand covering the wall was gradually eroding, while the black fissure corroded the grains. That black fissure must be the source of the powers of both the Yomiao and the dream-eroding worm. It must be dealt with before it re-emerged. Otherwise, there would undoubtedly be more casualties today. Time was of the essence. Ping'an utilized sand escape and attack with full force. Li Qingzhou swiftly recalibrated his mindset and issued the command. Squeak. Ping'an let out a roar, and a whirlwind of sand surged towards the dream-eroding worm. The black creature attempted to crawl back into the fissure, but was engulfed by the tempest of sand. The exertion of controlling the Yomiao and launching dream attacks had evidently drained the dream-eroding worm's stamina, leaving it vulnerable to the onslaught of sand. Grains of sand enveloped the dream-eroding worm, compressing it relentlessly. Crack! The encasing sand fell to the ground, scattering everywhere. The dream-eroding worm lay motionless, its countless legs flailing in the air before it ceased all movement. Panting heavily, Ping'an collapsed on the ground, tongue lolling out in exhaustion. Li Qingzhou, equally drained, leaned against the wall, gazing at the lifeless form of the worm. The dream-eroding worm appeared utterly defeated, yet a lingering air of eeriness surrounded its corpse, deterring any approach. The fissure in the wall remained deep, inky black, like an abyss, impenetrable and untainted. The dream-eroding worm had evidently emerged from that fissure, leaving Li Qingzhou uneasy about the possibility of other creatures lurking within. A gust of wind swept through, heralding the arrival of a metallic giant bird that landed at the alley's entrance. A rough-looking man with an unkempt beard and a fierce expression stood atop the bird. Name: Mechanical Giant Bird. Attribute: Gold. Level: Gold 7. Quality: Platinum. Skills: Supervision, Metal Fission, Laser Beam, Featherblade. Weakness: Electricity. Evolution Path: 2. Description: An extraordinary creature assembled from metallic components, possessing exceptional defense, capable of disassembly and transformation, requiring regular replacement of assembled parts. Li Qingzhou observed the mechanical giant bird, and its information materialized before him. It was indeed a mechanical pet of the gold tier. It was known that very few teachers within the school possessed pets of such caliber. The man's strength was truly formidable. The abyss was indeed here. Oh, the dream-eroding worm is dead, the man exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the black worm's corpse. He leaped lightly from the giant bird and landed before Li Qingzhou. Did you do this? Li Qingzhou regarded the unexpected visitor with caution, noting the man's fierce demeanor. He clearly was not a benign presence. Could he be the master of the peculiar worm? Fear gripped his heart, yet he felt utterly powerless. Merely standing was already a considerable challenge. Chapter 13, Mission Accomplished. Don't be afraid, I am not a villain. I am from the Extraordinary Ability Management Bureau, Chu Baiyuan. Noticing the confusion and fear etched on Li Qingzhou's face, the man hastily spoke, holding up an identification badge. The badge displayed the man's portrait on the upper left and his identification details on the right. The Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities Abyss Processing Center, First Team Leader, Chu Baiyuan. The emblem of the Bureau is stamped at the bottom of the identification. Li Qingzhou looked at him with skepticism and nodded. All right, I will begin my work. As Chu Baiyuan spoke, he retrieved 2 gloves from his clothing and donned them. He then produced a bag that emanated a faint glow, clearly not an ordinary one. He carefully picked up the black insect on the ground and placed it into the bag. Next, he took out a flashlight, pressed a button, and a beam of pure white light shot forth, illuminating the crack in the wall. The inky black fissure gradually faded until it completely vanished. Chu Baiyuan hung the bag on the head of a mechanical bird, removed his gloves, and casually tossed them into the bag. Job's done, he announced, clapping his hands. Li Qingzhou silently observed the man's actions. Although he did not comprehend the process, he understood that the crack had disappeared and safety had been restored. What are these insects and cracks? Li Qingzhou inquired curiously. The strangeness of the crack and the insect left him feeling uneasy without clarity. This crack is called Yuanxi, a manifestation of the abyss's power seeping in. The dream-eating worm is an extraordinary creature dwelling within the Yuanxi, adept at using dreams to attack. They feed on human blood, thus proliferating and expanding the Yuanxi. Once the Yuanxi expands significantly, the corrosion from the abyss intensifies, allowing more monsters to emerge from it. Chu Baiyuan explained, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Do you mind if I smoke? Li Qingzhou nodded in acquiescence. Chu Baiyuan lit the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze drifting over the smoke ring towards the bustling city beyond, aglow with lights and teeming with traffic. While this world appeared prosperous and stable, there were dark undercurrents beneath the surface. You may not realize it, but you might have just saved the world, Chu Baiyuan remarked, a hint of melancholy surfacing on his otherwise rugged face, a stark contrast to his fierce demeanor. Li Qingzhou truly did not understand. He merely wished to save himself. He was not a superhero with grand ambitions of world-saving, nor did he possess such abilities at present. How did you manage that? Chu Baiyuan had noticed the Qi-Hu, a black iron level 8 Qi-Hu, which should have been incapable of defeating the dream-eating worm, hence his curiosity about what had transpired. Although the dream-eating worm is constrained upon leaving the abyss and cannot fully exert its power, it is skilled at concealment and can silently influence the real world through dreams. Such extraordinary creatures from the abyss are not easily vanquished. Li Qingzhou recounted the events in brief. A Qi-Hu with psychic abilities? Quite rare, Chu Baiyuan remarked, eyeing the Qi-Hu with surprise. The monsters of the abyss primarily corrode and affect the human realm through psychic capabilities. To combat them, possessing an equally formidable psychic ability is crucial. What is your name? Chu Baiyuan inquired. Li Qingzhou, he replied, having no intention of concealing his identity. Here is my business card. Remember to contact me in the future if you encounter such situations. Do not overestimate your own strength. Chu Baiyuan produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Li Qingzhou. Li Qingzhou examined the card. It bore similar information to his identification, but included contact details. Chu Baiyuan waved his hand, leaped lightly onto the back of the mechanical bird. This Li Qingzhou is quite exceptional. Surviving under the influence of such a yuanqi is, in itself, a miracle. And to have dealt with the dream-eating worm independently is even more extraordinary. Facing monsters from the abyss is challenging even for professional beast tamers. When did such a remarkable student emerge from the first Beast Tamer Academy of Linyuan City? I must investigate his background and details upon returning, he mused. Recalling the uniform Li Qingzhou wore, one he had once donned himself. A smile crept across the man's lips. The mechanical bird spread its wings and swiftly vanished into the horizon. When Li Qingzhou emerged from the alley, weariness etched on his face. Zhang Huai had already secured 4 stray cats in a cage and locked it. He and his pet, the bull, stood beside the cage, gazing towards the alley where Li Qingzhou had disappeared. Boss, did you catch the cat? Zhang Huai inquired excitedly upon seeing Li Qingzhou's figure. Li Qingzhou's steps were heavy, as if he had just run 10 kilometers, and he did not see the black iron level 5 U-cat by his side. Did you fail, boss? The U-cat is indeed too agile, difficult to catch. Capturing 4 is already commendable, Zhang Huai pondered. Just as he was about to offer comfort to Li Qingzhou, he heard Li Qingzhou's response. The U-cat is dead. Dead? Zhang Huai was taken aback, not expecting Li Qingzhou to have killed the stray cat outright without bringing back the body. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that the task was completed. The administrator of the Walnut Street district, wearing reading glasses, was bent over his desk, writing something. He was drafting a new commission request. 2 young beast tamers from the association, barely 17 or 18, clearly inexperienced and unlikely to complete the task. The new commission request was swiftly prepared, and he specifically added a requirement for an experienced and powerful beast tamer. The task's remuneration was still too low. If it were higher, they would surely dispatch more capable beast tamers to thoroughly resolve the district's pressing issues. Counting the cash in his hand, 3,000 yuan, he contemplated how much to increase it. 4,000? 5,000? He was indecisive, knowing any increase in the task's remuneration would require a representative assembly of the district to discuss, as this money belonged to the district, and he could not make unilateral decisions regarding its use. Alas, this will drag on for several more days. Those wretched stray cats. He sighed, feeling troubled. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who could be knocking at this hour? The administrator wondered aloud. Who is it? We are beast tamers from the association. The stray cat capture task has been completed. We are here to submit our report, came the voice from outside. What? The task is completed? You caught the stray cats? The administrator, astonished, opened the door. Only when he saw the 4 stray cats in the cage did he fully believe it. You truly caught them. A smile spread across the administrator's face, and the wrinkles on it seemed to multiply. The stray cats are now your responsibility. Li Qingzhou handed the keys to the cage to the administrator. The administrator accepted the keys, nodding enthusiastically at the 2, and then handed over the cash. This is the task's reward, 3,000 yuan. Li Qingzhou accepted the money with a thank you and took his leave with Zhang Huai. The administrator watched their departing figures, nodding in satisfaction, murmuring, "The younger generation is formidable. I knew they would succeed." Chapter 14, The Arena. Here is 1,500 yuan. Take it, Li Qingzhou said, handing a stack of cash to Zhang Huai. Boss, I did nothing. I feel bad taking so much. Just give me 500, Zhang Huai replied, refusing the money and suggesting a reduction. Take it. We agreed on 1,500, and it is 1,500, Li Qingzhou insisted, pushing the money into Zhang Huai's embrace before turning to head home. Zhang Huai watched Li Qingzhou's retreating figure, a warm feeling blossoming in his heart. Following Li Qingzhou seemed to be a good choice. From tomorrow on, I shall study diligently. As a scholarly subordinate, I cannot bring shame to my boss. For the next exam, I will aim to rank within the top 500 of the grade. He set himself a modest goal, despite the entire grade comprising fewer than 600 students. By the time Li Qingzhou arrived home, it was already deep into the night, and his parents were asleep. He quietly made his way to his bedroom, collapsed onto his bed, and fell into a deep slumber. That night, he slept soundly. The next day, Li Qingzhou attended school as usual, attending classes. As the gaze of the onlookers shifted, it was no longer one of envy or astonishment. Nor was it the schadenfreude and disdain of recent days. Instead, it reflected a more intricate and entangled emotion, a realization that they could no longer fathom Li Qingzhou. He remained the academic prodigy, yet he possessed the most inferior talent for beast mastery, a level far beneath others. While one might argue that his abilities were lacking, he had indeed triumphed over Wang Li, who boasted a superior beast mastery talent. This situation defied all conventional logic. Several changes had occurred within the class. Notably, Zhang Huai had begun to attend classes diligently, abandoning his previous habits of skipping. Conversely, Wang Li had not returned to school, evidently shaken by his recent defeat. Li Qingzhou had endured a week of tranquility, and thanks to the life-and-death battle he had previously faced and his recent training, Ping An had reached the commendable level of Black Iron 9. The next step was to prepare for evolution. Presently, he found himself in possession of 100,000 yuan, sufficient to acquire a principal material for evolution, yet he still lacked 2 auxiliary materials. Engaging in tasks for the Beastmaster Association could yield earnings, but the process was exceedingly slow. It could take an entire year of labor to accumulate the funds necessary for the auxiliary materials. Moreover, with Ping An already at Black Iron 9, he could not afford to wait that long. Just as Li Qingzhou began to fret over financial matters, an advertisement caught his attention. It was an announcement for the Hu-Ing Pet Beast Arena, which was hosting a Pet Beast Arena competition. Defeating the defending beasts would grant substantial rewards, and the more battles one won, the greater the rewards would be. All beast masters were encouraged to register for the competition, with a hotline provided for inquiries. Pet beast competitions enjoyed considerable popularity in Lnun City, with tickets for high-level events costing upwards of 10,000 yuan. The competitions were tiered. For instance, only apprentice beast masters and Black Iron level beasts could participate in the Black Iron tier contests, while beast masters and beasts of other ranks were excluded. Li Qingzhou perused the details of the advertisement. Understanding that the so-called arena competition involved defending beast masters from the event organizers and attacking beast masters who sought to breach their defenses. The more arenas one conquered, the more lucrative the rewards. He was particularly interested in the Black Iron tier pet beast competition and its rewards. Conquering a single arena would yield 5,000 yuan. Conquering 2 would reward 10,000 yuan, and conquering 3 would allow the victor to select an evolution material. The rewards were indeed generous. And with the registration fee set at 10,000 yuan, winning just 2 matches would recoup his costs. Li Qingzhou was particularly drawn to the reward for winning 3 consecutive matches, as it would enable him to select an auxiliary material necessary for Ping An's evolution. Furthermore, participating in the competition would hone Ping An's combat skills, enhance mastery of abilities, and elevate its level. He took out his phone and searched for information regarding the rewards at the Hu-Ing Pet Beast Arena, where he discovered that the Hu-Ling was an auxiliary material required for the evolution of the red fox into the two-tailed demon fox. The registration fee of 10,000 yuan posed no issue for Li Qingzhou, who had a considerable sum at his disposal, and he promptly decided to enroll. He had seen similar competitions on television before and had a rough estimation of what to expect. The Hu-Ing Pet Beast Arena was vast, its structure resembling a shell, reported to accommodate thousands of spectators simultaneously. Upon his arrival at the entrance, Li Qingzhou was greeted by a cacophony of cheers and the announcer's voice. Entrance to the arena required a ticket, but as a contestant, he could access the competition area directly via a designated passage after paying the registration fee. Following the staff's instructions, he submitted his registration materials and fee, receiving a number plate bearing the number 25. He then accompanied the staff to the Black Iron tier competition arena, where the stands were filled with enthusiastic spectators. Above, a massive electronic screen broadcasted the ongoing matches. Naturally, betting was an integral part of such competitions, with various betting stations set up around the arena, allowing spectators to wager on the outcomes. The Black Iron tier had already seen several matches that day. Li Qingzhou noted that there was a participant ahead of him, along with several others behind. He gazed up at the electronic screen, observing 2 beasts engaged in combat. The defending beast clearly dominated the challenger, and soon the announcer declared the attacker's defeat. A chorus of disappointment and frustration arose from the crowd. It was evident that this cohort of challengers was underperforming. I've lost several tens of thousands already. If I bet again, I might as well cut off my hands. I'm tired of losing. As the next contestant stepped up, his beast was a flame wolf, Black Iron level 8, but it too succumbed after winning only 1 match. Li Qingzhou keenly observed the situation, noting that the defending beasts were all around levels 8 to 9, showcasing formidable strength. Moreover, The attackers were required to battle continuously against the defenders, essentially creating a grueling endurance test. Each battle drained substantial stamina, and as the rounds progressed, fatigue would severely impact their performance. Few Beast Masters managed to achieve consecutive victories, making the arena a veritable stronghold for the defenders. Then, the announcer's voice boomed. Now entering the stage, contestant number 25. Following the staff's lead, Qingzhou stepped out through the passage onto the competition stage. Opposite him stood a young Beast Master, the defender. How thrilling it would be to witness the performance of this new challenger. Are you ready? The countdown begins. 5 seconds to prepare. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commence. As the countdown concluded, both competitors summoned their respective beasts. Red Fox, young one, are you here to offer me your fortune? The defender's face lit up with mirth upon seeing Qingzhou's Red Fox, convinced that this match would be an effortless victory. In the first round of the match, the defending beast was classified as Black Iron Level 8. Initially, a slightly weaker defender was deployed, followed by progressively stronger opponents, enhancing the competition's excitement and appeal. Red Fox, is this competitor serious? My money is going down the drain. I should have bet on the defender to win. My beast is just a Red Fox, no offense or defense. Merely a liability. Can I place a new bet? Surely, this can't be an official setup meant to fleece us. The audience murmured. Some who had placed bets expressing their indignation. They were all too familiar with the Red Fox, a common creature in LNUN City, perceived as the weakest among its peers. Iron-armored mouse, attack. Use your skill, charge, ordered the defender. The iron-armored mouse sprang into action, propelling itself forward with great speed, aiming to pierce the Red Fox. Pinyin, use sand escape and flip it. Qingzhou commanded. As a diligent scholar, he had memorized various beast profiles, thoroughly understanding their strengths, weaknesses, and skills. The iron-armored mouse, resembling an armadillo, possessed a powerful charge, yet its speed was not overwhelming. With a modicum of attention, it could be evaded. Its weakness lies in its soft abdomen. The Heitai Jie's armored mouse cannot defend its underbelly. By targeting this specific area, victory can be effortlessly achieved. Pinyin gathered a mound of gravel before him, and as the armored mouse charged forward, the gravel suddenly rose into a column of sand, striking the mouse's abdomen with great force, toppling it over. The mouse curled up, rolling on the ground while wailing incessantly. Struck at its weak point, the armored mouse instantly lost its combat capability. With just a single blow to its abdomen, it was rendered powerless. Congratulations to challenger number 25 for securing victory. The host's voice resonated, announcing the results of the match. This truly is a Qingzhou. Why is there such a vast difference compared to my Qingzhou? One cannot generalize the physical prowess of Qingzhou, as I once witnessed one defeating an armored mouse in a single move. Thankfully, the challenger made a wise investment. This was quite the profit. Alas, I forgot to place a bet. Silly Qingzhou, did you see that? The Qingzhou on the arena will serve as your example. Train diligently upon your return. This competition has captured everyone's attention. The audience engaged in fervent discussions, their perceptions of Qingzhou transformed, eagerly anticipating the next match. After each contest, challengers are granted a 10-minute respite, allowing them and their companion beasts to recuperate their strength and adjust their state. This break also provides spectators with the opportunity to place bets. After witnessing a match, they can gauge the challenger's abilities and predict the outcomes of upcoming battles, placing their bets in advance. Furthermore, advertisements can be interspersed, as beast taming competitions are a popular attraction in this world, drawing a substantial audience. Consequently, airing advertisements during breaks has become standard practice, often yielding considerable revenue. The brief 10-minute intermission is beneficial for challengers, spectators, and event organizers alike, resulting in a triple win. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Welcome back to the competition venue, where we now face the second challenger. Will the challenger maintain their momentum and secure a consecutive victory? Or will the defender uphold their honor and triumph over the challenger? Let us await the outcome. The second round of the contest commences, accompanied by the host's captivating voice. The second match officially begins. It is you, Yanxi, the defender proclaimed, as a shimmering light manifested before him, revealing a Yanxi emerging from the summoning array. Qingzhou's gaze swept over the Yanxi, and its information materialized before him. Name, Yanxi. Attribute, Earth. Level, Heitai 9. Quality, Heitai. Skills, Iron Tail. Sandstorm. Weakness, Wood. Evolution path, 1. Description, composed of numerous large gray rocks. Its form resembles that of a great serpent. A long rocky horn adorns its head, beneath which are a pair of black eyes. The rocks taper from mid-body to the tail. For the second round, the defender's companion beast is the Yanxi, known for its exceptional defensive capabilities. It shares similar attributes and skills with the Qingzhou. The battle will reveal whether the sandstorm or the sand escape proved superior. The host provided a brief overview of the beasts in the arena, assisting the audience in grasping the unfolding situation. Qingzhou, unfazed, observed keenly while recalling the knowledge he had acquired regarding the Yanxi. Iron Tail utilizes its sturdy tail to strike the opponent, reducing the target's defense upon impact. Sandstorm can whip up a sandstorm to attack the target and obscure their vision. The Yanxi is an elemental creature composed of rock, boasting remarkable defense and the ability to quickly reconstitute its body even when defeated. However, Qingzhou understood where its vulnerability lay, the long horn atop its head. This horn serves as the control center for the Yanxi. As long as it remains unharmed, theoretically, the Yanxi can regenerate indefinitely. Yanxi, use Sandstorm. The defender decided to take the initiative. The Yanxi reared its upper body, its head held high, exuding an air of arrogance. A sudden gust of wind and sand erupted, howling across the arena. Ping'an, utilize Sand Escape. Qingzhou commanded with calm assurance. The audience craned their necks, eager to witness the duel on the stage. With both employing sand-based skills, who would emerge victorious? They whispered among themselves, speculating on the match's trajectory. The wind and sand roared, enveloping the arena in a haze, obscuring the precise developments. A resounding crash echoed. The Yanxi unleashed its second skill, Iron Tail. The massive rocky tail swept across, generating a strong wind that dispersed the sandstorm. Yet, Ping'an remained unperturbed, using Sand Escape to erect several sand walls along the path of the sweeping tail. Bang! The sweeping tail struck with tremendous force, shattering the sand walls into a cascade of debris. The Iron Tail skill was indeed formidable. The Qi-Hu's Sand Escape could not withstand it. Just look at the Yanxi. It is several times larger than the Qi-Hu, undoubtedly possessing greater strength. This round seemed precarious for the challenger. The Yanxi's overall attributes are commendable, ranking highly among high-tier beasts. The audience observed the unfolding scene, engaging in animated discussions. Chapter 16, Restraint? Non-existent. Qingzhou, however, remained entirely unfazed. The shattering of the sand walls was anticipated on his part. The speed of the sweeping tail had slowed slightly upon encountering the sand walls. Moreover, once the Iron Tail skill is activated, the Yanxi must lower its upper body to the ground, bringing its head down as well. This created an opportunity for Qingzhou and Ping'an. If the Yanxi maintained its head held high, its nearly 3-meter stature would make it difficult for Ping and Sand Escape to reach its long horn. However, with the activation of Iron Tail, the Yanxi had to lower its head, reducing its height to around 40 to 50 centimeters. At this level, Ping and Sand Escape could easily target the long horn. The tail continued its sweeping motion, demolishing the final sand wall, poised to strike Ping and got you. The defender exclaimed, a victorious smile spreading across his face. Yet, in the next moment, the tail shattered into fragments of rock, scattering across the arena. Ping'an maintained a poised sitting posture, not moving an inch. It turned out that Ping'an had employed Sand Escape to envelop the Yanxi's long horn with gravel. A gentle squeeze exerted pressure on the control center, causing the Yanxi to lose control of its body and disintegrate into scattered stones. I concede. The defender, witnessing the unfolding disaster, immediately raised a white flag in surrender. This was merely a performance-oriented match, not a life-and-death battle. Realizing the dire situation, the defender promptly surrendered. If his carefully cultivated Yanxi were to be destroyed like this, it would indeed represent a significant loss. Qingzhou, demonstrating discernment, promptly commanded Ping'an to relieve the pressure from the Sand Escape. The gravel on the stage gradually dispersed. As the dust settled, Qingzhou and Ping'an emerged victorious in the second round. Let us congratulate the challenger on their consecutive victories. The host's voice rang out, announcing the results of the match. What just transpired? How did the Yanxi crumble? Clearly, it had the advantage. I saw its Iron Tail poised to strike the Qi-Hu. Ordinary spectators were bewildered, unable to comprehend the sequence of events. However, some experienced beast tamers nodded in understanding. Taking advantage of the Yanxi's skill activation window to accurately target its weak point demonstrated remarkable discernment. It was evident that this young man possessed substantial knowledge about beast taming. The audience in the stands engaged in animated discussions regarding this match, also deliberating on their betting strategies for the next round. This young man appears to be quite exceptional. Now, let us take a brief commercial break. When we return, the excitement will continue. The host seamlessly integrated advertisements. Qingzhou and Ping'an did not feel fatigued. They had intentionally chosen a strategy that conserved energy, resulting in minimal exhaustion. However, having a 10-minute break is quite pleasant. The competition is not merely a test of brute strength, but rather a display of wisdom. Qingzhou nodded and smiled at Ping'an Ji. Ping'an acknowledged this, as it was evident that Qingzhou's adept leadership in the previous 2 rounds enabled such swift and smooth victories. After a brief interlude, the competition resumed. The much-anticipated third round had finally arrived. In the first 2 rounds, the challenger had triumphed effortlessly, winning 2 consecutive matches. Who would be the defender in the third round? Could the challenger maintain their winning streak? The outcome would soon be revealed. The third round officially began. As the host's voice faded, the arena erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The atmosphere charged with excitement. The defender's pet was a tree spirit, an extraordinary creature of the wood element, renowned for its control abilities. The host began to elaborate. Standing on the stage was an imposing figure, towering at 2 meters, with a deep brown body resembling the gnarled branches of a colossal tree, adorned with verdant vines. Through the vines, one could faintly discern its deep, hollow eyes and mouth. This was dire. It was a tree spirit, and the challenger's journey might end here. My 20,000 yuan, still warm from the anticipation. Upon sighting the tree spirit, the audience erupted into lamentations. Wasn't it just a tree spirit? What is the big deal? Clearly, the spectator lacked a comprehensive understanding of the elemental relationships governing these creatures. The 5 basic attributes of pets, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, form the foundation upon which all other special attributes evolve. The Qi whose attribute is sand, a variant of earth, and with the interactions of the 5 elements. Wood counters earth. The tree spirit, being of the wood element, effectively counters the Qi who. The organizers have lost all sense of fairness. If they had the courage, they would compete on even terms. What kind of hero resorts to underhanded tactics? A knowledgeable audience member elucidated the elemental interactions, igniting a wave of indignation throughout the stands. As they collectively condemned the organizers for their lack of integrity, the Qi whose winning streak had kindled their hopes of profit, only for the organizers to extinguish it with a cold splash of reality. Yet, Qingzhou remained unfazed. Elemental counters were irrelevant. After all, Ping'an had undergone mutation. He gazed at the tree spirit, its information materializing before him. Name, tree spirit. Attribute, wood. Level, black iron 9. Quality, bronze. Skills, wood spike, wood whip, wood shield. Weakness, fire. Evolution path, 3 routes. Description, a highly formidable plant-type pet. The tree spirit's branches possess a hardness surpassing steel and can move with the agility of hands. Its wood spike can effortlessly pierce through most metals and stones. This battle was crucial. Victory would secure the fire spirit fruit, an essential material for Ping'an's evolution. Qingzhou's primary objective was to achieve 3 consecutive victories to obtain the fire spirit fruit. Ping'an, it's up to you. We cannot afford to lose this match. Qingzhou instructed. Ji. Ping'an reassured him, indicating that this was merely a minor hurdle. The defender wasted no time in issuing commands for the tree spirit to attack. Use wood spike to pierce it. The tree spirit roared, extending a branch as thick as an arm and launching it straight at the Qi who. The tree spirit's thrust could penetrate iron and stone. Evasion was futile, and a direct confrontation would lead to certain defeat. The defender's eyes were fixed on the Qi who, carefully observing its movements. The moment the Qi who attempted to dodge, the tree spirit would unleash its wood whip skill, encircling it from both sides. A smile crept across the defender's face, as if victory was already assured. Ping'an, deploy the skill hypnosis. Qingzhou commanded decisively. As the branch hurtled toward him, Ping'an remained seated, seemingly oblivious to the impending threat. Slowly, he opened his eyes, 2 ethereal lights igniting within them. Hypnosis, activate. Upon catching sight of Ping'an's gaze, the tree's spirit froze, its eyelids heavy as if laden with lead, succumbing to slumber. The branch that had rushed forth suddenly lost its vigor, flopping lifelessly to the ground. The tree spirit had fallen asleep. The defender, as its beastmaster, was left utterly bewildered. How could a creature sleep during battle? It had not been subjected to late-night training. In the next moment, Ping'an employed the skill sand escape, effortlessly pushing the defenseless tree spirit off the stage. The host was momentarily speechless, struck dumb by the bizarre spectacle, forgetting his role in commentary. Chapter 17, Mechanical Pets. The audience was equally astonished. What happened to the anticipated elemental counter? Why did the tree spirit surrender without a fight? This was simply a display of negligence. The strange occurrence on stage left them perplexed. We won. With a cheer, the entire audience jolted back to consciousness, erupting into a cacophony of applause. Hooray, we struck gold. I knew this Qi who was extraordinary. The voices from the crowd pulled the host back from his astonishment. Simultaneously, a staff member handed him a small note. Glancing at it, surprise returned to his face. Congratulations to challenger number 25 for winning the 3rd match. The Qi who hypnotized the tree spirit with a psychic skill and achieved an effortless victory. What further surprises will it bring us? Let us look forward to the 4th match. Stay tuned. More excitement awaits after the break. Qingzhou made his way to the rest area and approached a staff member. Hello, I would like to claim my competition rewards. Qingzhou requested. Having accomplished his goal, there was no need to continue challenging, and the arena would not permit him to rack up excessive victories. The subsequent pets would undoubtedly grow stronger, making further risks unnecessary. Knowing when to stop is a wise choice. I will consult with my supervisor. Please hold on a moment. The staff member replied, picking up the phone to relay Li Qingzhou's situation. He nodded solemnly and then hung up. Noticing the staff member's serious expression, Li Qingzhou felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that he had won too much, and they were reluctant to let him leave? That seemed unlikely. Such a large arena, didn't he appear to operate like a scam? Please wait. Our supervisor will be here shortly, the staff member assured, stepping out from behind the counter to stand beside Li Qingzhou, as if worried he might flee. Li Qingzhou felt a twinge of suspicion. Was it really necessary for them to be so agitated just because he wished to win a fire spirit fruit? He quickly plotted an escape route in his mind, preparing to bolt at the first sign of danger. Before long, a portly man entered, sweating profusely as if he had hurried over. You cannot leave. The man grasped Li Qingzhou's hand firmly and stated. Startled, Li Qingzhou attempted to pull away but found the man's grip unyielding. Who are you? What do you want? He inquired. You must continue participating in the competition. You cannot withdraw. The man replied, then added, I am Li Huan, the duty manager of the arena. Li Qingzhou was taken aback. Was it really necessary to be so fervent about him not withdrawing? The rewards for our arena competitions are quite generous. Winning 4 rounds grants a cash prize of 40,000 yuan. Winning 5 rounds earns 60,000. And winning 6 rounds allows you to select a rare material valued between 500,000 and 1 million yuan. Li Huan enthusiastically elaborated, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked at Li Qingzhou. Having only considered the rewards for the first 3 rounds, Li Qingzhou had not delved into the details of the subsequent prizes. Listening to Li Huan's description, he found the rewards indeed enticing. If I lose, will my prior rewards be forfeited? Li Qingzhou inquired. No. We are a large company with an impeccable reputation, Li Huan immediately responded. All right. I will continue to participate in the subsequent competitions, Li Qingzhou remarked, noting that there was no harm in joining, as it would simply serve to accumulate experience. Having already achieved their goal, even if they were to lose later on, it would not be a loss. Upon hearing Li Qingzhou's words, Li Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief and released Li Qingzhou's hand. Li Qingzhou shook his hand, which had turned crimson from the man's formidable grip. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and it was time for Li Qingzhou to take the stage. Li Huan observed Li Qingzhou's silhouette, a smile gracing his face as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Manager, why do you place such importance on this contestant? A staff member inquired, perplexed. Do you know the viewership rating for this Black Iron Tier competition? Li Huan questioned. I do not, the staff member replied, shaking his head. It is 5 times the previous ratings, breaking the arena's viewership record. Li Huan gestured with his fingers in the air. This extraordinary red fox is truly the key to viewership. The majority of ordinary beast tamers in Linyuan City have contracted with red foxes. So how could such a powerful one not capture their attention? This time, the arena was on a winning streak. Finally, the highly anticipated 4th match commenced. Since the event began, many beast tamers had been halted at this stage. Would the challenger number 25 continue their triumphant march, or would they face disappointment? The upcoming battle would reveal the answer. As the host's voice resonated, the venue erupted with enthusiastic cheers. A piercing call echoed, causing the surrounding air to tremble. A large black bird soared through the sky. Name, mechanical flying bird. Attribute, mechanical, wind. Level, black iron level 9. Qualification, bronze. Skills, featherblade, windwing. Weakness, electric. Evolution route, 1. Description, an extraordinary avian creature assembled from metal components, possessing high defense and excelling in flight and ranged attacks, requiring regular maintenance, lubrication, and replacement of assembly components. Wow, a flying mechanical beast. It is indeed countered. You said the same thing last match. The situation is different. Mechanical types can immunize against psychic attacks, and flying beasts have a significant advantage at lower levels. They can choose to attack or retreat, holding all the initiative. This round is quite precarious. No, I just bought that red fox. It must win. The audience began to discuss and analyze the situation unfolding in the arena. How would contestant number 25 respond to the mechanical flying bird? The host's voice echoed, filled with curiosity. To him, it seemed impossible to counter. The mechanical bird's immunity to psychic attacks meant that the red fox's trump card skill was rendered useless. Moreover, the mechanical bird could attack from a distance, maintaining a safe range and ensuring it remained invincible. The defender evidently shared this sentiment and promptly issued commands. Mechanical flying bird, be cautious of sand escape. Do not approach the red fox. Use featherblade for ranged attacks. Whoosh. The mechanical flying bird flapped its wings, shooting forth several metallic feathers. Pinyin raised its head. intently focusing on the mechanical flying bird hovering midair. With its agile form, it effortlessly evaded the feather blade attacks. Bang! Bang! The metallic feathers struck the arena, creating loud sounds. Before Ping and could stabilize itself, more metallic feathers flew towards it. The mechanical flying bird continuously unleashed feather blade attacks, providing Ping and with no respite. Chapter 18. Let us witness the limits of the red fox. Li Qingzhou gazed at the mechanical flying bird in the sky, deep in thought. In fact, dealing with flying beasts is quite simple. One only needs to target the beast tamer. The beast can fly, but the tamer cannot, thus rendering the tamer vulnerable on the ground. However, this is a beast competition, not a life and death battle, and the rules do not permit attacks on the tamer. This strategy was futile. Ping'an, use sand escape, Li Qingzhou commanded. Ji. Ping'an acknowledged the command. A gust of wind stirred, and the arena became enveloped in sand and dust. However, the mechanical flying bird hovered in midair, unaffected by the sandstorm generated by sand escape. The arena was now a blur, obscured by the dust, making it impossible to discern the ongoing situation. Oh, I see, this is a technique of distraction. What good is a distraction if it cannot hit the mechanical flying bird? The flying type is truly cunning. Ordinary beasts cannot reach it, leaving only the option to endure the punishment. The audience began to deliberate again, observing the swirling dust in the arena. Facing a flying beast like the mechanical flying bird, it seemed the red fox had no viable options. Would this red fox, which had brought us countless surprises, truly meet its end here? The host's voice rang out once more. He too was at a loss for a breakthrough. After all, how could one win when unable to strike the mechanical flying bird? Another gust of wind and sand swept up, rising into the air. The mechanical flying bird slightly tilted to avoid the dust. After several rounds of attack, it realized the limit of the sandstorm was the height at which it was flying, so it chose not to ascend further, remaining at its current altitude. The higher it flew, the more its feather blade attacks and accuracy would diminish, which it wished to avoid. A few grains of sand settled on its wings, but the mechanical flying bird paid them no mind, shaking its wings to dislodge the debris. At the same time, it spread its wings wide and activated feather blade once more. The air was filled with the sound of slicing metal, as metallic feathers cut through the dust and aimed for Ping'an. Yet, the successive attacks were effortlessly dodged by Ping'an. The mechanical flying bird lowered its flying height and launched another feather blade attack. Ping'an continued to raise a sandstorm. Upon witnessing the approaching sand, the mechanical flying bird ascended again. Aside from gathering a bit of dust on its wings, it was otherwise unaffected. Mechanical flying bird, use wind wing combined with feather blade. The defender commanded. This was a combo technique. Wind wing would enhance the mechanical flying bird's speed and attack rate. Following wind wing, the feather blade skill would increase the velocity of the metallic feathers, making them harder to evade. The mechanical flying bird emitted another resounding call. Attempting to flap its wings, it suddenly encountered a hitch. Crack, crack. Its wings struggled to move, producing a sound of metallic obstruction, and then it lost balance, plummeting downward. What happened? The defender was astonished. The mechanical flying bird had clearly not been hit by sand escape. Why was it falling? He was momentarily bewildered. Yet, a smile crept across Li Qingzhou's lips. The bird's descent was due to the rotation axis of its wings being jammed by sand, rendering them ineffective. He had repeatedly commanded Ping'an to use sand escape to generate wind and sand, with the intention of allowing debris to accumulate on the mechanical flying bird. Once enough sand had accumulated at its joints, it would cause a mechanical jam. The mechanical flying bird traced erratic paths in the air, teetering precariously. Ping'an remained seated gracefully on the ground, watching the mechanical flying bird descend. As the mechanical flying bird landed, the swirling dust gradually settled. The mechanical flying bird had fallen, and contestant number 25 emerged victorious. The host's voice shattered the silence of the arena. The audience was left bewildered. They had seen the mechanical flying bird hold a significant advantage and could not comprehend how it suddenly plummeted. The red fox had seemingly done nothing aside from using wind and sand as a distraction. This competition was incomprehensible. It won. The red fox is amazing. Brother, do you see how it won? Don't mind the details. The red fox is incredible, and that's all that matters. It won again. I adore this red fox. The audience gradually stirred, then returned to a lively atmosphere. After all, spectators attend matches for amusement, as long as they can earn money and enjoy their time. They harbor no greater ambitions. The task of professional analysis is best left to the experts, sparing them the burden of unnecessary worry. Among the crowd, a young man with dyed yellow hair, Wang Li, was searching for a seat. The sudden eruption of fervent cheers left his ears buzzing, momentarily perplexed about what had transpired. He had witnessed numerous pet battles before, yet had never encountered such fervor as today. Was it merely a match in the Black Iron Tier? Was it really warranted? Initially, he had scorned the idea of watching black iron tier competitions, considering them too weak to be engaging. He typically preferred the thrilling displays of golden tier battles, where various rare beasts showcased dazzling skills. Now that was true excitement. Although the ticket prices were slightly higher, it was a trivial matter for him. However, after being defeated by Qingzhou, he found himself disheartened, even reluctant to attend classes. The primary concern was his lost pride. He had concluded that his defeat stemmed from a lack of combat experience. Thus, he had deigned to observe the black iron tier battle today, only to discover that this arena was far more electrifying than he had anticipated. Go Qihoo! Awesome Qihoo! The chance perplexed him. What was so remarkable about a Qihoo? Then he recalled Qingzhou and his Qihoo, his countenance darkening. That very Qi who had triumphed over his own flame wolf. Soon enough, he spotted the arena's center, where a Qihoo stood, accompanied by a familiar figure. Qingzhou. Wang Li gasped in astonishment, instinctively exclaiming. Suddenly, it dawned on him why Qingzhou had bested him. This fellow must have sneaked here for practical training. No wonder his combat experience was so extensive. I cannot remain idle. I must participate in the matches as well. Once I gain experience, I shall seek vengeance against Qingzhou. The flames of retribution ignited in Wang Li's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the stage. Contestant number 25 had achieved 4 consecutive victories. What kind of beast would he face next? Let us witness the limits of the Qihoo. The match commenced. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue, inciting a wave of cheers. Before the defender, a shimmering blue light flickered, and a summoning diagram materialized in midair, from which a horned spider emerged. Qingzhou observed the spider, its information unfolding before him. Name, Cui Duzhu. Attribute, poison. Level, black iron level 9. Quality, bronze. Skills, poison silk, insomnia. Weaknesses, light, fire. Evolution path, 4. Description, its head and abdomen are a pale blue, adorned with a single white horn. It possesses 3 pairs of legs, with yellow and dark blue patterns on its limbs. It crafts traps using fine, sturdy silk. Its silk serves as a secondary nervous system, allowing it to discern the type of prey through subtle vibrations transmitted along the threads. Chapter 19. The Rare Beast Ice Lion. Oh. This time they have dispatched the Cui Duzhu, a poison-type beast with venomous threads and immunity to sleep. How will the Qihoo respond? The host provided timely commentary. Yet, Qingzhou furrowed his brow slightly. He had noted the Cui Duzhu's abilities. Poison silk. It spits out silk laced with poison towards its opponent, causing poisoning that decreases the opponent's speed. Insomnia. This characteristic prevents the beast from falling into a sleep state. Hypnosis-based moves are ineffective. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Here we go again with the targeting. This insomnia trait renders the Qihoo's hypnosis attack completely ineffective. The officials clearly do not want anyone to win. They send out beasts that counter the Qihoo. My device indicates that this Cui Duzhu has bronze quality. A poison type, formidable indeed. My 20,000 yuan wager seems perilous now. I must have faith in the Qihoo. At this moment, the majority of the audience was captivated by the Qihoo's prowess, voicing their concerns. Wang Li felt a pang of shock as he listened to the surrounding discussions and cheers, gradually grasping the situation. Qingzhou had achieved 4 consecutive victories and was now facing a poison-type beast. Bitterness surged within him. How had his strength increased so significantly since their last encounter? The gap seemed to widen. Sighing, he shifted his gaze back to the stage. On the platform, the defender took the initiative. Cui Duzhu used poison silk. The Cui Duzhu opened its mouth and launched a white silk thread towards Pingyan. The thread shimmered with a hint of purple, clearly infused with potent toxins. The silk did not fly swiftly, and Pingyan easily evaded it. The Cui Duzhu, undeterred, continued to spew threads, weaving a complex web across the arena. Its goal was not merely to strike the Qihoo with poisonous silk, but to ensnare its prey within a formidable web. Pingyan, engage in a direct assault. Qingzhou commanded. He abandoned his previous cautious, attrition-based strategy in favor of a bold approach. Pingyan called out twice, akin to sounding the battle horn. Its petite frame allowed it to deftly navigate the still-forming web. Sand escape, activate. With Qingzhou's command, a whirlwind of sand surged forth, enveloping the entire arena in a cloud of dust. The Cui Duzhu's silk was remarkably resilient. It could withstand the weight of several dozen pounds of stone without breaking, let alone the mere grains of sand. Pingyan, skimming close to the ground, concealed itself within the swirling sand, racing towards the Cui Duzhu with astonishing speed. Within the web, only the spider could remain unharmed. Qingzhou refused to remain passive. He opted for a direct confrontation. Although the Cui Duzhu's silk was toxic, its physical attributes were not particularly strong. Once engaged closely, Pingyan's size and strength would easily overpower it. With a powerful leap, Ping and lunged towards the Cui Duzhu. The spider hesitated, retreating a few paces. The defender wore a look of astonishment, based on previous matches. The Qi, who was known for its skillful attacks, why had it suddenly resorted to close combat? The two beasts clashed fiercely on the stage. Ultimately, Ping maintained a significant advantage, dominating the Cui Duzhu with its strength and agility, denying it any opportunity to unleash its poisonous silk. The Cui Duzhu felt utterly stifled. It was a master of poison, yet found itself forced into a brawl, an unexpected predicament indeed. 3 minutes later, the melee concluded. The Cui Duzhu, exhausted, collapsed onto the stage, greenish-black liquid oozing from its mouth, a clear sign of its depletion. Ping also gasped for breath, as close-quarters combat was tremendously draining. Congratulations to challenger number 25 for winning the 5th match. The story of the Qi who continues, and this is far from its limit. The host announced the results. Another victory. Such an unadorned contest. To be honest, both sides displayed rather lackluster fighting skills. I never imagined I would witness boxing in a pet battle arena. This Qi who is indeed impressive, employing diverse techniques against various foes. I find this young beast master to be extraordinary. Given time, he will surely make a name for himself. A wave of chatter swept through the audience once more. Wang Li, seated amidst the crowd, wore a contorted expression akin to someone who had bitten into a sour lemon. Why did it feel like everyone around him was a fan of Li Qingzhou? He muttered under his breath, filled with a mix of jealousy and resentment. During the 10-minute intermission, Ping activated its feigned slumber ability to swiftly recuperate its stamina. Li Qingzhou contemplated his gains. Currently, he had achieved 5 consecutive victories. The rewards were as follows. A victory grants 5,000 yuan. 2 victories yield 10,000 yuan. 3 victories award an evolution material. For victories bring 40,000 yuan. And 5 victories bestow 60,000 yuan. The total cash reward amounts to 115,000 yuan, supplemented by the auxiliary evolution material, Huolingua. The overall value of the rewards is nearing 140,000. Another evolution material, Lizard Tail, has also been acquired. After deducting the registration fee of 10,000 yuan, the net profit stands at 130,000 yuan. It must be said that beast tamers are quite lucrative. They inhabit a realm entirely distinct from that of ordinary individuals, while common people toil diligently for meager salaries, struggling to make ends meet. A beast tamer can earn more from a single competition than an average person does in an entire year of hard work. Nonetheless, despite their considerable earnings, beast tamers face immense expenses. The cost of their pets' food and evolution materials is substantial. What they earn today may very well be spent tomorrow on their companions. Thus, although beast tamers appear to be thriving, many live in financial straits, often struggling to make ends meet. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the skill of Jiam proved to be quite effective, allowing Ping's stamina to be fully restored in just that brief time. The highly anticipated 6th match is about to commence, marking the final stage of this pet competition event. Contestant number 25's Qihua has already delivered numerous surprises. What performance will it showcase in this ultimate arena? Will it achieve a consecutive victory and ascend to the championship throne, or will it face an unfortunate exit? Narrowly missing triumph? Let us witness the concluding battle together. The host's words resonated with fervor, igniting the atmosphere in the venue. A magnificent ice-blue lion stood proudly upon the arena, its icy mane billowing in the wind. Its robust physique and ice-blue eyes, resembling 2 gemstones, exuded a chilling aura of menace. This is the rare beast, Ice Lion. Such a creature is seldom seen throughout the entire Linyuan city. A rare beast, by definition, refers to an extraordinary species of pet, often possessing superior bloodlines and formidable strength. Behold this majestic form. It is undoubtedly a powerful creature. With the emergence of such a rare beast, Chihua's final battle holds significant weight. Anticipation fills the air. The moment the Ice Lion appeared, the audience erupted in fervent excitement. Li Qingzhou gazed at the Ice Lion, scrutinizing its fundamental information. Name: Ice Lion. Attribute: Ice. Level: Black Iron level 9. Potential: Gold. Skills: Ice Breath, Battle Intent. Ice Shattering Claw. Weakness: Fire. Evolution Path: 2. Description: Its body is ice blue, exhibiting strong control over ice attributes. Its long mane extends down to its shoulders and chest, serving a defensive purpose and capable of withstanding a certain degree of attack. The mane is a symbol of its identity. Achieving gold-grade potential signifies that the Ice Lion's prowess should not be underestimated. Li Qingzhou gasped in awe. This adversary is formidable, having attained what we desired. If you wish to forego the fight, we can surrender immediately. He inquired about Ping's opinion. Although the skill of Jiam restores stamina, continuous battles inevitably incur losses. Ping let out a soft chirp, flames of battle igniting in its eyes. Now that they have taken the stage, surrender is not an option. Li Qingzhou nodded, his expression grave as he regarded the ice lion. Ice breath enables the user to exhale ice, capable of freezing everything it touches within a breath. Battle intent elevates the ice lion's combat spirit and attack power, enhancing its mental defenses. Ice-shattering claw, imbued with freezing energy, possesses immense destructive power, effortlessly penetrating steel. The host's voice rang out again, detailing the ice lion's skills with great enthusiasm. It was evident that this rare beast ice lion was the centerpiece of the Black Iron Arena. Roar! The ice lion let out a mighty roar, its powerful voice exuding the aura of the king of beasts. The guardian of the arena commanded, use battle intent. Roar! The ice lion roared again, ice blue mist swirling around it, marking the successful application of the battle intent skill. After activating battle intent, the ice lion's mental defenses are heightened, granting it near immunity to hypnosis. The guardian, having learned from previous matches, denied Qihua the opportunity to initiate hypnosis first. Use ice-shattering claw attack. Boom. The ice lion erupted with force, its ice blue body charging toward Pi Yingyan, its claws frosted over, leaving a trail of white frost in its wake. In an instant, it leaped into the air, wielding its sharp ice claws while exhaling a breath that froze the air. The explosive power was remarkable, executing 3 skills in perfect succession, truly befitting a rare beast. The host could not help but express admiration. Use sand escape to block and evade the attack. On the other side, Li Qingzhou issued the command. Facing the ferocious ice lion head-on was not a wise choice. Bang! Ice-shattering claw struck the sand wall, causing it to collapse in a cloud of dust. Pi Yingyan narrowly avoided the ice lion's claw strike, yet the breath of ice still grazed it. At that moment, a thin layer of frost formed on its tail, the upper half stiffening in ice. Had it not dodged swiftly, its entire body would have succumbed to the icy breath. Ah, the ice lion is indeed formidable. A single exchange nearly eliminated Qihua. Is this what a rare beast truly is? I wonder how much one such creature could fetch. 100,000, several 100,000? I believe your estimate is conservative. A rare beast of this caliber could likely exceed 1,000,000. The prior will battle had undoubtedly drained Qihua significantly. Could it truly be on the verge of defeat? Just a step away from victory? The audience remained transfixed on the arena, engrossed in discussions about the unfolding situation. Are you all right? Li Qingzhou asked Pi Yingyan with concern. Pi Yingyan shook its tail, shaking off the frost, signaling that it was unharmed. Roar! The ice lion bellowed once more, charging toward Qihua, its ice blue mane flying through the air, exuding an imposing presence. Pi Yingyan, undeterred, employed the sand escape skill, directing the sand toward the ice lion. The ice lion, robust and powerful, easily disintegrated the shield and spears formed from the sand. Within the arena, the ice blue figure and the crimson figure entwined in fierce combat, unleashing a whirlwind of clashes. The ice lion, in terms of size, strength, and offensive power, far surpassed Pi Yingyan, swiftly gaining an overwhelming advantage. Pi Yingyan found itself dodging and evading, unable to mount any effective defense. However, its agility allowed it to evade deadly strikes just in time. For a moment, both sides reached a stalemate. After a period of intense confrontation, Li Qingzhou observed that the ice blue mist enveloping the ice lion gradually dissipated. The battle intent skill enhances the ice lion's combat spirit and attack power, bolstering its mental defenses. However, maintaining the skill continuously drained its stamina significantly. The waning mist indicated that the ice lion had exhausted much of its energy and could no longer sustain the battle intent. At this moment, Pi Yingyan too was panting, its stamina nearly depleted. The contest had morphed into a grueling tug-of-war, a test of willpower and endurance for both parties. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingzhou noted the ice lion's fatigue, both mentally and physically. It would be unable to resist Pi Yingyan's Jiam. Pi Yingyan, use Jiam, he commanded. Pi Yingyan's energy was also running low, leaving just enough stamina for one last use of the Jiam skill. This was the final opportunity and the optimal moment. 2 glimmers of ethereal light ignited in Pi Yingyan's eyes as it gazed up at the ice lion. The Jiam skill was activated. Upon seeing the eerie green glow in Pi Yingyan's eyes, the ice lion felt its body grow heavy, succumbing to slumber. It swayed slightly before collapsing onto the ground. Fast asleep. At this moment, Pingyan lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath. Wake up! Quickly wake up! The guardian of the arena, witnessing the ice lion fall into a deep slumber, called out loudly, but to no avail. When both spirit and body are overwhelmingly fatigued, waking from slumber becomes an impossible task. With great effort, Pingyan managed to rise. Before him, the gravel coalesced into a massive hand, slowly pushing forward. Pingyan had not yet surrendered. He yearned for victory, aspiring to become the champion. The colossal hand of gravel inched forward, pressing against the ice lion's formidable body. Gritting his teeth, Pingyan summoned his last ounce of strength to command the gravel hand to propel the massive form of the ice lion. He intended to shove the ice lion off the stage. However, the ice lion's size was too great. The gravel hand could merely nudge at a short distance. "Keep it up." A voice from the audience cheered, followed by a roaring wave of encouragement. "Keep it up. Keep it up. Go, Qingzhou." A seemingly ordinary little Qingzhou triumphed over formidable foes, achieving what seemed nearly impossible. At this moment, even when facing the mighty ice lion, the king of beasts, he did not give in, confronting challenges head-on and accomplishing a remarkable comeback through sheer effort. Victory was within reach. Just a little more perseverance would elevate him to the champion's throne. How could this not ignite a fervor in the hearts of the spectators? The underdog's resurgence has always been akin to a miracle, and now, that miracle was on the verge of unfolding, with all present as witnesses. Chapter 21, Victory. "We are champions." Pingyan trembled as he stood, guiding the gravel to continue its slow push against the ice lion. The massive form of the ice lion was now merely 10 inches from the edge of the platform, then 9 inches, 8 inches, 7 inches, and finally 1 inch. With a dull thud, the ice lion tumbled off the stage. He remained in deep slumber, even snoring louder than before. At this moment, he sought nothing but sleep. Alas, this sleepyhead. The guardian sighed, reluctantly recalling the ice lion into the beast master's space. Pingyan collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly exhausted. "Well done, now rest well." Qingzhou crouched down, gently stroking Pingyan. "We won. The Qingzhou has triumphed. Champions, we are champions. Well done. There are no weak beasts. Only beast masters who lack cultivation skills." Who would have imagined that the most ordinary pet in Linyuan City could achieve 6 consecutive victories, even defeating the legendary ice lion? Truly a miracle. I adore this miracle, especially since my bet paid off. Haha. I love the Qingzhou. I love the Qingzhou. After several matches, the entire audience had become fans of the Qingzhou. This was not solely due to the surprises this Qingzhou brought, which overturned their perceptions of the Qingzhou species. More importantly, the Qingzhou had helped them win substantial sums. As those who wagered on the Qingzhou's victory had profited immensely. The Huihong Beast Arena's Black Iron Tier Beastmaster competition had just welcomed its first victorious challenger. The young Beastmaster and his Qingzhou, having achieved 6 consecutive wins, would claim all the rewards. Their story would be eternally recounted within the arena, becoming the aspiration and inspiration for countless future challengers. I declare, the winner of the 6th match is the Qingzhou. Furthermore, challenger number 25 is also the first to conquer the Huihong Beast Arena's Black Iron Tier competition. They are champions. Let us congratulate the 25th Beastmaster and his Qingzhou. The host announced the results of the 6th match along with the ultimate champion of the arena challenge. His words brimmed with excitement, clearly influenced by the Qingzhou's valiant spirit. Each match at the Huihong Beast Arena is strategically orchestrated. They do not wish for participants to ease into victory and claim all the rewards effortlessly. They desire fierce and captivating competitions to attract the audience's attention and maintain the event's momentum while minimizing costs. However, the emergence of the Qingzhou sparked a viewing frenzy, captivating the entire arena. Through exceptional wisdom, strategy, and formidable strength, Qingzhou and his Qingzhou navigated numerous obstacles, defeating countless beasts and delivering one stunning performance after another. The Huihong Beast Arena welcomed such beast masters who excelled in competitions, as they provided ample promotional material. Following this event, the young beast master and his Qingzhou would undoubtedly become hot topics of discussion. The arena's competition would also trend across the city, with the event's popularity steadily rising. On the stage, just as Qingzhou had recalled Pingyan into the beast master's space, the duty manager, Li Huan, approached him. "Congratulations on your 6 consecutive victories. You've cleared the arena challenge," Li Huan said with a smile. "Thank you," Qingzhou politely replied. "Next, we will present your awards for the arena competition. I would like to hold a small award ceremony where you can share a few words about your experiences raising the Qingzhou and your journey together." Li Huan looked at Qingzhou with eager anticipation. This Qingzhou had already become a star beast within the arena. It was likely that every beastmaster in Linyuan City who had contracted a Qingzhou was curious about Qingzhou's nurturing methods and strategies. Once Qingzhou took the stage to speak, even a few shared insights would undoubtedly boost the ratings. "I must decline. Just take me directly to collect my rewards. I wish to forego the speech." Qingzhou had never favored such award ceremonies, and he had no intention of speaking. He simply wished to receive the rewards from the competition. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Huan's eyes, but professionalism compelled him to maintain a smile. Since Qingzhou was unwilling, he did not press the issue. A reluctant prize is seldom sweet. Moreover, even without Qingzhou's champion speech, the arena had already profited. with viewership breaking historical records. Li Huan led Li Qingzhou into an office within the arena. The office was simply furnished, featuring a desk, a sofa, a computer, a file cabinet, and 2 potted plants by the window. Li Qingzhou sat on the sofa. This is the card for your cash reward, which contains 115,000 yuan. The password is written on the card. Li Huan stood from the computer and walked toward Li Qingzhou, handing him a bank card. Thank you. Li Qingzhou accepted the card, feeling a surge of excitement, though his expression remained composed. Li Huan observed Li Qingzhou, nodding slightly. He remained unperturbed by praise or blame, neither arrogant nor anxious. This young man possessed a commendable mindset. The reward for the victory in the 3rd round is 1 piece of evolution material. Here is the catalog of evolution materials. You may choose one. Li Huan presented a tablet to Li Qingzhou, displaying a table filled with hundreds of evolution materials. Li Qingzhou took the tablet, quickly browsing through it until he found the information for the Fire Spirit Fruit on line 78. Fire Spirit Fruit. Attribute: Fire. Description: a pink, bulbous spirit fruit, with spiky green leaves resembling flames. I would like the evolution material from line 78, the Fire Spirit Fruit. Li Qingzhou pointed to the entry on the tablet and told Li Huan. No problem. Li Huan nodded in agreement. He took back the tablet and clicked a few times on the computer before handing it back to Li Qingzhou. The reward for the final round can be selected from this directory. Li Qingzhou accepted the tablet and began to examine it closely. Since he had previously researched the relevant rewards, he had a general idea and quickly identified his target, the Fire Spirit Fruit. He had never anticipated achieving 6 consecutive victories, so he had not set any expectations for this reward material. All he could do was carefully study and select. Ultimately, he adhered to a single principle: to choose the best or the most valuable. Li Qingzhou's fingers glided slowly as he meticulously perused the information contained within the materials. However, he soon encountered difficulties, for many of these materials were unfamiliar to him. After all, he was still a high school student, and the knowledge imparted by his school was limited, leaving him unable to access such rare evolutionary materials. He continued to scroll through the tablet screen, observing the names of various materials slip by, including HuJNZHXN, RNUNBOSH, and KNGNGJing. Suddenly, one material captured his attention: Liguing Lingjiang. Attribute: Thunder. Description: its exterior resembles a triangular prism, containing the purest essence of thunderous power. He recognized this material from a book he had seen in the library, deeming it a relatively precious item. Since he could not discern the merits of the others, he opted for this familiar material, which also held considerable value. Selecting it would not lead to regret. I choose item 25, Liguing Lingjiang. Chapter 22, Rewards of Harvest. Without hesitation, Li Qingzhou pointed to the 25th item, Liguing Lingjiang. Li Huan expressed mild surprise. Li Qingzhou not only demonstrated exceptional strength, but also possessed a keen eye, immediately selecting one of the most valuable materials on the list. The Liguing Lingjiang was an evolutionary material for thunder-type beasts, valued at approximately 100,000 yuan in the market. Please wait a moment. Our staff will prepare the materials for you shortly, Li Huan said with a smile. He admired the young man before him, recognizing his potential and insight. Typically, individuals of such caliber, provided they do not engage in self-destructive behavior, possess an immeasurable future. The two continued their casual conversation for a while. Soon, a staff member delivered a beautifully crafted bag emblazoned with the words Hu H ing Ch ing Sh U J ing J Ch ing. Inside the bag were 2 exquisitely packaged boxes, containing the evolutionary materials selected by Li Qingzhou. Li Huan opened the boxes, inspected the contents to ensure everything was in order, and then repackaged the materials before handing them over to Li Qingzhou. Thank you. Li Qingzhou restrained his excitement as he accepted the bag. We welcome you to return to Hu H ing Ch ing Sh U J ing J Ch ing for further competitions. You and your beast, CHH, have left us in the audience with many delightful memories. We hope to see you both in the ring again. Li Huan extended his hand to Li Qingzhou. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly return. Li Qingzhou reciprocated the handshake with a gentle grip and then took his leave. At that moment, the Hu H ing Ch ing Sh U J ing J Ch ing was filled with a cacophony of voices, particularly in the Black Iron tier, where the atmosphere was especially vibrant. The audience was in high spirits, having just witnessed the championship journey of a CHH, and they anticipated hearing insights from the Beast Master regarding the cultivation of the CHH. How could this exceptional CHH have achieved such greatness without specialized training? Let us welcome contestant number 26 to the stage. The host's voice echoed, announcing the commencement of a new competition. Boo! The crowd erupted in discontent. What is happening? Where's the champion? After winning, there isn't even a ceremony? The arena is being rather stingy. How much could a prize ceremony possibly cost? I wanted to see the champion CHH again. Sigh, this is disappointing. Let us disperse. The audience voiced their disappointment, losing interest in the upcoming matches. Contestant number 26 and the defending champion lamented inwardly, "We have done nothing wrong. We are merely following the standard procedures of the competition." Why the hostility? The competition continued, yet the atmosphere within the venue had grown considerably cold. Wang Li also felt a wave of disappointment as he craned his neck, searching for Li Qingzhou's figure. But to no avail. He had hoped to glean some insights on the cultivation of the CHH to better understand it. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. However, Li Qingzhou had vanished, leaving Wang Li frustrated at his missed opportunity. How infuriating. He has stolen all the limelight. Wang Li muttered under his breath before rising to leave. The following matches held no interest for him. He felt disheartened at not witnessing Li Qingzhou's defeat. He had come to the arena to learn techniques and regain his confidence, only to face a greater setback. The rare beast, being SH, was no match for his fire wolf, while Li Qingzhou CHH had triumphed. This stark contrast left Wang Li feeling an insurmountable gap between them. Upon exiting Hu Hing CH ing SH Hu J ing JCH ing, Li Qingzhou hailed a taxi to a large beast material trading house in the city. After disembarking, he made a beeline for the counter. Behind the counter stood a young female salesperson dressed in professional attire. "Hello, welcome. How may I assist you today?" Her voice was polite and pleasant. As beast materials are generally quite costly, most patrons of the trading house are beast masters or affluent individuals, leading to the salespeople maintaining a courteous demeanor. "I wish to purchase evolutionary materials, YNRNZH, and lizard tail." Li Qingzhou got straight to the point. "Please hold on a moment." The salesperson smiled politely, then turned to the back counter. She retrieved a silver metal box and a rosewood box. The silver box contained a red orb, accompanied by a nameplate detailing the information. YNRNZHZH. Description: a crystal containing fire elements that continuously emits heat. The blazing flames will eventually cool, and the extinguished firewood can reignite according to one's will. Price: 110,000 yuan. The rosewood box contained a coiled tail, also accompanied by a nameplate. Lizard tail. Description: a slightly curled tail of a lizard after death, possessing potent medicinal properties and a bitter taste. Price: 22,000 yuan. The prices aligned closely with Li Qingzhou's expectations. Deemed reasonable, and with newfound wealth, he had no intention of haggling. "I will take both materials. Please package them for me," Li Qingzhou stated. "Certainly." The salesperson beamed with delight, her hands moving swiftly to prepare the items. As she packaged the materials, the young salesperson discreetly cast a few glances at Li Qingzhou, her expression one of surprise. These two materials were quite valuable and served as evolutionary materials for beasts. Yet the customer before her appeared quite young, likely around 17 or 18. At this age, one would typically have just completed a contract with a beast, which would still be in the cultivation phase, rendering evolutionary materials unnecessary. Could he be a prodigious talent? Surely, he has a bright future ahead in the Beastmaster realm. He also possessed striking features, truly my type. If only I knew whether he would be open to an age gap relationship. The salesperson's thoughts spiraled. "Will you be paying by card or cash?" she asked with a smile, her gaze fixed intently on Li Qingzhou. "By card. I will split the payment between 2 cards." Unaware of the salesperson's musings, Li Qingzhou was simply eager to procure the evolutionary materials. He produced the bank card he had won from Wang Li and the one provided by the arena, handing them to the salesperson. Moments later, the system confirmed the successful transaction. The salesperson returned the cards along with the gift box containing YNRNZH and lizard tail to Li Qingzhou, her voice soft as she said, "We welcome you to visit again." Li Qingzhou nodded slightly, accepted the cards and gift box, and departed the beast material trading house. The salesperson's gaze lingered on him until he entered the taxi, at which point she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. In that brief moment, she had envisioned a blissful life with Li Qingzhou. "Alas, he is too young. Otherwise, I would have made my move," she murmured, her tone laced with regret. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Li Qingzhou was greeted by the enticing aroma of dinner wafting through the air. Li Qingzhou's parents are ordinary workers, employed at a factory not far from their home. They work from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Although their wages are modest, they are stable enough to support the family's needs. "Qingzhou, why are you carrying so many things back?" Li's mother wiped her hands on her apron and hurried to help him with his load. "Oh, I participated in a pet competition, and these are gifts from the event," Li Qingzhou replied. Chapter 23, Evolution, the Two-Tailed Fox. Li Qingzhou's parents are regular individuals. Even though they live in a world of beast tamers, their understanding of pets is limited. They have only seen similar competitions on television. now that Li Qingzhou has successfully awakened his talent and become a beast master. They are surprised yet able to comprehend the situation. Come, sit down and eat, Li's father said. Li Qingzhou gently pulled out a chair and took a seat. Here, take this card. It has 100,000 yuan on it. Li's father handed him a bank card. I can't accept this. Li Qingzhou quickly refused, not taking the card. 100,000 is his father's annual salary, which he must use to support the family and pay for Li Qingzhou's education. It has never been easy. You are now a beast master. I have heard that beast masters spend a lot of money to train their pets. Our family is not wealthy, and we can only provide this much, so please do not think it is insufficient, Li's father insisted. Yes, take this money to study well and train your pet, so you can attend a good university in the future. Without spending money, you will fall behind, Li's mother echoed. Really, there's no need. The school will provide certain resources, and I do not need this money right now. Li Qingzhou persisted in refusing. He knew that his family was not affluent, and he did not want to impose additional burdens on his parents due to his pet. Since he chose to become a beast master, he intended to rely on his own efforts to obtain the necessary resources for his pet's growth. He was already an adult and needed to learn independence. But I heard from Aunt Wang next door that her relative's friend's son is a beast master, and he spends hundreds of thousands a year just on pet food. You must not let your pet go hungry. Without a pet, a beast master is no different from an ordinary person, Li's mother remarked. It won't be a problem. The chief fox does not eat much. A few pieces of meat each day will suffice, Li Qingzhou reassured her. The rumors were exaggerated. What kind of pet was that relative's friend's son raising to consume hundreds of thousands worth of food in a year? How had beast masters and their pets become so distorted in the eyes of ordinary people? Li Qingzhou found it somewhat amusing. Seeing Li Qingzhou's firm refusal, his parents did not insist further. All right, I will keep this money for you to use when you go to university, Li's father said, putting away the bank card. The three of them enjoyed their dinner, with Li's parents occasionally inquiring about his experiences as a beast master. Li Qingzhou patiently answered their questions. Ordinary people always harbor aspirations. Even as they reach the age of parenthood, they remain curious about the world of beast masters. The moonlight was cool, and the night breeze gentle. The three of them formed a family, simple, unadorned, yet warm. Li Qingzhou had completely embraced this as his home, regarding the silver-haired man and woman as his parents. Whenever he was at home, he felt an inexplicable sense of peace. After finishing dinner and chatting for a while, Li Qingzhou returned to his room. The primary material needed for Ping An's evolution into a two-tailed fox, the Inran pearl, along with the auxiliary materials, the fire spirit fruit, and lizard tail, had all been gathered. Ping An's level had also reached black iron level 9, meeting the conditions for evolution. At lower tiers, specifically below the golden tier, the preparation of evolution potions was quite simple. No special flames, additional rituals, or incantations were required. As long as he added the materials in the correct order and stirred them, it would suffice. He had become thoroughly familiar with the knowledge of pet evolution potions, having spent the past few days in the library, perusing nearly every book on the subject. Li Qingzhou poured half a bowl of water, then added the main material, the Inran pearl, followed by the auxiliary materials, the fire spirit fruit, and the lizard tail, in sequence, and began to stir slowly with a spoon. Suddenly, a mist of ethereal vapor erupted, enveloping the room in obscurity. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, only a small quantity of thick crimson liquid remained in the bowl. Come, Ping An, it's time for your medicine, Li Qingzhou said, presenting the evolution potion to Ping An with a smile. Ping An sniffed the potion and turned away, questioning its palatability. Trust me, you won't regret it, Li Qingzhou asserted confidently, certain that the potion he concocted could not be flawed. Ping An silently nodded, took a deep breath, and reluctantly leaned over to drink the potion in one go. In the next moment, Ping An began to tremble uncontrollably, its body swelling and contracting, colors shifting chaotically, with wisps of crimson steam emanating from it. With a loud boom, the steam dissipated rapidly, revealing a fox with two tails sitting upright on the ground. The evolution into a two-tailed fox was successful. Name, two-tailed fox. Attributes, sand, fire. Level, bronze level 1. Qualification, gold. Skills, sand escape, feigned slumber, foxfire. Weakness, water. Evolution path, 1. Description, a fox with two tails, possessing strong control over flames and remarkable explosive power, capable of defeating opponents above its own tier. Li Qingzhou gazed at the two-tailed fox with excitement. Its fur retained its crimson hue, its body had grown sturdier, muscles more defined, exuding a sense of strength, with the most significant change being the addition of a second crimson tail. After evolving, its fundamental attributes, strength, speed, and stamina, had all significantly improved, and it had risen to bronze level 1. The current two-tailed fox now possessed greater strength than the ice lion he had encountered in the arena. This was the qualitative change brought about by evolution. As long as evolution continued, even the weakest of pets could one day reign supreme. Moreover, after the evolution, the skills Sand Escape and Feign Slumber had become more potent, with reduced stamina consumption compared to before. As for the new skill, Foxfire, it enhanced control over flames, allowing it to incinerate foes. The evolution path of the two-tailed fox had also undergone slight modifications. The previous evolution path of the Qingzhou fox had vanished, leaving behind a row of editable black boxes. After evolving into a two-tailed fox, the next step was to strive towards becoming a three-tailed fox. Qingzhou imagined the appearance of a three-tailed fox and began to edit the evolution information within the black box. Evolution path, three-tailed spirit fox. Description, a fox with three tails that can see into the heart and discern falsehoods. The text flickered for a moment before stabilizing, subsequently revealing the evolution materials required. Evolution materials: Yuhi Crystal, Main, Qing Lian, Auxiliary, Lizard Tail, Auxiliary. Qingzhou examined the materials, mentally estimating their costs. The main material, Yuhi Crystal, was relatively rare, valued between 100,000 and 150,000 yuan, while Qing Lian and Lizard Tail were somewhat less expensive, totaling around 50,000 yuan. In essence, to gather the evolution materials for the three-tailed spirit fox, he would need approximately 200,000 yuan. Having won 100,000 yuan from Wang Li and received 115,000 yuan from the arena, his total stood at 215,000 yuan. After deducting the 11,000 spent on the Inran Pearl and 22,000 for the Lizard Tail, he was now left with 83,000 yuan. Qingzhou's brow furrowed slightly. Saving money was akin to drawing soil with a needle, while spending was like water washing away sand. Raising pets was indeed an expensive endeavor, unattainable for an average family. The 21,000 he had just acquired had barely warmed in his hands before dwindling to a mere 80,000. Moreover, the subsequent evolution materials demand an even greater sum of money, compelling him to devise strategies for earning. Unexpectedly, having traversed into the realm of YSHU, he finds himself troubled by financial woes. Alas, Qingzhou reclined on his bed, exhaling a weary sigh. The two-tailed fox twisted its head, playfully swaying its tails, evidently captivated by this new form. Chapter 24, Class 3 Year 1. Weekend moments are always fleeting. A new week dawns with the ringing of the school bell. In the classroom of Class 2 Year 3, half of the seats remained vacant. Those who failed to awaken the YSHU talent either withdrew from school or transferred to ordinary institutions, thus embarking on mundane paths, irrevocably severing ties with the world of YSHU masters. The students' curriculum has also undergone modifications, with an increase in practical courses on pet battles, while theoretical classes have seen a decline. As the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ing, entered the classroom, the students were engaged in hushed conversations, recounting amusing anecdotes from the weekend. The highlight of the weekend was undoubtedly the match in the Black Iron tier of the Hu-Ing Pet Arena, where a Crimson Fox triumphed in 6 consecutive rounds to seize the championship title. Have you heard about that Crimson Fox? What can one expect from the Black Iron tier matches? They are merely chickens pecking at each other. I heard that Crimson Fox won 6 matches, even defeating the rare Ice Lion. The YSHU master seems quite young. I wonder who they are. My friend mentioned that the entire arena erupted in cheers, everyone rallying for the YSHU master and their Crimson Fox. Alas, I wasn't there in person. I wonder if there are any recordings. I will look for resources online after class. Most students tend to watch live broadcasts of higher-tier pet battles, rarely paying attention to the Black Iron tier matches. After all, high-level competitions invariably draw attention, igniting passion. Moreover, discussions surrounding high-tier battles are often more engaging, featuring formidable creatures like the mighty fire dragon, the brawny giant ape, and the elusive crystal butterfly. These creatures are seldom seen in the real world, but frequently appear in high-stakes competitions. Their skills are powerful and visually stunning, making conversations about them more worthwhile and flavorful. Nonetheless, the tales of the Crimson Fox reach their ears, highlighting its extraordinary impact. Qingzhou quietly examined the open compendium of materials on his desk, disregarding his classmates' chatter. Boss, did you hear? In the Black Iron tier of the Hu-Ing Pet Arena, a Crimson Fox rampaged through the competition, achieving 6 consecutive victories and claiming the championship. Zhang Huai leaned closer to Qingzhou, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I wonder if your Crimson Fox could compete with that one. Qingzhou turned the page of his book, maintaining an expression of indifference, entirely unperturbed. As Zhou Ing entered the classroom, the noise gradually subsided until silence enveloped the room. Classmates, you are now apprentice YSHU masters. To better nurture you and your pets, the format of this semester's final exam will change, focusing primarily on practical combat. The YSHU Master Association will collaborate with the school to conduct this examination, and you will venture to CUWI Mountain for your trials. Rest assured, both the school and the YSHU Master Association will prepare the venue, eliminating potential dangers while ensuring the safety of the candidates. In preparation for the final exam, we will be heading to the pet battle room this morning for practical teaching. Zhou Eling announced the details regarding the final exam, instructing students to proceed to the pet battle room. After 2 weeks of acclimatization, the students have forged a bond with their pets. However, they lack practical combat experience. Thus, the school has specifically altered the subsequent curriculum to incorporate more practical teaching. The pet battle room is spacious, capable of accommodating 2 classes simultaneously. At this moment, according to the course schedule, Class 1 Year 3 and Class 2 Year 3 are both utilizing the same pet battle room, accompanied by their respective homeroom teachers. The homeroom teacher for Class 1 Year 3 is surnamed Li, tall and slender, adorned with black-framed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Teacher Li, Zhou Eling greeted. Teacher Zhou, the venue is ready and can commence at any time. Teacher Li adjusted his glasses. Very well, let us begin the lesson, Zhou Eling replied. For this practical teaching course, Class 1 Year 3 and Class 2 Year 3 will attend together. I trust you are all familiar with one another. I hope everyone will adhere to classroom discipline and engage earnestly in their studies, Zhou Eling proclaimed. The primary focus of this practical teaching course will be battles between pets. After discussion with Teacher Li, we have decided that a few students from Class 1 Year 3 and Class 2 Year 3 will engage in sparring, while the remaining students will observe attentively, absorbing experiences, learning strengths, and analyzing weaknesses, Teacher Li added. Now, which 2 students are willing to be the first to take the stage for a duel? Zhou Eling inquired, scanning the eager faces of the students. I will go first, but I wish to challenge the strongest from Class 2 Year 3. Battling someone weaker holds no interest for me. A tall boy stood up, named Ch whose awakened talent was a high-level skill enhancement, capable of amplifying his pet's abilities for greater impact. His talent was already considerable, making him one of the strongest in Class 1 Year 3. You claim you want to challenge the strongest. Who do you think you are? I shall see just how capable you truly are. A boy with tousled blonde hair, Wing rose to his feet. Having been defeated by Li Qingzhou and witnessed his successive victories in the arena, he faced a double blow, coming to terms with his own limitations. Without diligent effort, he feared being left further behind by Li Qingzhou. Thus, despite his reluctance, he attended class today. The provocation from Class 1 Year 3 irked him greatly, and with nowhere else to vent his frustration, he sought to unleash it upon the opposing team. Wing will you represent Class 2 Year 3 in this duel? Zhou Eling queried. Wing nodded, striding to the front with an arrogant demeanor, casting a defiant glance at Class 1 Year 3. Zhing approached the front as well, yet he felt a twinge of trepidation facing Wing. Renowned as a wealthy heir at the school, he was reluctant to make an enemy of Wing. However, representing Class 1 Year 3, he could not afford to lose, steeling himself for the challenge. Teacher Li furrowed his brow, unable to tolerate Wing's brazen arrogance, while also noting Zhing's reluctance. He felt a mix of disappointment and resolve. All right, both sides prepare, the duel begins. The space before the 2 shimmered gently, and soon, 2 pets manifested in the center of the arena. Before Wing stood a black iron level 9 fire wolf, its robust body emanating a cold demeanor, flames flickering ominously, exuding an imposing presence. The appearance of the fire wolf elicited gasps of admiration from the students, who were envious of its might. In contrast, Zhing's companion was a great horned deer, tall and sturdy, adorned with spots reminiscent of plum blossoms. Crowned with grand antlers, it appeared both agile and majestic. Li Qingzhou gazed at the great horned deer, its information materializing before him. Name, great horned deer. Attribute, gold. Level, black iron 7. Qualification, bronze. Skill, horn strike. Weakness, fire. Evolution path, 2. Description, adorned with spots resembling plum blossoms. Its large antlers serve as both a weapon and a symbol of status and strength. It possesses great power, capable of overturning anything it encounters with its horns. Chapter 25, Provocation. Great horned deer, use horn strike. Zhing commanded assertively. The great horned deer launched itself forward. Its antlers aimed directly at the fire wolf. With the enhancement of his skill talent, the horn strike was formidable enough to topple a bronze tier pet. While Wing's fire wolf evidently did not reach such a level, this strike, if it lands, will be a fatal blow. Huilang, crush it. Wang Li, a man of few words but fierce demeanor, commanded. A resounding howl erupted from Huilang, releasing the pent-up emotions within. Ever since its defeat to Chihox, It had been in a prolonged state of frustration, its heart burdened with rage. At this moment, the Dajiao Lu was merely a convenient outlet for its fury. Skill. Flame Impact activate. A searing wave of flames surged towards the Dajiao Lu. Simultaneously, flickers of fierce fire enveloped Huiyanlang's claws. In an instant, it darted forward like a shooting star. Skill. Fiery Claws activate. The flame impact struck the Dajiao Lu directly. Zheng Cheng, however, felt no concern. The Dajiao Lu's antlers could smash through anything in its path, even flames. Just as the Dajiao Lu burst forth from the flames, Huiyanlang's fiery claws were already upon it. Fiery Claws. The flame-wreathed strike landed squarely on the Dajiao Lu's chest. Boom. The Dajiao Lu was sent crashing to the ground, engulfed in flames. It howled in agony, rolling on the ground in distress. Stop. Teacher Lu intervened immediately. This was merely a practical training exercise, and it must end without significant harm. His gaze sharpened, and the air seemed to ripple. In the next moment, the flames on the Dajiao Lu extinguished, leaving only scorched marks on its skin. The Dajiao Lu, once proud and majestic, now appeared pitiful, tears welling in its eyes as it groaned in pain. Zheng Cheng had actually lost. Since when was Wang Li this formidable? Wasn't he just a slacker? This Huiyanlang is truly extraordinary. The students from Class 3 Year 1 whispered among themselves, discussing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the students from Class 3 Year 2 remained composed. They had long witnessed Wang Li's Huiyanlang and were aware of its level and strength. Considering its price was a staggering 200,000, Zheng Cheng hurriedly approached the Dajiao Lu, his anxiety palpable. Only when he confirmed that the Dajiao Lu was relatively unscathed did he breathe a sigh of relief. However, his face flushed red. The harsh words he had spoken just minutes prior had been ruthlessly thrown back in his face. He stored the Dajiao Lu back into the beast's space, lowering his head as he slipped into the crowd of Class 3 Year 2 students, utterly humiliated. Trash. Is there no one else willing to challenge me? Wang Li brushed his hair back, casting a defiant glance at the students of Class 3 Year 1. He was in high spirits, finally releasing the pent-up frustration within him. He eagerly awaited anyone foolish enough to step forward. Unable to defeat Li Qingzhou, could he not handle the rest of you? Did he waste his money? Wang Li. It's time to step down and allow the other students to battle, said Zhou Ling. This was meant to be a friendly exchange, one match per person. Furthermore, Wang Li's arrogance was undermining the camaraderie among the classes. He could not continue in this manner. Wang Li, reluctant to leave the spotlight, was disappointed. This was his chance to shine and reclaim his dignity, yet the teacher had called for him to step down. Naturally, he could not defy the teacher in front of so many classmates and could only return to his seat with reluctance, casting a glance at Li Qingzhou. Li Qingzhou remained unfazed, showing no signs of emotional disturbance. Through this match, I wish to elucidate a key concept: elemental affinities. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 elements encapsulate the fundamental attributes of beasts, with other special attributes evolving therefrom. The 5 elements interact in a cycle of creation and destruction. Metal overcomes wood. Wood overcomes earth. Earth overcomes water. Water overcomes fire. And fire overcomes metal. The Dajiao Lu possesses a metal attribute, while Huiyanlang is of the fire attribute, which naturally counters metal. Zhou Ling's voice flowed rhythmically, making even the dry subject matter come alive through her engaging explanations. After elucidating the concept, she turned to the students and asked, "Who else wishes to take the stage for a battle?" 2 more students stepped up to compete. However, both of their beasts were merely at the Black Iron level 5, lacking significant combat experience and offering little spectacle. Li Qingzhou, having gained substantial experience in the arena, found little significance in this lesson, especially since the beasts within the arena were rigorously trained for battle, far surpassing those of the students. Thus, he returned to studying the compendium of evolution materials, unwilling to repeat the previous experience where others presented materials before him, leaving him bewildered and uninformed. The 2 students on stage engaged in a grueling battle, ultimately resulting in Class 3 Year 1 student narrowly claiming victory. Zhou Ling and Teacher Lu offered their critiques, inviting several students from the audience to share their thoughts. Lost in the ocean of knowledge, Li Qingzhou remained indifferent to the outcome of the duel. Suddenly, he heard his name. Confused, he looked up to see a bespectacled male student of average height. "Teacher, I wish to challenge Li Qingzhou," he declared, pointing at the engrossed Li Qingzhou. "Sun Xiaowei, could you explain why you wish to battle Li Qingzhou?" Teacher Lu inquired. Sun Xiaowei was the top student in his class, having awakened the level talent, Flourishing, which greatly enhances the attributes of plant-based beasts, improving their attack, defense, and recovery capabilities. His future appeared exceptionally bright. "I wish to spar with Li Qingzhou to identify our respective strengths and weaknesses and to grow together," Sun Xiaowei stated with a calm smile. Teacher Lu nodded and turned to Zhou Ling. "What do you think, Teacher Zhou? It depends on Li Qingzhou's willingness. If he is agreeable, I have no objections. Zhou Ling replied, considering both Lu and Sun Xiaowei. Sun Xiaowei's strength was considerable, making him a worthy opponent. However, given Li Qingzhou's talent was of the insight variety, the disparity in levels posed a significant challenge, and he might face defeat. Sun Xiaowei possessed the level talent, flourishing, and was undeniably a genius. It was said that he had contracted a treant, perfectly aligning with his beast mastery talent. The treant is a wood type, while Li Qingzhou's shahu is of the earth type, which was indeed a disadvantage. I suspect this fellow is scheming. The students from class 3 year 2 whispered among themselves, discussing Sun Xiaowei's challenge to Li Qingzhou. It was evident that Sun Xiaowei aimed to exploit this opportunity for personal gain. Who among the students at the first Beast Master Academy in Linyuan City was unaware that Li Qingzhou had awakened a level talent and contracted a Qihux? This blatant elemental counter was a clear indication of his intent to defeat Li Qingzhou and step over him to ascend further. Chapter 26. The appearance of the two-tailed demon fox. I will fight you. Zhang Huai was the first to object, standing up. The recently learned concept of elemental affinity was being wielded by Sun Xiaowei. He would not allow his leader to be defeated by such a despicable individual. If anyone were to lose, it should be him as a subordinate, not his leader's dignity that must be preserved. Oomph, you think you can challenge me? Sun Xiaowei scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. You. Zhang Huai rolled up his sleeves, ready to take the stage, only to find someone holding him back. Sit down. It was Li Qingzhou who stopped Zhang Huai, closing his book and placing it in Zhang Huai's hands. I am willing to spar with this classmate. Li Qingzhou said with a smile directed at teacher Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling nodded, signaling for Li Qingzhou to ascend the stage. A smile curled upon Sun Xiaowei's lips. His plan had succeeded. As the top student of class 3 year 1, he had consistently ranked around 5th place in the entire year. While Li Qingzhou remained the unwavering first, a mountain that blocked everyone's path. Now, with Li Qingzhou awakening the insight talent, the lowest tier of level, the mountain had crumbled. Those obstructed by the mountain would naturally seek to step forward, traversing the rubble in pursuit of greater heights. Sun Xiaowei aspires to be the first to conquer the towering mountains, treading upon the peaks of the past, embarking on a path that leads to a promising future. Be prepared, my dear classmates, Lu Laoshi cautioned. Suddenly, the space before Sun Xiaowei shimmered, and a deep brown figure, resembling a treant entwined with the limbs of a colossal tree, materialized before the onlookers. The students of class 3-1 erupted in cheers. This treant boasted an impressive rank of level 8 black iron, and with Sun Xiaowei's abundant beast mastering talent, its combat prowess had ascended to the level of bronze. The overwhelming power and advantageous attributes left them unable to fathom a scenario in which Sun Xiaowei could be defeated. This was no mere duel between two individuals, but a clash of classes, each representing their respective honors. The students of class 3-1 were filled with fervor, eagerly anticipating the downfall of Li Qingzhou and the disheartened expressions on the faces of class 3-2. However, the students of class 3-2 felt a sense of foreboding upon witnessing the treant, whose aura eclipsed even Wang Li's fiery wolf and countered Li Qingzhou's sandy fox. This match appeared to be a foregone conclusion. Despite Sun Xiaowei's blatant provocation, they found themselves powerless to respond. How frustrating. Li Qingzhou nodded slightly, remarking, your talent indeed complements the treant well. Summon your beast. I am eager to engage in a friendly spar. Sun Xiaowei sneered coldly, convinced that Li Qingzhou was merely stalling for time. He longed to witness Li Qingzhou's defeat, to see the dejection etched on the faces of class 3-2. As you wish. Li Qingzhou replied. A bronze summoning array materialized before him. This is bronze rank. Lu Laoshi exclaimed in astonishment. The colors of the summoning patterns varied with the rank of the summoned beasts, and an experienced beast master could discern a beast's level just by observing the array. The space rippled, and from the summoning pattern emerged a red fox, its form upright and robust, with two bushy tails lazily swaying in the air. Is this the Qihu? It resembles a Qihu, but why does it have two tails? Last week, it had only one. Could it be a cleverly crafted fake tail? As the airway Yaohu appeared, it astonished all present. This was a completely unfamiliar and novel beast. Whispers filled the air as students exchanged their thoughts. Zhou Ling and Lu Laoshi wore expressions of incredulity. Unlike the students, they were seasoned beast masters with extensive knowledge of nearly all beasts. Yet this peculiar fox with two tails was utterly unfamiliar to them. What is this? The homeroom teacher Zhou Ling inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The evolved form of the Qihu, the airway Yaohu, Li Qingzhou replied matter-of-factly. What? You claim this is the evolved form of the Qihu? Lu Laoshi was taken aback. The Qihu was prevalent in Linyuan City, and its known evolved form was the Qi Shahu, a widely accepted fact. How could this be? Zhou Ling asked, unable to contain her curiosity. It has undergone a mutation, Li Qingzhou explained. Zhou Ling recognized this truth. Li Qingzhou was not fabricating tales. For the Qi whose mutation had indeed granted it a customizable evolutionary path, he only divulged part of the truth, withholding details that could lead to unforeseen consequences if his talent were to be exposed. Zhou Ling nodded thoughtfully. She had sensed the Qi whose uniqueness during the beast contract, but had not anticipated that its mutation would influence its evolutionary form. At that moment, Sun Xiaowei had shaken off his shock. While the airway Yao who exceeded his comprehension, he believed that Li Qingzhou's mere talent could not alter the disparity in their ranks. Moreover, the Treant had a clear advantage over the Qi who in terms of elemental affinity. The gap in their strength remained unchanged. The advantage is mine. Treant, use wood spikes. Sun Xiaowei commanded confidently. He believed that the Trent's spikes could pierce steel and would deftly pursue its target, ensuring Li Qingzhou's Qi who would be unable to evade. Elemental advantage? Let it witness the true meaning of elemental dominance. Li Qingzhou's lips curled into a faint smile. Received, Pinyin, the Qi who, acknowledged. This was its first battle after evolving into the airway Yao Hu, and it too was eager to discover the extent of its newfound strength. Skill, Foxfire activate. A swirl of dark green flames surged forth, racing towards the Treant. Fire? Sun Xiaowei gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could a fox breathe fire? This was illogical. Was this truly an elemental advantage? The Treant was now at a disadvantage. Treant, use wood shield. Although startled, Sun Xiaowei remained composed and issued a defensive command. Whoosh. In the next instant, Pinyin vanished from sight, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning that hurtled towards the Treant. Bang! The two tails struck the Trent's rugged body, sending it flying. The Treant fell to the ground, enveloped in dark green flames. Deep lash marks etched into its coarse form. Sun Xiaowei stood frozen, mouth agape in shock. The Treant had lost, defeated in a single blow. The arena fell into silence, all eyes fixated on Li Qingzhou, the airway Yao Hu, Sun Xiaowei, and the fallen Treant. The stark contrast and vast disparity in power were evident, but the outcome was entirely contrary to their expectations. Chapter 27. The Gap Between Class Leaders. Sun Xiaowei, with his esteemed beast mastering talent, had been defeated by Li Qingzhou, who possessed an equivalent talent, and it had occurred so swiftly and effortlessly. How could this be? What did I just witness? Is this truly the beast that a level talent should possess? Am I dreaming? The Treant had been vanquished in a single move. Heavens! The students erupted in a cacophony of whispers, their discussions swirling like a boiling pot. In this contest, Li Qingzhou of Class 3-2 emerged victorious. Lu Laosher quickly regained his composure, announcing the results of the duel while advising Sun Xiaowei. Quickly, return the Treant to your beast space and tend to its injuries. Sun Xiaowei gazed vacantly at Lu Laosher, unable to process his words, his mind dulled, thoughts sluggish, as if mired in a thick fog. He could not accept the reality of his defeat. This was meant to be the first step toward greatness, yet he had stumbled into an abyss. The contrast was too great to bear. After a long moment, Sun Xiaowei finally reacted, returning his beast to the beast space. He then numbly rejoined his classmates, still unable to come to terms with the situation. The gap between class leaders truly existed. Wang Li's brash voice pierced the air. The faces of the students in Class 3-1 turned a shade of deep crimson, akin to liver, filled with embarrassment. They had anticipated witnessing the folly of Class 3-2, hoping to bolster their own class's reputation, only to find themselves the subject of ridicule. The lesson continued, yet the students' spirits had shifted, no longer brimming with the excitement and anticipation they had felt at the start. One by one, students took to the stage to compete, but none could stir any excitement. The students cast glances at Li Qingzhou, sensing that the once promising genius, the fallen star, was poised to shine once more with an unstoppable brilliance at the Lin Yuan City First Beastmaster Academy. After class, Zhang Huai followed Li Qingzhou at a leisurely pace. He understood that Li Qingzhou was formidable, but he had not anticipated such an overwhelming display of power, having effortlessly dispatched the genius of Class 1. Boss, has the Qi who broken through to the bronze level? Zhang Huai inquired, as it was typical for beasts to ascend to the next rank with each evolution. Indeed, Li Qingzhou nodded in affirmation. Impressive indeed. My MNI seems to be taking its time to evolve. Zhenghui expressed his envy. For evolution symbolizes a significant enhancement of power and a qualitative leap. What level is your MNI? Summon it for me to see, Li Qingzhu inquired. Eager to examine the evolution path of Zhenghui's MNI and offer guidance. After all, as his subordinate, it was essential to provide some care. It is Black Iron level 7, Zhenghui replied, summoning his MNI. As Li Qingzhu gazed upon the MNI, pertinent information materialized before him. Name, MNNI. Attribute, gold. Level, black iron level 7. Quality, black iron. Skill, barbaric charge. Weakness, fire. Evolution path, 2 options. Description, a gregarious creature. Robust and powerful, yet somewhat cumbersome and lacking agility. The MNNI's quality was subpar. Under normal growth, it would reach its zenith at the black iron tier. And to advance further, evolution was imperative. Qingzhou used consciousness brushed against the evolution path entry. Evolution path 1. Armored MNNI. Description, its body becomes as hard as iron armor, strong and fierce. Evolution materials, heart of steel, primary. White iron ore, secondary. Evolution path 2. Unicorn MNNI. Description, it possesses a single horn on its head, with skin and bones of extraordinary toughness. Its horn has immense power, capable of piercing steel. Evolution materials, indomitable horn, primary. Amber stone, secondary. Beneath these 2 evolution entries was a black border indicating an editable evolution path. However, since the MNNI was not Qingzhou's contracted beast, he was unable to modify it. The first evolution path primarily enhances defense, while the second offers a balanced improvement in both defense and offense. Overall, the second path is slightly superior, and its materials are relatively less expensive, with the combined value of the indomitable horn and amberstone being around 50,000. Qingzhou withdrew his gaze and advised Qingzhou, save some money to purchase 2 evolution materials, the indomitable horn and amberstone. Once the MNNI reaches black iron level 9, soak these materials in water and have the MNNI drink it. What? Qingzhou looked bewildered. What are the indomitable horn and amberstone? Can these things really be soaked in water? What sort of dark cuisine is this? The indomitable horn is the primary material for the MNNI's evolution, while the amberstone serves as the auxiliary material. For low-tier beasts, the evolution process merely requires soaking the materials in the order of primary and secondary, stirring them thoroughly to create an evolution potion, Qingzhou explained. Oh, I see now, Qingzhou exclaimed, nodding in understanding. Boss, how do you know so much? He inquired further. It's all written in the books. It's clear you haven't been paying attention in class, Qingzhou replied, lifting the book in his hand. The MNNI's evolutionary potential is limited, and its evolutionary value is not high, resulting in numerous research papers regarding its evolution path and methods being published by scholars seeking recognition and patents. Although Qingzhou was able to see the evolution path through innate talent, there were indeed papers in the library concerning the MNNI's evolution. This is youthful ignorance, isn't it? I will definitely study hard from now on, Qingzhou admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Oh, by the way, boss, can you now contract a second beast? Qingzhou asked. Qingzhou nodded. Upon awakening the Beast Master talent and cultivating the YNL Qingzhou to the second layer, the Beast Master space will also be upgraded. The level of the Beast Master space is closely related to the layers of the YNL Qingzhou. Having long surpassed the second layer of YNL Qingzhou and successfully awakened his Beast Master talent, Qingzhou's Beast Master space had also grown to level 2. When a Beast Master's space is at level 1, only one beast can be contracted. Each level advancement allows for an additional contracted beast. Have you decided what beast you want to contract, boss? Qingzhou asked, his face filled with anticipation. Not yet. I first need to nurture Ping. Qingzhou replied, shaking his head. The school no longer offers free contracting opportunities for the second beast, and the beast he intended to contract must possess both strength and potential, ideally at least at the bronze tier, with comparable power to Ping. Such beasts would undoubtedly command a high price in the market. Even Wing's Black Iron Tier Firewolf could be sold for 200,000, and the cost for a bronze tier would be even higher. Currently, Qingzhou lacked funds, not even enough to purchase evolution materials, let alone acquire a beast. He planned to venture into the wild whenever an opportunity arose in hopes of discovering a wild ferocious beast with potential and strength. While contracting a wild ferocious beast carries risks, it is the most economical option, as long as one possesses formidable strength. Contracting a wild beast is indeed the most advantageous choice. He was confident in Ping's strength. Ferocious beasts of the same level posed no problem. Chapter 28. Preparations before the trial. The school bell rang, signaling students to return to their seats in the classroom. The morning session focused on beast battles, primarily practical exercises to enhance combat experience. The afternoon was dedicated to summarizing and analyzing common methods of beast cultivation. Students' attitudes and enthusiasm for learning had markedly improved. Even Wing, typically a slacker who slept through class, was attentively taking notes. After the awakening of their Beast Master talents, The atmosphere at the school underwent a subtle transformation. Students became more diligent, fearing they would fall behind. Before awakening their talents, they were all equal as students. Regardless of their academic performance, they were all on the same level. However, those who failed to awaken their talents left the school with a sense of defeat, forever estranged from the world of beast masters. This reality illuminated the harshness of the world to the sheltered students. The tier of their talents further amplified this harshness. Those with superior talent contracted powerful beasts, dominating the school and paving a smooth path for their futures. Conversely, those with inferior talent could only contract ordinary beasts, following the conventional route of a beast master, relying solely on hard work and training to improve their circumstances. In the realm of beast masters, strength is paramount. Thus, those who had just contracted their beasts diligently studied and trained them, each harboring dreams of becoming great beast masters. In the classroom, aside from the teacher's voice, there was a profound silence as students immersed themselves in learning about beasts and their cultivation. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, it took some time before students began to stir. Li Qingzhou closed his book. He had finished reading a comprehensive material encyclopedia and gained a general impression of most evolution materials, even being able to roughly assess the value of some rare materials. He was confident that if sent to the arena to select evolution materials, he would undoubtedly choose the best, most expensive, and rarest options. Stretching lazily, he felt a surge of joy. Learning was always a delightful endeavor, especially after reaping the rewards of knowledge. "Hey, boss, do you think this final exam will be very difficult?" Qingzhou asked anxiously. Given his poor academic foundation, he dreaded exams. Even now, studying alongside the top student in the grade, he felt uncertain. This time, the focus is on practical abilities, specifically the survival and combat skills of beast masters and their beasts in the wild. As long as the beast is strong enough, it shouldn't be too challenging, Li Qingzhou remarked casually. However, a bitter expression crossed Qingzhou's face. For Li Qingzhou, it was undoubtedly manageable. His CHH had already evolved into a two-tailed YO, achieving the strength of the bronze tier. Yet, Qingzhou's MNNI remained at black iron level 7, leaving him with little confidence. Over the years, he had never passed a final exam. In the past, it was of little concern, especially since none of the brothers with whom I mingled were particularly exceptional. However, now the leader is Li Qingzhou, the top student in the entire grade. If his subordinate fails an exam, wouldn't that tarnish the leader's reputation? How can I enhance my abilities? Zhang Huai inquired. Food, training, and battles, Li Qingzhou replied. After school, since I have nothing else to do, I will assist you in figuring out how to train Man Yo. After pondering for a moment, Li Qingzhou continued. Ping had just evolved into a two-tailed fox, gaining a deeper mastery of all its skills. He had intended to train Ping after school to familiarize it with its abilities and newly evolved form. Coincidentally, he could also include Zhang Huai and Man Yo in the training session. After school, while the other students headed out, Li Qingzhou and Zhang Huai moved against the flow of the crowd towards the battle room. After filling out the necessary information and paying the venue fee, the two arrived at battle room number 2. Since they had informed the supervising teacher that their purpose was training, no referee was assigned. The teacher simply advised them to monitor their training intensity to avoid injuries. Inside the battle room, Li Qingzhou and Zhang Huai summoned the two-tailed fox Ping and Man Yo, respectively. Ping, use sand shifting to create a sand wall, Li Qingzhou commanded. The grains converged, and a sand wall rose before Ping. The speed and thickness of the wall's formation had significantly improved compared to before its evolution. Man Yo, execute a rampaging charge. With a loud bellow, Man Yo dug its hind legs into the ground, lowered its head, and charged forward. Bang! The rampaging charge collided directly with the sand wall, sending sand flying. The wall remained intact, though its thickness had diminished to a mere quarter of its original size. Although Man Yo's charge was powerful, Ping and sand shifting was even more formidable, as its evolution had greatly enhanced this skill. Li Qingzhou nodded in satisfaction and addressed Zhang Huai. While Man Yo's rampaging charge possesses great force, its trajectory is limited to a straight line. With a little caution, one can easily evade it. You must assess the situation on the battlefield and avoid recklessly using skills. Zhang Huai appeared contemplative. In the following time, the two and their beasts engaged in friendly sparring, and before they realized it, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Through this training, Li Qingzhou gained a clearer understanding of Ping and's capabilities. It could now contend with Man Yo, provided Man Yo did not utilize its rampaging charge. Zhang Huai also developed a deeper comprehension of his beast, Man Yo, becoming more aware of its strengths and weaknesses while acquiring some battle techniques. Time flew by, and soon, the time for the final examinations arrived. After a period of diligent study and practice, the students had made significant progress, eager to showcase their skills during the trials. Each class, led by their homeroom teachers, boarded buses to Qingzhou Mountain. Upon arrival at the foot of Qingzhou Mountain, the students of Class 2, Year 3, found many others already gathered there. Gradually, more buses arrived until all the students were present. As Li Qingzhou disembarked, he noticed a makeshift wooden platform adorned with a red carpet and sound equipment. Under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, the students of Class 2, Year 3, lined up in the designated area in front of the platform. Once all classes were organized, the noise from the gathering subsided. "Students, please quiet down." A middle-aged man spoke from the platform. He was Wang Qingzhi, the grade director. "Today, we are able to hold this trial assessment at Qingzhou Mountain. And we must first express our gratitude to the Beast Tamer Association for their invaluable assistance. Now, let us warmly welcome Deputy President Qingzhou of the Beast Tamer Association to address you." After Wang Qingzhi finished speaking, he initiated applause, and the students followed suit. "Hello, students," said the man in a black jacket, standing tall. "I am delighted to have the opportunity to converse with you today. Our association has maintained a close relationship with the school, fostering increasingly frequent exchanges in education. The mission of the Beast Tamer Association is to cultivate outstanding beast tamers while securing appropriate benefits for them. You are all exemplary students of this school, and upon contracting your beasts, you may proceed to the association's office to complete the necessary procedures for joining. We have prepared numerous tasks and commissions. By completing them, you can earn substantial rewards. Undertaking these commissions not only enhances your strength and experience as beast tamers, but also addresses the concerns of the public, contributing to society. I encourage you all to visit the Beast Tamer Association whenever you have the opportunity, undertake more tasks, and strive to become powerful beast tamers as soon as possible. Thank you." Upon concluding his speech, Qingzhou handed the microphone back to Wang Qingzhi. "Let us once again extend our heartfelt applause to President Xing," Wang Qingzhi announced, prompting another round of enthusiastic applause from the audience. "Next, I will announce the details regarding this assessment. Firstly, this examination differs from previous ones, primarily testing your practical combat and survival skills in the wild. Within Qingzhou Mountain, numerous ferocious beasts and rare resources have been strategically placed. Your assessment will involve hunting these ferocious beasts and seeking resources to earn points. A score of 60 points is required to pass the examination. Before entering the mountain, each of you will receive a handbook and a distress signal device. The handbook contains a map of Qingzhou Mountain, detailing the general locations of various ferocious beasts and their corresponding points. The distress signal device can locate your position and call for help if needed. Of course, we have also installed numerous surveillance devices and safety points within the mountain. The teachers and professional beast tamers from the association will ensure your safety. The examination will last for 3 days, and you will regroup here after that period. If you have any questions, feel free to consult your homeroom teacher." As Wang Qingzhi concluded, murmurs of discussion arose among the students. This examination was proving to be considerably more challenging than anticipated, and many students, experiencing their first outdoor trial, felt a sense of nervousness. Li Qingzhou examined the handbook in his hands. The first page contained important notes about the trial. The second page featured a map of Qingzhou Mountain, marking several locations. The next page introduced the ferocious beasts, offering information on their habits, abilities, and corresponding points. The ferocious beasts range from Black Iron Level 1 to Bronze Level 1. Hunting a Black Iron Level 1 beast would yield 5 points, while a Black Iron Level 2 beast would grant 10 points. The higher the tier, the greater the points awarded. Among the Bronze Level 1 beasts, 3 were indicated on the map, each worth a staggering 100 points. Name: Lightning Rat. Attribute: Electric. Level: Bronze Level 1. Skills: Electric Shock, Electric Light. Description: its body is brass-colored, surrounded by electric light, and is exceedingly swift. It inhabits the mine depicted on the map and is immensely dangerous. Points: 100. The Lightning Rat, with its rapid speed and electric attributes capable of paralyzing foes, struck Li Qingzhou as an excellent trial target, ideal for honing ping and speed and reflexes. He flipped to the next page. Name: Ice Armored Slime. Attribute: Ice. Level: Bronze Level 1. Skills: Ice Breath, Duplication. Description: a semi-transparent, jelly-like creature covered in a layer of icy armor. It resides near Chui Lake on the map and is highly dangerous. Points: 100. Li Qingzhou was no stranger to slimes, having encountered such creatures in various video games before his journey here. He never anticipated encountering them within this world of beast tamers. It is uncertain whether the slimes of the real world resemble those in video games, and a hint of curiosity lingers. The next page presents the final entries of the manual, detailing information about formidable beasts. Name: QZHT-NGWN. Attribute: Grass. Level: Bronze Level 1. Skills: Camouflage, Corrosive Tentacles. Description: Enveloped in tendrils reminiscent of seaweed, it excels in disguise and ensnares nearby objects. It inhabits the lush forest depicted on the map and poses an extreme danger. Points, 100. These 3 bronze-level beasts are commensurate with the monsters found in CUWISHN. The students, being novice contractors, predominantly possess black iron-level pets, rendering the bronze-level beasts a considerable challenge for them. Thus, the manual explicitly indicates the danger level as extreme. It appears that both the school instructors and the Beastmaster Association's teachers advise against hunting these 3 beasts, although hunting a single one would suffice for assessment. Typical students would refrain from provoking such formidable foes. However, since the trial grounds are available and specifically marked, they serve as prey for those Beastmasters confident in their abilities. Qingzhou's ambition is directed at these 3 bronze-level beasts. Ping has already ascended to bronze level, rendering black iron-level beasts trivial and ineffective for testing, while also providing minimal experience. Furthermore, it is customary that areas inhabited by powerful beasts are likely to harbor high-quality materials. Materials collected during the trials are permissible for personal retention, constituting a form of unseen benefit. Naturally, should one fail to accumulate sufficient points, materials can be exchanged for points. On the bus for Class 2 of Year 3, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, distributes backpacks to each student while stating, the examination period spans 3 days. Each of you possesses a backpack containing enough food and water for 3 days. It is imperative that you manage your supplies judiciously. Of course, you may replenish your provisions at designated safe points. Additionally, you are to wear the emergency call wristbands, which can track your location and facilitate remote distress signals. Be cautious not to damage them. In case of special circumstances, remember to call for help. You may opt to form teams or act independently, but points acquired while in a team will be allocated based on individual contributions. Consider your choices carefully. The bus transports the students to the mountain entrance, with each class entering CUWISHN through distinct entry points, resulting in varied environmental experiences. Boss, shall we form a team? Zhang Huai tentatively inquires, aware that Li Qingzhu could easily handle the challenges alone. I intend to hunt those bronze-level beasts. I will not team up, Li Qingzhu replies. Given the formidable strength of the bronze-level beasts, he finds solo hunting more manageable. Zhang Huai's pet is only at black iron level 7, offering little assistance. And even in a team, his contribution to points would be minimal. Alright, Zhang Huai responds, not surprised. He is not seeking to ride on Li Qingzhu's coattails, but rather feels compelled to inquire as a subordinate. He harbors aspirations to grow through the trial, recognizing that reliance on others will never lead to true strength. Chapter 30. The Fox and Bear Boxing Match. The entry point for Class 2 of Year 3 lies adjacent to the Qingzhou forest. Upon arrival, the students quickly face decisions. Some choose to team up, while others prefer to act alone. Li Qingzhu advances directly toward the location of the QZHT NGWN. Deep within the Qingzhou forest is where the bronze level 1 QZHT NGWN resides. The wilderness presents ever-changing conditions, and the presence of beasts is unpredictable. Although the Beastmaster Association has conducted prior cleansing to eliminate threats, the majority of Beastmasters still opt to summon their pets immediately upon entering the mountain for protection. Li Qingzhu follows suit, with Ping standing tall behind him, exhibiting 2 tails. This marks their first venture into the wild for trials, piquing their curiosity. Squeak. Ping surveys the surroundings with intrigue, captivated by the flora and fauna. As Li Qingzhu walks, he observes the numerous mechanical dragonflies soaring through the forest. Name, Mechanical Dragonfly. Attribute, Mechanical. Level, Black Iron Level 1. Skills, Surveillance. Description, an artificial mechanical life form. Its compound eyes can discern objects clearly even at night. These serve as the surveillance devices mentioned by Director Wang, capable of relaying clear images from the mountains to the monitoring room at the trial base and various screens within the safety zones. The greater the number and strength of beasts, the more mechanical dragonflies will be present. This measure not only ensures the safety of trial participants, but also provides a more vivid depiction of their performance. This is the modern approach to monitoring. Li Qingzhu and Ping soon arrive at a location known as Blackwind Slope. The map indicates this as the habitat of the DL-11 Ing. The DL-11 Ing is a solitary extraordinary creature, which only draws near to one another during mating season. Once the period concludes, they part ways to forage independently. Li Qingzhu is well versed in the habits of the DL-11 Ing. Suddenly, a massive beast, cloaked in dark fur with a distinctive yellow diamond pattern on its chest, bursts forth. Its eyes fixate intently on the human and fox before it, drool escaping from its mouth. Name, DL-11 Ing. Attribute, Gold. Level, Black Iron Level 6. Qualification, Bronze. Skills, DL11ing Paw. Weakness, Fire. Evolution Path, 1. Description, with its dark fur and a prominent yellow diamond pattern on its chest, it possesses immense strength and can walk on 2 legs. The basic information of the DL11ing materializes before Qingzhou, though the Black Iron Level 6 beast is intimidating in size. It pales in comparison to Pingyan. Yet, as he gazes at the upright DL11ing, a thought crosses his mind. With Pingyan's enhanced strength post-evolution, how would it fare against this beast named for its might? Pingyan, would you like to test your strength against it? Qingzhou inquires. Squeak. Pingyan expresses readiness, feeling invigorated after its evolution. Confident in its ability to triumph over the bear before it, Qingzhou replies, very well. I shall act as your referee while you measure your strength against it. He steps aside with a smile, fully trusting Pingyan's capabilities, yet prepared to command Ping and to unleash its skills should the situation turn dire. The DL11ing, observing the pair of one human and one fox, reflects on nature's generosity, delighted by the serendipity of sustenance arriving at its doorstep. Roar. The DL11ing bellows, raising its enormous paw to strike at Pingyan. Squeak. Unfazed, Pingyan responds with a loud cry, raising its claw in retaliation. Bang. The collision between the bear's paw and the fox's claw produces a resounding thud. Remarkably, the forces of Pingyan and the DL11ing balance each other out, resulting in a stalemate. Confusion fills the DL11ing's small, dark eyes. Its powerful strike has not shattered the diminutive fox. While the fox may be peculiar, boasting 2 tails, such a feat should not be possible. Roar. The beast bellows again, lifting its paw. Activating its skill, DL11ing Paw, it doubles the force of its strike, an attribute that justifies the bear's formidable reputation. Pingyan slightly pivots, gathering its strength to swipe at the DL11ing's paw. Bang! The DL11ing stumbles back slightly, having retreated half a step. While Pingyan also slides back, the immense impact reverberates, affecting both creatures. Qingzhou initially harbored some concerns regarding this strike, but upon witnessing Pingyan emerge unscathed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Leaning leisurely against the trunk of a tree, he reveled in the spectacle of the pet boxing competition. Each punch landed with palpable force, showcasing incredible strength. Currently, if Pingyan were to encounter the arena's venomous spider, a single punch would likely obliterate its cephalothorax. In a contest of might, Pingyan and the mighty bear were evenly matched, exchanging blows without a clear victor emerging. At this juncture, a professional beast master from the Beast Master Association sat in the monitoring room, scrutinizing a particular surveillance feed. His expression shifted from confusion to concern, ultimately culminating in profound astonishment. What was this? A fox with 2 tails? What sort of fox possesses 2 tails? Surely, he must be seeing things. The onlookers, upon hearing his exclamation, leaned in to investigate. Goodness, a 2-tailed fox is boxing against a mighty bear, one exclaimed. The screen displayed the fierce contest between Pingyan and the bear, a fox and a bear, trading blows in a fierce stalemate. Oh, this must be the evolved form of a mutated red fox, offered a teacher from the school. Although he was not Qingzhou's instructor, he had heard of this incident. Even for a mutated pet, such power was astonishing. The bear's renowned strength was no match for the fox's effortless prowess in the ring. Even the rarest beasts would suffer internal injuries from a single strike of the bear's paw. Yet this fox exhibited such remarkable physicality. The security personnel in the monitoring room were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. At this moment, the boxing match intensified. The bear's stamina began to falter. Its mouth gaped open, tongue lolling out as it gasped for breath. In contrast, Pingyan remained composed. Following its evolution, its stamina had seen a significant enhancement, rendering this level of exertion trivial. Finish it, commanded Qingzhou, having achieved the desired outcome of the match and wishing to conserve time. With a leap, Pingyan sprang into action, its 2 tails flaring out as it delivered a powerful strike to the bear's face. A resounding smack echoed as the mighty bear was knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground, utterly bewildered by its defeat in a contest of strength. The monitoring room fell silent. The bear, known for its brawn, had succumbed to a rival in strength. This shattered their preconceived notions. Was the mutated red fox truly this formidable? Tomorrow, I shall also seek to contract a red fox. I recall a red fox wreaking havoc in the pet competition arena last time. Could it be that the red fox lineage is not to be underestimated? At this moment, the seasoned beast masters of the association began to harbor doubts. There are no weak pets, only weak beast masters. Tomorrow, I shall contract a red fox and see for myself. They resolved in their hearts. Chapter 31, The First Day's Points Ranking. After Li Qingzhou and Ping dispatched the mighty bear, they continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered numerous ferocious beasts, primarily ranging from black iron level 4 to 6. Li Qingzhou adhered to the principle of non-aggression. As long as the beasts did not provoke him or Ping, they would not seek out trouble. Should any beast dare to challenge them, it would meet an immediate demise. Fortunately, the ferocious beasts along the way were perceptive enough to avoid confrontation upon seeing Ping, unlike the reckless bear. The Qingzhou mountain harbored abundant natural resources, but the growth locations of these resources were not marked on the manual's map, necessitating exploration by chance. At this moment, in the forest, Li Qingzhou discovered a wood-type resource, the Muling air, growing at the base of a grand tree. However, he refrained from recklessly approaching to harvest it, as he noticed a massive python coiled around the tree, and nearby stood a student. Zheng Cheng from Class 3, whom Li Qingzhou remembered from his encounter with Wang Li, was present. He chose to observe for a while, as the resource had been discovered by another, and it was only right to allow them to claim it first. He looked up at the python, and its information materialized before him. Name, Fire Pattern Python. Attribute, Fire. Level, Black Iron Level 7. Talent, Silver. Skills, Constriction. Fireball. Weakness, Water. Evolution route, 1 path. Description, adorned with flame-like patterns, this creature possesses a fiery temperament and a strong territorial instinct. It constricts its prey before swallowing it whole. Hiss. The fire pattern python sensed a life form encroaching on its territory, twisting its body and descending from the tree to coil beside the Muling air, its serpentine gaze surveying the surroundings. Not far off, Li Qingzhou and Ping hid behind a giant tree. On the opposite side, Zheng Cheng and his stag were concealed behind a cluster of bushes. His expression a tumult of emotions, tension, indecision, and a myriad of conflicted feelings played across his face. He longed for the wood-type resource, the Muling air. Yet the formidable fire pattern python instilled doubt in his ability to prevail. Retreating felt like a waste, as the resource lay tantalizingly close yet unattainable, gnawing at him like ants. Hiss. The fire pattern python flicked its massive tongue, its demeanor menacing, its cold gaze fixed on the resource it claimed as its own, prepared to constrict any would-be thief. Li Qingzhou observed for several minutes, as Zheng Cheng remained frozen in indecision. The python began to move, clearly having detected Zheng Cheng and the stag, swiftly slithering toward their location. Oh no, run! Zheng Cheng exclaimed, startled, beckoning his stag as he fled in the opposite direction. He chose to retreat, fearing that a single misstep could result in his demise at the hands of the powerful python. After pursuing for a short distance, the fire pattern python, seeing its prey escape in full flight, ceased its chase and returned to the vicinity of the Muling air. Once Zheng Cheng confirmed the python had not followed, he let out a sigh of relief, hiding behind a giant tree, watching the python from a distance, deliberating whether to seek assistance. A Muling air could fetch around 30,000 in the market, a windfall not to be squandered. Just as he lingered at a distance, Li Qingzhou stepped forth from his hiding place, striding directly toward the fire pattern python. As the Muling air had become unclaimed, he decided to seize the opportunity. The fire pattern python raised its body, its massive head coldly directed at Li Qingzhou and Ping hiss. The python's furious hiss reverberated as it opened its gaping maw, lunging at Li Qingzhou and Ping unfazed. Ping expertly sidestepped the python's attack at the last moment, delivering a swift strike to its head. Boom! The python's head was driven into the ground, producing a thunderous sound and creating a crater. This blow rendered it momentarily dazed. Utilizing sand escape, swirling winds and sand enveloped the python's head, entombing it within the pit, rendering it immobile. With a seamless series of strikes, Ping swiftly dispatched the fire pattern python. Li Qingzhou carefully collected the Muling air, stowing it in his backpack, and continued toward the direction of the deceptive vines. In the distance, Zheng Cheng stood in shock. That massive fire pattern python was defeated in an instant. Li Qingzhou's strength exceeded his expectations. My Muling air, it's gone, Zheng Cheng lamented, casting a resentful glance at his stag. Why had he not contracted that red fox? How was Li Qingzhou so fortunate? He felt a twinge of envy, sourer than biting into a lemon. As Li Qingzhou continued to explore for resources, he progressed toward the deceptive vines. Along the way, he encountered no further ferocious beasts and instead collected 2 additional resources, though of lesser value. As he traversed, he arrived at a safe point within the Qingzhou forest. It was a modestly constructed wooden cabin. The secure shelter is manned by 2 members of the Yusho Shur Association, tasked with monitoring and ensuring the safety of this area. Inside the shelter, provisions of food and water are stocked, available for purchase or exchange with points. Today marks the first day, thus, everyone's supplies are ample, negating the need for any transactions. The secure shelter symbolizes safety, allowing one to lower their guard and rest for a while. The wilderness is fraught with complexities, demanding constant vigilance to observe even the slightest rustle of grass or whisper of wind. Consequently, many students have taken refuge in the shelter to relax and recuperate. Upon entering, Qingzhou noticed a considerable number of students already gathered. After a brief glance, he failed to spot any classmates, so he settled into a corner to enjoy his meal. He planned to take a short break before seeking out the deceitful vine, a bronze-tier beast, which he assumed no one else would dare to hunt, allowing him to feel at ease. Suddenly, an exclamation erupted from a student. The rankings are out. He turned his gaze toward a display screen within the wooden cabin, which revealed the first day point standings of the students. The leaderboard could only display 10 names at a time, refreshing every few seconds to update rankings in real time. Holding the top position was Ho Tongfu, with 79 points. Ha ha ha, this perennial runner-up has finally turned the tide. How has his score soared so quickly? I'm barely at 20 points on the first day? What do you know? He possesses a top-tier talent with wind elements, far surpassing your mediocre abilities. Notably, the longtime frontrunner, Qingzhou, was absent from the leaderboard. It was a pity that he had awakened a mid-tier talent during this trial. He was likely to be surpassed by those who previously ranked below him. Being unaccustomed to not being first felt strange to him. The students in the shelter whispered among themselves, discussing the rankings. Qingzhou continued to eat his meal, indifferent to their chatter and the standings. His points were minimal, as he had scarcely hunted beasts along the way. It was only the first day, with 2 more days remaining. The initial gains do not define one's ultimate success. The final ranking is what truly matters. Chapter 32. Who is it, after all? After resting for a while, Qingzhou proceeded deeper into the forest. The tranquility of the woods enveloped him. The further he ventured, the fewer people and beasts he encountered. In the depths of the forest resided the bronze-level deceitful vine, a creature feared by nearby beasts, which kept their distance. The students undertaking the trial were aware of the dangers marked in their manuals and thus steered clear of this area. Someone has entered the depths of the verdant forest, shouted a staff member from behind a computer. How many? One person. One person? Who is foolish enough to seek death? Quickly, redirect the surveillance to the location of the deceitful vine and notify the nearby professional Yushosure to be ready for rescue. The person in charge immediately issued the command. The bronze-tier beasts of Tsue Mountain were deliberately arranged, considering that stronger students could form teams to enhance their collaborative skills. Venturing alone was tantamount to courting disaster. Most of the students were of the black iron tier, while the strength of bronze-tier beasts far exceeded that of their rank. Moreover, the deceitful vine was particularly treacherous, adept at disguising itself as ordinary flora, such as roadside flowers or withered branches, before launching a sudden attack to ensnare its prey with its tendrils. Even professional Yushosure found this creature troublesome. How could an ungraduated student hope to prevail? In the monitoring room, several staff members exchanged glances while watching the surveillance footage. Isn't that the two-tailed fox and its Yushosure? Did he not feel satisfied after battling the mighty bear and now seeks trouble with the deceitful vine? The nearby professional Yushosure were already in position, ready to intervene. Good. Remain on standby, the person in charge replied. Uncertain of Qingzhou and the two-tailed fox's capabilities and preferring to observe for the time being, Qingzhou sensed an unusual stillness in the forest, indicating he had likely reached the habitat of the deceitful vine. The manual detailed its talent for camouflage, disguising itself as ordinary objects and launching surprise attacks on passing creatures. Pinyin, stay alert and pay attention to your surroundings, Qingzhou instructed. Ji, Pinyin responded, sniffing the air while scanning their surroundings with keen eyes. Qingzhou meticulously scrutinized the area, leaving no detail overlooked. Suddenly, a surge of mental energy coursed through him, revealing lines of information before his eyes. Name, deceitful vine. Attribute, grass. Level, bronze 1. Qualification, silver. Skills, camouflage, corrosive tendrils. Weakness, fire. Evolution path. 1. Description, wrapped in tendrils resembling seaweed. It excels in disguise and ensnares approaching objects. He had located it. A wild grass swayed gently in the breeze, barely 10 centimeters tall, its frail branches easily crushed by any pet beast. Yet, Qingzhou saw through the deceitful vine's ruse at a glance. His innate talent for insight was a bane to such camouflage skills. Regardless of its disguise, he could perceive its true form. The deceitful vine, masquerading as wild grass, lay about 5 meters away. Pinyin, do you see it? Be cautious, Qingzhou advised. Through their mental connection, Pinyin instantly understood Qingzhou's unspoken intent. The pair continued along their original path, feigning ignorance of the deceitful vine's presence. As they approached, within 5 meters, the deceitful vine remained disguised as grass. Have they noticed us? How could they? Even professional Yusho sure struggle to see through the deceitful vine as camouflage. How could an ungraduated student possibly detect it? Those on site were already on standby, ready to act without needing further reports. Youth, after all, is marked by overconfidence. While this audacity is commendable, it lacks experience and wisdom. The monitoring room's personnel closely observed Li Qingzhou and the two-tailed fox, already resigned to the expectation that they would soon learn a harsh lesson from the deceitful vine. For meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The tension in the monitoring room reached a fever pitch. The Yusho sure and the two-tailed fox remained oblivious, and with one more step, the deceitful vine would strike. They almost envisioned Li Qingzhou and the two-tailed fox startled and screaming. Yet, the next moment unfolded contrary to their expectations. Just as Li Qingzhou approached within a meter of the deceitful vine, the two-tailed fox suddenly sprang forth, unleashing a burst of dark green flames from its mouth, hurtling toward the seemingly innocuous, delicate wild grass. Foxfire. Boom. The flames collided with the grass, engulfing it entirely. A series of sharp, grinding sounds erupted as the grass writhed violently, its form expanding until it transformed into a beast entwined in tendrils. The flames clung to the vine, which shrieked and rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the fire. Yet, the flames only intensified, consuming it entirely. In moments, the deceitful vine's seaweed-like tendrils were reduced to ashes, leaving behind a bare black sphere, the creature's true form. Smoky tendrils wafted from it, already rendered unconscious by the flames. Everyone in the monitoring room was left speechless, jaws agape, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Had he discovered the truth all along? How did he come to realize it? It was not until now that I realized the location and the transformative nature of the deceitful vines. Even I could not have discerned it. This fox is indeed extraordinary, possessing fire-type abilities. Who could it possibly be? I can't shake the feeling that the deceitful vines have been subjected to one-sided torment. The individuals in the monitoring room were expressing their grievances, lamenting their unnecessary concern. Li Qingzhou meandered around the habitat of the deceitful vines, discovering several materials: a water spirit fruit, a fire-pattern herb, and a thorn blossom. His harvest was plentiful. Li Qingzhou and Pingyan set forth on their journey home with a buoyant step. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a chilling aura enveloped the forest. Their destination was the previous safe house. Spending the night outdoors was precarious, and restful slumber was unattainable. Only within the safe house could they sleep soundly and without trepidation. Upon Li Qingzhou's arrival at the safe house, he found it brimming with people. Classmates from the vicinity had surged in. With no space available, Li Qingzhou could only find a spot beneath the eaves to sit. The leaderboard had been updated. Wait, how did Li Qingzhou ascend to first place? 140 points. He hadn't even cracked the top 10 this afternoon. What could he have accomplished in just a few hours? Oh dear, Ho Tongfu has once again claimed second place. Surely, he hasn't hunted a fearsome beast of the bronze tier. How could that be possible? That creature belongs to this region. Who could possibly solo it? The students within the safe house were engaged in a discussion, struggling to comprehend the situation. It is important to note that the majority of them had only garnered 34 points on the first day, making Li Qingzhou's 140 points seem rather extraordinary. The atmosphere in the house was chaotic, each person speculating on the possible reasons. Li Qingzhou smiled faintly, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, taking a moment to rest. Chapter 33, Spectating the Ice-Armored Slime. With the first rays of morning sunlight, Li Qingzhou awoke. He had spent the night beneath the eaves of the wooden house, the floorboards hard and cold, resulting in a restless night. However, he had anticipated such inconveniences inherent to survival in the wild, so he had no reason to complain. Early in the morning, he washed his face with some water outside and consumed some provisions from his backpack before setting off again. Pingyan, however, had rested well in the beast tamer space, radiating energy and vitality. Li Qingzhou fed Ping and 2 pieces of beast meat, which it devoured eagerly. In the wilderness, the food for tame beasts need not be a major concern. When necessary, those fearsome beasts could serve as their sustenance. Li Qingzhou's next objective was the ice-armored slime residing by the Emerald Lake. His curiosity urged him to see what the slime of this world resembled. The duo traversed smoothly, encountering only 2 oblivious wild bulls along the way and no other ferocious beasts. The Emerald Lake, with its crystalline waters, resembled a vast silver mirror. A gentle breeze rippled across the surface, creating delicate waves. A round, jelly-like creature was bouncing near the lake's edge. It was entirely ice blue, with 2 round white eyes positioned in the center of its body, topped with a suit of armor formed from solid ice. That was the ice-armored slime. Name: Ice-armored slime. Attribute: Ice. Level: Bronze level 1. Quality: Silver. Skills: Ice breath, doubling. Weakness: Fire. Evolution Path 1. Description: a semi-transparent, jelly-like creature covered in a layer of icy armor. Li Qingzhou immediately recognized the slime. Although it was slightly different from his imagination, the prominent features remained unmistakable. Squeak. Ping'an also spotted the ice-armored slime, eagerly rubbing its paws together, ready to engage. Just as they approached the lake, a girl emerged from the forest. She wore a sporty sun hat and a white shirt paired with black athletic pants, her stature upright and clearly accustomed to physical activity. Yang Rushua. Li Qingzhou recognized her as the president of the school's tennis club, having crossed paths on several occasions due to his position as captain of the basketball team. They were somewhat acquainted. Li Qingzhou, I never expected to encounter you here. Yang Rushua greeted him warmly, her smile blooming like a flower. Following her was a striking ice-blue lion, the rare beast, Ice Lion. I too did not anticipate meeting you here. Li Qingzhou responded, surprised, realizing he was not the only one intrigued by the bronze-tier fearsome beasts. Oh, is this your contracted pet? A two-tailed fox. Yang Rushua curiously examined Ping'an. She had heard of Li Qingzhou's contract with the red fox and later learned of its evolution into a two-tailed demon fox, but had never seen it herself. Indeed, its name is Ping, and Li Qingzhou introduced. Ping'an, greetings. Yang Rushua slightly bowed to Ping'an, introducing her pet, Ice Lion Xiaolon. You two should coexist harmoniously and avoid conflict. The rare beast Ice Lion is an impressive companion. Li Qingzhou observed the Ice Lion's information, noting it was a black iron level 8 creature with golden tier quality. Oh, my family operates a Beast Tamer dojo, and this Ice Lion was contracted through there. Yang Rushua casually mentioned. Li Qingzhou was taken aback. Those who run Beast Tamer dojos are certainly not ordinary, at least approaching the level of a master Beast Tamer. He had not anticipated Yang Rushua's family to possess such formidable resources. Wang Li's family, despite their wealth, had only procured him a flame wolf. Even if they had given him an ice lion, his mental fortitude would have been inadequate to command it. Are you here to hunt the ice-armored slime? Li Qingzhou inquired. Yes. Yang Rushua nodded. What about you? Are you also here for the ice-armored slime? Li Qingzhou nodded and replied. I was primarily curious to see what the ice-armored slime looks like, so I came to take a look. His curiosity regarding the slime's appearance had been satisfied, and as he currently held the top position on the leaderboard, he was not particularly concerned about the points from the hunt. Then you may proceed with your hunt. If needed, I can offer assistance. Li Qingzhou stated. Thank you, but I can manage alone. Xiaolon is quite powerful. Yang Rushua expressed her confidence in the Ice Lion. Her awakened beast taming talent was of the level of Ice Elemental Spirit, providing a natural affinity for Ice-type pets, enhancing their strength while allowing her some control over ice elements. With the Ice Elemental Spirit's blessing, the Ice Lion's power had reached the bronze tier. Although the ice-armored slime was also of bronze tier, its quality and talent were inferior to that of the Ice Lion. In a battle, the Ice Lion would undoubtedly prevail. Yang Rushua waved goodbye to Li Qingzhou and confidently led Ice Lion toward the ice-armored slime. With nothing pressing to do, Li Qingzhou and Ping'an settled down to watch the beast battle. After participating in numerous competitions, where he had performed as a contestant for others to observe, he now relished the opportunity to assume the role of an audience member. The Ice Lion of Yang Rushua, while slightly less mature than the Ice Lion he had encountered in the arena and one level lower, was essentially on par with its counterpart due to Yang Rushua's enhancement. By the lakeside, the ice-armored slime was joyfully engaged in play, bouncing about, intermittently freezing water and inflating its body to roll on the ground. An ice-blue Ice Lion and a human girl abruptly interrupted its merriment. A fierce confrontation ensued between the Ice Lion and the ice-armored slime. Both were of the ice attribute, with no particular advantage over one another. Thus, the battle remained evenly matched. Li Qingzhou watched with keen interest. He recalled a game he had played in a previous life, where ice attribute characters battled the ice-armored slime. And the results could be summarized in 2 words, ineffective damage. The ice armor of the ice-armored slime granted it significant immunity to ice-type skills, rendering the damage from such abilities negligible. Presently, Yang Rushua and the Ice Lion found themselves in a similar predicament. In the fierce confrontation, the Ice Lion indeed held the upper hand, steadily suppressing the ice-armored slime. However, it could not breach the slime's icy armor. Protected by this armor, the slime sustained no substantial damage. After over half an hour of battling, they finally managed to shatter the ice-armored slime's icy defense. With its armor gone, the slime's strength plummeted and was swiftly dealt with by the Ice Lion. The arduous tug-of-war concluded with Yang Rushua and the Ice Lion emerging victorious. Nevertheless, they too bore the brunt of exhaustion, likely requiring a half-day's rest before resuming their trials. Congratulations, you've secured 100 points. Li Qingzhou remarked as he leisurely approached the lakeside and addressed Yang Rushua. Thank you, Yang Rushua replied. her face flushed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her chest heaving rhythmically. The ice lion lay flat on the ground, entirely devoid of its former regal demeanor. Chapter 34. Fangtooth Grey Wolf. Yang Rushua took a moment to regulate her breathing and regain her composure. She then made her way toward a flower exuding a chilling aura by the lakeside. This was the Bingwu Hua, one of the evolution materials for the ice lion. The Bingwu Hua was no ordinary plant. Its frigid aura could inflict harm on both humans and their beasts. Thus, to harvest it, one must first scorch it to dispel its protective chill. Yang Rushua rummaged through her pocket for a lighter and retrieved a small vial of fuel. She pressed the ignition button on the lighter, but it yielded no response. Is it broken? Yang Rushua furrowed her brow, suspecting that it had been inadvertently damaged during her earlier confrontation with the ice-armored slime. Without flames, she could not harvest the Bingwu Hua. Her primary goal was this evolution material, with the points from the ice-armored slime being secondary. To her dismay, her efforts seemed futile due to the malfunctioning lighter. Alas! Yang Rushua sighed, lamenting her misfortune. Li Qingzhou recognized the Bingwu Hua and was aware of the method required for its harvest. Observing Yang Rushua's predicament, he promptly offered, "Allow me to assist you." Yang Rushua turned to him, pondering whether he possessed a tool to ignite a flame. She stepped aside to grant him space. To her surprise, Li Qingzhou did not move to retrieve any tool. Instead, he calmly swayed his two fluffy fox tails and ambled over to the Bingwu Hua. Skill: Foxfire. A small orb of dark green flame enveloped the Bingwu Hua. The sizzling sound echoed as the protective chill of the flower was instantly incinerated, transforming into wisps of white mist. Wow, Pinyin can breathe fire, how impressive! Yang Rushua exclaimed in admiration. It was said that the Qi was a basic pet, yet this particular evolution seemed far from ordinary. Pinyin proudly raised its head, clearly relishing the admiration. Gore, the ice lion growled softly, slightly displeased that its master would praise another's pet before it. Yang Rushua plucked the Bingwu Hua and stored it in her backpack. Thank you. I owe you a favor for your assistance. If you ever need anything in the future, please let me know, and I will do my utmost to help. Her tone was sincere. It was merely a small effort. No need for repayment, Li Qingzhou humbly replied. My elder has taught me to repay kindness. I shall remember this favor, Yang Rushua said, her demeanor noticeably improving although traces of fatigue remained. I shall return to a safe spot to rest for a while and will not disturb your trials. Until we meet again. Li Qingzhou nodded, responding, rest well. Yang Rushua, accompanied by the ice lion, began her journey towards the safe house. Their accomplishments for the day were already sufficient. Even a few hours of rest in the safe house would not hinder their subsequent trial assessments. Li Qingzhou bid farewell to Yang Rushua and continued his path towards the location of the lightning mouse, accompanied by the two-tailed fox, Pinyin. The mining area inhabited by the lightning mouse was not far from the Chui Lake. One merely needed to traverse a patch of woodland to reach it. At this moment, Li Qingzhou and Pinyin were walking through the forest known as Songlonglin, the dwelling place of the Fangtooth Grey Wolf. The map in the manual indicated it as a place of considerable danger. The Fangtooth Grey Wolf was a social extraordinary creature, often gathering in groups to conduct their activities. When foraging, pairs of Fangtooth Grey Wolves would typically work together. Individually, a Fangtooth Grey Wolf was not particularly formidable, but a collective of them could easily intimidate even several bronze-tier ferocious beasts. As Li Qingzhou and Pinyin stepped into Songlonglin, they encountered two Fangtooth Grey Wolves on the hunt. Name: Fangtooth Grey Wolf. Attribute: Gold. Level: Black Iron 5. Quality: Black Iron. Skill: Fang Strike. Weakness: Fire. Evolution route: 1. Description: Cloaked in a deep blue hue. It possesses two fearsome, elongated fangs capable of inflicting paralysis upon their foes. The Fangtooth Grey Wolf was the apex predator of this region, with no natural enemies. Upon spotting a human and a fox, the eyes of the two Fangtooth Grey Wolves gleamed with greed. Food had presented itself, a gift from nature. Awoo! The two Fangtooth Grey Wolves simultaneously growled, launching themselves towards Pinyin from either side. Their intelligence was not low. They recognized the greater threat posed by the fox. Thus their primary target was the peculiar two-tailed creature. Beware of their fangs. They can induce paralysis, Li Qingzhou cautioned Pinyin. The Fangtooth Grey Wolves charged with significant power. Their speed not particularly rapid, but their strength formidable, compounded by their long fangs. Pinyin, however, exhibited no fear. It crouched on the ground, its two tails swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, it lifted its head, summoning a gust of wind and sand. Skill: Sand Escape. Activate. The whirlwind of sand engulfed the two Fangtooth Grey Wolves. Awoo! The wolves barely had time to howl before being ensnared by the sand, which constricted inward with tremendous force, rendering them unconscious. Having mastered the Sand Escape skill post-evolution, Ping'an easily dealt with the two black iron-tier fangtooth gray wolves. Another group has entered Songlonglen. Are these students blind? The map clearly indicates danger, yet they recklessly charge in one after another. The previous students who strayed in are still lying on stretchers. They merely added trouble. Let us see who is foolish enough to venture in again. In the aerial view provided by the mechanical dragonfly, a two-tailed fox stood beside its beast master, with two fangtooth gray wolves lying in front of them. Oh, it's them again. No need to worry. The personnel in the monitoring room sighed in relief upon recognizing Qingzhou and Ping'an on the screen. This duo was quite formidable. As long as they did not encounter a pack, they should manage without issues. What about the previous two students? Have they emerged yet? The head of the monitoring room inquired. Not yet. They are fortunate so far, having yet to encounter the fangtooth gray wolves. Luck is also a part of strength. If they can navigate through Songlonglen by chance, it will save us considerable trouble. The screen switched, revealing the two earlier students, a male and a female, who had inadvertently entered Songlonglen while tracking a black iron 3-level red-eared rabbit. They were cautiously advancing. What is this? A staff member suddenly exclaimed before the monitoring screen. What is the fuss about? Look, the screen displayed two fangtooth gray wolves, followed by 4, 6, and then 8. Until the entire screen was filled with fangtooth gray wolves, over 20 in total. The wolf pack has appeared. The two students trembled uncontrollably, causing the proctors before the screen to feel a chilling apprehension. A pack of wolves had gathered, the ferocious Songlong from Songlonglen, drawn by the commotion of the earlier battle between the two-tailed fox and the wolves. As social creatures, the Songlong possessed a strong collective and territorial consciousness. Nearby, a professional beastmaster remained vigilant, having not retreated due to the absence of the two students. Chapter 35, 1 against 100. Qingzhou and Ping'an had just dispatched at Songlong when they prepared to proceed further. Suddenly, they heard human screams. Run. Help. Why were there so many Songlong appearing all at once? In a brief moment, Qingzhou discerned the situation ahead. Two students were being pursued by a pack of Songlong, accompanied by a Panjiao sheep and a snow mastiff. The pair, pale with fear, could only focus on fleeing, their minds void of thought. The male student, running ahead, caught sight of Qingzhou. Classmate, run. The wolves are coming. The female student shouted as she hurried past. The pack of Songlong had also picked up their companion's scent. Two Songlong lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, barely clinging to life. The howls of the wolves echoed through the mountains, instilling dread in the nearby beasts, causing them to hide away. This was the fury of the Songlong, enraged by the loss of their companions. Qingzhou was taken aback. How had these two students provoked such a massive pack of wolves? Ping'an, on all fours with tails raised, appeared ready to charge into the fray. Could it be that this fox truly wished to engage the wolves? It was a pack, not a solitary wolf. The staff before the monitoring screens found the fox's demeanor absurd. While the Songlong may not have been of high rank, their sheer numbers could overwhelm even a bronze-tier beast. The nearby beastmasters prepared for action, realizing the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere in the monitoring room grew tense once more as the wolves parted, encircling the three individuals. The Songlong stood obediently in a row, not daring to act out of fear of their alpha, who had yet to arrive. A resounding growl pierced the air, commanding the wolves to create a path for a towering, robust Songlong that strode forward with an icy gaze fixed on the three humans. Surrounding Songlong crouched low, their expressions menacing. At a command from their king, they would swiftly tear apart anything before them. What do we do? We're doomed. The female student's voice quivered with despair. How did we manage to attract the entire pack of Songlong? The male student lamented, baffled by their misfortune. The Songlong king, witnessing the two fallen wolves, displayed a terrifying expression. Those who dared to harm the Songlong would pay a bloody price. Just as it was about to issue an attack order, two glimmers caught its attention. An overwhelming drowsiness surged forth, and its eyelids drooped as it collapsed to the ground. The pack was bewildered. They had been poised to attack, but now lifted their heads in confusion towards their fallen leader. The low whimpers of the Songlong echoed, their hearts filled with fear. The Wolf King was their strongest ally, their leader in action and spirit. Now that he had fallen, their morale and fighting spirit dissipated. The Songlong scattered in panic, abandoning any will to fight. The two students stood in shock, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Why had the Wolf King fallen so suddenly? Why did the pack flee in disarray? Had the classmate and their beast done something? Was this the power of a true expert? Do not linger in Songlonglen. We must move to safety. It is too perilous here, Qingzhou urged as he continued onward with Ping'an understood. Thank you. The two students expressed their gratitude. Having lost all desire for the hunting assessment after their harrowing encounter with the wolves, eager only to reach the safety zone. Inside the monitoring room, silence once again enveloped the atmosphere as the staff reflected on the events of the last 2 days. 1 against 100. Was this truly a mere fox? A single fox had intimidated the wolf pack and even slain their king. Even a tiger would struggle to achieve such a feat. It must have been a psychic ability. The official pondered aloud. The power comparable to that of a mighty bear. Combined with the fire skills that annihilated deceptive vines and the instantaneous takedown of the wolf king, this two-tailed fox was indeed extraordinary. The security personnel surrounding the monitoring screen gazed in disbelief at the two-tailed fox, their thoughts drifting to the notion of contracting a red fox to cultivate its potential. Upon traversing Songlong Lin, they arrived at the mining area, characterized by its many ores and caverns, now sparse in vegetation due to overexploitation. Within one particular cave, faint electrical currents buzzed, suggesting it was the dwelling of the lightning mouse. Observing the density of the electrical energy around, they were certain of it. Behind a thicket adjacent to the cave, 5 individuals, 1 male and 4 females, crouched down. They were members of Class 3, Team 5, led by the second-ranked Ho Tongfu. If we can hunt the lightning mouse, all of your scores will pass, he declared, his eyes resting on the sole female in the group, Yi, whose beauty was striking, her skin as fair as snow, a true beauty in the making. Yi possessed a level of psychic talent, able to communicate mentally with her beast, providing minimal combat enhancement but leaning towards supportive capabilities. Ho Tongfu had long harbored admiration for her, but had not found the opportunity to express his feelings. This trial presented the perfect chance. Given Yi's limited combat abilities, it was unlikely she could pass on her own. Thus, Ho Tongfu seized the moment to propose a partnership with her, while also accepting other male classmates' requests to form a 5-person team, skillfully avoiding any appearance of intent. Confident in his abilities, he believed that whether facing 5 or 50 opponents, he would always be the focal point. By showcasing his strength to protect Yi, he would charm her heart. And then he could seize the moment to confess his feelings. His plan was meticulously crafted. Throughout their journey, he exerted himself to hunt a variety of beasts, amassing points. However, Yi's weakness limited her contributions, resulting in her scoring only 45 points while he surpassed 100. To ensure Yi reached the passing threshold while demonstrating his strength, he suggested hunting the lightning mouse. Despite being a bronze-level beast, their 5-member team was assured of victory. One male student's beast was a stone monster, boasting exceptional defense and insulation, suitable as a frontline tank. The other 2 students had a red-tailed eagle and a little cloudbird, proficient in long-range attacks. Yi's beast was a silk spider, capable of using webs for control. While Ho Tongfu's beast was a level 9 iron wind mantis, the team's ace and core damage dealer. With 5 against 1, how could they possibly lose? Chapter 36. The mantis catches the cicada. They were currently concealed behind the thicket, strategizing for a flawless team performance to secure the lightning mouse. After the tactical discussion concluded, the group was poised to embark on their expedition to the mine when suddenly, a silhouette appeared at the entrance. Qingzhou, one of the classmates, exclaimed, "What is he doing here? Could it be that he has come for the lightning mouse as well?" The others whispered among themselves, their faces reflecting astonishment at his audacity to challenge a bronze-tier beast alone, seemingly unaware of his own limitations. "What should we do? Should we team up with him to hunt the lightning mouse?" A male classmate inquired softly. "Wait a moment, huh? Is that Lei Ming Chao?" Another classmate exclaimed in shock. His beast taming talent was shared, allowing him to utilize the skills of his contracted beasts. At that moment, he activated the enhanced vision skill of the Qi Wei Ying, intending to observe Qingzhou, only to inadvertently discover the Lei Ming Chao within the mine. Lei Ming Chao, a rare material of the lightning attribute, held a market value of around 50,000. Lei Ming Chao, Ho Tongfu exclaimed in astonishment, and as a plan rapidly formed in his mind, a sly grin crept onto his face. Since Qingzhou arrived at the cave first, let us allow him to enter and hunt. First come, first served, he declared with ostensible generosity. But what if he manages to hunt the lightning mouse? A male classmate questioned, skeptical of Qingzhou's ability to accomplish such a feat alone. If he fails to catch the lightning mouse, we can simply harvest the Lei Ming Chao. If he succeeds, we can assist him in hunting it. Ho Tongfu replied with a devious smile. "Oh," the male classmate exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, giving Ho Tongfu a thumbs up. With Qingzhou serving as bait to wear down the lightning mouse's stamina, they would wait until both parties had exhausted themselves before entering the fray to effortlessly hunt the lightning mouse and simultaneously collect the Lei Ming Chao. This plan would yield materials and hunting points without incurring any losses while allowing them to witness Qingzhou's embarrassment. With this understanding, several male classmates were left in awe of Ho Tongfu's cunning. A true genius, he possessed both strength and intellect. However, when Ho Tongfu glanced at Yi, hoping to gauge her reaction, he found her gaze fixed elsewhere, entirely unresponsive to his brilliance. Yi had not been listening to their conversation. Her eyes were secretly trained on Li Qingzhou in the distance, sparkling with admiration. Li Qingzhou had a well-proportioned figure, a tall stature, and a handsome visage, making him the object of affection for many at the school. At this moment, he entered the mine with Ping and at a leisurely pace. Inside the mine, flashes of electricity illuminated the dark space, and the sound of thunder echoed. Soon after, Li Qingzhou and Ping emerged, pursued by a lightning mouse crackling with electricity. "Oh, he's already retreating. It seems Li Qingzhou isn't as capable as I thought," a male classmate remarked dismissively. "Now's our chance. Let us go harvest the Lei Ming Chao. I declare this particular plant belongs to Yin Yi, so no one is to snatch it," Ho Tongfu asserted, casting a stern glance at the other boys before turning to Yin Yi with a flattering smile. The others dared not voice any objections, as Ho Tongfu was the strongest among them, and they would rely on him for further hunts. Their points had already reached a passing mark. So even without this particular score, they were assured a satisfactory evaluation. The Lei Ming Chao was expected to yield 20 points, just enough for Yin Yi to pass. Yin Yi frowned slightly, feeling uneasy about taking the rare material for herself, as they were supposed to be a team. Before she could voice her refusal, Ho Tongfu had already risen and led the others towards the mine. Yin Yi gazed in the direction where Li Qingzhou and the lightning mouse had vanished, a hint of worry clouding her features, but she soon quickened her pace to catch up with the group. The mine was dimly lit, and the Lei Ming Chao emitted a faint lightning glow, making it conspicuous in the pitch-black cavern. With the lightning mouse pursuing Li Qingzhou, the group relaxed their guard, their formation becoming lax. "Now's the time. Yin Yi, quickly gather the Lei Ming Chao," Ho Tongfu instructed. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant flash of lightning erupted behind them. It was the lightning mouse's electric discharge. Ho Tongfu turned in shock, witnessing 3 classmates and their beasts enveloped in electric light. 2 male classmates, along with their contracted beasts, Qi Wei-ing and Xiao Yunyao, were struck first, paralyzed and unable to move. Yin Yi's Qingzhou also fell victim to the electric shock, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Yin Yi narrowly avoided the initial wave of attacks and was not hit by the lightning mouse's current. However, losing her beast rendered her as helpless as an eagle devoid of wings. The lightning mouse darted through the cave like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it appeared before the stone beast, striking down with a claw. The electric energy crackled ominously around its claw, creating a fearsome spectacle. The impact against the stone beast was formidable, yet as an insulator, the stone remained unharmed. However, the lightning mouse, being a bronze-tier beast, possessed attributes that far surpassed those of the stone beast, and its strike left the stone beast dazed. Ho Tongfu inwardly lamented, in a single exchange, for out of their 5-member team had been incapacitated, leaving him as the sole survivor. Where had this lightning mouse come from? It was supposed to have been drawn away by Li Qingzhou. Had they known of the ambush, they would have been more cautious. The Daofeng mantis raised its forelimbs, poised for battle. The lightning mouse's speed was remarkable, and its body surged with electrical energy, making it a formidable opponent. The Daofeng mantis had exceptional attack power, especially with its skill, the 5 fatal swords, which could inflict severe injuries with a single blow. Ho Tongfu's face contorted in distress. This was proving to be a challenging fight. The Daofeng mantis was not particularly fast and relied on close combat, while the lightning mouse utilized speed to engage in guerrilla tactics. After several exchanges, the Daofeng mantis had failed to land a hit, instead suffering electric shocks that left charred marks on its body. Ho Tongfu's beast taming talent, which enhanced wind elements, should have bolstered the Daofeng mantis's attack speed, making the 5 fatal swords even more potent. Previously, their strategic arrangement had placed the Daofeng mantis as the primary attacker, relying on others to restrict the lightning mouse's movement. Now, their tank, crowd control, and ranged attackers had all been taken out in an instant, leaving him, a high-damage assassin, unable to reach his opponent and merely being toyed with. After several more rounds of combat, both sides exchanged blows, the battle becoming increasingly intense. Despite the disadvantage, Ho Tongfu, a genius awakened with beast taming talent, managed to inflict significant damage on the lightning mouse. The Daofeng mantis struck the lightning mouse's right leg, reducing its speed. However, the Daofeng mantis also bore the brunt of the assault, its body marked with signs of electric corrosion, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the mine, Li Qingzhou. Chapter 37, The Yellow Sparrow Waits. "Oh, is there so much commotion here?" Li Qingzhou remarked in surprise. Inside the mine lay several students and beasts sprawled in disarray, all incapacitated by electric shocks, their bodies paralyzed, with only their eyes able to move. The Daofeng mantis and the lightning mouse stood tensely in opposition, both battered and exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing Li Qingzhou, Ho Tongfu's weary face betrayed a mix of shame and anger. The sight of his disheveled state was a source of embarrassment in front of Li Qingzhou. For a long time, he had viewed Li Qingzhou as his rival, aspiring to surpass him and become the best in the school. He had grown weary of holding the second position. For him, it was not a badge of honor, but rather a mark of disgrace. The second place was the greatest loser. When he learned that Li Qingzhou had awakened an extraordinary talent at the level of S, his joy was indescribable. Li Qingzhou was finished. From that moment on, he considered himself to be number one. However, until last night, when Li Qingzhou ascended to the first rank and he found himself relegated to second, his frustration nearly consumed him. How could someone with an S-level talent like Li Qingzhou claim the top spot, pushing him down to second? He was unwilling to accept this. To prove himself and reclaim the title that belonged to him, he resolved to challenge the bronze-ranked Thunder Mouse. Ho Tongfu clenched his teeth, the sound echoing in the air. He was determined to win at all costs. He aspired to be the first, to be the strongest individual in the school. With a roar, Ho Tongfu's veins bulged on his forehead. He was about to muster his final reserves of mental and physical strength to command a blade of wind to attack the Thunder Mouse, when he suddenly noticed a gust of sand and wind rising within the cave. "I have come to save you," Li Qingzhou said with a slight smile, his countenance radiant like the warm sun of spring. Peace, with its two tails gently swaying, unleashed the skill sand escape, effortlessly knocking down the Thunder Mouse. Naturally, the Thunder Grass, which was guarded by the Thunder Mouse, was easily plucked by Li Qingzhou, as he was the only one present capable of moving freely. Li Qingzhou had long since noticed Ho Tongfu and his companions, understanding their intentions. Ho Tongfu aimed to use Li Qingzhou as cannon fodder, a bait to exhaust the Thunder Mouse before they could storm into the cave and reap the rewards. However, they were unaware that Thunder Mice appeared in pairs, with male and female residing in the same burrow. Upon entering the cave, Li Qingzhou discovered this fact and decided to turn the tables, luring one of the Thunder Mice out. When Ho Tongfu and his group saw one emerge, they relaxed their guard, only to be ambushed by the other Thunder Mouse lurking inside, which swiftly dealt with the four of them. Li Qingzhou was not merely a cicada. He was the yellow sparrow hunting the mantis. Exhausted, Ho Tongfu leaned against the wall, barely able to stand. His eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. Yet he found himself powerless. Yi looked up at Li Qingzhou, her face filled with admiration. Her sparkling eyes were shaped like hearts. "Thank you, Li Qingzhou," she said, her voice sweet and melodious. In her eyes, he was a hero who had descended into the cave to save them, appearing extraordinarily handsome and imposing. "No need to thank me," Li Qingzhou replied with a smile. Watching Yi's adoring gaze, Ho Tongfu felt his heart bleed, his face twisted in jealousy, transforming him into a grotesque figure. Li Qingzhou waved his hand, elegantly turning away to exit the cave. With all the bronze-ranked beasts having been hunted, he shifted his focus to gathering materials. His diligence bore fruit that day, as he discovered an electric crystal and a luo-luo pair, while also hunting several nearby ferocious beasts. After 3 days of trials, Peace successfully leveled up to bronze rank 4. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The announcement signaling the end of the assessment echoed through the forest. Students descended the mountain, following the guidance back to the assembly point from the first day. At the foot of the mountain, a massive screen adorned the gathering area, displaying the candidate scores and rankings. Unlike previous examinations, this one revealed results and rankings in real time. How could Li Qingzhou be first again? With a staggering score of 400 points, he surpassed the second-place competitor by a full 180 points. Unbelievable. With 60 points being the passing mark, how had he amassed such an extraordinary total? If only he could share some of his points with me, I might pass. The crowd was astonished, and Li Qingzhou's name shone brightly at the top of the leaderboard with 400 points. He was not a waste with a garbage-level talent. How could he still rank first? If he was deemed rubbish, then what did that make the others present? A silence fell over the students. Although the remark had been delivered in a sarcastic tone, it seemed to hold a kernel of truth. The second-place score belonged to Yang Ruxue, at 220 points. Finally, Ho Tongfu was not the perennial second, and laughter erupted among the students. Ho Tongfu scored 219 points, just 1 point shy, relegating him to third place. He would henceforth be known as Old 3. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Zhou Ling, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, gazed at Li Qingzhou's name on the leaderboard, feeling a swell of pride and satisfaction. It brought her joy to see a student from her class achieve first place. Yet, upon reflection, a sense of regret and lamentation washed over her. It was a pity that Li Qingzhou's beast mastery talent was at the lowest level. Even with such a humble talent, his ability to attain first place was nothing short of astounding. If only he could awaken a higher level talent, even a mere A level, his future would be limitless. Zhou Ling's thoughts meandered, feeling both happiness for Li Qingzhou and sorrow for his potential, yet unrealized. As discussions about the results continued, the The voice of the director broke through. Everyone, please quiet down. I trust you have all seen your scores and rankings. The trial concludes here. Only 20 of students passed this assessment, while 80 did not meet the passing line. I believe this trial has illuminated areas where you may need improvement. For those who did not pass, you must engage in online studies of the Common Beast Manual during the break to familiarize yourselves with the habits and characteristics of beasts. And a retest will be conducted at the start of the next term. The homeroom teachers guided their students toward their respective class buses in an orderly fashion to return to school. Under the leadership of their teachers, the students boarded their class buses, concluding the 3-day trial in the mountains. The roar of engines echoed as the buses set off toward the city. Outside, rain began to fall, drizzling softly, shrouding the entire Tsue mountain in a veil of misty rain. As the rain poured outside, the atmosphere within the bus was warm and inviting. Inside the bus of Class 3, students gathered in small groups, discussing the trials and their plans for the upcoming break. That green snake was truly terrifying, disguising itself as bamboo. It gave me quite a fright. The exam is finally over. I can enjoy sleeping in now. I've stockpiled so many variety shows that I haven't watched yet. I'll binge watch during the break. During the holiday, I plan to visit my grandparents back home. I intend to take on tasks from the Beastmaster Association to earn some money. My favorite singer is releasing an album, and I must get it on launch day. Alas, I still have to help my family at the store during the break. My holiday feels like it's over before it even began. I truly envy those of you who passed the exam. I still have to retake it, and will need to study hard during the break. Li Qingzhou sat by the window in the second row, resting his chin on his hand, gazing out at the torrential rain-soaked world. Boss, you're amazing. 400 points. That's like 6 of me. Zhang Huai exclaimed from behind, leaning forward. He had managed to score 65 points in this trial, barely passing. Though his score was modest, Zhang Huai was ecstatic. This was his first time passing, and he had done so entirely through his own efforts. The training he had undertaken with Li Qingzhou had indeed borne fruit, enhancing the timing of his wild bull's charge. Moreover, his understanding of beasts had deepened, allowing him to devise reasonable battle strategies based on their habits and characteristics. His wild bull had also leveled up to Black Iron rank 9. On the brink of a breakthrough, learning was truly beneficial. For the first time, the thought emerged in Zhang Huai's mind, and he recognized the true strength of Li Qingzhou. You're doing well too. You've made significant progress, Li Qingzhou replied with a smile. All thanks to your guidance. Boss, Zhang Huai felt a surge of joy, for his academic performance had risen to approximately the 120th rank in his school. A remarkable leap from the dismal positions he previously occupied, often languishing in the depths of 500 to 600. What are your plans for the holiday? Zhang Huai inquired. To enhance Ping'an's abilities, Li Qingzhou replied. The upcoming semester marked the final stretch of high school, a pivotal period where they would face the examination for professional beastmasters. Success in this assessment would grant them the option to pursue higher education or enter the workforce. The professional beastmaster examination was akin to the Gaokao from Li Qingzhou's past life, a treacherous path that many aspired to traverse. Naturally, Li Qingzhou yearned to successfully navigate this crucial juncture and become a professional beastmaster. The disparity between a professional beastmaster and an apprentice was as vast as that between a beastmaster and an ordinary individual. An apprentice who failed to obtain the professional certification would find their remuneration significantly diminished, even in identical roles. Without recognition, an apprentice could not ascend the career ladder. Only upon attaining the status of a professional beastmaster could they anticipate further career advancements. The hierarchy of professional beastmasters comprised various tiers: junior, intermediate, and advanced professional beastmasters, followed by quasi-masters, masters, legendary masters, and mythic masters. The level of a beast master was intrinsically linked to the prowess of their beasts. I too must strive diligently to facilitate the evolution of Man Yo during the holiday, Zhang Huai declared, aware that he could not afford to be complacent if he wished to keep pace with Li Qingzhou. The two exchanged a few more words before lapsing into silence. Inside the bus, a hush fell over the students, their bodies and minds weary after 3 days of assessments. The rain poured down with increasing intensity, the sound of droplets striking the windows echoing in a rapid cadence. In the vast, dark night, the relentless downpour rendered the world devoid of anything but itself. Even the glow of streetlights faded into insignificance, creating an atmosphere of profound solitude, as if only the rain persisted in existence. The bus sped along the road, a solitary vessel racing into the boundless night. Above Tongqing Avenue, a colossal mechanical bird hovered in midair, upon which stood a man clad in a black uniform. His expression austere and gaze fixed intently upon the encroaching darkness. Captain, a bus is heading towards the abyssal domain. A woman's urgent voice crackled through Chu Baiyuan's earpiece. Did we not instruct you to seal the roads? Chu Baiyuan's brow furrowed with concern. He remained immobile on the back of the mechanical bird, rain cascading down his cheeks. It entered before the blockade was established. We only just became aware of it. A voice identified as Bai Qian responded. Are there others in the vicinity? Chu Baiyuan queried. None detected as of now, Bai Qian's voice relayed. Continue searching and report any anomalies immediately. Rain pelted the mechanical bird, producing a cacophony of sounds. Chu Baiyuan gazed into the enveloping darkness ahead, so thick it seemed to amalgamate all the shadows of the world. The abyssal domain. A manifestation of the chasms from the abyss, represented a direct corruption of reality. Creatures from the abyss could manifest within this domain, their forms not being true embodiments, but still possessing terrifying power. This year alone, Tongqing Avenue had witnessed 156 traffic accidents, all resulting in fatalities, Bai Qian's voice informed him. 156 incidents? What has the traffic bureau been doing? Why have they not reported this? Chu Baiyuan's voice bore a hint of ire. This concern has already been communicated to the higher-ups. Action will be taken. Bai Qian's voice remained cold. The expansion of the abyssal domain was directly nourished by the blood of the victims from these accidents. Should it continue to grow into the abyssal realm, the true forces of the abyss would infiltrate this world, heralding a catastrophe of unfathomable proportions. Through the abyssal realm, the malevolent and formidable creatures of the abyss could stride into reality, their monstrous strength rendering the annihilation of a city as effortless as breathing. A shiver coursed through Chu Baiyuan. He dared not envision such a scenario. Had they not detected the abyssal domain in time, allowing it to expand unchecked would have yielded dire consequences. What is the location of that bus? Chu Baiyuan demanded. We must prevent it from entering the abyssal domain. Once it does, there is no hope for survival. It is near your location. Bai Qian's voice rang out urgently. A bus sped through the rain, its headlights flickering dimly in the shrouded night. Upon sighting the bus, Chu Baiyuan directed the mechanical bird to soar towards it, cleaving through the rain like a drawn blade. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming and disorienting sensation surged into his mind. His pupils constricted sharply, and the mechanical bird came to an abrupt halt, frozen in midair. The tumult of rain filled the air. The bus had vanished without a trace, engulfed by darkness, its faint lights extinguishing like candles snuffed out. Chu Baiyuan cautiously and slowly drew his blade, his eyes widening as he stared into the thick, dizzying darkness, fearful of missing any detail. Yet, apart from the torrential rain, nothing remained. The bus had been consumed by the darkness. It had driven directly into the abyssal domain. Chapter 39, The Abyssal Domain. No, it was not the bus that had entered the abyssal domain. Rather, the domain had suddenly expanded, devouring the bus whole. Captain, the bus has disappeared. Bai Qian's voice echoed with urgency through the earpiece. I know. I witnessed it. Chu Baiyuan gripped his blade tightly. It has entered the abyssal domain? Bai Qian's voice trembled slightly. Indeed. Chu Baiyuan exhaled deeply, as if reaching a resolution. Captain, you must remain calm. You cannot enter. The abyssal domain is too perilous. Even you cannot emerge unscathed from it. Bai Qian's tone was tinged with palpable anxiety. The abyss corrupts our world every moment. We are not gods and cannot save everyone. You are the captain, the backbone of the abyssal processing center. We cannot afford to lose you. I have submitted a request to the higher authorities. Special armed forces will arrive shortly. Chu Baiyuan remained silent. Captain, can you hear me? Do not enter the abyssal domain. Bai Qian's voice conveyed sorrow and desperation. Bai Qian, you are the deputy captain of the 1st Division. You are in command of the situation from here on. Chu Baiyuan's tone was calm and measured. Our duty is to protect the citizens of Linyuan City. They are before my eyes, and only I can save them. If I stand by and watch them perish, I shall bear the weight of my conscience for eternity. I, Chu Baiyuan, am no hero, but I refuse to be a coward. The mechanical bird let out a piercing cry, as if affirming Chu Baiyuan's resolve, and flapped its wings towards the encroaching darkness. Chu Baiyuan's expression hardened, undeterred by the rain's assault. Fear, who does not feel fear? Yet some choose to confront it, while others opt for evasion. Will you be a hero for a fleeting moment or a coward for a lifetime? Those who need protection are right before your eyes. How can you flee? How can you hide? How can you turn a blind eye? Death can weigh heavier than a mountain or lighter than a feather. Chu Baiyuan took a deep breath, standing tall, and gazed into the profound darkness ahead, an expression of tranquility and determination gracing his face. I shall do my utmost, with no regrets. Outside, the night deepened, and the rain continued to pour relentlessly, washing the bus windows again and again. The dim glow of the streetlights had vanished without a trace, leaving only the abyss of darkness, an unending void. The reflection in the car window illuminated Li Qingzhou's face, and he suddenly realized how eerily silent the world had become. Through the glass, he could observe the interior of the vehicle. Aside from Li Qingzhou, everyone else was fast asleep, their bodies slumped motionless in their seats. A wave of intense dizziness surged through Li Qingzhou's mind. It was a familiar sensation, reminiscent of that alley, the ominous black crack, and the strange creature. Ping'an. Li Qingzhou stifled his discomfort and summoned the two-tailed fox, Ping'an. The creature nestled on his lap, vigilantly watching the darkness outside. Li Qingzhou placed Ping'an on his shoulder, rose, and made his way down the aisle of the bus. He attempted to awaken a classmate beside him, but his efforts were in vain. Even their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, remained unresponsive, her eyes tightly shut. Approaching the front next to the driver, he noticed the driver's head drooping, eyes closed, right foot pressing firmly on the accelerator. A glance at the speedometer revealed that the bus had reached its maximum speed of 150 kilometers per hour, with the engine's RPM needle dangerously in the red zone. The driver had lost consciousness, and the vehicle sped along the road. Fortunately, Tongqing Avenue was a long, straight road, and the conditions were relatively good. Otherwise, the bus would have gone out of control long ago. Li Qingzhou was about to rouse the driver to stop the vehicle when a series of low knocks echoed from outside. With the torrential downpour, who could be out there? Li Qingzhou turned his head and saw a shadow cast against the car window. A wave of overwhelming fear suddenly engulfed Li Qingzhou. The bus was traveling at 150 kilometers per hour. Who could chase after it on the highway while simultaneously knocking on the door? The knocking intensified. Not the sound of one person, but 3, 5, an increasing number of shadows gathering outside the vehicle, staring into the cabin through the rain-soaked glass. Name, Gui Mengshou. Attribute, Ghost, Spirit. Level, Bronze level 6. Qualification, Silver. Skills, Dream Control, Levitation. Weakness, Fire, Electricity. Evolution Path, 2. Introduction, a ghastly creature with fangs and a terrifying visage. Evolved from the Dream Eater insect, capable of manipulating the dreams of surrounding creatures, plunging them into deep slumber, impervious to external forces. Li Qingzhou's body trembled, his eyes betraying sheer terror. It was the power of the abyss. They had entered a region affected by the abyss. How vast was this chasm, with so many Gui Mengshou? Ping'an's body arched, its two tails standing straight up, its fur bristling with alarm. It sensed danger, extreme danger. At that moment, a dull thud resonated from the top of the bus, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Li Qingzhou watched as the Gui Mengshou outside were struck down one by one, black blood splattering against the window, only to be washed away by the rain. A mournful wail arose from all around, echoing like a lament. "Kid, you're still awake, right?" Came a rugged voice from the roof. It was Chu Baiyuan. Li Qingzhou recognized his voice. "I'm still awake." Li Qingzhou replied immediately, a surge of hope welling up within him. "Good. Take control of the vehicle. Don't let it go out of control," Chu Baiyuan instructed. "Understood," Li Qingzhou responded. Then he pulled the driver from his seat and placed him in the adjacent one. Taking the driver's position, Li Qingzhou grasped the steering wheel, slowly pressing down on the brake pedal. The bus gradually slowed down. The windshield wipers moved back and forth. Yet the rain was so heavy that visibility was reduced to nothing but darkness ahead. "Excellent. Continue to control the vehicle and proceed at a steady pace." Chu Baiyuan's voice resonated. Chu Baiyuan stood atop the bus, firmly anchored as if welded in place, impervious to the storm. The mechanical giant bird hovered in midair, its metallic feathers cascading like a storm upon the sides of the bus. That was its skill, Featherblade. Countless Gui Mengshou were pierced through, collapsing into puddles of muck. Yet, the Gui Mengshou continued to surge towards the bus like a relentless tide. A pungent stench suddenly filled the air, and from behind the bus, a massive figure emerged in the darkness. The torrential rain hung above that colossal silhouette, forming a protective barrier of gathered droplets. A terrifying aura emanated from the giant, overwhelming and all-encompassing. The Gui Mengshou trembled in fear, arrayed on either side. Chu Baiyuan stood atop the bus, gazing at the enormous, indistinct figure. It towered like a mountain, the aura it exuded chilling to the bone. That was the king of this abyssal realm, a creature that had emerged from the depths. Its true form remained within the abyss, and this was merely a projection. Yet the pressure it exerted was as formidable as a tidal wave. Chapter 40. Racing Through the Darkness. Li Qingzhou caught sight of that giant figure in the rearview mirror. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, his fingers turning pale from exertion. A blanket of suffocating fear enveloped him, rendering him unable to turn back, unable to face the creature. Chu Baiyuan took a deep breath, then exhaled. He gently rotated the long knife in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly as it sliced through the curtain of rain. The abyssal realm was the interstice between the abyss and the real world, belonging neither to the abyss nor to reality. It was an independent space. What appeared on Tongqing Avenue was merely the entrance to this realm. Where the exit lay remained a mystery, known only to the monsters in the rain. They could only press forward, charging through the night, breaking through the downpour, escaping from the deadlock. The presence of the creature behind them was far too menacing. Attempting to bypass, it was impossible. You can drive, right? Chu Baiyuan's voice broke through. I know a bit, Li Qingzhou replied, having observed the driver operate the vehicle. He could manage to move it forward. Good. Accelerate. Keep driving straight ahead. Don't look back. Chu Baiyuan commanded. What about you? Li Qingzhou had already surmised that Chu Baiyuan intended to hold off the creature from the abyss. I am a beast tamer of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau. It is my duty to protect the citizens of Lin Yuan City. Chu Baiyuan's tone was resolute. You once said I protected the world. This time, I will fight alongside you. Li Qingzhou declared loudly. The world is not yet yours to protect. Safeguarding it is the responsibility of us adults. Chu Baiyuan's expression shifted, revealing a fierce demeanor, his tone becoming harsh. I am also a beast tamer, Li Qingzhou countered. A trainee beast tamer does not count. Discuss world protection only when you become a professional. Hurry, take them away. You are the only one capable of saving them now. Chu Baiyuan's voice rose to a near roar. The massive figure was closing in swiftly, its presence intensifying. Step on the gas, accelerate, keep accelerating. Chu Baiyuan shouted. Li Qingzhou cried out as he slammed his right foot down on the accelerator. The bus roared like a wild beast, hurtling into the boundless night. Chu Baiyuan smiled, leaping from the mechanical giant bird and landing on the ground. Ripples surged in front of him as several creatures emerged from the formation. A white tiger engulfed in emerald flames, a pitch-black leopard, and a rocky creature formed of massive stones. Chu Baiyuan retrieved a pocket watch from his pocket. Caressing the photograph inside, it depicted a little girl beaming with joy, resembling a small sunflower. Little darling, Daddy can't come home for dinner today, but he'll make sure many others can. You'll forgive me, won't you? His tone softened. From now on, be good, listen to your mother. Daddy is going to a very far place. When you miss me, look up at the stars. I will be watching over you from above. My dear, I will love you forever. Chu Baiyuan pressed the photograph to his lips before carefully stowing the pocket watch back in his pocket. His expression turned cold and merciless once more. Before me, the colossal, indistinct figure gradually crystallized into clarity. It was a gigantic white serpent adorned with 8 heads. Each of its formidable heads flicked their tongues, exuding a metallic scent that mingled with the rain. I care not whether you are a monster or a ferocious beast. Within my dominion, you shall not wreak havoc. Chu Baiyuan spoke with arrogance, his demeanor cold as ice. With a subtle flick of his long knife, a wave of murderous intent emanated from him. His beast mastery talent allowed him to merge with his companion beasts, combining their strengths and abilities. Chu Baiyuan, who cherished the art of the sword and reveled in close combat, led his beast into battle alongside him. Mortals, submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you boundless power. The white serpent with 8 heads proclaimed in unison. Power? I require no such thing. My own strength suffices. Chu Baiyuan retorted with disdain, unyielding even in the face of this mountain-like monstrosity. Do you dare defy the divine? The 8 heads of the white serpent roared in tandem, their voices scattering the torrential rain, a foul wind howling forth, cracking the ground inch by inch, and sending dust swirling. Divine? This is the world we beast masters protect. Should you wish to invade our realm, even the divine can be severed. Chu Baiyuan tightened his grip on his knife, the silhouette of the black leopard vanishing, merging with his own body. Talent. Fusion. Chu Baiyuan leaped, his long knife slashing toward the monstrous serpent. The mind of Li Qingzhou was a void, numbly steering the vehicle through the downpour. The oppressive darkness began to lift, revealing the dim glow of streetlights at the road's end. The rain continued to fall, and the world kept turning. Alas, how did I fall asleep? The driver was the first to awaken, startled by the realization that he had dozed off while driving, a perilous mistake. Yet, he soon discovered he was not in the driver's seat, but rather in the front passenger seat. A male student occupied the driver's seat, his gaze vacant as he mechanically handled the steering wheel and accelerator. The vehicle sped at 150 kilometers per hour. The driver gasped, rising to approach the driver's side. Slow down. You're exceeding the limit. Li Qingzhou snapped out of his stupor and turned to the driver. You're awake. Slow down, pull over. Let me drive. The driver, uneasy about entrusting the vehicle to a student, insisted that Li Qingzhou stop. You've woken up. Li Qingzhou abruptly slammed the brakes, the tires screeching as the car halted amidst the deluge on the desolate road. Keep going straight, don't look back, Li Qingzhou shouted, then flung open the door and dashed out. Hey, where are you going? In this heavy rain? The driver called after him. Li Qingzhou's body was soaked by the rain as he frantically ran back towards the thickest darkness. In the shadows, some fought desperately, battling to protect the world. How could he simply abandon them in a bid for self-preservation? He sought no heroism. He merely wished to save the man fighting the monster alone amidst the storm. In that moment, he grasped the essence of life and death. Death is the end, a final farewell, irreversible. He could not bear the thought of Chu Baiyuan perishing. Nor could he bear an unpayable debt of gratitude. The rain fell in torrents. Li Qingzhou sprinted against the wind and rain, racing through the darkness. The obscurity ahead seemed endless, a ceaseless void. Do not die, do not die, do not die, he cried within his heart. Chapter 41, Slaying Deities. Merely a mortal dares to harm me. Die, die, perish. The white serpent's 8 heads roared in unison, several wounds now adorning its form. Crimson blood seeping from beneath its white scales. Chu Baiyuan stood resolute in the rain, panting heavily, his posture unwavering amidst the downpour. One man, one knife, capable of severing the abyss of darkness. Scattered across the ground were metallic fragments, remnants of a metallic giant bird. A white tiger lay in a pool of blood, its emerald flames flickering in the rain like a candle in the wind. Gray stones lay haphazardly, devoid of life. Shadow leopard, the end is near. Are you afraid? Chu Baiyuan softly inquired, as if lost in thought. Oh, a resounding howl emanated from within him. My good companion, I knew you would not falter. One may be struck down, but never defeated. As long as we draw breath, we have not lost. A smile graced Chu Baiyuan's face as he beheld the serpent's wounds. Suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, divine. To be wounded by a mortal, what right have you to claim divinity? You dare. The serpent bellowed, its massive vertical pupils narrowing as its 8 heads writhed in fury, summoning a whirlwind that swept the rain, charging toward Chu Baiyuan. Gripping the hilt of his knife, Chu Baiyuan swung it gently, the cold gleam slicing through the darkness. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the white serpent. His long knife slicing through the curtain of rain, striking horizontally at the beast. This blow represented the pinnacle of his martial skill, a strike of unparalleled might. A culmination of his life force, a desperate gamble. Exhausting all vitality, he concentrated the entirety of his power and that of his companion into this singular strike. There was no retreat. With the body of a mortal, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Even deities could be slain. The knife sliced through, blood gushed forth. The 8 heads of the white serpent were neatly severed, crimson liquid staining the earth. How could you? I will kill you. Each word from the serpent's mouth caused blood to spurt from its wounds. Chu Baiyuan fell to the ground, propping himself up with his long knife. Struggling to maintain his balance, the shadow leopard separated from him, collapsing on the ground, convulsing and gasping for breath. Chu Baiyuan. Li Qingzhou's voice rang out amidst the downpour. He had sprinted back just in time. The white serpent was drenched in blood, the ground littered with metallic parts, shattered rocks, and the corpses of beasts. How did you return? Chu Baiyuan's words came in broken fragments, his strength utterly depleted, his vitality slowly ebbing away. I got them all to safety. Li Qingzhou supported Chu Baiyuan. Cough, cough. If they are safe, why return? Chu Baiyuan coughed weakly. You all should perish. The white serpent's tone dripped with malice, its 8 heads swaying precariously. The wound from that strike had severed its spine, penetrating deep. Ah, the white serpent roared, its massive head surging toward Chu Baiyuan and Li Qingzhou. Ugh, Ping and crouched, trembling yet steadfast in resolve. Grit swirled upward, surging toward the serpent's heads. Bang! The serpent's head shattered through the storm, the stench from its gaping maw assaulting Li Qingzhou and Chu Baiyuan as the horrific heads loomed before them. Crack! In an instant, the 8 heads fell before Li Qingzhou, their cold, slitted eyes glaring fiercely at him and Chu Baiyuan. This collision severed the connection between the heads and the serpent's body entirely. Its form began to dissipate, the surrounding darkness gradually fading. Yamada no Orochi, do not flee. You have lost. You are defeated. Captain Chbun has valiantly protected us all. You, who lurk in the abyss like monsters, lack the courage to confront us in honorable combat. Li Qingzhou roared at the Yada no Roki. Hiss, you know my name? Cursed be it. One day I shall return and slay you all. The Yada no Roki, filled with reluctance, watched as its 8 heads fell to the ground, turning to ash and vanishing into nothingness. Chbun was covered in a multitude of wounds, with crimson streams flowing from them. He had at least 5 or 6 broken bones. Li Qingzhou supported him, unable to fathom the battle he had endured. It was evident to Li Qingzhou that Chbun's body was slowly withering, his vitality akin to a candle flickering low, growing ever dimmer. Li Qingzhou helped Chbun to sit upon the ground. Your body. Li Qingzhou felt lost, racking his brain for a way to save him. Cough, cough, it is nothing. A smile graced Chbun's face. This is the result of my life force being consumed. I anticipated this. At this rate, you will perish. Do not concern yourself with my demise. As a beast master, it is my duty to shield the younger generation from monsters. Anyone in my team would do the same. The budding hope must not be extinguished. You are the future of this world. Chbun gazed up at the pitch-black sky, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Could you do me a favor? What is it? Please retrieve the pocket watch from my pocket and open it. Li Qingzhu took the pocket watch from Chbun's pocket and gently opened it. Inside lay a photograph of a little girl. Her smile radiant and innocent. My daughter, isn't she adorable? A tender expression appeared on Chbun's face. Indeed, she is very cute. Li Qingzhu nodded. Chbun gazed at the photograph, lifting his hand to gently caress it. I will become a star in the heavens, watching over you. If you miss me, just look up. I will be smiling down upon you. His face radiated joy as his hand slowly fell. Chbun passed away. Li Qingzhu trembled, clutching Chbun tightly. The little girl in the pocket watch smiled, resembling a brilliant sun. The rain poured down, cascading down Li Qingzhu's cheeks. The rain was salty, tinged with bitterness. Chapter 42. The Auxiliary Personnel. The darkness of night enveloped all, rendering the hand invisible. The sky seemed to have ruptured, incessantly pouring forth rain. Amidst the stormy night, a youth held tightly to the man in his arms, resembling a statue. Regardless of how the wind and rain raged, he remained unmoved. In the distance, a light flickered, faint and indistinct. The cacophony of voices mingled with the torrential rain, barely discernible. The light drew closer, gradually becoming blinding and intense. All the lights focused upon the youth and the man he cradled. The distant thunder rolled through the clouds, drowning out the clamor of voices and the roar of vehicles, leaving only the sound of the thunderstorm. Captain, Bai Qian's voice was hoarse. Li Qingzhu numbly raised his head, seeing a young woman in black combat attire, adorned with red-framed glasses, standing before him. Captain did not lose. He vanquished the monster and protected everyone. He is a hero who safeguards the world. Li Qingzhu's tone was resolute, though tinged with sorrow. Bai Qian knelt beside him, gently grasping his cold hand. I know, he has always been our hero. Vehicles sped through the rain, heading toward the city. The city lights and towering buildings appeared in the distance, vibrant neon colors illuminating the entire metropolis. Inside the vehicle, the light was dim. Li Qingzhu sat silently, head bowed. You must be Li Qingzhu. I've heard the captain mention you. After a moment of silence, Bai Qian slowly spoke. Chbun had previously asked her to investigate a student from the first Beastmaster Academy of Nun City, named Li Qingzhu. Bai Qian recalled Li Qingzhu's appearance. Yes, Li Qingzhu nodded. What did you encounter in the abyss? Bai Qian inquired. As the abyss was shrouded in mystery and danger, with few who emerged alive, she sought to learn what Chbun and Li Qingzhu had faced there. Yada no Roki. Flames of anger ignited in Li Qingzhu's eyes as he clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. Yada no Roki? Bai Qian was taken aback. She had never heard that name and was unaware of its significance. A serpent monster with 8 heads and tails. Its massive form appears as an illusory doppelganger in the abyss, Li Qingzhu explained. Are all monsters in the abyss so twisted and terrifying? Bai Qian imagined the form of the Yada no Roki, a chill creeping into her heart. The captain fought this monster until the very end and successfully drove it back. A wave of pride surged within Bai Qian, mingled with sorrow. Please recount in detail all that you encountered in the abyss, Bai Qian urged. Li Qingzhu reflected on the events. The encounter with the nightmarish beast on the bus, everyone falling unconscious, Chbun's arrival. The appearance of the Yada no Roki, his driving away, and then his return through the rain, recounting everything verbatim. The vehicle fell silent, tears glimmering in Bai Qian's eyes. Captain was a hero. Li Qingzhu added firmly, leaving no room for contradiction. Indeed, he was a true hero. Bai Qian concurred. After a pause, she continued, You are also a hero. Thank you for being by his side in his final moments. Bai Qian tilted her head slightly to prevent tears from escaping, taking a while to steady her emotions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Qian, Vice Captain of the 1st Division of the Abyss Handling Center under the Bureau of Extraordinary Ability Management. Li Qingzhu looked up to assess Bai Qian before nodding. Bai Qian's face wore a pale smile, her ponytail soaked by the rain, her eyes red and swollen. If you discover any traces of the abyss, please notify me, Li Qingzhu suddenly stated. What do you intend to do? Bai Qian asked, puzzled. I intend to personally slay the Yada no Roki and avenge Captain Li Qingzhu's gaze was icy, his demeanor resolute. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected this young man to desire to slay such a terrifying creature. He was unfazed by the monsters of the abyss. That is far too dangerous for you, Bai Qian rejected, unwilling to let this youth take such risks. It would be folly to challenge a stone with an egg. Do not worry. I will grow stronger, stronger than anyone. Li Qingzhu's eyes shone with determination as he looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian was once again astonished. Li Qingzhu's eyes brimmed with confidence and resolve. Huh. She exhaled, then spoke. Would you be willing to become an auxiliary member of the First Division? Li Qingzhu's abilities could, to some extent, withstand the forces of the abyss, and he had traversed its depths, granting him knowledge beyond that of the average person. Chbun had previously considered recruiting Li Qingzhu, but due to his youth and ongoing education, involving him in abyss-related matters was deemed too perilous, leading to the idea being set aside. However, Bai Qian's perspective had shifted. Li Qingzhu's determination inspired her. Having faced the monsters of the abyss, Li Qingzhu bore its essence, and he might encounter similar threats in the future. For his safety, she needed to keep a close watch on him. And making him an auxiliary member would allow for constant communication and protection when necessary. Auxiliary member? Li Qingzhu questioned, puzzled. An auxiliary member simply holds a title within the team. You need not work with us. You can continue your studies and complete your education. But you must report to us monthly so we can monitor your situation. I will also inform you of matters related to the abyss, Bai Qian explained. However, until you become a professional beastmaster, I will not allow you to engage in any abyss-related affairs. Bai Qian's tone was somber. She understood that Li Qingzhou, filled with youthful fervor, might impulsively commit irrevocable acts. Rest assured, I am measured in my actions, Li Qingzhou replied with a nod. Gradually, the rain ceased, leaving the streets glistening. The city's thoroughfares bustled with vehicles, while pedestrians ambled in small groups, the traffic lights changing in a rhythmic dance of red, green, and yellow. The world continued its relentless march, merely interrupted by a heavy downpour. With the rain's cessation, the skies would surely clear. Li Qingzhou stood amidst the throngs, his heart heavy with a sense of melancholy. What tranquility of years could there be when others bore the burdens for you? On that road, a solitary man confronted the monstrous depths of despair. The people he safeguarded, those who reveled in the city's vibrancy, remained oblivious to his deeds and the glory he carried. His life had met its irrevocable end with the rain's cessation. With a long exhale, Li Qingzhou released the weight of his thoughts as he stood at his doorstep. Striving to compose himself, he buried his emotions deep within, etching every memory firmly in his mind. He could not allow such negativity to infiltrate his home and worry his parents. Just as he prepared to enter, the door swung open unexpectedly. Chapter 43, Homecoming. Li Fu, holding an umbrella, opened the door, revealing Li Mu standing behind him. Qingzhou, you have returned. Li Mu exclaimed with a smile upon seeing her son at the threshold. It was pouring outside, and I was just about to head to the school to find you. Li Fu stepped aside, allowing Li Qingzhou to enter. Indeed, with such heavy rain outside, you ventured out without an umbrella, Li Mu remarked, noticing her son's damp hair and clothes. Quickly, take a shower and change. It's nothing. I merely caught a little rain on my way back, Li Qingzhou replied with a smile. I shall go wash up now. All right, I'll heat up some food. After your shower, eat something warm to avoid catching a cold, Li Mu said as she headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After showering and changing, Li Qingzhou found the dining table laden with fragrant dishes. Here, drink this bowl of ginger soup, Li Mu offered as she handed him a steaming bowl. Li Qingzhou accepted it and drank it in one go. The ginger soup, with its spicy sweetness, warmed him from within. How was your time on Suiwei Mountain? Li Fu inquired, recalling that Li Qingzhou had mentioned staying there for 3 days prior to his journey. It was quite good, Li Qingzhou replied, taking a mouthful of rice. How pleasant could the mountain be? With mosquitoes and vermin, and sleeping outdoors, you must have been quite hungry, Li Mu said, placing a piece of meat into his bowl. Li Fu and Li Mu exchanged proud glances as they observed their son, occasionally inquiring about his trials. Li Qingzhou responded while focusing on his meal. Regardless of the storms faced outside, home would always be a sanctuary, a warm harbor. That night, however, sleep eluded Li Qingzhou. Every time he closed his eyes, the image of torrential rain flooded his mind. He lay awake, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Ping'an lay beside him, 2 foxtails draped across the bed. Having reached bronze level 9, Ping'an had gained substantial experience from repelling the formidable 8-headed serpent's phantom, advancing from bronze level 4 to the threshold of evolution. It was time to prepare for the evolution process. Li Qingzhou reflected on his acquisitions from Suiwei Mountain: a Mu-ling ear, a Shui-ling fruit, a Huo-wen grass, a thorn flower, a Lei-ming grass, an electric crystal, and a Luo-luo pear. If sold, these materials could fetch approximately 150,000 yuan. Coupled with his remaining savings of over 80,000 yuan, he would have a total of 230,000 yuan. The primary material for the evolution of the three-tailed spirit fox was the Yu-He crystal, with supporting materials being the Qingzhou and lizard tail, collectively valued around 200,000 yuan. He could afford the costs for Ping and's evolution. As for the prize from the arena, the Thunderlight Prism, he had no intention of selling it just yet, for it might prove useful in the future. Gently stroking Ping and soft fur, he whispered, "Ping'an, we must grow stronger, stronger than anyone else." Ji. Ping'an chirped in response. It had faced the eight-headed serpent's onslaught and understood the terrifying pressure it exerted. Without strength, defeating that monster would be impossible. On the first day of his holiday, Qingzhou awoke early. After breakfast, he made his way to a large pet material trading center in the city, the same one he had previously visited. "Hello, welcome. How may I assist you?" The sales clerk greeted him with a polite and melodious voice. She was pleasantly surprised to recognize this young man as the one who had purchased the Yin pearl and lizard tail. Straightening her posture, she became even more enthusiastic. "Do you buy materials?" Qingzhou asked straightforwardly. "Indeed, we do," the clerk replied warmly. Qingzhou set his backpack on the counter and began retrieving the evolution materials one by one. The clerk watched with a smile, though her expression soon turned to one of mild astonishment as he produced 7 items. She quickly estimated their value, roughly 150,000 yuan. The young customer appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. How had he acquired such a quantity of materials? Was he perhaps the heir of a beast taming family? Yet that didn't add up. Such heirs would not typically sell materials themselves. These were not easily obtained in the wild. Areas with rare materials were often guarded by formidable beasts, making it difficult to harvest them without a fight. Could he truly be a talented beast tamer of considerable strength? "How much will these fetch?" Qingzhou arranged the materials neatly on the counter. 150,000 yuan. The clerk answered gently, shifting closer to him. "All right, I will sell them all," Qingzhou said as he looked at her. "Do you have Yu-He crystals, Qingzhou, and lizard tails here? If so, I would like one of each." "Yes, we do," the clerk replied with a flirtatious smile, her gaze for him growing more intense. "Such dedication to your business. And you are quite lovely as well." Her heart fluttered like a startled deer. "Which school do you attend, handsome?" "The First Beast Taming Academy of Linyuan City," Qingzhou responded. "Oh, a prestigious institution. No wonder they produce such excellent students like you," she remarked as she retrieved the requested materials from the shelves. On the counter were 3 items. The Yu-He crystal, encased in an elegant silver box, accompanied by a plaque detailing its information. Yu-He crystal. Description: an energy core containing potent energy, capable of levitating in the air and enabling small creatures to float. Price: 145,000 yuan. The lizard tail was housed in a Zeton wood box, with a plaque beside it. Lizard tail. Description: a slightly curled lizard tail, devoid of life, possessing strong medicinal properties, though bitter in taste. Price: 22,000 yuan. The last Zeton wooden box contained a delicate white flower. Qingzhou. Description: a translucent white flower that thrives on lofty peaks, enduring the elements while gazing into the distance from its cool, secluded height. Price: 25,000 yuan. Qingzhou glanced at the prices, confirming they aligned with his expectations. "Please pack them all up." "Certainly." The total comes to 192,000 yuan. After deducting the 150,000 yuan from your sale, you will need to pay 42,000 yuan. The sales clerk beamed, swiftly packing the items. With a card in hand, Qingzhou presented his bank card to the sales clerk. The saleswoman took the card, swiped it through the system, and shortly thereafter, the screen displayed a successful payment. With a gentle smile, she handed the bank card along with a gift box containing 3 items to Qingzhou, saying, "Thank you." Qingzhou accepted the materials with gratitude and turned to leave. "We look forward to your next visit," the saleswoman called after him, momentarily entranced by his retreating figure. "I forgot to ask if he has a girlfriend," she lamented, tapping her head in frustration. If he were single, she would certainly take the initiative. She wondered if she would have the chance to encounter him again. Perhaps she should buy a more attractive outfit to catch his eye on his next visit. The saleswoman daydreamed, eagerly anticipating another glimpse of Qingzhou. Chapter 44. The Three-Tailed Spirit Fox. Upon returning home, Qingzhou entered his bedroom and summoned Ping'an. He poured half a bowl of water into a porcelain vessel and, following the order of the main and auxiliary materials, added the main ingredient, the Yu-He crystal, along with the auxiliary materials, Qingzhou and lizard tail, into the bowl, stirring slowly with a spoon. Suddenly, a mist of ethereal vapor erupted, enveloping the bedroom in a haze. Moments later, the mist dissipated, leaving only a small amount of viscous white liquid in the bowl. Drawing from past experiences, Ping An approached the bowl without hesitation and drank the liquid in one go before lying down to await the effects of the evolution potion. In the next instant, it began to convulse involuntarily, its body swelling and contracting, colors shifting, wisps of white steam emanating from its form. With a mighty whoosh, the steam cleared, revealing Ping An in its normal state, now sporting an additional tail, 3 in total. The evolution into a three-tailed spirit fox was successful. Qingzhou observed Ping An, noting that its fur had lightened significantly. Its physique had grown more robust, muscles firm and radiating strength, with the most striking change being the addition of a tail. Post-evolution, its fundamental attributes such as power, speed, and stamina had seen considerable enhancement. Its level had risen to silver level 1. With the evolution, Ping An had also gained mastery over its existing skills. It could now effortlessly conjure a significant sandstorm using its sand escape ability, with minimal energy expenditure. The hypnotic ability had been upgraded, allowing it not only to lull adversaries into slumber, but also to manipulate dreams to a degree. The power of the Foxfire skill had also increased, with notable enhancements in temperature and projection speed. The newly acquired skill, Tranquil Heart, served as a counter to mental attacks, enabling Ping An to maintain inner peace, discern illusions, and resist external psychic disturbances. Qingzhou then turned his attention to the evolution route entry, where a row of editable black boxes awaited input for new evolution paths. Recalling from memory, he knew that the four-tailed fox, known as Siwei Yanhu, had absolute control over flames. Imagining its form, he began to edit the evolution information within the black box. Evolution route, Siwei Yanhu. Description, a fox with 4 tails, the base of each tail white. The tips ablaze with a fiery crimson hue, possessing absolute mastery over flames. The text shimmered momentarily before solidifying, followed by the emergence of the evolution materials entry. Evolution materials, Eternal Fire Seed, Main, Flame Wish Gem, Auxiliary, Lizard Tail, Auxiliary. Qingzhou surveyed the materials, estimating their approximate costs. He had seen these materials in the Evolution Materials Compendium and grasped their basic information. The main material, the Eternal Fire Seed, was a rare commodity, priced around 200,000 yuan, while the Auxiliary Flame Wish Gem was approximately 60,000 yuan, and the Lizard Tail, being somewhat cheaper, was priced at 22,000 yuan. To evolve the three-tailed spirit fox into a four-tailed flame fox, a total of about 280,000 yuan would be required. This was quite a significant expenditure. After purchasing the materials for the three-tailed spirit fox's evolution, Qingzhou was left with only 40,000 yuan in cash, far from the 280,000 yuan target. Another day of financial worry loomed. However, Ping An had evolved into a silver-tier beast, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. The beasts of professional beast tamers were generally of silver tier. With Ping An's prowess, he could now compete with professional beast tamers. Qingzhou pondered how to earn money, seeking a way to both hone Ping An's abilities and accumulate experience for leveling up while also generating income. At the Beast Tamer Association, Qingzhou stood before the task bulletin board, specifically examining the assignments for professional beast tamers. The tasks for apprentice beast tamers were cumbersome and offered meager rewards, no longer suitable for Ping An's current capabilities. In contrast, the assignments tailored for professional beast tamers carried heightened danger but correspondingly higher rewards. Tasks could be broadly categorized into several types: extermination of ferocious beasts, material collection commissions, investigation tasks, and escort missions. Qingzhou favored the extermination tasks, as they saved time, offered decent rewards, and would effectively train Ping An's abilities. He focused intently on searching for suitable assignments within this category. Exterminate the treasure weasel on Tongqing Avenue. Difficulty, 3 stars. Requirements. The treasure weasel resides in burrows during the day and is active at night, adept at hiding. A beast with super eyesight is ideal. A reward of 10,000 yuan is granted for each treasure weasel hunted on Tongqing Avenue. The treasure weasel was cunning and difficult to capture, making this task challenging, especially since Ping An had no means of detecting hidden ferocious beasts. Moving on to the next. Eliminate the Thunder Eagle in Laiwen Valley. Difficulty, 3 stars. Requirements. Thunder Eagles typically reside on cliffs, excelling in flight. Flying-type beasts are best, requiring the hunting of 5 Thunder Eagles. Reward, 550,000 yuan. This task offered a handsome reward, but alas, Ping An could not fly and would not be able to reach the Thunder Eagles, let alone hunt them. On to the next. Clear the bone-eating fish from Xingyue Lake. Hunt the lightning mouse in the mining district. Expel the venomous insect beasts from Yunluo Mountain. After meticulously reviewing the tasks for nearly half an hour, Qingzhou finally identified a suitable one. Exterminate the sandworms in the Wuyuan Desert. Difficulty, 3 stars. Requirements, recently. The sandworms in the Wuyuan Desert have been migrating in large numbers, significantly impacting the daily lives of nearby villagers. We need to clear the sandworms from the Wuyuan Desert, particularly those close to the towns. Reward, 2,000 yuan for each sandworm exterminated. While the unit reward appeared modest, it proved quite lucrative. Sandworms typically appeared in swarms, and a single group could contain 20 or more sandworms. Despite the low price per unit, the cumulative reward would be substantial. Moreover, the strength of sandworms was relatively low, generally at the black iron and bronze tiers. With ping and silver tier strength, dealing with sandworms posed no challenge whatsoever. Qingzhou resolved to accept this task. After confirming his intention to undertake the mission of clearing the sandworms, he proceeded to register and collect the task using his identification. Subsequently, he acquired a combat recorder from the Beast Tamer Association, depositing the requisite security fee. The combat recorder belonged to the association, and any damage incurred would require compensation. This is a specially crafted auxiliary device from the Beastmaster Association, taking the form of a wristband that can be effortlessly worn on the wrist. Equipped with the capability to record real-time footage, it activates automatically during combat, capturing the visuals and transmitting them back to the data center of the Beastmaster Association. Upon the completion of a mission, the association reviews the recorded footage and compensates the Beastmaster accordingly based on the evaluation results. Chapter 45. Departure to the Wuyuan Desert. The Wuyuan Desert is located approximately 50 kilometers from the urban area of Linyuan City. It is impossible to take a taxi from the Beastmaster Association, and regular taxis are generally unwilling to go there. On the outskirts of Linyuan City, near the Wuyuan Desert, lies a stronghold of the Beastmaster Association, primarily serving as a resting and supply point for Beastmasters engaged in field exploration. The association operates dedicated vehicles to this location. Due to the frequent passage of Beastmasters, this area has gradually developed into a moderately sized marketplace where many Beastmasters replenish supplies and sell materials. At this moment, Qingzhou finds himself amidst the bustling marketplace. Low-rise buildings, scattered stalls, and a throng of Beastmasters create a lively atmosphere filled with various calls and shouts. The marketplace also offers a variety of vehicle rental services, as the vast wilderness presents challenges in reaching distant task locations without transportation. Qingzhou approaches a rental shop specializing in off-road vehicles. After glancing at the price list, he notes that the cheapest vehicle costs 1,000 yuan per hour, with a required deposit of 10,000 yuan. The vehicle rental business is indeed a lucrative industry. Hey there, where are you headed? A woman dressed in a white tracksuit and wearing a baseball cap inquires from within the shop. To the Wuyuan Desert. Qingzhou responds with a smile. What a coincidence. I'm headed there too. You must be taking on the task of clearing sandworms, she remarks. Indeed, Qingzhou nods slightly. Shall we share a ride? Renting alone is quite expensive, she suggests, placing a hand on Qingzhou's shoulder with an air of familiarity. Qingzhou hesitates, not immediately agreeing. Given their chance encounter in the remote wilderness, it seems prudent to exercise caution. I am also a member of the Beastmaster Association, Jiang Wei. I merely invited you to carpool since our paths crossed. I mean no harm. Jiang Wei quickly clarifies upon noticing Qingzhou's hesitation. Her face breaks into a hearty smile. And though she appears to be in her mid-20s, her slightly tanned skin and striking features exude a sense of vigor. Then let us share a ride. My name is Qingzhou, he replies, choosing to trust the person before him. Rejecting the goodwill of others would be discourteous. And sharing a ride certainly saves a significant amount of money. Great. With you, we now have 3 people. We just need one more to rent the vehicle and set off, Jiang Wei exclaims cheerfully. Under Jiang Wei's enthusiastic inquiries, they quickly find another companion, completing the group of 4 needed for carpooling. The driver is a bald man in his 40s named Wu Bin, and the other companion, tall and slender, appears to be around 30 and is named Wang Tuhu. The 4 of them engage in brief self-introductions in the vehicle. What? You're still a student? Wu Bin exclaims in surprise. When Qingzhou introduces himself as a student from the first Beastmaster Academy of Linyuan City, everyone expresses astonishment. You must be a trainee Beastmaster, Wang Tuhu remarks, sizing Qingzhou up. Yes, Qingzhou confirms. This task might be too challenging for you. I advise against pushing yourself. Wu Bin states after a moment of contemplation. He speaks candidly, saying whatever comes to mind. The 3 of them are professional Beastmasters, each with at least a level 8 bronze tier beast. Typically, students awaken their Beastmaster talents by the age of 18, allowing them to form contracts with beasts. By this timeline, Qingzhou has likely contracted his beast for less than 2 months, meaning his beast would barely reach the level of Black Iron 9. They wonder if he is foolish or simply seeking thrill. The wilderness is not like Linyuan City, where dangerous beasts roam. And a moment's carelessness could lead to injury or even death. Although the beasts in the Wu Yuan Desert are not particularly high in rank, there are still plenty of bronze-tier beasts and even some silver-tier creatures. Little brother, there are quite a few sandworms in the Wu Yuan Desert that are of bronze-tier strength. I urge you to reconsider and choose a different task. Wang Tuhu adds his voice of caution. I am perfectly fine, Li Qingzhou asserts with determination, understanding that their concerns stem from care for his safety, and he does not feel angered. Oh, you two big men, why are you fussing? We're already in the car. Are you going to make him walk back? Jiang Wei interjects boldly. No worries, I've got your back, she adds, resting her hand on Li Qingzhou's shoulder once more. With a personality that is straightforward and a wealth of experience in outdoor explorations, she is unperturbed and fully confident in her abilities. I am looking out for him. While the task of clearing sandworms is not overly difficult, the risks of outdoor adventures are significant, and one can easily get hurt. Wu Bin states while driving along the road. A scar runs across his face, a remnant from a previous mission. Beyond this scar, his body bears numerous other marks. Direct evidence of the dangers of the wilderness. Years of exploration have rendered him cautious. He has witnessed too many accidents and cannot bear the thought of a student getting hurt. Indeed, outdoor tasks require one to act within their limits. One must not overreach. In my last task, 2 beastmasters accompanying me were bitten by ghost corpse worms and are still in the hospital. Wang Tuhu continues to share his experiences to persuade Li Qingzhou. Thank you for your kindness. I assure you I am strong, Li Qingzhou replies with a smile. Oh dear, why won't you listen? Wu Bin shakes his head helplessly. Since you are determined to go, just stay close to us once we disembark, and do not wander off. Stick with me, and you will be safe. I have completed this task several times and am quite familiar with it, Jiang Wei assures him with a hearty laugh. Seeing that Li Qingzhou has made up his mind, they cease their efforts to dissuade him. The vehicle races down the road, flanked by endless stretches of yellow sands. After some time spent in conversation, they arrive at the task location within the Wu Yuan Desert. This marks Li Qingzhou's first venture into the desert expanse. The desert stretches flatly to the horizon, where jagged sand dunes rise and fall at the meeting point of earth and sky. Golden sands dance with the wind, creating a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow. The ground is adorned with ripples of varying colors, and as far as the eye can see, there is nothing but monotonous yellow, devoid of any trees. The group disembarks and stands amidst the gravel of the desert. Stay close. Do not wander off, Jiang Wei instructs, giving Li Qingzhou a gentle tug. Li Qingzhou, momentarily unsteady, steps back slightly and bumps into Jiang Wei, feeling a soft sensation against his back. His face flushes instantly, and he quickly regains his position, stepping forward. Ha ha ha, the desert is not like solid ground. Stand firm. Jiang Wei laughs heartily. Chapter 46. The task begins. A glow emanates from in front of Jiang Wei, and a summoning array hovers in the air, causing ripples in the space around it. Moments later, 2 beasts emerge from within. Li Qingzhou's gaze sweeps over the 2 creatures, revealing their basic information before him. Name, Shine. Attribute, Sand Wind. Level, Silver Tier 1. Qualification, Gold. Skills, Enhanced Vision, Windblade, Sandstorm. Weakness, Wood. Evolution Path, 1. Description, a large creature with a broad wingspan, with a gentle flap. It can stir up tremendous winds, and when it flaps its wings with full force, the gales it generates can even bend large trees. The sand eagle circled above Jiang Wei's head, its enormous wings casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Another companion beast, a canine creature known as Fengsu Quan, stood nearby. This creature possessed the following attributes. Level, Bronze Level 8, Quality, Silver, Skills, High-Speed Movement, Windfang Bite, and Savage Pounce. Its weakness lay in gold, and it had 3 possible evolution paths. This beast boasted a fluffy flaxen coat that enveloped its face, with black and orange stripes reminiscent of a tiger adorning its body. Its legs were surrounded by fur, and its long tail trailed behind it, giving the impression that it melded with the wind as it ran, exuding an air of majesty. No wonder Jiang Wei exuded such confidence. Her sand eagle had reached Silver Level 1 and possessed excellent potential. If it continued to grow normally, it could attain the standards of the gold tier. Among novice beast tamers, those with silver tier companion beasts were relatively rare. Wu Bin and Wang Tu, who subsequently summoned their own beasts. Professional beast tamers typically possessed more than 2 companion beasts, as the number of beasts directly correlated with their strength. Wu Bin's 2 beasts were a bronze level 9 minotaur and a bronze level 9 iron armored rat. Though he was no longer young and had been a professional beast tamer for over a decade, his beasts remained stuck at bronze level 9. With no further evolution paths available, for many lower-tier beast tamers, this was a common plight, constrained by the lack of evolution routes. No amount of effort could alter this reality. Evolution paths were the most precious resources, obtainable only at a great cost. Wang Tu, whose companion beasts included a bronze level 8 mighty bear and a bronze level 9 sunflower monster. The latter, known as Shangri Huaguai, had the following attributes: level, bronze level 9, quality, silver, skills, leaf blade, sunny day, and absorb. Its weakness was fire, and it had 2 evolution paths. This creature could convert sunlight into energy, producing nourishment from the sun's radiance, which is why it always faced the sun during the day. The strength of these individuals was formidable, placing them among the elite ranks of novice beast tamers. At that moment, Qingzhou summoned Pinyin from the beast space. The three-tailed Pinyin appeared before him. "What kind of creature is this? I have never seen one before," Jiang Wei exclaimed, astonished. She prided herself on her vast knowledge. Yet this three-tailed fox was truly outside her experience, a blind spot in her understanding. It bore some resemblance to a red fox, but she had never heard of a three-tailed variant. Wu Bin was equally taken aback. A three-tailed mutated species? Wang Tu, whose gaze shifted towards Pinyin, pondering the possible origin. The Sanwei Linghu, evolved from a mutated red fox, Qingzhou explained calmly. How intriguing. Jiang Wei's interest in Pinyin intensified upon hearing this revelation. She had not anticipated that a mutated red fox could possess such an evolution route. "You are quite fortunate. Mutated companion beasts are exceedingly rare, and you have contracted one," Wu Bin said, enviously. He had been stuck at the bronze tier for over a decade, his contracted beasts lacking potential and evolution paths. Without opportunities, he might remain in such a state for life. The mutation of a companion beast could open many possibilities, potentially breaking existing bottlenecks. Indeed, a mutated red fox, how splendid. Wang Tu, who expressed his admiration. For a companion beast to undergo natural mutation requires decades, centuries, or even millennia. This stroke of fortune was certainly enviable. All three, experienced professional beast tamers, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the three-tailed fox, whose strength was not to be underestimated. Their perception of Qingzhou shifted accordingly. While they conversed, a sudden gust of wind and sand arose in the distance. A series of sand dunes rapidly approached their vehicle. "Sandworms! The sandworms are coming!" Jiang Wei shouted. The sand eagle spread its wings, and Feng Su Quan crouched low, entering a combat stance. Wu Bin and Wang Tu, who also appeared vigilant. Qingzhou raised his eyes to observe the moving dunes, realizing that they were merely a disguise. Beneath the gravel lay enormous yellow-brown worms. The sandworms were classified as follows. Name: Sha Chong. Attribute: sand, level, bronze level 4, quality, bronze, skills, sandstorm, burrow. Their weakness lay in fire and wood, and they had 2 evolution paths. These elongated, yellow-brown creatures preferred to burrow underground and secreted a corrosive liquid that transformed normal soil into sandy terrain. "Little brother, stand behind me. The sandworms are approaching," Jiang Wei instructed, casting a glance at Qingzhou at her side. Having promised to protect him, she was determined to uphold her word and ensure he remained unscathed. However, Qingzhou remained calm, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Wei, showing no inclination to retreat. The sandworms, moving swiftly underground, soon reached the area near the vehicle. With a series of thuds, the sandworms leaped from the piles of gravel, their massive forms carving distorted arcs through the air. As they emerged, a sandstorm erupted, countless grains of sand rushing forward, obscuring the sky. The sandstorm skill had been activated. Jiang Wei and her companions, seasoned beast tamers, deftly commanded their beasts to attack the moment the sandworms leaped from the ground. While the sandworms were protected by the gravel while burrowing, the instant the sandstorm skill was invoked, as the sandworms broke free from the ground, it became the optimal moment for a counterattack. Though the sandstorm would obstruct visibility and cause damage, the levels of their companion beasts were sufficiently high that they were not deterred from moving within the tempest. With a series of dull thuds, several sandworms that had just leaped were struck and fell back to the ground. In an instant, Jiang Wei dispatched 6 sandworms, while Wu Bin and Wang Tu, who each eliminated 5 and 4, respectively. The sandworm swarm consisted of approximately 20 creatures, a relatively small group. Qingzhou and Pinyin, however, remained still, silently observing as others engaged the sandworms. Indeed, a Navi youth. He appears too frightened to move at the sight of sandworms, Wu Bin thought. Glancing at Qingzhou, seeing him rooted in place, he shook his head in resignation. It's best he learns the harsh realities of the wild. He will strive harder once back at school. If this small swarm can intimidate him, he is still too inexperienced. Wang Tu, who mused inwardly. "Oh, has Qingzhou been frightened? Not to worry. With me here, they cannot harm you," Jiang Wei noted as she observed Qingzhou standing still. She gently shifted to her left, standing close to him. Her sand eagle, possessing silver tier strength, would soon be capable of dispatching all the sandworms. With a thud, The airborne sandworms landed on the ground, burrowing back into the gravel. The trio exhaled in relief. The first wave of the sandworm attack had concluded, and they simply needed to await the next emergence. Just as their tension eased, Qingzhou and Ping'an made their move. With a soft call, Ping'an raised its three tails. Skill, Sand Escape, activate. A gust of wind and sand suddenly swirled, causing the gravel beneath to tremble. Ripples danced across the yellow sand, sending shockwaves radiating outward from Ping'an. The moving sand dunes abruptly halted, followed by a chorus of anguished wails. In the blink of an eye, all the moving sand dunes came to a standstill. Grains of sand trickling down to reveal the bodies of the yellow-brown sandworms beneath. Dark green liquid seeped from the sandworms, staining the golden sand with a vivid hue. The 10 or so sandworms that fell into the gravel were instantly obliterated. Jiang Wei and the others stood with their mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded, momentarily frozen in place. Incredible. Jiang Wei was the first to regain her senses, gazing at Qingzhou with an expression of disbelief. With a single strike, Qingzhou's pet had annihilated a dozen sandworms. What terrifying power was this? Wu Bin and Wang Tu, who were equally bewildered, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The prowess of Qingzhou was beyond their expectations. How could an 18-year-old possess such formidable strength in a pet? A prodigy, a genius of extraordinary caliber, the thought simultaneously crossed their minds. The skill of the red fox was sand shifting, allowing it to manipulate gravel, its power amplified in the desert, a common knowledge they all shared. However, the recent display of might in a single blow surpassed their understanding of the sand-shifting skill, something a typical red fox could never achieve. This three-tailed spiritual fox was at least at the level of bronze 8 or 9. An 18-year-old youth possessing a bronze 8 or 9 level pet was an alarming testament to his talent. Could it be that Qingzhou was a scion of a prestigious beast taming family, nurtured with abundant resources and tutelage from renowned mentors since childhood? Otherwise, it was unimaginable for a beast tamer from a humble background to awaken their beast taming talent merely 2 months prior and already possess a bronze-tier pet. In a fleeting moment, a tumult of emotions surged within the group. Qingzhou maintained an air of indifference, while Ping'an appeared equally unfazed. This man and his beast were utterly unaware of the seismic shift their actions had caused in the minds of the other three. What level is your three-tailed spiritual fox? Jiang Wei inquired with curiosity. Silver 1, Qingzhou replied candidly, without any intent to conceal. What? Silver 1? Wu Bin exclaimed in astonishment. Having been a professional beast tamer for over a decade, his pets remained stuck at the bronze level, and his title as a novice beast tamer had long stagnated. While this 18-year-old possessed a silver-tier pet, this was the level of beast he had always dreamed of. The disparity between people felt more significant than that between man and dog. He felt utterly numbed. Wang Tu, who was equally shaken. He had anticipated that Qingzhou's three-tailed spiritual fox would at most be of bronze level, attributing the recent display of sand-shifting might to environmental factors. He never expected this three-tailed spiritual fox to far exceed his expectations. A silver-tier pet. If he had a silver-tier pet, he could contemplate advancing to the title of intermediate professional beast tamer. Though reluctant to admit it, Wang Tu, who knew, he felt a pang of envy, more sour than consuming a lemon. While Jiang Wei was also astonished, her composure was far steadier than the other two. After all, she too was a beast tamer with a silver-tier pet. You seem surprisingly capable for someone so young. It appears you can protect yourself without needing your sister's cover. Jiang Wei teased. Wu Bin and Wang Tu, who exchanged glances, previously having urged Qingzhou to return and change tasks, only to discover that this young man's strength surpassed their own. The area had been cleared of sandworms, and the group gathered their thoughts before continuing to the next region. The endless expanse of yellow sand lay before them. Soon, they arrived at an area frequented by sandworms, waves of sand dunes rolling in like a tide. Sandworms writhed and leaped upon the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The others immediately summoned their pets, commencing a new round of battle. Qingzhou and Ping'an remained aloof, refraining from immediately joining the fray. With Ping'an's current strength, it could effortlessly dispatch any sandworms within a 200-meter radius. However, they were a team, and Qingzhou understood the necessity of allowing others to accumulate their share of kills. He instructed Ping'an to clear out any remaining stragglers, waiting until the others had amassed a sufficient number of kills before stepping in to deal with the rest. As they progressed, everyone reaped rewards. In the off-road vehicle, the atmosphere was harmonious. Each of the four possessed considerable strength, particularly Qingzhou and Jiang Wei, both with a silver-tier pet, enabling them to eliminate sandworms swiftly. Along the way, they encountered numerous teams traversing the desert, searching for traces of sandworms. Sandworms, creatures of the desert, posed no threat if they remained within their habitat. However, once they ventured to the desert's edge, they would alter the land's nature. They excrete a corrosive liquid that transforms fertile land into sand. The expansion of the desert was an unwelcome sight for Lin Yuan City. Thus, the task of exterminating sandworms was a long-term endeavor, perpetually available for engagement, attracting many participants. The sun soon reached its zenith, marking noon. Wu Bin parked the off-road vehicle beneath a towering rock face, casting a welcome shade. The group disembarked in succession, preparing to rest and consume some sustenance before resuming their mission. Several pets lounged in the cool shade, yawning contentedly. Li Qingzhou retrieved 2 pieces of beast jerky from his backpack and offered one to Pinyin, who eagerly accepted and began to munch. Li Qingzhou himself took out a bagged bread, savoring it slowly with some mineral water. "Here, for you," Jiang Wei said, handing Li Qingzhou a snow pear. The heat of the desert diminished one's appetite, making fruit the optimal choice. "Thank you," Li Qingzhou replied with gratitude as he accepted the pear. As they dined, the group engaged in casual conversation, passing the sweltering midday hours. Through their dialogue, Li Qingzhou gleaned insights into the current status of professional beast tamers. This profession was categorized into 3 tiers: novice, intermediate, and advanced. A novice beast tamer's pet must achieve bronze level, an intermediate tamer's pet must reach silver level, and an advanced tamer's pet must attain gold level. Only when a pet's strength aligned with the requisite tier could one apply for a corresponding title. After becoming a professional beast tamer, various choices arose. Some opted to teach in schools, others to work in businesses or factories with a 9-to-5 schedule. Conversely, Jiang Wei and others, valuing their freedom, chose the path of adventurers, undertaking missions for rewards without constraints. While the group conversed, a cacophony of noise echoed from afar: footsteps, shouts, and the roar of vehicles melded into a chaotic symphony. A large throng of beast tamers raced towards them, their faces marked with terror, as though they had encountered something dreadful. Jiang Wei and her companions, experienced in fieldwork, were momentarily at a loss, unable to ascertain the cause of such commotion. Whatever had incited this panic among so many beast tamers must be something truly horrifying. An ominous premonition surged within them, prompting vigilance and caution. As the crowd drew nearer, through the swirling dust, they could discern the mass of sandworms trailing behind them, densely packed like a tide of yellow-brown. "Whoa," Jiang Wei gasped. Having never witnessed such a multitude of sandworms, it seemed that all the sandworms in the desert had converged here. Individually, sandworms posed little threat, but when amassed in such overwhelming numbers, even gold-tier pets would be overwhelmed. "Damn it, why are there so many sandworms?" Wu Bin exclaimed, his complexion paling. "What has happened? Why have the sandworms gathered together?" Wang Tu, who felt a chill run down his spine, his hands trembling slightly. "Is this a worm tide?" Li Qingzhou furrowed his brow slightly, observing the boundless swarm of sandworms ahead. There were simply too many. "Retreat, we must retreat." Jiang Wei decisively climbed aboard the vehicle. The sandworms surged like a tide, their onslaught relentless, and human strength was utterly insufficient to halt them. The others immediately followed suit, and the off-road vehicle emitted a low rumble before speeding away. Wu Bin slammed on the gas, racing down the path they had come, but soon he sensed something amiss. Ahead, dust billowed, and a series of sand dunes writhed. It was yet another horde of sandworms. Tens of thousands of them loomed ahead. Encircled, they found themselves besieged by swarms of sandworms from both front and back. Wu Bin sharply turned the steering wheel, the vehicle skidding across the sandy terrain as it kicked up a cloud of grit. The vehicle pivoted 90 degrees. The engine roared as they surged forward, seeking a glimmer of hope in the narrowing space between the converging tides of insects. The other beast tamers, realizing the imminent threat from the sandworms ahead, cried out in panic, their voices filled with despair. "More sandworms ahead. Where did they all come from? The heavens have doomed us. We are trapped, surrounded. Quick, turn to the side and break free before the swarm converges. Run, those who wish to survive, run." The beast tamers shouted in unison, hastily adjusting their course to flee sideways. The off-road vehicle sped through the sand, the yellow dust swirling up and settling down. The sandworms were swift in the desert, and soon the tides would collide. Despair gnawed at Wu Bin's heart. There was no way to escape in time. A sense of hopelessness enveloped the air, and the sunlight seemed to grow cold. Ahead stood a cliff. "Let us go there," Li Qingzhou exclaimed loudly. He had been keenly observing the surroundings from within the vehicle. The cliff loomed high, about 10 meters tall, with a concave shape. On the left and right, towering rock walls flanked them, leaving only a narrow opening ahead. If they reached that place, they could lean against the rock wall and guard the entrance, free from the fear of being besieged from all sides. Though the sandworms were numerous, the entrance was narrow, limiting the number that could enter at once, thus mitigating their numerical advantage. As long as they could hold the entrance, there remained a sliver of hope. Jiang Wei and the others quickly grasped this logic. astonished by Li Qingzhou's keen perception and judgment. Even seasoned beast tamers faltered in such dire straits, yet an ungraduated student remained composed. To the cliff! To the cliff! Wu Bin and Wang Tuhu shouted loudly, reminding the beast tamers behind them that the numbers of sandworms were overwhelming, even with the cliff's cover. The four of them alone stood little chance. They needed to rally enough reinforcements. To the cliff! To the cliff! The cries and shouts echoed. The beast tamers surged toward the cliff like parched souls in the desert discovering a spring. The space within the cliff was ample. Even if all the beast tamers fit inside, it would not feel cramped. Inside, chaos reigned, with voices overlapping and confusion rampant. The lack of leadership impeded effective organization of their defensive measures. The melee-oriented beasts took positions at the entrance, while those skilled in ranged attacks stationed themselves at the rear, ready to defend the entrance. A powerful voice rang out, that of a beast tamer named Fang Jingyu, around 40 years old. His beast, a silver level 9 spectral white tiger, was renowned among the beast tamers. The magnificent creature strode confidently to the entrance, poised to protect it. Name, spectral white tiger. Attributes, gold, dark. Level, silver 9. Potential, gold. Skills, tiger roar, fierce tiger descends, shadow stab. Weaknesses, fire light. Evolution path, 4. Description, adorned with black and white stripes, it is the king of beasts. Capable of slicing through steel with its claws and uprooting trees with its might. In the midst of chaos, Fang Jingyu's reputation and strength proved pivotal. Upon hearing his voice and witnessing his beast courageously guarding the entrance, the others followed suit. The once chaotic crowd began to coalesce around a central command, gradually restoring order within the cliff. In no time, several defensive lines were established. At the entrance stood formidable melee beasts, some colossal, others boasting incredible defenses. Forming a wall at the cliff's entrance, various aerial beasts hovered above, poised and ready for battle. Additionally, some insect-type beasts clung to the surrounding rock faces, their gazes fixed on the cliff's entrance. Pinyin, positioned towards the back of the group, was smaller and thus treated as less adept in close combat. Chapter 49. A fierce battle. This fox is unusual. The swarm of sandworms surged toward the cliff's entrance in an instant. Countless sandworms crashed against the defensive line like a massive, brownish wave. A brutal melee erupted. Wails, cries, and screams echoed within the cliff. The beasts on the outermost defensive line were almost instantly overwhelmed by the swarm of sandworms, torn apart in a frenzy of biting and gnawing, blood and flesh flying. In mere moments, dozens of beasts perished. Yet their sacrifice bore fruit, as hundreds of sandworms charging at the forefront were vanquished, their bodies lying silent in the sand. The tide of worms came in wave after wave, battering the defensive line at the cliff's entrance. The line formed by the beasts was breached repeatedly. There were simply too many sandworms. Although their corpses filled the sand in front of the cliff, countless more pressed forward, trampling over their fallen kin, determined to consume every living thing within the cliff. Individually, sandworms lacked strength, and any beast tamer inside could easily dispatch dozens. However, the sheer volume was overwhelming, rendering them unable to eradicate the swarm completely. Due to the terrain, the sandworms could not fully capitalize on their numerical advantage. The beast tamers fought valiantly in resistance, managing to hold their ground for the time being. Fang Jingyu's spectral white tiger, a silver level 9 beast, darted in and out of the swarm, shredding the sandworms with its claws and fangs. In no time, the number of sandworms felled by the spectral white tiger reached the hundreds. The performance of Fang Jingyu's beast inspired the other beast tamers, who rallied their strength and commanded their beasts to fight with all their might. The air was filled with the sounds of battle, and rivers of blood flowed. The tide of worms rolled on, seemingly endless. The beasts stationed at the front fell one after another, and the once thick defensive line grew increasingly fragile. The spectral white tiger bore numerous wounds, even with its unmatched valor. It could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the sandworms, its stamina waning and body swaying. A loud thud echoed as the spectral white tiger finally succumbed to exhaustion, its massive form collapsing, and the swarm surged forward, engulfing it. Fang Jingyu's face turned pale, his lips twitching involuntarily. The beast tamers within the cliff were gripped by escalating panic. Their strongest defender, the spectral white tiger, had fallen. How much longer could they endure? This is disastrous. We cannot hold. There are too many sandworms. I do not wish to die. I am not yet married. This cursed mission has brought me to ruin. Damn it. Why won't these sandworms relent? It's over. We are done for. Despair and fear spread rapidly within the cliff, extinguishing their will to resist. The specter of death loomed over them, and defiance seemed futile. Fang Jingyu found himself engulfed in utter despair. The painstakingly nurtured Yuming Baihu had perished. while the swarm of sandworms remained as dense and frenzied as ever. Even he could not withstand their onslaught, let alone the others within the rocky confines. He was acutely aware of the task-oriented beast masters, whose pets predominantly fell below the silver tier. Relying on them would be futile. Death loomed ominously. Another wave of pets fell, and the swarm of sandworms breached the entrance, threatening to inundate the rock wall. The beast masters could see the segmented bodies of the sandworms with startling clarity. With each passing moment, as more pets succumbed to their fate, the defensive line where Ping and stood transformed into the front line. Most of the pets stationed there were diminutive creatures, such as Yumiao, Hong'er Tu, and Panjiaoyang. Their offensive and defensive capabilities were far from remarkable. The beast masters within the rock wall foresaw the impending collapse of their defenses, envisioning the agonizing cries of their pets. Some had already closed their eyes, awaiting the inevitable engulfment by the swarm. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The sandworms that had burrowed into the ground fell silent, no longer re-emerging, while a dark green liquid seeped through the sand, strikingly conspicuous. The once packed entrance now saw a drastic reduction in the swarm. What was happening? Where had the sandworms gone? Was this a miracle? Had divine intervention graced them? Perhaps they would not meet their demise after all. Life was still possible, provided this trend continued. Oh God, have mercy on us. The beast masters within the rock wall, despite their confusion, felt a flicker of hope igniting within them. They began to pray, yearning for a miracle to manifest. It was as if they could see the grim reaper's scythe gradually retreating from their throats. Jiang Wei and the others quickly discerned the cause of this phenomenon. It was the power of the Sanwei Linghu Pingyun, who, utilizing its sand escape skill, effortlessly annihilated a multitude of sandworms. She glanced at Li Qingzhou and noticed his grave expression as he gazed beyond the mass of sandworms, peering into the distance. Well done, Sanwei Linghu. Keep it up. You are the savior. Wu Bin could not help but exclaim in praise. As long as Brother Li is here, we still have hope. Wang Tuhu murmured. Upon discovering the swarm of sandworms, he had promptly sent a rescue request to the Beastmaster Association, succinctly detailing the situation on the ground. The rescue team dispatched by the association was undoubtedly en route. As long as they could hold out until help arrived, they might escape the jaws of the sandworms. A three-tailed fox, resembling a red fox, yet differing in characteristics. What species could this be? Fang Jingyu pondered. His extensive experience led him to recognize Ping and's extraordinary nature. The demise of those sandworms was due to the prowess of this three-tailed fox, not some divine miracle. However, he could not immediately ascertain the origins of this fox, leaving him rife with speculation. Once again, the sound of sandworms surged forth. They leapt from the sandy ground, stirring up clouds of dust, only to burrow back into the earth. Yet each time they did, they never resurfaced. The sandy expanse at the entrance of the rock wall resembled a hellish battlefield. Once one entered, there was no return. Sandworms, lacking intelligence, knew only to charge forward. Even as many of their kin perished in the sand, they felt no fear. The clash between the swarm and the pets continued, and the fragile defensive line teetered on the brink of collapse. What once stood at the entrance was now reduced to a solitary three-tailed fox. Its expression was fierce, eyes ablaze with ferocity, resembling not a fox but a formidable tiger commanding respect among beasts. The other beast masters slowly began to comprehend the significance of this scene. It was the three-tailed fox that constituted the miracle, safeguarding the entrance to the rock wall. What kind of pet is this? I've never seen anything like it. The three-tailed fox was unprecedented. This fox was extraordinary. It was the embodiment of miracles. Whose pet is this? When did our community acquire such a figure? The beast masters buzzed with astonishment, their focus fixed on the three-tailed fox, which had now become their guardian deity. Chapter 50. Capture the leader first. When Wu Bin explained to the surrounding beast masters that the beast master of the Sanwei Linghu was the high school student Li Qingzhou, the entire assembly of beast masters was thrown into disarray. A high school student? Hasn't he only had his contract pet for a few months? How can this three-tailed fox be so formidable? Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. This was what genius looked like, they thought. The beast masters turned their gazes toward Li Qingzhou, their eyes filled with envy and astonishment. Many began to speculate about his identity. Even Fang Jingyu cast a surprised glance. This youth exceeded expectations, by his estimation. The Sanwei Linghu should have reached the silver tier. If its beast master were a young adult in his 20s or 30s, it would not have seemed strange. However, for an 18-year-old high school student to possess a silver tier pet was astounding. After all, most of his peers had pets at the black iron tier. In stark contrast to the blind optimism of the other beast masters, Fang Jingyu's heart remained heavy. The situation on the ground was still dire. While the Sanwei Linghu had halted the onslaught of the sandworm tide, its stamina was finite, and there would inevitably come a moment of exhaustion, at which point it would be vulnerable to slaughter. Li Qingzhou's brow was also furrowed. Ping An had repelled the sandworm attacks several times, depleting nearly half of its energy, and it could not hold out much longer. The swarm of sandworms, however, was vast and relentless, stretching endlessly. His gaze swept over the myriad sandworms in the desert, as if searching for something. Something is amiss. There must be a reason for this. The emergence of the swarm was undoubtedly influenced by some external factor. The sandworms of the Weiyuan Desert were typically scattered across various locations, living in small groups. Their current congregation indicated they were responding to some stimulus. The desert was teeming with sandworms, blanketing the boundless yellow sands. Li Qingzhou's eyes darted among the sandworms, and suddenly, his mind sparked, revealing a plethora of distinct information. Name, Sandworm King. Attribute, Sand. Level, Silver level 9. Quality, Gold. Skills, Sandstorm, Burrow, Dominate, Wormmite. Weaknesses, Fire, Wood. Evolution Path, 1. Description, the ruler of the Sandworm clan. Capable of commanding all sandworm groups, residing deep within the desert. Found it! Li Qingzhou exclaimed with fervor, his eyes gleaming with delight. The Sandworm King was enormous. 3 times the size of an ordinary sandworm, adorned with 2 silver horns atop its head. It evolved from sandworms. And certain sandworm kings even awakened a skill that instilled a sense of oppression, enabling them to lead their kin. The Sandworm King, he observed, was indeed a unique entity, having awakened 2 pivotal skills, Dominate and Wormmite. Dominate, a mental type skill that intimidates and commands through sheer presence. Wormmite, a mental type skill that emanates a sense of authority, symbolizing royal quality. These 2 mental type skills positioned the Sandworm King at the apex of the sandworm hierarchy, enabling it to lead all tribes. Li Qingzhou surmised that the current swarm was driven by the will of the Sandworm King. Although he was unaware of why the Sandworm King sought to besiege the beast masters of the desert, he had identified the crux of the situation. Does your Shaying still have energy? Li Qingzhou inquired of Jiang Wei. 1/3 of its energy remains, Jiang Wei replied. The Shaying has been diligently providing support from the rear, casting skills, and its stamina has considerably dwindled. Can you guide me and Ping into the location of that sandworm? Li Qingzhou pointed towards the Sandworm King in the desert. Jiang Wei followed the direction of Li Qingzhou's finger and beheld a colossal sandworm adorned with horns. What is that? She was momentarily taken aback, unable to recognize the creature before her. The Sandworm King. Li Qingzhou replied with a grave expression. Do you intend to slay the Sandworm King? Jiang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. The Sandworm King was surrounded by a myriad of sandworm guards. Attempting to kill it would be no simple feat, and any unforeseen mishap would leave them with no chance of survival. The sandworms could devour them in an instant, leaving no trace behind. To capture the king, one must first subdue the horse. This is our sole opportunity, Li Qingzhou remarked with an unflinching demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wei resolved to take a gamble, placing her trust in Li Qingzhou. At this juncture, the sandworms surged menacingly forth, and the rocky barriers would not hold for long. Without risking everything, survival was impossible. Suddenly, the Shaying descended from the sky, crouching on the ground. Everyone, please hold your ground for a moment. Ping An, return, Li Qingzhou called out. Upon hearing Li Qingzhou's words, after dispatching the sandworm before him, Ping An leapt into the air and landed beside Li Qingzhou. The swarm of sandworms surged forward, assaulting the last few lines of defense. A new wave of brutal combat commenced. Li Qingzhou and Ping An perched upon the broad back of the Shaying. What is happening? Is it fleeing? The Samway fox is about to run. It cannot escape. Without it, we cannot hold our ground. We either live or die together. It must not be allowed to flee. We are fighting for our lives here, while it runs away alone. I refuse to accept that. The crowd, once regarding Li Qingzhou and Ping An as saviors, now glared at them with rage, denouncing them as traitors and scoundrels. In the face of life and death, human malice is magnified infinitely. They would only speculate with the utmost negativity, perceiving what they wish to see. Dying here together is acceptable, though reluctant, if everyone dies. There is nothing to complain or argue about. However, if one person survives while all others perish, that is profoundly unjust. Why must all the Beastmasters die while Li Qingzhou escapes alone? A few nearby Beastmasters even reached out, attempting to grasp the wings of the Shaying. Fortunately, Jiang Wei reacted swiftly and commanded the Shaying to take flight before they could get close. There is no time for explanations. She ordered the Shaying to ascend directly towards the location of the Sandworm King. Fleeing coward, we thought you were our savior, but you are nothing but this. Damn it, why should I die while you live? Venomous bee, attack. A poison needle was shot from the tail of the venomous bee, racing towards Li Qingzhou's back. Whoosh. The poison needle sliced through the air with incredible speed. Yet, with a powerful flap of its wings, the Shaying generated a gust that deflected the needle. Use your brains. I am the Beastmaster of the Shaying, and I am still here. If I could have fled, I would have done so long ago. Jiang Wei scolded loudly. Then what is he doing? Riding the Sha Ying alone, if not fleeing. I believe you are his accomplice. The beast masters were incensed, completely losing their reason. Our enemy is the sandworms, not the beast masters. Fang Jingyu's authoritative voice rang out. Although he too questioned Li Qingzhou's actions, he chose to place his faith in the young man before him. If it were not for Li Qingzhou and the Sanwei Linghu's desperate resistance, the defense would have long since crumbled. The Sha Ying cannot escape. This desert is teeming with sandworms. Amidst the overwhelming sandstorm, even the Sha Ying could not traverse the desert. Fang Jingyu continued. Trust in this young man. He must have discovered something. Our task now is not to turn on each other, but to hold our positions and await rescue. Fang Jingyu proclaimed, casting a commanding gaze over the crowd. It is the Sandworm King. Li Qingzhou has identified the Sandworm King, and he intends to confront it. Jiang Wei explained, lifting her gaze towards the distant Sha Ying. Chapter 51. The Insect Tide Recedes. The Sandworm King. The Beast Masters paused momentarily. The name of the Sandworm King was not unfamiliar to them. There are thousands of sandworms in the desert, with several kings, which is quite normal. However, as far as they knew, the Sandworm Kings typically resided deep within the desert and rarely ventured out. Are you not deceiving us? There are so few Sandworm Kings in the entire desert. How could he recognize the Sandworm King amidst this throng of sandworms? Indeed, with so many sandworms outside, could he be using this as an excuse to slip away? The Beastmasters clearly did not fully accept this rationale. They remained skeptical. However, the swarm of sandworms offered them no opportunity to hesitate, launching wave after wave of assaults. And the defense appeared on the verge of collapse. We must hold the lines, or we shall all perish, Jiang Wei exclaimed, tossing aside her hat, her long hair cascading down. There is no time left. Let all capable beasts move to the entrance. Fang Jingyu added, though the other Beastmasters harbored doubts. The stakes were too high to allow for any delay, and they all focused their attention on fortifying the defenses at the entrance. The Sha Ying soared, racing towards the Sandworm King. The sandworm swarm evidently spotted the Sha Ying in the sky, and they unleashed their sandstorm abilities, resulting in a violent tempest that obscured the sun. Although the Sha Ying excelled at flying, even it struggled against such extreme weather conditions. The swirling sands not only obstructed its vision, but also made breathing a challenge. With each breath, it inhaled grains of sand. The Sha Ying's body began to sway, akin to a small boat in a tempest, teetering precariously. Li Qingzhou and Ping An nearly lost their balance and fell. Ping An, control the sand. Li Qingzhou commanded. Squeak. Ping An chirped softly, its three tails gently swaying. The once overwhelming sand suddenly hesitated, parting to the sides and remaining suspended in the air. Ping An had employed the sand escape skill, manipulating the airborne sand particles. A clear path emerged along the route of the Sha Ying, aside from the wind. Not a single grain of sand remained. The Sha Ying emitted a loud cry, its flight growing steadier. With the absence of sand, the winds posed no obstacle. It flapped its wings and soared forward. The dense mass of sandworms on the ground could do nothing but watch helplessly as the Sha Ying flew overhead. In an instant, the Sha Ying reached the front of the Sandworm King. The Sandworm King raised its head, its two dark green eyes fixated on the Sha Ying above. Suddenly, it coiled and leapt, springing from the ground, the sand swirling upwards in its wake. The Sandworm King's physical prowess and strength surpassed that of ordinary sandworms. And with this leap, it soared over 10 meters into the air. The Sha Ying hurriedly flapped its wings, ascending rapidly to avoid being struck by the Sandworm King. Bang! Missing its target, the Sandworm King turned and plunged back to the ground, burrowing into the sand, only to re-emerge from the grains. It lifted its head, gazing at the Sha Ying in the sky. Descend! Li Qingzhou shouted. The Sha Ying hesitated slightly, but before setting off, Jiang Wei had instructed it to follow Li Qingzhou's commands. It folded its wings and began to lower its altitude, all the while keeping a keen eye on the Sandworm King, ready to ascend at the slightest sign of danger. The Sandworm King's dark green pupils narrowed slightly as it activated its domination and insect might skills. Both of these abilities were of a mental nature, capable of influencing the psyche of enemies, and if the level was sufficiently high, could directly incapacitate foes. Squeak! The Sha Ying emitted a wail, for it was merely at silver level 1, utterly powerless against the mental assault of the silver level 9 Sandworm King. Its body trembled uncontrollably, struggling to maintain balance. Ping An, now is the time to employ hypnotic slumber, Li Qingzhou commanded. With tightly shut eyes, Ping An slowly opened them. Two flickering flames dancing within its gaze as it locked eyes with the Sandworm King's dark green orbs. The Sandworm King's eyes reflected the two ethereal flames, causing its expression to falter, and its yellow-brown eyelids gradually drooped, obscuring its emerald gaze. The skill hypnotic slumber was a success. The beast tamers ahead had already been consumed by the swarm of sandworms. We have triumphed. Let us retreat back into the depths of the desert, Li Qingzhou softly intoned, as he guided Ping and in crafting the dreamscape. After evolving into a three-tailed spirit fox, Ping An's hypnotic slumber skill had been upgraded, allowing it not only to induce slumber in foes, but also to manipulate their actions to a certain extent through dream control. In this moment, it heeded Li Qingzhou's words, weaving an appropriate dream within the Sandworm King's mind, thereby steering its behavior. The Sandworm King emitted a series of mechanical cries before turning and crawling deeper into the desert. The other sandworms communicated with one another, echoing the Sandworm King's command. In a short span, the multitude of sandworms turned and began their descent into the desert's depths. At the entrance of the rocky cave, the beasts engaged in fierce combat were momentarily stunned. The sandworms, who had just been battling ferociously, suddenly retreated. The beast tamers within the cave also noticed this change and peered outside. In the desert, a colossal wave of sandworms was withdrawing, hastily moving in the direction from whence they came, raising clouds of dust. The beast tamers, momentarily bewildered by the situation, dared not let their guard down and continued to command their beasts to maintain their positions at the entrance, prepared for any unforeseen events. Li Qingzhou, have we succeeded? Jiang Wei murmured as she gazed outside. A pair of clear, crisp calls rang out, and a massive Sha-ing appeared above the rocky cliff. It descended slowly and landed gracefully. Li Qingzhou and Ping An leaped from the back of the Sha-ing. They had succeeded. They truly accomplished it. The sandworm swarm had retreated. Hooray! Thank the heavens, we are spared. Cheers erupted within the cave as they celebrated their survival and expressed gratitude for Li Qingzhou's expulsion of the sandworm horde. It turned out their earlier doubts were misplaced. They had not fled but bravely sought the Sandworm King. We misjudged him, they thought. It was astonishing that a group of professional beast tamers had been rescued by a mere high school student. Forgive us for doubting him. After the initial relief came waves of gratitude and guilt, as they remembered their indignation, believing Li Qingzhou intended to abandon them, and even attacking him in their rage. They had underestimated the young man's resolve. Fang Jingyu regarded Li Qingzhou with astonishment, unable to fathom how he had truly achieved this. An 18-year-old youth, confronting thousands of sandworms, daring to venture into the enemy's ranks to accomplish a decapitation task. What immense courage and wisdom that required. Moreover, he was puzzled by the orderly retreat of the sandworm horde. It was not a panicked flight following the death of their leader, but a coordinated withdrawal, as if they had received a retreat command. Was this young man truly a prodigy? Chapter 52, Escaping from Death. Jiang Wei placed her left hand on Li Qingzhou's shoulder and gently tapped his chest with her right hand. Well done. You truly achieved it. Her typically carefree demeanor shone through as she expressed genuine joy at Li Qingzhou's success. Wu Bin was filled with astonishment. Merely witnessing the vast swarms of sandworms was chilling, let alone confronting the Sandworm King. What kind of courage was required for such a feat? Previously, he had secretly mocked Li Qingzhou for being paralyzed with fear at the sight of sandworms, but now it seemed it was he who was timid and weak. Li, you are destined for greatness, Wu Bin murmured, feeling a pang of sadness at his own age and abilities. Wang Tuhu also appeared shocked. He had had little faith in Li Qingzhou's plan, believing it to be a mere illusion leading to disappointment. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Qingzhou had indeed found a glimmer of hope amidst despair, seizing it firmly and forcing back the scythe of death. This triumph was a collective effort. But Li Qingzhou remained humble, attributing his success to the beast tamers who had held the line against the sandworms at the entrance, providing him the time to locate the Sandworm King, and to Jiang Wei's Sha-ing, which had enabled him to approach the Sandworm King. The other beast tamers exhibited expressions of guilt. The young man had saved them all while displaying such humility. What could they, as professional beast tamers, do apart from bicker and boast? They had nearly squandered their only chance at survival. A silence fell within the rocky cave. On a nearby sand dune, two men wearing wide-brimmed hats observed the retreating sandworms. Shao, did you not claim your plan was infallible? Why did the sandworms withdraw? One man inquired, his robust frame adorned with the words Tianxing. It shouldn't be. I implanted a psychological suggestion in the Sandworm King to spare the beast tamers. This suggestion should not have dissipated. The man named Shao, with a delicate appearance and a well-proportioned build, pondered aloud, the insignia Tianxing emblazoned on his attire as well. Yet the beast tamers remain alive within that cave. I exerted considerable effort to help you locate the Sandworm King, the tall man grumbled. Xiaobing, cease your complaints. Plans often encounter unforeseen complications. Shall we take direct action instead? Shao raised his right hand and mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. The Beast Tamers Association will be here shortly. I wish to avoid conflict with them now, Xiaobing replied. The Beast Tamers Association? Those individuals are exceedingly bothersome, Shao remarked, casting his gaze skyward as dark figures appeared on the horizon. Let us depart. This game has concluded. We shall await the next round, Xiao Bing declared, turning to leave toward the desert's exit. Haha, we have plenty of time. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate, Xiao chuckled ominously, following Xiao Bing forward. Suddenly, the sound of birdsong echoed through the sky. The beast tamers within the rocky cave stirred restlessly. Li Qingzhou looked up to see two dark figures swiftly approaching from a distance. These figures moved with incredible speed, rapidly closing in. It was a few golden-winged eagles. Name, golden-winged eagle. Attribute, gold wind. Level, silver level 9. Quality, golden. Skills, swift flight, featherblade, enhanced vision. Weakness, fire. Evolution path, 1. Description, a massive avian creature with golden feathers, possessing remarkable speed in flight. Each golden-winged eagle carried 3 individuals upon its back, and as they landed, they leaped down. Are you all unharmed? The leader inquired, surveying the surroundings. They were beast tamers dispatched by the Beast Tamer Association to address the swarm and rescue those besieged by sandworms. Upon receiving distress signals regarding a sandworm outbreak in the Wuyuan Desert, the association hastily sent aid. However, upon arrival, they found no living sandworms, only numerous corpses. Had the sandworms been repelled? Yet, with fewer than 100 beast tamers present, it seemed unrealistic to have driven back the swarm. The association is mobilizing forces from various regions to the Wuyuan Desert. They are merely the first group, with many formidable beast tamers yet to follow. How could such a vast assembly of power retreat easily in the face of an insect tide? The members of the Beast Tamer Association were filled with bewilderment. Team leader Wang, we are fine, Fang Jingyu spoke up, recognizing the leader of the group, Wang Zhun, the head of the rescue team from the Beast Tamer Association. Fang Jingyu, is that you? What is the current situation? Wang Zhun, clearly familiar with Fang Jingyu, felt a sense of relief upon seeing him. Fang Jingyu frequently undertook tasks with the association, showcasing considerable strength. Many within the association had seen him a few times and were somewhat acquainted with him. The insect tide erupted suddenly, and we were stationed at the entrance of the rock wall. Fang Jingyu recounted the events in detail. Wang Zhun listened with trepidation, his heart racing at the thought of the countless sandworms, and he gasped in horror, hearing that Li Qingzhou had single-handedly dealt with the Sandworm King. Causing the insect tide to recede, left Wang Zhun utterly astonished. His gaze involuntarily fell upon Li Qingzhou in the crowd, his face a mask of astonishment. The sheer number of sandworms would terrify even a senior beast tamer with a golden-tier pet beast. Yet, Li Qingzhou displayed such courage, leaping into the fray and confronting the Sandworm King. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. After listening, Wang Zhun nodded and approached Li Qingzhou. Hello, I am Wang Zhun, head of the rescue team of the Beast Tamer Association, he said, extending his hand toward Li Qingzhou. Hello, Li Qingzhou, Li Qingzhou replied, shaking Wang Zhun's hand. It is due to your bravery and wisdom that the insect tide has dissipated, allowing the beast tamers to remain unharmed. On behalf of the association, I express my gratitude. Wang Zhun stated, You flatter me. This victory is not solely mine, but a testament to our collective unity against the enemy, Li Qingzhou smiled, gesturing toward the other beast tamers around them. The beast tamers felt a wave of embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had insisted that Li Qingzhou stay with them, even wishing to drag him into danger, yet now he credited them for their solidarity. How humiliating. Naturally, Fang Jingyu chose to omit this little episode when recounting the events. If the outside world were to learn of their actions, it would indeed spell social death, especially for those who had physically hindered Li Qingzhou. The beast tamers could only share awkward smiles, reflecting on Li Qingzhou's magnanimity. Wang Zhun silently admired Li Qingzhou's composure amidst the accolades. Regardless, you bear the primary credit for repelling the insect tide. The Beast Tamer Association will provide you with appropriate compensation, Wang Zhun remarked before turning to address the other beast tamers. The association will thoroughly investigate the cause of this insect tide until the reasons are clarified. All missions in the Wuyuan Desert are hereby suspended. Chapter 53, The First Report. Under the arrangement of the Beast Tamer Association, everyone began to withdraw from the Wuyuan Desert in an orderly fashion. The suddenness of the insect tide was alarming, and there was no telling if other unforeseen events might follow. It was prudent to evacuate promptly. The group, shaken from their near brush with death, hastened to leave the desert and return to safety. The roar of engines filled the air as vehicles departed the desert. Li Qingzhou shared a vehicle with Jiang Wei, Wu Bin, and Wang Tuhu, as they needed to return the rented car and reclaim their deposit. The off-road vehicle sped through the desert, heading toward the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association. I truly underestimated you. I thought I could protect you, but it seems you need no protection. Rather, you have safeguarded me, Jiang Wei teased, gently nudging Li Qingzhou's shoulder. Indeed, Brother Li is young and accomplished. He will surely make a name for himself in the future. Wu Bin praised sincerely. With your performance in the professional beast tamer examination, brotherly, you should pass with flying colors, without a shadow of doubt, Wang Tuhu remarked, recalling his own struggles to barely pass after 2 attempts. When you become a significant figure, we can proudly say we once rode in the same vehicle and undertook the same mission. I find that quite thrilling. Jiang Wei laughed. I am just a student, not a person of great renown. I am still far from strong enough, Li Qingzhou replied, gazing out of the car window at the sky, a look of sadness crossing his face. The sky was a deep blue, clear and cloudless. I wonder, when I look up at the sky, does he gaze back at me from above? Li Qingzhou pondered, as memories of that rainy night and the solitary man battling in the storm surfaced in his mind. The off-road vehicle soon arrived at the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association on the edge of the Wuyuan Desert. Li Qingzhou and his companions switched cars, dividing the rental fees before bidding farewell. Wu Bin and Wang Tuhu planned to rest at the headquarters for the night before returning to the association to submit their tasks. Li Qingzhou and Jiang Wei intended to head directly back to the association, as they both resided in Linyuan City and could return home after completing their reports. At the Beast Tamer Association, Li Qingzhou submitted the battle recorder to the staff. The personnel entered the recorder's number into the computer and swiftly retrieved Li Qingzhou's task completion details. Number of sandworms hunted, 30. Task reward, 60,000 yuan. The data from the insect tide eruption was disregarded, as the battle recorder could not discern the chaotic skirmishes at the rock wall entrance, thus failing to record hunting data. Jiang Wei had hunted 20 sandworms, earning a reward of 40,000 yuan. Despite the perilous nature of the task, the overall compensation was satisfactory, and both were content. Do come visit your sister for some fun. We can team up for the next mission, Jiang Wei smiled. Sure, Li Qingzhou responded with a smile of his own. Exiting the Beast Tamer Association, they exchanged farewells and went their separate ways home. In the following days, Li Qingzhou rested at home. Feeling somewhat drained after the multitude of experiences in the Wuyuan Desert, he and Ping needed proper recuperation to regain their spirits. With his parents working during the day, he was often alone at home. After breakfast, Li Qingzhou prepared to visit the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau. As an auxiliary member of the 1st Division, he was required to report monthly as per Bai Qian's instructions. The bureau was located in the northwest corner of Linyuan City, a towering building that rose majestically into the clouds. Inside the guard booth sat an elderly man with thinning hair, dozing in his chair. Li Qingzhou approached the booth and gently tapped on the glass. Is it shift change? The old man mumbled, then noticed Li Qingzhou outside the booth. Hello. I am looking for Bai Qian from the Abyss Processing Center. Li Qingzhou raised his voice slightly, concerned the old man might not hear him clearly. Who? The old man grumbled, then opened the booth's glass window. Bai Qian from the Abyss Processing Center. Oh, why are you here so early? I thought it was time for shift change. The old man expressed mild disappointment before continuing. I will call inside for you. Please wait a moment. After which, he picked up the landline and explained the situation. Shortly, a tall girl dressed in uniform, sporting red-framed glasses and a ponytail, emerged. You're here. Bai Qian greeted Li Qingzhou with a smile. Yes, I'm here to report, Li Qingzhou replied with a grin. Following Bai Qian, he entered the building. They took the elevator to the 13th floor, where the 1st Division of the Abyss Processing Center was located. Please have a seat, Bai Qian instructed, pouring Li Qingzhou a cup of water. Thank you. Li Qingzhou accepted the cup gratefully. Sitting on the sofa, he surveyed the spacious office, which featured rows of cubicles adorned with computers and various documents. Before him stood a large white display board, densely covered with a myriad of photographs, accompanied by lines of small text. Against the wall rested a row of filing cabinets. On the right wall, a window was partially drawn, allowing a glimpse through the glass into a training room. Just as he intended to call you over, you arrived unexpectedly. What a coincidence. Bai Qian settled onto the single sofa opposite Li Qingzhou and spoke. Is there something you wish to discuss, perhaps related to the Abyss? A solemn expression crossed Li Qingzhou's face. No, Bai Qian waved her hand and then handed a card to Li Qingzhou, saying, your credentials are ready. I wanted to invite you to collect them. The Bureau has already approved your status as an external member of the 1st Division, and with this credential, you may freely enter and exit the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau. Li Qingzhou accepted the credential, examining the information inscribed upon it. The top left corner bore his photograph, while the right side displayed his identification details. Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, Abyss Processing Center, external member of the 1st Division, Li Qingzhou. At the bottom of the card was the official seal of the Bureau. This credential bore the same format as Chu Baiyuan's, and Li Qingzhou was reminded of their first encounter when he had suspected the seemingly fierce Chu Baiyuan of being a villain. Though he appeared daunting, his heart was gentle. A hint of bitterness stirred within Li Qingzhou. Have there been any recent developments concerning the abyss? He tucked the credential into his pocket and inquired. Yes, just some minor rifts. They have been resolved, Bai Qian replied nonchalantly. What about the Yachida serpent? Any news? Li Qingzhou continued to probe. None. I have reported its situation to the higher-ups, but so far, no one has encountered such a creature. Bai Qian shook her head, then turned to Li Qingzhou and asked, What about you? Have you experienced anything unusual recently? I encountered a swarm of insects in the Weiyuan desert, Li Qingzhou replied. He felt an unsettling strangeness about the emergence of the swarm, as if some hidden force were at play. The reason he sought Bai Qian at the Abyss Management Bureau was to ascertain whether there was any information regarding the swarm. A swarm? Bai Qian frowned, recalling that insect swarms were seldom seen in the Weiyuan desert. Indeed, the Sandworm King led all the sandworms in pursuit of the Beastmaster. Li Qingzhou recounted the events in the Weiyuan desert in detail. Bai Qian listened, her heart filled with astonishment. Surviving in such a large-scale swarm was nothing short of miraculous. I will report this to the higher authorities and simultaneously seek information from the Beastmaster Association, she said with a grave expression. Her intuition warned her that this matter was far from simple. Please take care of yourself, and feel free to contact me if you need anything, Bai Qian advised. After exchanging a few more words, Li Qingzhou took his leave. Chapter 54, The Stone Monkey. Li Qingzhou strolled alone down the street. A massive screen on a nearby building caught his attention, displaying an advertisement. It featured a small monkey, reminiscent of the golden snub-nosed monkeys on Blue Star. With a charming visage, nostrils turned upwards, and a coat of grayish-yellow fur adorned with golden long hair. In a flash, the small monkey transformed, becoming more robust. Its fists planted firmly on the ground, eyes alight with ferocity. It raised its fists, crackling with electricity, dazzling to behold. In the next moment, the small monkey morphed into a giant ape, effortlessly delivering a punch that shattered a nearby artificial mountain. Welcome to enroll in the Qingzhou Martial Arts School, where you can learn various methods for nurturing your beasts. Choose Qingzhou Martial Arts School to help you become a powerful beastmaster. The advertisement screen displayed a line of text. Li Qingzhou recognized the beast featured in the advertisement. It was the stone monkey, which inhabited the Spirit Stone Forest outside Linyuan City. It seemed this Qingzhou Martial Arts School primarily focused on training stone monkeys and had mastered their evolutionary path. Otherwise, they would not have used the stone monkey as promotional material. The stone monkey's innate skill was petrification, enabling it to form a hardened layer on its surface, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Li Qingzhou's mind raced as he recalled his knowledge of the stone monkey. The basic attributes of the stone monkey were quite commendable, and its innate ability was impressive. Moreover, finding a stone monkey outside Linyuan City was relatively easy. With sufficient strength, forming a contract would not pose a challenge. Li Qingzhou pondered, contemplating that the stone monkey appeared to be a fitting choice for his next beast contract. Lost in thought, he arrived at the location of the Beastmaster Association. The sign of the association was quite prominent, with gilded characters visible from a distance. With some leisure time on his hands, he entered the Beastmaster Association, hoping to find a suitable task. He murmured to himself as he approached the task bulletin board in the task hall. The professional Beastmaster task section was densely populated with hundreds of assignments. His gaze swept across, and he soon spotted a task located in the Spirit Stone Forest. Collecting wood spirit ears in the Spirit Stone Forest. Difficulty, 3 stars. Requirements. Fresh wood spirit ears must be harvested and preserved in special containers, and submitted within 24 hours post-harvest. Reward, 50,000 yuan. The reward for this task was quite substantial, as a single wood spirit ear was valued at around 30,000 yuan. Thus, the reward offered was 20,000 yuan more than the market price. However, gathering evolutionary materials was no simple feat, as it required considerable time investment. The Spirit Stone Forest was vast, and locating a single wood spirit ear within it was no easy task. If it were easy, Beastmasters would have long since prospered by harvesting materials. Li Qingzhou contemplated the task's reward, feeling tempted, yet aware of the time commitment involved. Suddenly, he recalled the stone monkey advertisement he had seen on the street. The stone monkey resided in the Spirit Stone Forest. If he undertook the task in the Spirit Stone Forest, he might very well find a promising and powerful stone monkey to contract. With this thought, Li Qingzhou resolved to accept the task. After confirming his intent to undertake the wood spirit ear collection task, he approached the staff to register and receive the assignment. Hello. I would like to take on the task of collecting wood spirit ears in the Spirit Stone Forest. Li Qingzhou placed his identification on the counter and spoke to the staff. Please wait a moment while I register you. Oh, you are Li Qingzhou. The staff exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Li Qingzhou's identification. I am, Li Qingzhou replied, taken aback by the staff's astonishment, as he had completed several tasks already. You are from Linyuan City's first Beastmaster Academy. And your last task involved clearing sandworms in the Wuyuan Desert? The staff looked at Li Qingzhou, confirming. Yes, Li Qingzhou nodded. Hello, please wait while I notify the association's management, the staff said with a smile, then turned to make a phone call. President, Li Qingzhou is here, the staff announced, and a voice responded from the other end. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man dressed in a black jacket and standing tall approached Li Qingzhou. Li Qingzhou recognized him as Xing Fangzhou, the vice president of the Beastmaster Association, who had spoken to the students during the Qingzhou mountain trial. Hello. Xing Fangzhou extended his hand with a smile. Greetings, Vice President Xing, Li Qingzhou replied, extending his hand to shake Xing Fangzhou's lightly. The association is aware of your deeds in the Wuyuan Desert, and in recognition of your brave actions, the association has decided to grant you the privileges of an esteemed member. Of course, this is complimentary, and no fees are required from you, Xing Fangzhou said kindly. Esteemed member? Li Qingzhou felt a bit bewildered, unaware that there were different levels of membership within the association. In general, the members who join the Yusho Sure Association are ordinary members, contributing a modest membership fee. In contrast, esteemed members are required to pay an annual fee several times greater than that of ordinary members, and in return, they enjoy exclusive privileges such as dedicated liaison, chauffeur services, and the ability to select 2 task-related items from the association's resource library for each assignment. For further details, one may refer to the association's handbook. As explained by Xing Fangzhou, esteemed members are typically advanced professional Yusho Shures, and for Li Qingzhou, a mere apprentice Yusho Shure. To attain this status without any fee is a significant honor bestowed upon him by the association. Thank you, Li Qingzhou expressed his gratitude politely. Oh, what a remarkable young talent. Truly a youthful hero, Xing Fangzhou remarked, sizing up Li Qingzhou with a nod of approval. You flatter me, Li Qingzhou humbly replied. Should you require any assistance within the association, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall return to my duties now, Xing Fangzhou said with a smile before turning to the staff at the counter, instructing, please enter Li Qingzhou's information into the esteemed member database. He is now officially one of us. Understood, President, the staff member acknowledged. Xing Fangzhou warmly waved goodbye to Li Qingzhou and departed. You are quite impressive. Becoming an esteemed member of the Yusho Sure Association at such a young age, the staff member remarked in awe while inputting Li Qingzhou's information into the system. Li Qingzhou smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. To be honest, he felt somewhat bewildered. He had merely come to accept a task and did not anticipate such an outcome. Nevertheless, the benefits of being an esteemed member sounded quite appealing, as they would aid him in fulfilling his duties at the Yusho Sure Association more effectively. Your information has been recorded. Here is your combat recorder. The staff member respectfully handed him a wristband. Li Qingzhou took out his card, preparing to pay the deposit. As an esteemed member, you are exempt from any deposit, the staff member clarified. Oh, thank you, Li Qingzhou replied, taking the combat recorder and exiting. To think an apprentice Yusho Sure could become an esteemed member, how remarkable, the staff member exclaimed, watching Li Qingzhou's retreating figure with envy and admiration. Chapter 55, The Privileges of Esteemed Membership. The following day, Li Qingzhou set out early for the Yusho Sure Association. Upon stepping into the grand hall of the association, he was greeted by a young woman in professional attire, her white blouse contrasting elegantly with her outfit, who approached him with a smile. Hello, Mr. Li Qingzhou. I am your business liaison, Chen Xiaoyan, she introduced herself. Hello, Li Qingzhou responded with a smile, recalling their previous phone conversation regarding the task. Esteemed members of the Yusho Sure Association are assigned dedicated business liaisons responsible for coordinating task-related matters. A dedicated vehicle to Ling Shi Sun Lin has been prepared for you and is ready for departure, Chen Xiaoyan informed him with a smile, her petite frame exuding a lively aura. Thank you, Li Qingzhou replied courteously. Now, allow me to take you to the association's resource library to select the necessary items for your task. Please follow me, Chen Xiaoyan said, leading him toward the resource library. The resource library of the Yusho Sure Association is located behind the task hall. Upon entering through the grand doors, one is greeted by rows of shelves brimming with an array of items. As Li Qingzhou stepped inside, he surveyed the shelves, each item accompanied by a descriptive label. Name, Yurong Dai. Description, a low-tier spatial item capable of storing objects, with a capacity of approximately 5 cubic meters. Name, Shun Sua Go. Description, a low-tier item. A retractable rod with a hook at the end, capable of shortening to 1 centimeter and extending up to 10 meters. The plethora of available items dazzled the eyes. Having conducted prior research at home, Li Qingzhou was well informed about the requirements for his task in Ling Shi Sun Lin, enabling him to discern the necessary tools. He approached a glass case, where a sign detailed the information of a particular item. Name, Bao Xianhe. Description, a low-tier item. capable of preserving the original state of materials stored within for 24 hours. I will select the preservation box as my first item, Qingzhou declared, pointing to the preservation box. His task involved collecting fresh Mu-Ling air, and this preservation container would be beneficial for its completion. Noted, Chen Xiaoyan quickly recorded the selection. Continuing his perusal of the shelves, Qingzhou paused before a small white vial. Name, Qingzhou Shidu Jiayao. Description, a bottle containing 2 pills. Capable of alleviating the venom of the Qingzhou Shi. 1 pill is to be taken at a time. The Lingshi Senlin is known to harbor a ferocious creature called the Qingzhou Shi, adept at camouflage, with fangs that harbor lethal venom. A mere scratch from its fangs can result in death within 30 minutes. Qingzhou opted for this antidote as a precautionary measure. While he held great confidence in Ping Yan's abilities, the forest's complexities warranted an added layer of security. For my second item, I will take this vial of Qingzhou Shi antidote, Qingzhou stated. Understood, both items have been recorded and will be delivered to you shortly. Chen Xiaoyan noted as she swiftly input the information into her tablet, a professional smile gracing her face. After selecting the items, Qingzhou followed Chen Xiaoyan back to the hall. As they arrived, a staff member approached with a small package, presenting it to Chen Xiaoyan. The package bore a label with the name Qingzhou inscribed upon it. This is the equipment you selected. Chen Xiaoyan confirmed after inspecting the contents and handed it over to Qingzhou. Thank you. He accepted the package. Your dedicated vehicle is parked in the association's lot. Allow me to escort you there, Chen Xiaoyan offered as she led him toward the parking area. A sleek black sedan awaited them, with a middle-aged man seated inside as the driver. Greetings, the driver smiled at both of them. Hello, Chen Xiaoyan and Qingzhou replied in unison. This is your driver, Zhou Dasheng, who will be responsible for your transportation during this task. Feel free to contact him at any time, Chen Xiaoyan introduced. Understood, Qingzhou said as he opened the car door and took a seat in the back. Wishing you a successful task. Should you require anything, please reach out to me, and I will be at your service, Chen Xiaoyan said with a professional smile, waving goodbye to Qingzhou. As the vehicle started to move toward the exit of the parking lot, Qingzhou reflected on the exceptional privileges of being an esteemed member. Not only was there dedicated service, but also chauffeur transportation. This task stood in stark contrast to his previous assignment, where he had to navigate all processes independently, including hailing a taxi to the association base and renting a vehicle to the Wuyuan Desert. In this instance, he simply needed to relax while all arrangements were taken care of, with dedicated service and transportation provided. The disparity in treatment was astonishing. The vehicle sped along, and the scenery outside the window began to change, with towering buildings gradually giving way to rolling hills and dense trees. Lingshi Senlin was drawing near, and Qingzhou could already see the towering trees and lush forest. The black sedan halted at the forest entrance, and Qingzhou opened the door to exit. Please contact me about an hour prior to the conclusion of your task. I will return to this location to pick you up and take you back to the Yusho Shur Association, Zhou Dasheng instructed. Thank you for your assistance, Qingzhou replied, bidding farewell to the driver as he watched the black sedan disappear into the distance. Ping, come forth, Qingzhou called softly, and a shimmering silver summoning circle appeared before him, from which a 3-tailed fox emerged gracefully. In the depths of the Lingshi Senlin, a myriad of ferocious beasts lurked, prompting Qingzhou to summon Ping in advance, as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. With a cheerful chirp, Ping trotted eagerly toward the forest, filled with curiosity and enthusiasm for the wild surroundings. Each excursion into the wilderness brought it immense joy. The forest, thick with foliage, allowed sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting a mosaic of dappled light on the ground. The duo, a human and a beast, ambled leisurely, resembling 2 friends on a delightful spring outing. The Mu-Ling air, or wood spirit ear, typically grew at the roots of large trees. So Qingzhou remained particularly attentive to the condition of these roots as they traversed the woods. After some time, however, they had yet to make any discoveries. Indeed, gathering materials was no simple task, otherwise, the rewards would not be so substantial. Ping, however, paid little mind to the quest for materials, content to explore its surroundings with delight. As Qingzhou walked, he spotted a small grove of bamboo ahead and cast his gaze over it. Suddenly, he felt a ripple of energy, and an informative passage materialized before his eyes. Chapter 56, The Delicacy of the Green Bamboo Snake. Name, Qingzhou Shi. Attribute, Poison. Level, Bronze Level 2. Qualification, Bronze. Skills, Deadly Fangs, Fierce Strike. Vulnerability, Wood Metal. Evolution Path, 2 options. Description, flattened and smooth in appearance, elegant and upright, entirely emerald green. When motionless, it resembles the very bamboo it camouflages with, possessing potent venom. One of the bamboo stalks in that grove was disguised as the Qingzhou Shi, lying in wait for its prey. The Qingzhou Shi exhibited remarkable patience, maintaining its disguise without fatigue, even for an entire day, waiting for a target to enter its strike zone before launching a surprise attack. Li Qingzhou smiled faintly. Such camouflage might pose a challenge for other beast tamers. But for him, it was a trivial matter. Pingyan, be cautious of the snake's venom and prepare for a ranged attack, he instructed. With a chirp, Pingyan's three tails waved in the air, exuding confidence. A gust of wind swirled before it, rushing forward rapidly. The sand and gravel coalesced, enveloping a green bamboo stalk entirely, leaving only a small opening at the front. Then, a burst of green flames appeared seemingly out of nowhere, swiftly darting into the gravel through the small opening. The Qingzhou Shi let out a pitiful cry as its body became firmly ensnared by the gravel, rendering it immobile. Forced to watch as the foxfire seared its flesh. The sounds of sizzling echoed, reminiscent of meat grilling on a hot plate. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the gravel. Haha, Pingyan, we shall feast on roasted snake for lunch, Li Qingzhou chuckled to Pingyan. With a gleeful chirp, Pingyan drooled, its eyes fixed eagerly on the Qingzhou Shi wrapped in gravel. Before long, the sounds of the snake's struggles faded completely, leaving only the crackling of flames roasting the meat. Pingyan employed its foxfire skill once more, ensuring the flames enveloped the snake's body evenly. For it preferred not to consume raw meat. Li Qingzhou and Pingyan found a spot to sit down. Before them lay a broad leaf, upon which the roasted Qingzhou Shi was placed. Li Qingzhou retrieved a small knife from his backpack, severing the snake's head before making several incisions along its body. He then produced two small vials, one containing salt and the other filled with chili powder. After a grueling 3 days of eating plain bread during the trial at Cui Weishan, he decided to carry some seasonings for future wilderness excursions. As he could not bear to deprive his palate during trials, he evenly sprinkled the salt and chili powder onto the snake meat. Pingyan, you may eat now, Li Qingzhou announced once he completed the preparations. With an impatient chirp, Pingyan rushed forward, eagerly gnawing on a piece of meat. The enticing aroma of the snake meat had already set its stomach grumbling. Had Li Qingzhou not insisted on adding seasonings, it would have begun feasting sooner. How troublesome humans were, fussing over meat. Meat should be enjoyed in its purest form. Adding spices only diminishes its natural flavor. As Pingyan took a bite of the snake meat, it experienced an explosion of flavors across its taste buds, the delectable meat dancing upon its tongue. With a look of admiration, Pingyan gazed up at Li Qingzhou, marveling at this beast tamer who wielded magic, effortlessly enhancing the flavor of the snake meat with mere powders. Li Qingzhou affectionately patted Pingyan's head before savoring a piece of the snake meat himself. After both were thoroughly satisfied, they resumed their journey. Li Qingzhou remained focused on his objective, to collect the Muling air. The forest was serene, and as they walked, his heart found tranquility. Along the way, Li Qingzhou and Pingyan dispatched several bronze-tier beasts, yet they discovered nothing of value. Li Qingzhou remained undeterred, continuing his meticulous search. If earning money were so easy, the commission would have been snatched up long ago, leaving him no chance to accept it. After searching for a while longer, Li Qingzhou's eyes suddenly brightened upon spotting a blackwood ear growing at the base of a large tree, quietly absorbing the essence of dew. Muling air. A wood-type resource, the target of this mission, he thought, elated that diligence had borne fruit. Just as he prepared to harvest it, he was suddenly startled by a low, peculiar sound, a blend of rustling leaves mixed with the croaking of frogs. Scanning the area, he noticed a beast resembling a toad, adorned with green flowers and foliage, lurking behind the large tree beside the Muling air. His spirit quivered slightly, and information about the beast materialized before him. Name, Miao Wajihua. Attribute, grass, poison. Level, bronze level 6. Qualification, bronze. Skills, abundant growth, toxic mucus, flying leaf blade. Vulnerability, fire, ice. Evolution path, one option. Description, a four-legged beast resembling a toad, with bluish-green skin marked by deep green spots, its back adorned with blossoming buds that continuously absorb nutrients. When the buds swell with sufficient nourishment, they emit a sweet fragrance, signaling the onset of evolution. The Miao Wajihua had claimed the Muling air as its own, and upon sensing an intruder encroaching upon its territory, its ferocity was awakened. At that moment, it crouched low, its floral appendages opening and closing rhythmically, producing sounds to intimidate the approaching adversary. Ah, a garlic-headed turtle. Albeit with a far more menacing visage than its charming game counterpart, Li Qingzhou remarked, feeling a tinge of regret at the sight of the Miao Wajihua. Its rugged skin, covered in protruding spots, deviated significantly from the image he had encountered in his previous life while playing the game. With a croak, the Miao Wajihua launched the first attack, its floral appendages thrashing violently before transforming into a flurry of flying blades aimed directly at Li Qingzhou and Pingyan. Unfazed, Pingyan leisurely approached Li Qingzhou, its gaze sharpening as a wall of sand rose before it, successfully shielding them from the barrage of leaf blades. At that moment, two flickers of ghostly fire ignited in its eyes. Hypnotic slumber skill, activate. The red eyes of the Miao Waji Hua reflected the two ghostly flames, causing its eyelids to droop uncontrollably as it collapsed onto the ground, its floral appendages retracting into a tight coil as it succumbed to slumber. Currently, Pingyan faced no challenges against bronze-tier beasts, often defeating them in an instant. Li Qingzhou approached the Mu Ling heir, carefully plucking it from the ground and placing it into a preservation box. He stowed the box in his backpack, zipped it up, and let out a sigh of relief. The mission was complete. As he began to relax, a sudden rustling sound emerged from behind him. Something was lurking in the shadows. Chapter 57, The Invitation. Li Qingzhou heard footsteps that seemed human. It was too coincidental that someone appeared just as he discovered resources. Instantly, he felt a surge of vigilance. The wilderness was far from the order of the city. Incidents of violence and resource theft occurred frequently. Although Li Qingzhou had little field experience, he had seen numerous cases reported in the news. Pingyan also raised three tails, watching the source of the sound cautiously. As he parted the leaves, the face of a middle-aged man emerged, featuring a square jaw and cunning eyes that glinted at Li Qingzhou. Little brother, you're quite fortunate. You've stumbled upon the Mu Ling heir, a wood-type resource. It can serve as an evolution material for pets and has medicinal uses, aiding the strength of both pets and beast tamers, the man stated. Li Qingzhou regarded him with caution, remaining silent, his back accompanied by a fierce beast resembling a wild boar. Name, Dali Haozhu. Attribute, Gold. Level, Bronze level 9. Qualification, Bronze. Skills, Powerful Charge, Petrifying Tusks. Weakness, Fire. Evolution Route, 1. Description, covered in sharp spines, which serve a protective purpose against foes. When threatened, its spines stand erect and tremble, demonstrating immense strength. Its sharp tusks can petrify any enemy they encounter. Little brother, don't be afraid. I'm not here to seize resources, the man smiled, waving his hand. I'm Qian San, also a beast tamer on a mission. Li Qingzhou, he introduced himself. You must be a newly minted beast tamer, Qian San observed, noting that Li Qingzhou appeared no older than 17 or 18, exuding a scholarly aura. Indeed, Li Qingzhou replied succinctly. I noticed the prowess of your pet. I wonder if you could assist me with a little task? Qian San inquired cheerfully. Sorry, I have other matters to attend to and cannot assist. Li Qingzhou declined directly. I shall offer appropriate compensation. Qian San quickly responded upon sensing Li Qingzhou's refusal. Li Qingzhou shook his head, remaining unyielding. The forest harbored too many dangers. Who could ascertain the extent of the risk involved in Qian San's proposed assistance? Seeing Li Qingzhou's resolute stance, Qian San's expression darkened slightly, but was swiftly replaced with a warm smile. You seem to harbor some suspicion towards me. In that case, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. I have discovered a significant opportunity within this forest. One that could be worth several times the value of the Mu Ling heir, Qian San declared. What opportunity? Li Qingzhou asked nonchalantly, adjusting his backpack. Qian San continued. I have traversed this forest many times and am quite familiar with its nuances. Recently, I stumbled upon a treasure trove within, home to several precious resources. You know that where resources abound, so too do fierce beasts. I cannot face them alone. Your pet's formidable strength could be of great assistance. Let us join forces and split the resources equally. What do you think? Qian San's gaze was fixed on Li Qingzhou, his words earnest. This was Li Qingzhou's first visit to the Lingshi forest, and he was not well acquainted with its surroundings. It had taken him most of the day, combined with a stroke of luck, to collect the Mu Ling heir. Besides his mission, he sought to find a suitable wild beast, the Shurho, to form a contract with. Wandering aimlessly would be laborious. Having someone familiar with the terrain would certainly save time and effort. Though the treasure trove Qian San spoke of might harbor dangers, with Pingyan's formidable strength, they could navigate it with caution. Given that Qian San was willing to pursue resources with his bronze level Dali Haozhu, the danger level could not be excessively high. Moreover, Pingyan's strength surpassed that of Qian San's beast, rendering any potential tricks he might employ negligible. With these thoughts in mind, Li Qingzhou formulated a plan. Where's the treasure trove? He asked calmly. Seeing Li Qingzhou acquiesce, Qian San's spirits lifted, and he promptly replied, Follow me. It's not far ahead. I will guide you. The two traversed the forest, encountering several bronze-level beasts along the way, all dispatched with ease. Their journey was fraught with minimal peril. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a stream, where the water flowed serenely, whispering softly, its surface glistening like oil, adorned with picturesque ripples. Here we are. This is the treasure trove I mentioned. Qian San pointed towards the stream. Li Qingzhou gazed at the water's edge, which was shallow enough to wade through easily. Beside the stream stood a small tree, laden with vibrant red fruits, a bountiful sight. Those were horlingua. Li Qingzhou was familiar with these fruits, as they were one of the materials required for Pingin's evolution into a two-tailed fox. He estimated the tree bore around 7 or 8 fruits, indeed a valuable find. No wonder Qian San had merely shown mild surprise at Li Qingzhou's discovery of the Mu Ling air, devoid of any other greedy emotions. It appeared his true aim lay with the Hualingua tree. However, places rich in precious materials often concealed dangers. Li Qingzhou scanned the area around the Hualingua tree and soon noticed several lurking beasts. Name, Zhu Qi. Attribute, gold water. Level, bronze level 7. Qualification, bronze. Skills, water flow tail shatterbite. Weakness, earth. Evolution route, 1. Description, the Zhu Qi has a blue body and a well-developed jaw, exhibiting an aggressive temperament. Anything that moves in its vicinity is likely to be bitten first without hesitation, regardless of what it is. By the stream, several Zhu Qi basked lazily in the sun, reclining with half-closed eyes and gaping mouths. Their levels were all at bronze. A few small birds flitted about their mouths, some even alighting within, pecking at something. These were the symbiotic creatures known as Yiqian Niao. Name, Yiqian Niao. Attribute, gold. Level, black iron level 5. Qualification, black iron. Skills, pecking. Weakness, fire. Evolution route, 1. Description, the Yiqian Niao has a sharp, elongated beak and specializes in feeding on remnants left in the Zhu Qi's teeth. They dare to awaken the Zhu Qi from its slumber after meals, searching for leftover food within its jaws. The Yiqian Niao were all of black iron level, lacking significant strength, posing little threat. Li Qingzhou quickly grasped the surrounding circumstances. Indeed, this area was as Qian San described, a treasure trove. If they were to split the Hualingua equally, each would receive 3 or 4 fruits, the monetary value of which would surpass the reward for harvesting the Mu Ling air. This journey was not in vain. Chapter 58. The Nature of Humanity. Just as Li Qingzhou was surveying the stream, a voice from behind a nearby boulder suddenly broke the silence. Qian San, where have you been? I've been waiting for ages. The speaker was a man of average height with a buzz cut. Wu Xiong, so you were hiding there. No wonder I didn't see you, Qian San replied casually, his expression relaxed. It seemed the two were quite familiar and had a good rapport. I see you want to find some help, Qian San remarked, gesturing towards Li Qingzhou. This is Li Qingzhou, a novice beast tamer I encountered in the forest. Hello, Wu Xiong said as he stepped out from behind the boulder, accompanied by a plant that stood half his height. Greetings, Li Qingzhou responded while gazing at the peculiar plant, whose top bore a large mouth from which oozed threads of sulfurous liquid. Name, Baoshihua. Attribute, grass. Level, bronze level 9. Qualification, silver. Skills, corrosive solution, swift leaf blade. Gigantic maw devour. Weakness, fire. Evolution path, 1. Description, its head is adorned with a leaf that conceals its gaping maw, while the leaf's tip is a brown, elongated vine adorned with small yellow leaflets. It causes the vines on its head to writhe like small creatures to entice prey, and when the prey approaches, it opens its gaping mouth to swallow it whole. The liquid accumulated within can dissolve anything. The appearance of Baoshihua is grotesque, exuding a foul odor that hints at a violent aura. Ping'an looked at Baoshihua and couldn't help but bare his teeth, emitting a low growl of intimidation. What kind of pet is this? A fox with 3 tails? I've never seen such a creature before, Wu Xiong remarked, puzzled. It's an evolved form of the red fox. I invited Brotherly here because I recognized his strength. With his assistance, our efforts will be greatly enhanced, Qian San explained, having gathered information on the way, knowing that Ping'an's original form was a red fox. Indeed, quite impressive for one so young, Wu Xiong nodded, unable to restrain his praise. Wu Xiong turned his attention to the stream, saying, I have observed that there are 7 sawtooth crocodiles here, each possessing strength at the bronze level, making them formidable opponents. Yes, confronting them head-on is unwise. I have a plan. We can find someone to lure the sawtooth crocodiles away from the stream, while the others seize the opportunity to gather fire spirit fruits. This way, we can avoid combat and still obtain resources, Qian San suggested after a moment of contemplation, smiling. But who will lure the sawtooth crocodiles? Wu Xiong inquired with a slight smile. Both of their gazes fell squarely upon Li Qingzhou. Brother Li's 3-tailed spirit fox is powerful and agile. I believe he is well suited for this task, Qian San remarked with a gentle smile. I concur, Wu Xiong immediately agreed, a harmless smile adorning his face. Beneath their congenial smiles lay a malicious intent. They had long coveted the fire spirit fruit tree, but had been unable to find an opportune moment to act. The abundance of sawtooth crocodiles by the stream made a direct confrontation likely to result in significant losses. Both of their pets were also of the bronze level, and engaging the sawtooth crocodiles in a head-on battle would not favor them. While they were confident that together they could handle all the sawtooth crocodiles by the stream, the corresponding loss of several pets would render the effort futile. As seasoned adventurers, they understood that risks outweighed the potential benefits, and neither was willing to become the dangerous bait. Thus, they sought assistance. Coincidentally, Li Qingzhou, a Na'vi and unsuspecting target, had appeared, if not to exploit him. Then who? This is a resource we discovered. If we don't take some risks, why should we let you partake in it? Wu Xiong said coldly, looking at Li Qingzhou. Brotherly, you wouldn't dare refuse, would you? Qian San's face revealed a sly smile, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Should Li Qingzhou decline, they would have no choice but to eliminate him and split his belongings. In these remote mountains, a single death would go unnoticed. Furthermore, Li Qingzhou possessed the valuable Mu Ling heir, and even if they failed to acquire the fire spirit fruit, obtaining the Mu Ling heir would not be in vain. They could always find another naive target to attract the sawtooth crocodiles. They knew the location of the fire spirit fruit tree and could return to attempt to claim it at any time. Li Qingzhou quickly grasped the malicious intent of the two and surveyed the situation by the stream before stating, "All right, I understand. I will go." His agreement was swift and unequivocal. Both Qian San and Wu Xiong were taken aback by Li Qingzhou's prompt response. They had anticipated resistance, or at least some conditions, such as a larger share of resources upon success. To their surprise, Li Qingzhou acquiesced so decisively. This left Qian San with no opportunity to voice any further threats. Indeed, a true youth. He genuinely believes us, Wu Xiong internally rejoiced, casting a smug glance at Qian San. It's not just my acting skills. I've deceived him. Qian San also felt a sense of self-satisfaction. After the deed was done, all resources would belong to them, and Li Qingzhou would merely be a disposable pawn, not entitled to any share. If they spared him, he should be grateful. They exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of each other's thoughts. Then let us have brotherly lure all the sawtooth crocodiles to the stream. We will come to rescue you once we have harvested the fire spirit fruits. You shall not miss out on your share, Qian San said with a warm smile directed at Li Qingzhou. Time is of the essence. You must hurry, Wu Xiong urged, rubbing his hands together, eager to begin gathering fire spirit fruits by the stream. Very well, I shall go, Li Qingzhou replied coldly without even glancing at them. Striding purposefully towards the stream, with Ping in tow. Their location was on a hillside. Following the slope down would lead them directly to the stream. Once Li Qingzhou had walked a distance away, Wu Xiong remarked, Old Qian, your plan is brilliant. With Li Qingzhou as bait, we can effortlessly obtain a bounty of fire spirit fruits. That lad also possesses a Mu Ling heir, once he is devoured by the sawtooth crocodiles. We must search his corpse to ensure no resources are wasted, Qian San said, coldly eyeing Li Qingzhou's retreating figure. Let us hope he meets his end at the jaws of the sawtooth crocodiles. Should my Baoshi Hua strike, he would be left with nothing but bones. Wu Xiong's greedy gaze lingered on Li Qingzhou's back. In their eyes, Li Qingzhou was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 59, Fishing. This lad agreed so readily. Could he be scheming to escape? Qian San pondered, momentarily struck by a thought as he watched Li Qingzhou's silhouette. Even if he wishes to flee, where could he possibly go? We are both professional beast tamers. Within this forest, he cannot evade my grasp. Wu Xiong was brimming with confidence, while Baoshi Hua beside him let out a loud belch, seemingly in agreement with its masteress words. One can only blame this lad for his foolishness. We bear no responsibility, Qian San sneered. Such a simple-minded individual is destined to be taken advantage of, rather than let others exploit him. We might as well do it ourselves. Wu Xiong's face displayed a mocking expression. He is nearing the stream. We must prepare ourselves. Qian San's gaze remained fixed on Li Qingzhou, vigilant against any unforeseen developments. Li Qingzhou strode confidently to the edge of the stream and stood upon a flat rock. He bent down to pick up a small stone and tossed it lightly in his hand. Then, with the form of a basketball shot, he hurled the stone into the air. His aim had always been impeccable. During his time on the school team, he was known as the most accurate shooter beyond the three-point line. Even when tossing a small stone, he executed a perfect arc. With a snap, the small stone sailed gracefully through the air, landing precisely in the mouth of a sawtooth crocodile. A clean catch. Chirp, 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 chirp. The sawtooth crocodile's mouth, startled by the stone, snapped shut, and its eyes opened wide as it scanned the area for the intruder disturbing its rest. The other birds were similarly startled, flapping their wings and taking to the air, filling the atmosphere with a cacophony of cries. In an instant, the tranquil ambience by the stream was shattered, awakening the sawtooth crocodiles basking in the sun, who opened their eyes and lifted their heads, searching for the audacious creature that dared to interrupt their slumber. Soon, their gaze was drawn to the figures of Qingzhou and Pingyin not far away. Pingyin stood atop a rock, its three tails swaying gracefully in the breeze, even turning around to mock the JC with its backside in a heartless display of derision. The JC roared angrily. This stream was their territory. Any creature daring to trespass would be mercilessly crushed. The audacity of this human and fox to taunt them incited a fierce rage among the JC. The 7 JC basking in the sun by the stream all rose, their limbs planted firmly on the ground as they charged towards Qingzhou and Pingyin. Pingyin, let us depart. I shall show you the pinnacle of fishing, Qingzhou said, unperturbed, with a smile. ZZ. Pingyin perked up, excited at the prospect. After all, crocodiles were fish too, and could be fished. It aspired to become a fox that catches crocodiles. On the hillside beside the stream, Qin and W Xing were elated to see Qingzhou successfully draw away all the JC. What a clever lad. Truly the great fool, managing to lure away all 7 JC, Qin remarked, unable to suppress his admiration as he gazed at the scene by the stream. Considering his efforts, I shall leave him with a complete corpse. W Xing chuckled coldly, his fists clenching and unclenching. The two then swiftly dashed towards the Huelingu tree by the stream, which, in their eyes, had transformed from a mere tree into a pile of unclaimed banknotes awaiting collection. They reached the stream's edge in no time, their contracted beasts enhancing their physical prowess to such an extent that even sprinting felt effortless. The DLHOZH and BOSH who surged forward like flies drawn to a foul scent. The Huelingu tree stood across the stream. A mere wade through the water would bring them to its location. The stream was shallow, reaching only to their calves, with crystal-clear water revealing the stones beneath. Without hesitation, they stepped into the stream, shoes on. The DLHOZH retracted its spines and charged into the water, intent on making it across the brook in one breath. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A figure leaped from the water, swallowing the DLHOZH whole. Water splashed violently. The once clear stream instantly stained crimson. What is this? Qin and W Xing stood frozen in terror, their faces pale with fright. How could such a creature emerge from the seemingly empty waters? This was indeed another crocodile, but one several times larger than an ordinary JC, its back translucent, like the flowing water itself. It had been lurking in the stream, its coloration blending with the water, allowing Qin and W Xing to remain oblivious. The DLHOZH's cries were chillingly horrendous, sending shivers down their spines. Qin's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. What manner of monster is this? W Xing's voice quivered as he stepped back hastily. The DLHOZH's cries gradually subsided, ultimately fading into silence, leaving the clear stream tainted with blood. A massive crocodile lurked in the crimson waters, its eyes glinting with malice. Qin swallowed hard. Despite his trembling form, he managed to retreat from the stream. We must fight, he bellowed, causing a ripple in the air as an iron-armored mouse appeared before him, a level 7 bronze contracted beast, his second. Losing his main beast, the DLHOZH, felt like a dagger to his heart. W Xing also summoned his second beast, a level 6 bronze treant. The two men and their beasts fixed their gaze on the enormous crocodilian monstrosity. This must be the evolved form of the JC, the Shu WN. W Xing said, swallowing again with difficulty. Damn it, why wasn't it drawn away by that lad? Qingzhou? A fierce expression crossed Qin's face as he muttered curses under his breath. Since the Shu WN was an evolved creature, its strength was undoubtedly at the silver tier. With both their beasts at the bronze tier, facing a silver tier beast was a fool's errand. Surviving this encounter would be a stroke of luck. Run! W Xing decisively shouted, leading his two beasts up the slope. Although Qin felt a pang of loss for the DLHOZH, he understood the disparity in strength and grit his teeth. Following W Xing in flight, the roar of the Shu WN echoed thunderously as it leaped from the stream. Claws planted firmly as it pursued Qin and W Xing. They had intruded into its territory, coveting its precious materials. Such transgressions could not go unpunished. Flee, run quickly! W Xing shouted frantically, fleeing with all his might. If they lagged, they would surely lose their lives here. The Shu WN, a true beast of evolution, was remarkably swift, closely tailing the two, almost upon them. Meanwhile, Qingzhou engaged in a playful chase with the 7 JC. Being a reptilian beast, the JC was not particularly swift on land. Catching up to Qingzhou and Pingyin was nearly impossible. Each time the JC fell behind, LQNGZHU would pause with peeing in, allowing the JC to close the gap. Peeing in would even strut boldly in front of the JC, presenting its backside and playfully wagging its three fluffy tails. Given the inherently brutish nature of the JC, they could hardly tolerate such mockery. Fueled by indignation, they exerted all their strength to crawl forward, intent on tearing the audacious human and three-tailed fox apart. Thus, LQNGZHU led the 7JC in circles around the forest before swiftly departing with peeing in. Once they sprinted at full speed, the JC could scarcely catch a whiff of their scent. The 7JC roared furiously in the forest, losing track of both the human and the fox. Now unable to find their way back, left to rage impotently among the trees. Meanwhile, while Qin and W Xiang were pursued by the Shu WN, they failed to notice LQNGZHU and Peeing in observing them coldly from behind a large tree. After successfully evading the 7JC, LQNGZHU returned to the stream, hiding behind a massive tree, keeping a close watch on the unfolding events by the waterside. Qin and W Xiang intended for LQNGZHU to serve as bait to divert the 7JC. Little did they know, LQNGZHU had his own designs, hoping to use them as bait to lure out the lurking Shu WN. Now, the fish had indeed taken the bait, and it was a formidable evolved crocodile. LQNGZHU assessed the distant, pursuing Shu WN, its information materializing before him. Name, Shu WN. Attributes, gold. Water. Level, silver level 5. Potential, silver. Skills, water flow tail, crush. Water flow bullet. Weakness, earth, evolution route. 1. Description. Its back is covered with a layer of translucent skin, resembling water ripples. It possesses a powerful jaw and a brutish temperament. If anything moves before its eyes, it will bite first and ask questions later, capable of crushing anything. LQNGZHU had previously spotted the Shu WN lurking in the water from the hillside. It was a beast evolved from the JC. Now it's silver level 5. After the last hunt in the WN desert, Peeing in had leveled up from silver level 1 to silver level 3. Still 2 levels beneath the Shu WN. Engaging in direct combat would require Peeing in to expend considerable time and energy to overcome the Shu WN. Of course, if any JC were nearby, even Peeing in's superior strength could not guarantee victory. The hunter had unwittingly become the bait. Were Qin and W Xiang to see LQNGZHU in this moment, they would surely be consumed by frustration. Once LQNGZHU deemed them far enough away, he strolled leisurely from behind the great tree, approaching the Huelingu tree. The stream lay in an unusual tranquility, devoid of the presence of the water-pattern crocodiles and the sawtooth crocodiles. Qingzhou effortlessly harvested 8 fire spirit fruits from the fire spirit fruit tree and placed them into his backpack. He and Ping and sauntered away from the stream, heading in the direction of the water-pattern crocodiles. The toothpick birds perched upon the trees, continuing their incessant chattering, yet none dared approach. They were merely lowly ferocious beasts reliant on the sawtooth crocodiles for survival, and now, in their absence, they remained obediently perched, too fearful to act. The forest echoed with the sounds of a fierce battle and the cries of distress. Despite Wu Xiong and Qian San's desperate flight, they could not escape the relentless pursuit of the water-pattern crocodile. The evolved water-pattern crocodile had experienced a remarkable enhancement in all its bodily functions, its speed having increased several-fold. Furthermore, its level had reached silver level 5, augmenting its physical prowess even more. Naturally, chasing down a few bronze-tier pets was no challenge for it. Realizing there was no escape, Wu Xiong and Qian San resolved to stand their ground and confront the water-pattern crocodile head-on. The forest was filled with the wails of pets, followed by a muffled thud, as if something had collided with a tree. As Qingzhou advanced, he listened to the sounds of battle and soon beheld the water-pattern crocodile along with Wu Xiong and Qian San. A Trayan extended its branches, agile as hands, wrapping around the water-pattern crocodile and snaring it. An iron-armored mouse executed a charge skill, rushing fiercely toward the water-pattern crocodile. With a thunderous roar, the water-pattern crocodile twisted its body, shattering the branches that bound it into fragments. Then, with a swift flick of its powerful tail, it struck the charging iron-armored mouse. A dull thud echoed as the mouse was sent flying, crashing against a large tree. The water-pattern crocodile's eyes glinted with ferocity, its cold gaze fixated on the 2 humans before it, as if they were delectable morsels. The Trant, yanked by the water-pattern crocodile, had all its branches severed. Green sap flowed from the broken ends, further saturating its body. The iron-armored mouse fared even worse, having suffered a devastating blow from the crocodile's tail. Its internal organs severely impacted, curled up on the ground, blood spilling from its mouth. Qian San's eyelids twitched, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. The two pets he had painstakingly nurtured were gone, leaving him, a beast master without pets, akin to an eagle with its wings broken, rendered useless. His life felt as though it had come to an end, his heart heavy with despair. Wu Xiong, equally shaken, trembled in fear. The water-pattern crocodile was far more formidable than he had anticipated. In just a few exchanges, it had gravely injured both of his pets. The thought that he might perish here surged in his mind. Instinctively wanting to flee, he recalled the crocodile's speed, realizing escape was futile. With a desperate cry, Wu Xiong commanded the wounded treant and the devouring flower to attack the water-pattern crocodile. His beast mastery talent was of an advanced level, enhancing the growth of wood-type pets significantly. With no retreat left, he could only hope for his two pets to exceed their limits, even if it meant merely injuring the water-pattern crocodile to slow its pace. Empowered by Wu Xiong's beast mastery talent, the treant sprouted new branches, its eyes gleaming with madness, as its limbs danced erratically in the air. The devouring flower opened its leaves, expelling its corrosive fluid like a fountain. The treant was the first to strike, unleashing its wooden spikes and wooden whip skills. Countless branches surged toward the water-pattern crocodile, ensnaring it. Following this, the devouring flower activated its leaf blade skill, sending a flurry of leaf blades slicing toward the ensnared water-pattern crocodile, while streams of corrosive fluid gushed forth from its gaping maw, drenching the crocodile like a torrential downpour. A cry of agony escaped the treant as the leaf blades embedded themselves in its branches, while the corrosive fluid splattered upon its arms, affecting its very form. Suddenly, the water-pattern crocodile erupted, utilizing its water flow tail skill to sweep away all the treant's branches, simultaneously opening its maw to unleash the water flow bullet skill, targeting the devouring flower. A thick mist enveloped the area, shrouding the forest in obscurity. The water flow bullet struck the devouring flower head-on, piercing through its body, causing it to collapse. Its mouth gaped open, corrosive liquid dripping to the ground, eroding the grass beneath and leaving a gaping hole. The treant's branches lay shattered, its leaves and dark green liquid scattered across the ground, reduced to a mere stump, barely clinging to life. Qingzhou and Wu Xiong were knocked to the ground by the force of the water flow bullet, their chests tight with despair, lacking the strength to rise. The devastating impact had nearly obliterated their resistance. The water-pattern crocodile, too, bore the brunt of the attack, with the corrosive solution from the devouring flower staining its body, rendering its skin a bloody, mangled mess, exposing bone in the most grievous areas. With a low growl, the water-pattern crocodile advanced step by step, its eyes fixated on the two humans. Lying on the ground, Qingzhou and Wu Xiong felt a wave of hopelessness wash over them, struggling to inch backward, their mouths uttering desperate pleas and cries of anguish. The water-pattern crocodile loomed before them, a terrifying predator, poised to rend them apart. At that moment, Qingzhou caught sight of Qingzhou approaching slowly from the distance. A flicker of hope ignited within him, a glimmer of joy surfacing on his terrified face. "Help! Save me!" he shouted toward Qingzhou. Wu Xiong, too, noticed Qingzhou and his three-tailed fox, hope illuminating his features as he joined in the cries for help. "Save us! Save us! This water-pattern crocodile is injured. Take it down quickly." The two men clamored for Qingzhou's attention, akin to drowning souls clutching at a lifeline. In that instant, Qingzhou became their sole beacon of salvation. They were desperate to catch his notice. Yet, Qingzhou seemed oblivious to their cries, pausing instead to lean against a nearby tree, observing the scene with indifference. "Oh, you wish for my assistance now? Is it not too late?" he remarked, arms crossed, a smile playing upon his lips. Upon hearing Qingzhou's words, the flickering hope within Qingzhou and Wu Xiong was extinguished in an instant, their expressions shifting from the joy of potential rescue to the depths of icy despair. "We have always considered you one of our own. I assure you, we will share our materials," Qingzhou explained anxiously, unwilling to surrender hope. The approaching scent of the water-pattern crocodile, bloodied and corroded, sent shivers down his spine. "Indeed, we can share our portion. Just save us." "I will agree to any demands," Wu Xiong implored, his tone rife with desperation, abandoning all pretense of authority and composure. The two men continued to plead, attempting to lure Qingzhou with promises. "You think I am a bait, and you believe I am unaware?" Qingzhou replied with a chilling smile. The pallor of Qingzhou and Wu Xiong's faces deepened. Qingzhou had long been aware of their scheme. Why, then, would he consent to become bait? Had he already sensed the water-pattern crocodile? Was he the fisherman, while they were merely bait? Confusion surged within them, soon followed by despair and terror. Their lifeline had vanished. The two cunning beast masters had been outmaneuvered by an apprentice beast master. They were filled with resentment. How does one repay kindness with enmity? Qingzhou gazed at the two individuals before him, and then proclaimed loudly, repay virtue with virtue, and repay resentment with resentment. You should have foreseen this outcome when you plotted against me. It is too late to speak now. He cast a cold stare at the two on the ground. If one treats him with sincerity, he will reciprocate with sincerity. In the desolate wilderness, Jiang Wei and the others treated him genuinely, and he would exert all his strength to protect them. However, the two before him, with their malicious intentions, had exploited and schemed against him. Witnessing their current fate, he felt no pity, nor would he extend a helping hand. The Shuewen crocodile, despite being gravely injured, was gripped by a fierce rage, overpowering its fear of the creature and the individual behind it. It yearned to tear apart the two who had inflicted such harm upon it, to dismantle them into pieces. It advanced step by step toward Qiansan and Wu Xiong, its massive jaws agape. A sharp crack echoed, and the cries of Qiansan and Wu Xiong were silenced. The Shuewen crocodile savagely bit and thrashed, venting its pent-up fury. Once its rage had subsided sufficiently, Li Qingzhou straightened his posture and casually issued a combat command to Ping, get to work. The Shuewen crocodile, struggling to turn its body, bore the marks of corrosion, rendering it even more fearsome and terrifying. A gust of wind swept through, leaving the forest in a profound silence, save for the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves. Li Qingzhou approached the battered bodies of Qiansan and Wu Xiong with deliberate steps, suppressing his discomfort as he rummaged through Qiansan's backpack, finding only some food and water, devoid of any valuable items. Wu Xiong, lacking a backpack, possessed only a spherical object in his pocket. It was a low-tier spatial artifact, a storage sphere, akin to the items used by the Beastmaster Association, with a capacity of approximately 5 cubic meters. This was indeed a useful item. Possessing a spatial artifact would greatly facilitate future missions, eliminating the need to carry a backpack. Moreover, such spatial artifacts were not inexpensive, with even this low-tier version costing around 100,000 yuan. A worthwhile find. Within the storage sphere, aside from food and water, lay two materials, presumably acquired by Wu Xiong in the Lingshi forest, a Huowen Chao and a thorn flower. Li Qingzhou extracted the food and water, placing his backpack into the storage sphere. Lightening his load made him feel considerably more agile. The advantages of possessing a spatial artifact were evident. Previously, all of Li Qingzhou's funds had gone toward purchasing evolution materials for Ping'an, leaving him no spare money for a spatial artifact. Now, having acquired one, he had saved a substantial amount. Li Qingzhou tucked the storage sphere into his pocket, which was small enough to fit comfortably. With his belongings organized, he and Ping'an set off. They were now deeper within the Lingshi forest. According to the information he had previously reviewed, the Shirho, or stone monkey, resided in the depths of the Lingshi forest. He intended to explore the vicinity, hoping to encounter a few wild stone monkeys. Cautiously, he and Ping'an navigated through the forest, pausing intermittently to listen to the surrounding sounds. At that moment, Li Qingzhou suddenly heard a commotion. It was the sound of battle. Something was engaged in a fierce struggle not far from him. As they held their breath and concentrated, Li Qingzhou and Ping'an stealthily approached the source of the noise. Parting the lush grass, they beheld a wide clearing. In the clearing, a massive Qingzhou snake was entangled with a stone monkey. Li Qingzhou's gaze swept over the scene, revealing information about the Qingzhou snake. Name, Qingzhou snake. Attribute, poison. Level, silver level 2. Talent, silver. Skills, deadly fangs. Charge, life-ending coil. Weakness, wood, metal. Evolution route, 2. Description, sleek and flat in shape. Strikingly green, it resembles a bamboo stalk when motionless, possessing extremely potent venom. A subtle ripple of energy coursed through him, and the basic information about the stone monkey materialized before his eyes. Name, stone monkey. Attribute, stone. Level, silver level 3. Talent, gold. Skills, petrification. Multiplication, weakness, wood. Evolution route, 2. Description, boasting a handsome visage, with nostrils raised and a coat of grayish-yellow fur interspersed with golden strands. The stone monkey is highly agile, adeptly navigating the jungle, full of vigor and often brimming with combat spirit. Li Qingzhou's mind brushed against the skills listed. Petrification allows the formation of a hardened layer on the body's surface, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Multiplication enables the user to freely enlarge or shrink their body size. Enlarging grants a tremendous boost in strength but consumes considerable stamina and slows speed, while shrinking enhances speed and reduces stamina consumption at the cost of strength. Both the Qingzhou snake and the stone monkey possessed commendable talents, achieving silver-level prowess through natural growth. Particularly, the stone monkey, with its gold-tier talent, had the potential to evolve into a formidable creature, potentially becoming one of the dominant forces within this forest. Li Qingzhou and Ping'an crouched low, concealed behind the grasses, silently observing the confrontation. The stone monkey bore 2 dark bite marks on its right leg, likely the result of the Qingzhou snake's fangs. With the stone monkey at silver level 3, it held a slight edge over the Qingzhou snake. Li Qingzhou surmised that the Qingzhou snake had disguised itself as bamboo, launching a surprise attack on the stone monkey as it passed, employing its deadly fang skill to inflict severe injury and poison the creature. In nature, the principle of survival of the fittest reigned. To vie for territory and resources, fierce beasts engage in combat, often to the death. The victor claims the territory and resources, becoming the undisputed ruler, while the vanquished meets a bitter end, serving as sustenance for the triumphant. The Qingzhou snake and the stone monkey, both silver-tier beasts, occupied the apex of the food chain within this forest. Their encounter was bound to ignite conflict. Hiss! The Qingzhou snake raised its head, flicking its tongue, swiftly lunging towards the stone monkey. This was its charged skill, enhancing its physical prowess, multiplying the force of its attacks by 2 to 3 times. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the Qingzhou snake collided with the stone monkey. The stone monkey's surface shimmered with a rocky hue as it activated its petrification skill, forming a hardened layer that significantly bolstered its defense. The strike from the Qingzhou snake proved ineffective against the stone monkey, whose defenses had been greatly enhanced. However, the stone monkey's visage turned a shade of dark purple, its lips reddened. The venom from the Qingzhou snake quickly spread through its body, and within moments, it would be paralyzed and unable to move. The poisoned stone monkey swayed unsteadily, on the verge of collapse. Hiss! The Qingzhou snake, sensing its advantage, resolved to pursue the attack relentlessly, aiming to overwhelm the stone monkey. Its serpentine body coiled swiftly around the stone monkey. The skill life-ending coil was activated. The Qingzhou snake's green form encircled the stone monkey like a thick rope, constricting tighter with each loop, squeezing the stone monkey's body. The stone monkey let out a pained wail, its face contorted in agony as its bones creaked under the pressure. Yet, as a silver level 3 beast, the stone monkey's strength surpassed that of the Qingzhou snake. The life-threatening entanglement of the Qingzhou did not suffocate it. Rather, it awakened its ferocity. With a mighty roar, the SHU howled at the heavens, its body suddenly swelling from a mere height of approximately 1 meter to an imposing 3 meters. Its entire physique expanded several-fold as it activated its amplification skill, enhancing its form. With a resounding bounce, the serpent's body was flung away by the SHU's newly magnified frame, akin to a rope that had been untied. The SHU's enormous hand descended, seizing the Qingzhou by its vital point. Yet, the serpent did not relinquish its struggle. Its tail coiled around the SHU's arm. The SHU's massive palm relentlessly squeezed the serpent's body while the Qingzhou tightened its grip on the SHU's arm, creating a fierce contest of strength. However, with its vital point captured, the Qingzhou found itself powerless to exert force. Although the SHU had been poisoned by the serpent, its augmented strength remained largely unaffected. With determination, it pressed its hands inward, directly crushing the serpent's spine. The Qingzhou slumped, resembling a limp rope. With a thud, the SHU hurled the serpent's lifeless form to the ground, gradually shrinking back to its normal size. The use of the amplification skill had drained the SHU's stamina significantly. It staggered, collapsing to the earth, its body now entirely a shade of purplish blue. The excessive exertion had accelerated the spread of the venom within, saturating its entire being. The SHU now lacked the strength even to rise. Li Qingzhou gazed upon the fallen, barely breathing SHU, and the evolutionary pathway of the SHU appeared before him. Evolution Pathway 1, Spirit Link Monkey Route. Description: a method of evolution enhancing skills and elemental control. Next evolutionary form, Monstrous Monkey. Evolution materials: Jet Black Meteorite, primary; Crystal Block, secondary; White Lotus, secondary. Evolution Pathway 2, Giant Ape Route. Description: a method of evolution strengthening melee capabilities, focusing on enhancing physique and strength. Next evolutionary form, Colossal Stone Monkey. Evolution materials: Unfettered Stone, primary; Amber Stone, secondary; Branches of the Earth Veins, secondary. Beneath the evolution pathways was a series of black boxes, indicating that the evolutionary route could be redefined. This SHU possessed substantial evolutionary potential, with its existing pathways allowing it to reach at least a platinum level of power. Furthermore, the SHU's innate strength was formidable, already at the 3rd level of silver, comparable to P.N.'s prowess. In its current state, heavily poisoned, it required no additional suppression to initiate a contract ceremony. Most crucially, Li Qingzhou possessed the antidote for Qingzhou venom, which could cure the SHU, provided the contract succeeded. With this thought, Li Qingzhou emerged from the grass, accompanied by Ping, revealing himself before the SHHU. Chapter 63, Contracting the SHHU. The SHHU's face, already a shade of purplish blue, displayed a look of terror and wariness, rendering its visage even more ghastly. In the forest, there was a human? It eyed Li Qingzhou cautiously, baring its sharp fangs and emitting low growls. Become my companion. Li Qingzhou spoke to the SHHU's fierce demeanor with no trace of fear, his expression rather benevolent. Ping stood alert, its body surrounded by swirling sands, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Though the SHHU was gravely poisoned and immobilized, caution was still warranted against its desperate thrashing. Ping served as Li Qingzhou's protector. Observing the situation, Li Qingzhou closed his eyes and activated the YNL Ingju, entering a meditative state. In an instant, his beast mastery space materialized before him, a realm of white, shapeless yet all-encompassing. Li Qingzhou recalled the method learned from memory to initiate the capture contract. A green light enveloped the SHHU, the luminescence swirling as intricate runes manifested. The light gradually constricted inward but faltered before the SHHU, unable to advance further. The venomous SHHU, drawing upon a hidden reservoir of strength, thrashed violently, thwarting the progression of the contract despite its grievous state. This SHHU, a fierce beast of both power and potential, exhibited a ferocity unmatched even in its dying moments. Wild beasts differ from those nurtured within city breeding facilities. While some domesticated creatures may possess a fierce temperament, they have subconsciously accepted the existence of humans, and though they may resist during a contract, their defiance is limited. For them, forming a contract with a beast master is not an insurmountable concept. However, wild beasts, accustomed to the freedom of nature from a young age, view a contract as a form of captivity, shackling their limbs with heavy chains. The absence of freedom is intolerable to them. Thus, the difficulty of contracting a wild beast is several-fold greater than that of a domesticated creature. The SHHU struggled fiercely, unleashing all its remaining power in defiance. Li Qingzhou's beast mastery space trembled violently, their connection akin to a kite in a storm, the line threatening to snap at any moment. Should the link sever, successful contracting would be impossible. Li Qingzhou's mental strength and the SHHU's waning vitality could no longer support the ceremony. Do not resist. I am here to save you. Only I can relieve you of the serpent's venom. Li Qingzhou called out, aware that during the contract, a subtle bond allowed the SHHU to comprehend his words. The SHHU paused momentarily, its resistance waning. Yet, it soon resumed its struggle. As a silver-tier beast, it was wise and would not easily be swayed by human words. I do not lie. I possess the antidote for Qingzhou's venom. As soon as Li Qingzhou spoke, a small white vial emerged from the containment sphere, landing on the grass. The vial bore the words Qingzhou's antidote. Only I can save you. There is no time left. The SHHU's eyes revealed uncertainty as it beheld the vial, the scent wafting from it providing a modicum of relief to its body. Its instincts assured it that this human spoke the truth and could alleviate its venom. With a thunderous roar, the SHHU struck the ground beside it, creating a small crater. Ping coiled its body, the swirling sand around it intensifying. It stood poised to act. In the next moment, the SHHU lowered its proud head and closed its eyes, seemingly resigning itself to the fate of being contracted. Li Qingzhou felt a wave of relief as the once stalwart resistance began to wane. Points of green light illuminated, enveloping the SHHU's form. The SHHU then transformed into motes of light, vanishing from the external world and entering Li Qingzhou's beast mastery space. The SHHU, contract successful. With a sigh of relief, Li Qingzhou promptly summoned the SHHU once more. Its eyes narrowed, its face still marked by a purplish hue. The serpent's venom continued to ravage its body. Time was of the essence for the antidote. Li Qingzhou swiftly opened the white vial, pouring out a white pill and placing it in the SHHU's mouth, followed by a bottle of drinking water from the containment sphere. The SHHU's rapid breaths gradually steadied, and the purplish hue on its face began to fade. The venom's assault ceased, slowly receding under the antidote's influence. Yet, the SHHU remained weakened, requiring rest to recover from the venom and regain its strength. Li Qingzhou gently caressed the golden fur of the stone monkey. Its tranquil demeanor appeared quite endearing, reminiscent of the golden snub-nosed monkeys he had once observed on television in a previous life, with their soft pelage and upturned noses, exuding a charming innocence. Li Qingzhou resolved to explore the evolutionary lineage of the stone monkey after exiting the forest, for it still harbored myriad dangers. making an early retreat the wisest course of action. He had already accomplished the objectives of his journey and saw no reason to linger further. Pingin, let us return home, he declared as he stored the stone monkey within his beast master space, addressing Ping and simultaneously. The duo, a man and his fox companion, ambled towards the forest's outskirts. As he walked, Li Qingzhou dialed his personal driver, Zhou Dasheng, requesting him to come to Lingshi Forest for his return. The journey back was remarkably smooth, with no ferocious beasts encountered along the way. Upon emerging from the forest and standing once more in the sunlight, Li Qingzhou exhaled a sigh of relief. The sun descended slowly in the west, casting vibrant hues across the sky, reminiscent of a spilled palette of colors. The azure expanse transformed into a vivid crimson, resembling a series of scarlet drapes. The mountains and earth, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, appeared gilded, transforming the entire world into a golden realm. As Li Qingzhou admired the breathtaking sunset, he couldn't help but reflect, the sunset is infinitely beautiful. Yet it is merely the approach of dusk. How wonderful it would be if this world could remain in such peace forever. Finding a clean stone, he settled down, gazing up at the heavens. Outside the forest, an unusual stillness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sounds. It was an unsettling silence. In his recollection, this time of day should have been bustling with the nocturnal activities of bats and insects, yet there was nothing. The familiar chorus of insects and frogs was conspicuously absent. It was too quiet, as if the ferocious beasts of the forest had vanished entirely, Li Qingzhou mused. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the area. Suddenly, he spotted a shadowy figure. Chapter 64, Phenomena in the Forest. The shadow was a large stag with impressive antlers, classified as a bronze tier 5 beast. It was making its way deeper into the forest. The presence of such a stag in the woods was not surprising, for they were native to this area. However, what was peculiar was that the stag proceeded unwaveringly in a specific direction, disregarding the trees in its path, only veering around them upon collision. It was as if it were responding to an unseen summons. A sense of foreboding surged within Li Qingzhou. His fingers danced across his phone screen, quickly deactivating it and tucking it away in his pocket. He bent slightly, following the direction the stag was headed. Ping trailed closely behind, gazing up at the forest. Li Qingzhou dared not approach too closely. He was uncertain of the circumstances and feared provoking any trouble. He followed the stag from a distance, hoping to ascertain its destination. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more peculiar the situation became. Countless snakes, insects, and animals mirrored the stag's behavior, all moving in the same direction, seemingly oblivious to one another, as if entranced or hypnotized. Yuanjing? A chill ran down Li Qingzhou's spine as memories of that rainy night, the man, and the Yamada no Orochi flooded back to him. Yet this time, the sensation was different. It lacked the taint of malevolence. The forest appeared normal, but the beasts within it were anything but. Li Qingzhou was certain this was not a Yuanqi. The creatures gradually congregated. The further he progressed, the greater their numbers became. They formed an orderly queue, devoid of the usual chaos and clamor. Strangely, there was a remarkable peace among them, absent of conflict or discord. In the past, whenever two powerful beasts encountered one another, a fierce battle would inevitably ensue over territory and resources. The recent encounter between the green bamboo snake and the stone monkey was a testament to this. Yet now, beasts of varying species and ranks coexisted harmoniously, defying all logic. Li Qingzhou's gaze swept over the assembly of beasts ahead. Most were of iron and bronze tier, with only a few reaching silver tier. They walked with their heads lowered, entirely oblivious to the human presence trailing behind, as if Li Qingzhou had not registered in their consciousness. He continued to follow the congregation of beasts until they reached a cliff. A waterfall cascaded down, creating a mist that splashed against the rocks below. At the base of the waterfall lay a deep pool, receiving the torrents of water. The beasts stood before this pool, forming an orderly line, eerily silent. The foremost beasts lowered their heads, drinking deeply from the pool before stepping back to allow those behind them to take their turn. They were actually queuing to drink from this pool. Li Qingzhou was utterly astonished. The forest contained numerous water sources, and it was unlikely they would be drawn here in such numbers. Furthermore, given the predator-prey dynamics among these creatures, it was perilous for the smaller beasts to approach. Akin to sheep walking into the jaws of a tiger, this situation was imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. Li Qingzhou furrowed his brow, peering cautiously towards the deep pool, reluctant to draw near, preferring to observe from a distance. By the edge of the pool stood a man clad in a black robe, the characters for Tian Xing faintly visible upon it. Beside him stood a massive beast, possessing a long trunk and a body reminiscent of a horse, its appearance comically endearing. Li Qingzhou's mind conjured its information. Name, Meng Mo. Attribute, spiritual. Level, gold tier 8. Qualities, diamond. Skills: Nightmare, Dream Eating, Dream Manipulation, Illusory Foam. Weakness: Light. Evolution Path 1. Description: a peculiar creature resembling a horse with an elephant's trunk, dwelling in the shadows of night, feeding on dreams, and highly proficient in hypnosis. Upon reading the details about Meng Mo, realization dawned upon Li Qingzhou. It seemed the ferocious beasts within the forest were all being hypnotized and manipulated by this very creature. Who was that man? What were his intentions in controlling so many beasts? A wave of confusion washed over him. The man in the black robe at the edge of the pool scattered a fine powder into the water, suddenly lifting his gaze towards Li Qingzhou's direction. His features were delicate, and his dark eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Ah, how curious that there are humans and beasts unaffected by the dream," he remarked. His voice tranquil as water, his actions unceasing. "Meng Mo, eliminate the outliers," he instructed softly, his tone gentle, echoing around the deep pool. Meng Mo raised its long trunk, the tip forming a colorful bubble. Skill: Illusory Foam, activated. Illusory Foam. Each bubble contains an illusion, capable of ensnaring those who come into contact with it in a dreamlike state. The moment the colorful bubble formed, it sped towards Li Qingzhou with astonishing swiftness, leaving him no time to react. Just as the bubble was about to make contact, Ping An's eyes flashed with brilliance. Skill: Tranquil Heart, activated. Tranquil Heart calms the mind, dispels illusions, and resists external mental interference. With a sharp pop, the bubble burst, releasing countless ephemeral fragments into the air before vanishing like mist. Li Qingzhou inhaled sharply. It was astonishing that the mysterious figure could launch an attack in an instant from such a distance. This level of power was truly formidable. "Oh, you managed to break free?" The mysterious figure displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment, his pitch-black eyes fixed on Li Qingzhou, his actions momentarily halted. "Ping'an, let's go?" Li Qingzhou urged softly, turning on his heel to flee. The mysterious man's strength surpassed his expectations. Though unaware of his intentions, an unmistakably perilous aura emanated from him. This place was ill-suited for lingering. As the saying goes, among the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best option. Li Qingzhou sprinted towards the forest's edge, not daring to pause for even a moment. The mysterious man was beyond his capacity to confront. "Humph, thinking of escaping? Before me, no one can flee." The enigmatic figure scoffed, vanishing from sight. Li Qingzhou felt a chilling wind behind him, the surrounding temperature plummeting several degrees in an instant. In the next moment, a man and a beast appeared before him, the cloaked figure and his pet, the mama. The black robe billowed, the characters Tianxing conspicuously prominent. "Little one, where do you think you're running to?" The figure's delicate face broke into a chilling smile, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 65, Tianxing. Li Qingzhou came to an abrupt halt, his gaze steady upon the cloaked figure, his demeanor surprisingly calm. If escape was impossible, then he would not run. He had faced the unparalleled pressure of the Yada no Orochi. The might of this black-clad figure was inconsequential in comparison. "Who are you? Why do you control the ferocious beasts within the forest?" Li Qingzhou suppressed the fear surging within him, regaining his composure, and found an unexpected tranquility. What good was fear? What purpose did terror serve? Only by confronting fear could he uncover a solution and grasp a glimmer of hope. The figure's face revealed a hint of appreciation. The young man's composed demeanor astonished him. "You're quite calm, little one," he remarked softly. "I admire those who remain unflustered." "Tianxing, that's who I am." "Tianxing?" Li Qingzhou replied, bewildered, unaware of the significance of the term. Tianxing refers to an organization of those who act on behalf of the heavens. He explained, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "What is your purpose in controlling these ferocious beasts?" Li Qingzhou inquired, recalling the swarms of insects in the Wuyuan desert. Could this man be behind it as well? "It is a game known as the Human Extinction Plan," he stated, maintaining a faint smile. "Enough of your questions. It is my turn now. What is this three-tailed fox you possess?" he asked, for it was the three-tailed fox that had caused the Mengma's illusionary skill to falter. Having never encountered a fox with 3 tails, Li Qingzhou held reservations. "A Sanwei Linghu, a pet evolved from a mutated red fox," he replied succinctly, not intending to conceal the truth. "Oh, a mutated species? It must have awakened some psychic abilities. No wonder it is unaffected by the Mengma's nightmare." Quite intriguing, he mused, scrutinizing Ping and thoughtfully. "What precisely do you mean by game? Is your intent to eradicate all humanity?" Li Qingzhou met the figure's gaze, though turmoil roiled within him. His expression remained impassive. "The existence of humanity is a cancer to this planet. Its reckless exploitation leads to geological instability, rampant deforestation distorts the climate, and excessive hunting endangers other species. Our world should thrive with new life, yet humanity hastens its decline, leaving it battered and scarred. A frivolous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This is the tenet of the Tian Qingzhou. They are madmen. I care not for their ideology, as long as I can enjoy the game. He turned his gaze to Qingzhou, a manic smile spreading across his face. Imagine all the ferocious beasts in the forest going wild, bursting forth to devour everything in their path. What will humanity's reaction be in the face of a beast tide? I eagerly anticipate their response. They are all part of my game, and I am the player. It is akin to a competition. The last one standing is the victor. His expression was deranged and twisted. Do you wish to incite these beasts to assault Linyuan City? Qingzhou's heart quaked. There were at least 1,000 ferocious beasts in this area. Should they surge into the city together, it would spell disaster, and countless innocents would suffer. Indeed. Who will emerge as the ultimate victor, humanity or the beasts? I am quite curious, he remarked, his delicate face now devoid of madness, replaced by a smile. Would you like to join us? Your mutated fox is quite fascinating. I refuse. Qingzhou's expression turned icy as he glared at the figure. The person before him was a lunatic, viewing disaster as a game, treating countless lives as mere pawns in his amusement. Some would risk their lives to protect the city and its people, while others sought to control ferocious beasts to obliterate it and slaughter its inhabitants. Humanity's nature truly is a stark contrast. Unable to tolerate his actions, Qingzhou felt a raging fury ignite within him, a wrath capable of engulfing a person. Unwilling to comply? Then you shall be the first sacrifice of this game. A cold, murderous intent flickered in the figure's eyes, his expression transforming into something sinister and terrifying. You likely won't have the chance, an aged voice resonated from behind, revealing Qingzhou, clad in a black jacket, his posture tall and imposing, flanked by several beast tamers, including Qingzhou's liaison, Chen Xiaoyan. When did you arrive? The figure exclaimed in astonishment. Qingzhou had promptly notified the Beast Tamer Association of the unusual occurrences upon sensing danger, sharing his location with Chen Xiaoyan in real time. It seemed they had arrived just in time. Accompanying Qingzhou was a majestic tiger, its figure imposing, the character for king on its head exuding an air of dominance. Name, Qianhu. Attribute, fire. Level, platinum, level 3. Quality, diamond. Skills, flame jet. Charge, intimidation, flame burst. Weakness, water. Evolution path, 2 options. Description, possessing a robust physique. When its fighting spirit intensifies, flames generated within its body will erupt from its mouth or surrounding area, reaching temperatures exceeding several thousand degrees Celsius. You cannot escape. Qingzhou's voice was icy, as though proclaiming an undeniable truth. Behind him, the beast tamers appeared grave, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Qingzhou took a few steps back, standing behind Qingzhou alongside Chen Xiaoyan. His current strength was insufficient to engage in such a confrontation. It was best to avoid causing further trouble. Qingzhou nodded slightly at Qingzhou, then turned his serious gaze back toward the cloaked figure. You are mistaken. Your opponent is not me. A peculiar smile curled on the figure's lips. It is them. The Mengma emitted a colorful bubble from its snout, which burst, sending countless minuscule, indistinct lights scattering in all directions. Roar. In the forest, the ferocious beasts gathered at the edge of the deep pool suddenly roared in unison, their eyes glowing red, their expressions twisted with ferocity. The figure vanished, reappearing midair. The game begins. Let me see what you are capable of, he declared. A look of disdain plastered on his face as he gazed down at the beast tamers and the horde of beasts below. Thinking of escaping? It's not that simple. Qingzhou scoffed. The Qian who raised its head, a fireball gathering before its mouth. With a whoosh, the fireball shot forth, hurtling directly towards the figure. Mere tricks. The figure retorted, a look of contempt etched across his face as he slightly turned his body, effortlessly evading the oncoming fireball, a derisive smile never leaving his lips. However, a searing pain suddenly surged from every part of the body to the brain, as if one were ensconced in a great furnace. How could this be possible? Xiao watched in horror as the fabric of his clothing instantaneously wrinkled, his hair curled, emitting a foul odor, while his skin cracked inch by inch, as if scorched by flames. Xiao let out a heart-wrenching wail, his body flickering before vanishing from sight. Just wait, I shall return for vengeance. Zhao's voice echoed from afar, laced with venom and ferocity. You're quite adept at fleeing. Qingzhou snorted coldly, retracting his gaze to the frenzied horde of feral beasts ahead. Chapter 66. The Might of the Beastmaster Association. President Xing's blazing tiger had reached platinum level 3. Its flames capable of reaching temperatures of 2,000 degrees Celsius, with the surrounding air heated to nearly 1,000 degrees. Chen Xiaoyan observed the panicked retreat of the cloaked figure and spoke with pride. No wonder. Qingzhou nodded, recognizing that Xiao had been overly arrogant. clearly underestimating the power of the Beastmaster Association. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Thank you. Li Qingzhou added. Ensuring the safety of our members is one of the association's duties. It is all part of our responsibilities. Upon receiving your message, I promptly reported the situation to the association, though I had not anticipated President Xing would come personally. Chen Xiaoyan spoke slowly. As they conversed, countless feral beasts, their eyes glowing red and faces contorted with rage, began to converge. They emitted low growls, drool dripping from their mouths, perceiving the humans before them as delectable morsels, mere walking food. Yet, Xing Fangzhou regarded the throng of beasts with disdain, deeming this multitude of thousands utterly insignificant. Wang Shuyuan, I leave this to you. Xing Fangzhou instructed softly. Yes, President. A middle-aged man, sporting black-rimmed glasses and clad in a white shirt, responded from behind Xing Fangzhou. Before him, the air shimmered, and a summoning array gradually emerged, pulsating with a golden glow. As the light flickered, a plant resembling a trumpet flower materialized. Name, Dalabahua. Attribute, wood. Level, golden level 3. Qualification, platinum. Skills, swift leaf blade, sonic awakening. Rapid growth, poison powder. Weakness, fire. Evolution path, 3 routes. Description, the yellow head resembles a trumpet, adorned with small black eyes and a mouth edged in blue. Its body consists of a yellow-brown stem, with green leaves forming its arms and brown roots constituting its legs. Wang Shuyuan adjusted his glasses, his eyes glinting with intelligence as he commanded, Dalabahua, utilize your skill, sonic awakening. The massive head of Dalabahua turned slightly before tilting downwards, its trumpet mouth aimed at the horde of beasts. Humph! The forest erupted with a tremendous sonic wave, and before the trumpet flower, circular ripples could be distinctly seen, radiating outward and enveloping the entire throng of beasts. Li Qingzhou's awareness touched upon the entry for the sonic awakening skill. Sonic awakening. Shout loudly, producing a tremendous sound. All creatures hearing it will regain their senses. This skill appears specifically designed to counteract mental control abilities. The beasts in the forest were momentarily stunned by the resounding shout, standing bewildered as the crimson hue in their eyes gradually faded, restoring their original state. Chatter, chirps, howls, and growls erupted simultaneously as various feral beasts frantically surveyed their surroundings, confused by the sudden turn of events. Particularly, the weaker beasts were engulfed in sheer terror, howling as they darted away like lightning. The others followed suit, hastily seeking shelter. The scene descended into chaos, with cacophonous cries echoing all around. Some of the more powerful beasts glanced around, their expressions blank, oblivious to why they found themselves in this predicament. However, they possessed unwavering confidence in their strength. After a few low growls, they ambled back into the forest. Before long, most of the beasts gathered at the edge of the deep pool scattered, leaving only the last 10 or so, their eyes still blood-red, faces twisted with malice. Wang Shuyuan frowned slightly, surprised that Dalabahua had failed to awaken these particular beasts. Li Qingzhou recognized them. They belonged to the foremost group that had consumed the water from the deep pool. They drank from the pool, where the cloaked figure Xiao had sprinkled some powder. Li Qingzhou quickly warned. It seems we are not the only ones who learned from the last sandworm tide. Xing Fangzhou snorted. He had brought Wang Shuyuan from the Beastmaster Association, anticipating the enemy's mental manipulation, and Wang Shuyuan's Dalabahua's sonic awakening skill could effectively dispel such control. The Beastmaster Association had investigated and found the Sandworm King deep in the desert, discovering that it had been hypnotized, with a mental mark implanted within its consciousness. It's an hallucinogen, Chen Xiaoyan remarked, glancing at Li Qingzhou. The hallucinogen dissolves in water. Any creature consuming this water will fall into a hallucinatory state, persisting until the effects wear off. It seems that the previous failure of the sandworm tide has compelled them to adopt a more cautious approach, employing both mental control and hallucinogens, a truly malicious strategy. Wang Shuyuan's expression turned grave as he regarded the horde of beasts. We have no choice. They must be dealt with. Xing Fangzhou's face mirrored the seriousness of the situation. The beasts that consumed the pool water have lost their rationality. Neglecting them poses a threat not only to other creatures in the forest, but also to passing humans nearby. Li Qingzhou surveyed the horde, noting that their ranks were not particularly high, primarily within the black iron and bronze tiers, posing minimal danger. The Beastmasters acted in unison, swiftly eliminating the irrational beasts. The emerald waters of the pool rippled, with a crevice at its edge allowing the water to flow out, forming a stream that wound its way deeper into the forest. This water requires purification. Xing Fangzhou stood by the edge of the deep pool, gazing at the green waters. Understood. I will contact the association immediately to organize personnel for the task. Chen Xiaoyan replied. Xing Fangzhou nodded, continuing, until the pool water and surrounding sources are purified. All tasks within the Spirit Stone Forest are hereby suspended. Very well, President. Chen Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Xing Fangzhou approached Li Qingzhou, patting his shoulder, and remarked, "It is fortunate you promptly informed the association of the situation here. Otherwise, it could have led to disaster." Xing Fangzhou looked at Li Qingzhou. His eyes filled with approval. "It is my duty. I must also thank you for arriving in time to save me." Li Qingzhou smiled. "Before I arrived, did that cloaked figure say anything to you?" Xing Fangzhou inquired casually, having witnessed the confrontation from a distance but unable to hear their exchange. "He is a member of the Tianxings, Xiao." Li Qingzhou's expression turned serious, his tone shifting from its previous lightness. "Tianxings?" Xing Fangzhou echoed, bewildered by the unfamiliar term. "It is an organization composed of those who claim to act on behalf of the heavens, declaring humanity a scourge upon the world that must be eradicated for the sake of the heavenly path." Li Qingzhou slowly recounted the events and his dialogue with Xiao in full detail. What a band of lunatics. They regard human life as worthless. Xing Fangzhou's face flushed with anger upon hearing Li Qingzhou's words, his fists clenched tightly, bones creaking. After a deep breath, his expression finally calmed. "Let us depart. The subsequent matters shall be left to the association." Li Qingzhou nodded. "The mountain rain is brewing, signaling an impending change in the weather," murmured Xing Fangzhou softly. Chapter 67, A Warm Harbor. A sleek black sedan halted in a clearing outside the forest, designated by the Beastmaster Association for Li Qingzhou. Xing Fangzhou remained in the forest with other professional Beastmasters to manage subsequent matters, while Chen Xiaoyan accompanied Li Qingzhou back to the association. As soon as Li Qingzhou emerged from the woods, the black sedan roared to life, gliding forward before coming to a stop in front of him. Zhou Dashing swiftly exited the vehicle, opening the rear door with fluid motions. "Mr. Li, please step inside. I shall take you back to the Beastmaster Association," Zhou Dashing said politely. "Thank you," Li Qingzhou replied with a smile, nodding as he entered the car. Chen Xiaoyan also opened the door, settling into the front passenger seat. The car rumbled, departing from the Spirit Stone Forest and heading toward the city. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon as night softly descended. Ping'an lounged on Li Qingzhou's lap, yawning. Li Qingzhou gazed into the enveloping darkness, recalling that rainy night and the man. This world is not as peaceful and serene as it appears. Something stirs in the shadows. "I must grow stronger, stronger than anyone." He stroked Ping'an, murmuring softly, his voice ethereal. The sedan sped along, quickly arriving at the Beastmaster Association. As a distinguished member of the association, the cumbersome processes of task submission and reward collection could be bypassed. He merely needed to inform a dedicated liaison of the task's details, and they would handle the subsequent procedures. Li Qingzhou handed the items from the task, including the target, the wood spirit ear, to Chen Xiaoyan. She smiled as she accepted the items and said, "All right, Mr. Li, I will submit the task and ensure the corresponding reward is deposited into your account. Here is your bank card." She presented him with a silver card. This card is specifically issued by the Beastmaster Association for esteemed members, and all task rewards will be credited to it. You may patiently await your reward. "Thank you," Li Qingzhou said, taking the bank card and feeling once again the privileges of being a distinguished member, even possessing a dedicated bank card. "I will handle the remaining procedures and won't disturb you any further. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me," Chen Xiaoyan said with a professional smile. Giving a slight bow before departing, Chen Xiaoyan would manage the task submission, and with no other matters at the association, Li Qingzhou turned to leave, hailing a taxi to return home. By the time Li Qingzhou arrived at his doorstep, it was already 10 p.m. Inside, Li's father and mother were embroiled in a heated debate. "Do you think something has happened to Qingzhou? Why hasn't he returned yet? I must go find him." Li mother's anxious voice rang out. "Calm down, dear. Qingzhou is an adult now. He knows how to take care of himself. He is probably just at a friend's house and lost track of time," Li's father reassured her, though his tone was also tinged with concern. "I've called several times, and he hasn't answered. How can I not worry?" Li mother raised her voice, evident distress in her tone. "Don't fret. I'll call his teacher and ask them to check," Li's father offered. A warm wave surged through Li Qingzhou's heart as he pulled out his phone, which displayed 6 missed calls, all from his mother. While in the Spirit Stone Forest, he had silenced his phone upon sensing something amiss, fearing the sound might disturb the creatures lurking in the woods. Little did he know, this would lead to his parents' anxiety. Exhaling deeply, Li Qingzhou pushed the door open. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," he smiled as he announced his arrival. "Where have you been? Why didn't you answer your phone?" Li mother began to scold him, but a smile involuntarily broke across her face. "If you're going to be late, please let us know beforehand so your mother won't worry," Li's father chimed in, having just hung up the call he intended to make. "I was engrossed in learning about beast mastery at the association and lost track of time," Li Qingzhou explained, feeling a twinge of guilt. He chose to withhold the truth about his task in the Spirit Stone Forest, not wanting to alarm his parents. They were ordinary people, and to them, the wilderness was a perilous realm, rife with dangers, often portrayed in tragic reports on television. Let them reside in a tranquil and serene world, free from the threats of ferocious beasts and the madness of skywalkers. All these dangers should remain confined to that forest. A benevolent lie, at times, is a necessity. Such a lie is not malicious deception. Its intent is to consider the well-being of others rather than serve one's own interests. I told you there was nothing to worry about. You were the one fretting, Lee's father remarked to Lee's mother, his concern visibly dissipating. And yet you were in such a rush to call the homeroom teacher, Lee's mother retorted, rolling her eyes at Lee's father. She then turned to Li Qingzhou with a warm smile. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go heat up some food. With that, she headed into the kitchen. Soon, the sounds of cooking and clattering utensils filled the air. Lee's father, now at ease, settled onto the sofa, picked up the remote, and turned on the television. Familiar voices emanated from the screen. It was a popular drama series. The warm glow of the lights illuminated the room, blending with the sounds of the television, the clanging from the kitchen, and the distant hum of cars outside. A smile crept onto Li Qingzhou's face. He had never found such sounds so delightful and comforting. Home is a warm harbor, a place where one can lay down all defenses and burdens, resting peacefully and living contentedly. The myriad lights from countless households composed this vibrant world. He would not allow their peaceful existence to be taken away. This world, he would protect to the end. He would not permit any madness or pollution to transpire. I must grow stronger, stronger than anyone else. Li Qingzhou's thoughts drifted, his expression serene and tranquil, as if basking in the gentle sunlight of spring. Soon, steaming dishes were brought to the table. Li mother wiped her hands on her apron and cheerfully said, Eat up. You must be starving. Li Qingzhou nodded, picking up his utensils and beginning his meal. After a long day, he truly felt hungry, while at the Beast Master Association. He hadn't noticed it, but now, the aroma of the food made his stomach grumble. He devoured his meal eagerly. Slow down, there's plenty more. Li mother smiled at him, her eyes full of warmth. After dinner, the three of them settled on the sofa to watch television together. They chatted about mundane matters while following the characters' joys and sorrows on screen. The flickering light cast their shadows upon the wall, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Chapter 68. The Evolution Path of the Stone Monkey. The next day, when Li Qingzhou awoke, his parents had already left for work. He prepared a simple breakfast of tomato and egg noodles for himself. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room. A shimmering light appeared before him, silver patterns emerging as two of his pet beasts materialized, one after the other. It was Ping En and the stone monkey. Ping En yawned, climbing onto Li Qingzhou's bed to find a comfortable position, its eyes darting around, observing the stone monkey standing on the floor. The stone monkey appeared tense, glancing around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings of the human abode. Everything was novel to it, and it was uncertain if there was any danger, leaving it frozen in place, hesitant to move. Come here, stone monkey. Do not be afraid, Li Qingzhou beckoned. The stone monkey gazed blankly at Li Qingzhou for several seconds before cautiously taking tiny steps closer to him. After signing the contract, a natural spiritual connection was established between the beast master and the pet, a bond that was even more profound than that of blood relations. Consequently, Li Qingzhou's kindness and relaxation were conveyed to the stone monkey, allowing it to lower its guard and also relax. Li Qingzhou gently patted the monkey's head, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Indeed, this stone monkey possessed remarkable beauty. With its sky-blue face and golden fur, one could not resist the urge to stroke it. There once was a monkey of great prowess, wielding a golden staff and causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace, a sight to behold. It was intelligent, vivacious, and fiercely opposed to evil, ensuring peace wherever it roamed. While stroking the stone monkey, Li Qingzhou spoke. The stone monkey raised its sky-blue face, utterly bewildered by the terms golden staff, magical powers, and heavenly palace, all of which were foreign to it. It could not comprehend Li Qingzhou's words at all. Ping En yawned, languidly listening, its three tails swaying in the air. From now on, you shall be called Tai Ping, to protect the world and ensure peace and safety. Li Qingzhou said gravely to the stone monkey. GG, the stone monkey chirped in response, treating it as an affirmation. It had no name before, so a name was inconsequential to it. All right, Tai Ping, let us explore how to devise your evolutionary path. A smile graced Li Qingzhou's face as his spirit fluctuated, revealing Tai Ping's basic information before him. Name, stone monkey. Attribute, stone. Level, silver level 3. Qualification, gold. Skills, petrification, doubling. Weakness, wood. Evolution paths, 2. Description, possesses a beautiful face, with nostrils pointing upwards and grayish-yellow fur adorned with long golden hair. His consciousness touched upon the entries of the evolution paths, quickly revealing Tai Ping's two available evolutionary routes, the Spiritual Monkey Path and the Giant Ape Path. Evolution Path 1, Spiritual Monkey Path. Description: an evolution method that enhances skills and elemental control, with the next evolutionary form being the monkey monster. Evolution Path 2, Giant Ape Path. Description: an evolution method that strengthens melee capabilities, focusing on improving physique and strength, with the next evolutionary form being the giant stone monkey. Both paths were quite promising. Following either path methodically would elevate Tai Ping's strength to the platinum tier, a dominant presence among wild ferocious beasts. However, Li Qingzhou's aspiration for Tai Ping was to safeguard the world with enduring peace. Thus, platinum tier strength seemed insufficient. It needed to grow stronger, akin to that monkey that wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace. In his memory, that monkey was the Lingming stone monkey, capable of transformation, understanding celestial timings, and manipulating the stars. Therefore, Tai Ping's ultimate evolutionary goal would be the Lingming stone monkey. Upon this thought, Li Qingzhou's consciousness brushed against a series of black boxes beneath the two evolution paths. He entered the evolution information into the first box. Evolution Path, Ling Monkey. Description: possesses keen intelligence and agile physique, having long dwelled in the ethereal mountains and pristine waters, gaining spiritual essence, influenced by the human world while retaining its monkey nature. The text flickered briefly before settling, subsequently displaying the entry for evolution materials. Evolution materials: purifying spiritual gold, primary; ingenious walnut, secondary; dramatic mask, secondary. Li Qingzhou had encountered these materials in the evolution materials compendium and understood their basic information. He estimated their approximate costs in his mind. The total for these three evolution materials would amount to around 300,000 yuan, coupled with the 28,000 yuan for Ping and's evolution materials. He would require approximately 600,000 yuan to evolve both Ping and Tai Ping to the gold tier. A twitch ran through Li Qingzhou's brow at the thought of 600,000 yuan, a sum that exceeded his savings. Raising pets was indeed costly, he lamented inwardly. He began to assess his current financial situation. With previous savings of 40,000 yuan and today's task reward of 50,000 yuan, he currently possessed 90,000 yuan in cash. Additionally, he had acquired a fire pattern grass and a thorn flower worth around 20,000 yuan from Wu Xion's collection orb. Furthermore, he won an evolution material, the Thunder Prism, valued at approximately 100,000 yuan from the Beast Arena. Lastly, he had 8 fire spirit fruits from the fire spirit fruit tree, collectively worth about 240,000 yuan. In total, he could muster around 450,000 yuan, which fell short of the 600,000 yuan target. Sighing, Li Qingzhou cast a forlorn glance at Ping An and Tai Ping. Ping An was already accustomed to such glances and rolled over on the bed, completely disregarding the Beastmaster's troubles. It did not require money, so why share in the worry? Tai Ping, on the other hand, was oblivious to the concept of money. It sensed Li Qingzhou's low spirits, but could not comprehend why. To it, as long as it could eat and sleep, there was nothing to fret about. After a brief moment of despondency, Li Qingzhou quickly regained his spirits. Both Tai Ping and Ping An were currently silver level 3. With a long journey ahead before they could evolve, money could be earned gradually, so there was no need for haste. He recalled the advertisement of the martial arts school he had seen on the street, where that stone monkey could harness lightning. Ah! Li Qingzhou exclaimed in astonishment. He had just examined Tai Ping's original evolutionary path and had not noticed any evolutionary forms that could utilize lightning. Could it be a skill developed through training? Pets naturally possessed racial skills, with each evolution providing an opportunity to awaken a new skill. However, some beast cultivators, through relentless exploration and experimentation, discovered that specific and targeted training could enable pets to master skills beyond their racial abilities. The martial arts school advertised seemed to have mastered a particular training method for the stone monkey, endowing it with the lightning attribute. The more skills a pet possessed, the stronger it would become. He wondered how significant an enhancement this lightning attribute would provide to the stone monkey. Regardless, with the holiday ahead, he planned to visit that martial arts school tomorrow to broaden his horizons. Li Qingzhou pondered, then lay back on the bed. It was time to rest well today. A holiday should embody the spirit of leisure, and relaxation was the main theme. Chapter 69, Qingzhou Martial Arts School. After a day of recuperation, Li Qingzhou felt revitalized and invigorated. Early in the morning, he hailed a taxi and set out. The sign of Qingzhou Martial Arts School shimmered with vibrant colors. The characters Qingzhou elegantly crafted, exuding strength. Upon entering the hall, he spotted a service desk with a young female attendant clad in professional attire standing behind it. "Hello. How may I assist you?" She inquired with a smile upon seeing Li Qingzhou. I would like to learn more about Qingzhou Martial Arts School, Li Qingzhou replied, also smiling as he stood before the service desk. Qingzhou Martial Arts School can help you plan your pet's evolutionary path and teach you how to cultivate your pet. Our representative pet is the stone monkey, and Mr. Yang Xiao, the schoolmaster, is a master in stone monkey cultivation. The attendant provided a detailed introduction, handing Li Qingzhou a list, indicating her familiarity with the school's offerings. Li Qingzhou accepted the list and began to read its contents. At the top, the stone monkey was prominently featured, followed by a brief introduction and general cultivation directions and methods. The second entry listed the ice lion, along with its characteristics and cultivation methods. The third line describes the vast array of pet species, akin to tree spirits, which fills the entire page. The Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy appears to possess formidable strength, as the pets listed indicate that they have, to varying degrees, mastered certain evolutionary paths or unique cultivation methods. Students can select appropriate pet training courses based on the species of their own pets, acquiring relevant knowledge. What are the fees for training a stone monkey? Li Qingzhou inquired after perusing the list. We offer 3 tiers of courses for stone monkey training, the attendant explained. The first tier, an advanced course, allows students to learn the cultivation methods for stone monkeys, aiding in their pets' upgrades and evolution, and includes our exclusive technique, the lightning slash, for a fee of 100,000 yuan per term. The second tier, an intermediate course, is similar but does not cover the training for the lightning slash, priced at 80,000 yuan. The third tier, a basic course, focuses solely on stone monkey cultivation methods, which can assist in upgrades but does not include breakthrough evolution, costing 50,000 yuan. The young female attendant smiled brightly and added, I recommend you choose the advanced course. It is rich in content and absolutely worth the investment. Li Qingzhou could not help but feel a twinge of disbelief at the exorbitant prices. Such fees were beyond the means of a mere student like him. Each course lasts only 3 months and costs 100,000 yuan, and it was uncertain if one could even master the lightning slash within that time. I will consider it further, he replied with a wry smile, glancing inward where he could faintly see shadows of people and pets, presumably engaged in lessons. It seemed today would yield no substantial gains. He would have to contemplate the training of the stone monkey at his own pace. Just as he was about to depart the academy, he suddenly spotted a youthful and radiant figure. Her skin was as fair as jade, clad in a white floral dress, adorned with a red butterfly hairpin. It was Yang Rushua. Li Qingzhou, what brings you here? She called out with a smile upon seeing him. I have some free time during the holiday, so I came to check out the academy, he responded. Oh, but isn't your pet a Qihoo? The Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy doesn't offer training for Qihus, Yang Rushua remarked, tilting her head slightly in confusion, her beautiful brows furrowing. I'm not here to inquire about Qihoo training. I am interested in learning about the stone monkey, Li Qingzhou clarified. A stone monkey? You've contracted one. Yang Rushua exclaimed, slightly surprised, as it was rare for an apprentice beast tamer to contract 2 pets during their training period. Such individuals often exhibited exceptional talent to achieve the second tier of spirit bonding. Yang Rushua herself had only recently approached the threshold of the second tier, expecting to break through after the holiday. She felt a pang of bitterness. Her grandfather had praised her exceptional talent, yet in comparison to Li Qingzhou, her abilities seemed to pale. Yes, I just contracted one recently, Li Qingzhou nodded. Come, let me take you inside to have a look, Yang Rushua suggested cheerfully. Li Qingzhou offered an awkward smile, admitting, I just inquired, but the training courses for the stone monkey are too expensive. I can't afford the tuition. You wish to learn the lightning slash, correct? Yang Rushua discerned, smiling knowingly. Li Qingzhou nodded. While he was confident in formulating the evolution path and cultivation methods for the stone monkey, he was merely curious about the lightning slash technique. Let us go inside. Whether you can learn this skill will depend on your own efforts. Although my grandfather is strict, he values talent highly, Yang Rushua said, her smile radiant. Miss. The young female attendant greeted Yang Rushua respectfully as she entered. Yang Rushua smiled and nodded before stepping inside. Li Qingzhou was taken aback, recalling that Yang Rushua had mentioned her family owned a martial arts academy, not realizing it was this very Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy. What a coincidence. Following Yang Rushua, he entered an office. Upon entering, he beheld a phrase adorning the opposite wall, survival of the fittest. The elegant script, vigorous in strength, resembled the characters on the sign outside, likely penned by the same hand. In the center of the office stood a zeatonwood desk, covered with a sheet of white paper, where an elderly man with silver hair was writing. Grandfather, Yang Rushua gently tapped on the office door and called softly. Ah, Rushua, come in. The elderly man replied, placing his brush on the stand and removing his reading glasses from his nose. He looked up, his eyes sparkling with vitality. His silver hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of vigor. Li Qingzhou surveyed the elder and realized he was the academy's master, Yang Xiao. "Oh, and who might this be?" Yang Xiao inquired, his sharp gaze assessing Li Qingzhou before shifting back to Yang Rushue. "This is my classmate, Li Qingzhou," Yang Rushue introduced. "He has contracted a stone monkey and wishes to learn the cultivation methods for the lightning slash." Yang Rushue candidly revealed Li Qingzhou's intentions. Li Qingzhou felt a momentary shock, a hint of embarrassment surfacing as he had not paid any fees and was not a formal student there, merely seeking to gain knowledge without cost. Chapter 70. The Rules. Our academy has 3 courses dedicated to the training of stone monkeys. Yang Xiao began to explain methodically, but was interrupted by Yang Rushue. "Grandfather, he is already aware of that. No need for an introduction. Do you remember when I mentioned the trial at Suwei Mountain? He was the one who helped me obtain the ice mist flower. I owe him a favor. You taught me that one must repay their debts of gratitude, didn't you?" Yang Rushue stepped forward, linking her arm with Yang Xiao's, her large, glistening eyes blinking affectionately. "Is he truly the top student you mentioned?" Yang Xiao's gaze returned to Li Qingzhou, penetrating and discerning, as if he could see through him. "Yes, and I recall you have a rule, don't you?" Yang Rushue smiled at Yang Xiao. "My rule is designed for gifted but temporarily impoverished apprentice beast tamers," Yang Xiao replied, looking at Li Qingzhou. "First, you must possess a stone monkey. Second, the bond between you and your stone monkey must be strong. Lastly, you must complete 3 challenges before I will consider teaching you the method for cultivating the lightning slash." Yang Xiao, stemming from a humble background, had climbed to his current position through exceptional talent and perseverance. He comprehended the difficulties faced by beast tamers from ordinary families and had established this rule to assist those with outstanding potential and a deep emotional connection to their stone monkeys. However, these 3 conditions were not easily met. Otherwise, every individual who contracted a stone monkey would flock to the academy to learn the lightning slash technique for free, leading to the academy's certain demise. To date, many beast tamers had sought out the academy, yet, aside from a few exceptional cases, most failed to meet the criteria. Yang Xiao harbored doubts about this young man's ability to circumvent his rules. After all, he and Yang Rushue were classmates, and given the timeline, he had awakened his beast taming talent and contracted a pet in less than 2 months. What could a pet achieve in such a brief span? How strong could their bond be? "Let us head to the training ground," Yang Xiao stated, turning to exit. Yang Rushue clung to his arm, chatting merrily, while Li Qingzhou followed behind them. The training ground was centrally located within the academy, equipped with numerous devices and apparatuses specifically designed for the training of various pets. Regular combat training was also conducted there. Upon seeing Yang Xiao, the instructors and students in the area greeted him warmly. Yang Xiao smiled kindly, nodding in acknowledgement, as he led Yang Rushue and Li Qingzhou into a training room. In the training room, beast tamers and their accompanying stone monkeys were engaging in warm-up exercises. They were about to embark on practical combat training, and warming up in advance would ensure that their bodies were in optimal condition, thus preventing injuries during battle. This was the training room for junior students, all of whom were there to learn the cultivation methods for stone monkeys. With a training fee of 50,000 yuan per session, the beast tamers were relatively young, and the contracted stone monkeys were of a low tier. However, after undergoing training at the martial arts academy, their pets surpassed others of the same tier in both skill proficiency and combat experience. After all, having invested money, it would be unacceptable for there to be no tangible results. Typically, after the warm-up, they would proceed to basic petrification training to enhance skill proficiency. "Director Yang, what brings you here?" A middle-aged man approached Yang Xiao and inquired. "I came to take a look," Yang Xiao replied, his gaze sweeping over the students on the training field. He continued, "Select an outstanding student in petrification training to compete against this young man." The middle-aged man's eyes fell on Li Qingzhou, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. Recognizing him as yet another young man hoping to gain the skill of Lei Chia without effort, he had seen this scenario countless times before and was unfazed. Many beast tamers who had yet to enter the martial arts academy, upon hearing of Yang Xiao's rule, eagerly sought challenges. For a successful challenge could save them 100,000 yuan in tuition fees. Yet, the harsh reality was that they were utterly defeated, lacking any fighting capability. His students trained scientifically under his guidance every day, far surpassing those inexperienced apprentice beast tamers. "Lu Beibei, come here," the middle-aged man called out. Shortly after, a young female student with shoulder-length hair approached. "Coach, did you call for me?" Lu Beibei asked. "You will spar with this beast tamer," the middle-aged man instructed. "All right." Lu Beibei responded readily, confident in her abilities. She was the most capable among the students, often leading the warm-up exercises. Upon hearing the coach's words, the other students halted their activities, craning their necks to watch. They were well aware of Lu Beibei's prowess. Her stone monkey's petrification skill was already highly refined. capable of enveloping her entirely in an instant. Her stone monkey was on the brink of a breakthrough, poised to enroll in the next course and attempt evolution the following year. This newcomer is in for a rough time. Many students displayed expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness the spectacle. A few others wore expressions of envy, wishing it were them in the spotlight. It was merely a chance to demonstrate the academy's strength to the newcomer, and they felt they could also take part. Moreover, with the director present, along with the ethereal Yang Rushua, such opportunities were rare. Several boys were eager to volunteer and replace Liu Beibei in the match. However, since the coach had already named Liu Beibei, they had to reluctantly accept the reality. How infuriating that such a chance to shine was seized by a girl. What a waste. The thoughts of the other students swirled as they cast covetous glances at Qingzhou, akin to wolves eyeing a lamb. As the other students retreated to the sidelines, creating space for the competition, the middle-aged man instructed the students in the training room to disperse. Clearing a large area in the center, Liu Beibei stood in the middle of the field, her robust stone monkey beside her. Having remained in the training room due to their class schedule, "Summon your stone monkey," Liu Beibei confidently declared, aware that her monkey was already at the black iron level 9, on the verge of evolution. In this training room, her stone monkey was the strongest. All right. Qingzhou nodded, and as he did, a summoning array shimmered into existence in front of him, radiating a silver light. As the light flickered, a stone monkey with golden fur materialized. The middle-aged man stared at the silver glow of the summoning array, momentarily stunned, his expression contorting into one of disbelief. Is this some form of bullying? How is this fair? Chapter 71, Overwhelming Victory. Yang Zhao's expression shifted, incredulity dawning upon him as he looked at Qingzhou. Wasn't he a classmate of Yang Rushua? Hadn't he just contracted a stone monkey? How could he summon a silver-tier stone monkey? A multitude of questions raced through Yang Zhao's mind, and even with his extensive experience, he was taken aback. The middle-aged man donned a mask of pain. Realizing this was a blatant attempt to disrupt the proceedings, clearly a case of playing the fool to catch the master. His gaze turned to Liu Beibei, filled with pity. At this moment, Liu Beibei brimmed with confidence, completely unaware of the true strength of her opponent. Yang Rushua also gasped, as if she had seen something extraordinary. If she was not mistaken, only a silver-tier beast would possess such a summoning array. Hadn't Qingzhou claimed that his stone monkey had just been contracted? How could it possibly possess silver-tier strength? It was well known that the stronger the beast, the more challenging it was to contract. Even professional beast tamers might struggle to succeed with a silver-tier beast. How had he achieved this? Yang Rushua's heart was in disarray. Taiping, the stone monkey, had never encountered so many humans and was curiously observing his surroundings, clinging to Qingzhou's leg like a shy child. It was evident that this stone monkey had just emerged from the beast cultivation base, unaccustomed to the world. Look at how timid he is. Just like a shy little child. Lu Jia, show him what we can do. They urged, eager for him to understand the academy's strength. Fighting a child. Even one hand should suffice to win. The other students, seeing the two beasts take the stage, began to cheer, creating a lively atmosphere for the match. Especially upon witnessing Taiping's timid demeanor, they found immense amusement. They had absolute faith in Liu Beibei, being the strongest among them, often dominating their matches. Now, witnessing her take on the newcomer filled them with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. These students, inexperienced, failed to discern the subtle differences in the summoning array, viewing Qingzhou as a novice easily manipulated. You can attack first, Liu Beibei said confidently, fully believing in her stone monkey's capabilities. Should her monkey strike, the battle would be resolved in an instant, leaving no opportunity to gauge the newcomer's strength. After all, the director and coach had arranged this duel to assess the newcomer's abilities, thus they should allow the newcomer a chance. No need, just fight normally, Qingzhou replied casually, his expression calm, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the match. Taiping gradually acclimated to the environment, and under Qingzhou's mental reassurance, soon composed itself. All right, I won't hold back, Liu Beibei declared, seeing that her opponent was not taking the hint. Since he wished to engage normally, she would demonstrate the disparity in their strengths. Stone Monkey, use the petrification skill and attack, Liu Beibei commanded, a confident smile gracing her lips. Before her, the robust stone monkey focused its energy, enveloping itself in a layer of hardened material resembling rock, enhancing its already imposing presence. With a mighty roar, the fully petrified stone monkey charged fiercely towards Taiping. Initially, Taiping had been curiously observing its counterpart, thrilled at the sight of a fellow monkey in this unfamiliar environment filled with humans. However, upon witnessing the opposing stone monkey activate its petrification skill and charge at him, his demeanor shifted abruptly. Taiping let out a fierce growl, embodying the essence of a beast forged in the wilderness. Surrounded by venomous creatures and ferocious foes, It thrived in the crucible of battle, exuding an innate air of primal ferocity. The stone monkey opposite dared to roar at it and launch an attack, utterly oblivious to the danger it faced. Having ascended to the rank of silver, Taiping had endured countless life-and-death confrontations to become a dominant force within the Lingshi forest. Other stone monkeys quailed at its presence, too intimidated to even meet its gaze, let alone provoke it. The ferocity within Taiping surged forth, a tempest of violent energy radiating from its form. Upon hearing Taiping's menacing roar and feeling the onslaught of its ferocity, Liu Beibei's stone monkey hesitated, its speed faltering as its once aggressive charge came to a halt, the creature now appearing listless and subdued. GG. The stone monkey paused a meter away from Taiping, lowering its head, too fearful to make eye contact. It muttered something under its breath, its fur losing its stiffness. As the beast master, Liu Beibei sensed the stone monkey's trepidation but was perplexed by its sudden change in demeanor, wondering why it had ceased its attack and exhibited such deference. Typically, this stone monkey was a powerhouse in the training room, feared by all its peers. A wave of confusion washed over Liu Beibei. Stone transformation, attack, she commanded, her tone more severe. The stone monkey, glancing back at Liu Beibei, saw her furious gaze and reluctantly complied, activating its stone transformation skill. Its body became encased in a rigid, rock-like substance once more, its soft fur reverting to hardness. T.S. Taiping disdainfully clicked its tongue, raising its right hand to deliver a swift chop towards the stone monkey before it. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the chop landed, causing the fully petrified stone monkey to sway unsteadily before toppling to the side. Taiping withdrew its hand, gazing imperiously at the fallen stone monkey, scoffing at the audacity of such a feeble opponent to challenge it. Liu Beibei stood agape, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Her stone monkey had succumbed to the simplest of strikes. This was a fully petrified creature. Even a steel rod would not breach its defenses, yet it had been felled by a mere chop. Liu Beibei had lost. How could the opposing stone monkey be so formidable? One chop had vanquished her petrified companion, a testament to immense strength. Thank goodness she hadn't taken the stage herself, or she would have faced utter humiliation. Truly, one cannot judge a monkey by its appearance. Who could have anticipated such power hidden beneath that timid exterior? The audience buzzed with chatter, a mix of astonishment and relief, yet most were left in a state of shock. Rather than the newcomers being intimidated, it was the newcomers who had delivered a resounding blow to their egos. Liu Beibei felt tears welling up, realizing after so much training at the martial arts academy that she felt utterly inept. Her resolve had crumbled. Chapter 72, The Second Trial. The middle-aged coach cast a resentful glance at Qingzhou and his stone monkey, regretting his earlier decision. Had he known, he would have sent the weakest student into battle. After all, it would have ended in defeat regardless of who participated. The weakest student was accustomed to losses, so another defeat would bear little psychological burden. Now, he had to find a way to comfort Liu Beibei, as her demoralization could significantly impact the performance of their training camp. Yang Xiao emerged from his astonishment, observing that Qingzhou's stone monkey possessed the most intense ferocity he had ever witnessed among its kind. Such an aura could only be forged through innumerable life and death struggles. The creatures from the pet cultivation facility were akin to sheltered blooms, living carefree lives devoid of survival pressures, thus lacking wildness and ferocity. This stone monkey was undeniably not one of those. The contract that Qingzhou had formed with this wild stone monkey, particularly one of silver rank, was nothing short of remarkable. Yang Xiao regarded Qingzhou with newfound respect and admiration. The young man's talent proved extraordinary. The difficulty of forming a contract with a wild, ferocious beast far surpassed that of a creature from the pet cultivation facility, and a single misstep could lead to severe repercussions. How had Qingzhou managed to contract such a wild stone monkey? Yang Rushua looked at Qingzhou, her expression complex. She felt both joy for him and astonishment at his rapid rise in strength, while simultaneously lamenting her own shortcomings. With two contracted beasts, one of silver rank, his prowess was unparalleled within the school. Yang Rushua could only glimpse his back as he surged ahead. Congratulations on contracting a silver-ranked stone monkey, Yang Rushua said, regaining her composure and offering heartfelt congratulations. Thank you, Qingzhou replied politely, nodding in acknowledgement. The first trial has been passed. Let us proceed to the second trial. Yang Xiao stated calmly, stepping outside. He had indeed underestimated Qingzhou's capabilities, which had prompted him to select the first trial in the basic training room. The second trial was set in an unoccupied training room. To learn the lightning/skill, the prerequisite was that the stone monkey must have mastered its stone transformation skill to a remarkable degree. The second trial would assess the proficiency of this skill. If the stone transformation were not adequately mastered, attempting to learn lightning slash could result in backlash from the lightning. inflicting severe harm on the stone monkey. This second trial would evaluate the speed and coverage of the stone transformation. Yang Xiao handed Yang Ruxue a small booklet filled with text. Yang Ruxue recognized this booklet as one of the training manuals for advanced stone monkey cultivation at the Martial Arts Academy. Li Qingzhou, have your stone monkey execute the stone transformation according to my instructions, Yang Ruxue directed. Understood, Li Qingzhou replied, nodding while mentally communicating with Taiping, ensuring it could comprehend Yang Ruxue's words at all times. First, the speed of stone transformation. Please perform it 10 times at your fastest pace, Yang Ruxue instructed gently. Glancing at the booklet, almost instantaneously as she finished speaking, Taiping initiated the stone transformation. In a blink, it completed the transformation of its entire body, its speed exceeding that of Lu Bei's stone monkey by more than tenfold. The 10 transformations were accomplished swiftly. Yang Xiao's brow twitched slightly. This stone monkey's transformation speed was astonishingly rapid, the intervals between transformations so brief that it appeared almost as if it were perpetually in a state of petrification. This stone monkey harbored immense potential. With proper training, it would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of platinum or even diamond strength in due time. Yang Xiao's admiration for Li Qingzhou grew. Next, we will assess the control of the stone transformation. Please transform only the parts one specify, without affecting any other areas. Yang Ruxue continued. Head, chest, right foot, right hand, tail, left foot, she recited gently, enumerating several body parts in one breath, albeit with some repetitions. Taiping first petrified its head, then, as the head's transformation receded, it immediately transformed its chest. It executed the transformations in the precise order dictated by Yang Ruxue, demonstrating flawless accuracy even in the most minute details. Yang Xiao nodded slightly. This stone monkey exhibited excellent control over the stone transformation skill, accomplishing the transformation of various body parts with precision. Each execution of a skill consumes stamina, and transforming specific parts requires significantly less energy compared to full-body petrification. In the face of adversaries, the ability to accurately petrify the targeted areas of their attacks can conserve considerable stamina, positioning oneself advantageously. Yang Ruxue, witnessing Taiping's impeccable execution, could not help but smile. She bent down to caress Taiping's fluffy head, exclaiming, "Excellent. You've done wonderfully." With a proud tilt of his head, Taiping radiated joy. All right, next is the final test, the hardness assessment. Yang Ruxue straightened and announced. She approached a row of metallic blocks, pointing at them, and instructed, utilize your petrification skill to envelop your fist and strike the surface of the metallic blocks in succession. To pass, you must leave an imprint on at least the first 6 blocks. Li Qingzhou guided Taiping to the lineup of metal blocks. There were 10 in total, each the size of a stool, with varying shades of color. Each block bore a number from 1 to 10, representing the relative hardness of the metal. The higher the number, the greater the strength. Taiping, it's your turn, Li Qingzhou encouraged. With a relaxed demeanor, Taiping approached the metallic blocks. The moment his fist was raised, a petrified substance formed on its surface, and he struck down with force. Bang, bang, bang. Taiping unleashed a rapid succession of punches, deftly shifting to the right as he continuously struck different blocks. His vigorous and swift demeanor starkly contrasted with his earlier nonchalance. Soon, the first 6 blocks bore deep fist imprints, several centimeters deep. Even after delivering 6 powerful blows, Taiping did not cease. He continued to strike the remaining blocks. Bang, 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 bang. Following a series of muffled thuds, Taiping leisurely returned to Li Qingzhou's side. The last 4 blocks also bore fist imprints, albeit shallower than the initial 6. Yang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The hardness achieved by the petrification exceeded his expectations, indicating that mastering the Leiche skill would pose no challenge. Congratulations, you have passed the second assessment. Yang Ruxue smiled at Li Qingzhou, her cheeks dimpled with delight. She bent down once more to gently stroke Taiping, softly saying, "Well done, little one." Chapter 73, The Final Challenge. The trio entered a training room designated for advanced courses at the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy for the cultivation of the stone monkey. The final trial involved sparring with a stone monkey proficient in the Leiche skill, assessing the pet's capacity to withstand electrical attributes. Inside the training room, students stood in rows, each accompanied by their respective stone monkeys. The stone monkeys extended their right palms, facing upwards, as they gathered electrical energy in their palms, enveloping their entire hands with it. The front row of students showcased stone monkeys whose palms radiated brilliant lightning, filling the air with the crackling sounds of thunder. In the middle rows, the electrical energy gathered by the stone monkeys was somewhat diminished, although they could barely cover their palms. The intensity was noticeably weaker than their front row counterparts. The last few rows displayed stone monkeys with only a few flickering sparks of electricity. utterly incapable of amalgamating into substantial lightning. The stone monkeys gritted their teeth, their expressions fierce, but the electricity in their hands merely flickered weakly before fading. The innate talent of the beast tamer and the stone monkey's qualifications significantly influenced the learning of the Lei skill. Some students required only a few sessions for their stone monkeys to master the skill, while others, despite attending multiple sessions, could not produce remarkable lightning displays. Yang Xiao beckoned to a young coach within, who promptly approached. "Teacher, did you call for me?" The respectful young coach inquired. He was one of Yang Xiao's direct disciples, Lu Mingyun. "Practice with him." Yang Xiao casually pointed to Li Qingzhou. Lu Mingyun assessed Li Qingzhou, noting his youthful appearance, and smiled, saying, "Teacher, isn't it a bit unfair to let me spar with him? Perhaps I should find another student. It's just you and him." "Let him witness the power of the Lei skill," Yang Xiao replied. He had already recognized Li Qingzhou's potential. The previous assessments had showcased Li Qingzhou's talent and strength, impressing him deeply. As an admirer of talent, having witnessed Li Qingzhou's prowess and Taiping's capabilities, he resolved to impart the Lei skill to Li Qingzhou. Perhaps this skill could shine brilliantly in the hands of Li Qingzhou's stone monkey, elevating the reputation of Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy beyond Linyuan City and resonating throughout the nation. The purpose of pitting Lu Mingyun against Li Qingzhou was to gauge the strength of his stone monkey. Only by understanding its current limits could an effective teaching plan be devised. Regular students were no match for Li Qingzhou, rendering them ineffective for assessment. "Very well. Let us head to the adjacent battle room." Lu Mingyun conceded readily, sensing his teacher's unwavering determination. Inside the battle room, Lu Mingyun and Li Qingzhou faced each other. Lu Mingyun summoned a shimmering silver array, from which a simian pet emerged. Li Qingzhou's gaze fell upon Lu Mingyun's pet, revealing its information before him. Name: Monkey Monster. Attribute: Stone. Level: Silver level 4. Qualification: Gold. Skills: Petrification, Rampage, Lei. Weakness: Wood. Evolution path: 2. Description: Adorned with light yellow fur, its limbs end in brown. Possessing a long and agile tail, it has a ferocious temperament and can erupt in rage over trivial matters. Li Qingzhou focused intently on the Lei skill entry. Lei, an electrical attribute skill, gathers high-intensity currents in the palm, transforming the hand into a blade-like instrument with formidable piercing power, accompanied by a paralyzing effect. The monkey monster is one of the evolutionary forms of the stone monkey. Its evolution rendered it distinct from the stone monkey, no longer appearing soft and adorable, but rather fearsome and intimidating. "Little brother, you may attack first," Lu Mingyun said casually, though his tone carried an undeniable confidence. As a professional beast tamer, with a silver-tier pet, he found it implausible that a mere apprentice beast tamer could pose a threat. "Lu Mingyun, do not underestimate him. Treat this seriously," Yang Xiao's stern voice echoed. Being Lu Mingyun's mentor, any failure on his part would reflect poorly on Yang Xiao. Although he had confidence Lu Mingyun would prevail, caution was never unwarranted, especially when it came to preserving one's dignity. Lu Mingyun, upon hearing Yang Xiao's words, though puzzled, shed any dismissive thoughts. "All right, Taiping, attack," Li Qingzhou commanded without hesitation. With a fierce roar, Taiping launched himself like an arrow towards Lu Mingyun's pet, the monkey monster. "Petrification, defend," Lu Mingyun commanded. He held absolute confidence in his monkey monster. Despite the stone monkey's aggressive advance, he believed his monkey monster's petrification skill could withstand it. In an instant, the monkey monster completed its full-body petrification, its surface coated with a rocky, hardened substance, rendering it even more fearsome. Bang! Taiping's fist struck the monkey monster's abdomen, producing a deep, resonant thud. The petrified fists collided with the petrified abdomen, their hardness nearly equal, resulting in a stalemate in their initial clash. A smile crept onto Lu Mingyun's lips. As anticipated, the full-force strike from the opposing stone monkey could not breach the monkey monster's defenses. Victory appeared assured. Just as he prepared to command the monkey monster to unleash the Lei skill and conclude the match, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Taiping's fist was raised, and in an instant, his entire body appeared to swell nearly threefold. This was Taiping's unique ability, Beihua, which allowed him to amplify his physique, thereby enhancing his strength. With a fierce roar, Taiping's enlarged fist, now encased in a petrified substance, descended upon the monkey monster like a meteorite. The suddenness of the attack left the monkey creature with no time to react, forcing it to rely on its petrified state for defense. The impact was thunderous, sending shards flying. The monkey monster, a silver-tier beast, managed to withstand the blow through sheer resilience. Though its face turned pale and much of the rocky material on its body crumbled away, Lu Mingyun was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly fathom how a non-evolved stone monkey could wield the Bei Hua skill. His extensive combat experience quickly dispelled his astonishment, and he focused intently on the unfolding battle. Is that Bei Hua? Yang Zhao's expression mirrored his surprise. As a master trainer of stone monkeys, he was well acquainted with their evolutionary paths. The Bei Hua skill was typically awakened only after a stone monkey evolved into a giant stone ape. He never anticipated that Qingzhou's stone monkey could awaken this ability without undergoing evolution. The potential of this stone monkey was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 74. The Essence of Thunder Slash. Among those present, Yang Ruxue was the most astonished. Qingzhou's stone monkey had effortlessly shattered the petrification of Lu Mingyun's monkey creature with a single strike. Lu Mingyun was not just an ordinary student. He was a coach at the martial arts school and a direct disciple of the elder. She was acutely aware of his prowess. It was unimaginable that Qingzhou, a mere student and an apprentice beastmaster, could gain the upper hand against a professional beastmaster. I must strive harder, Yang Ruxue silently resolved, formulating several training plans in her mind. Realizing that Tai Ping could utilize Bei Hua, Lu Mingyun no longer dared to underestimate the situation. His demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Use the skill, Thunder Slash, he commanded. The monkey monster raised its palm, and in the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted from its hand, with high-voltage electricity crackling around it, forming a dense ball of electric energy. The sound of electricity crackled through the air like a chorus of birds. The monkey monster thrust its hand down, positioning it behind itself, and then propelled forward with great speed. Thunder Slash. Lightning danced between its palms, tracing a dazzling arc through the air. Following the use of Thunder Slash, subtle bolts of electricity enveloped its body, activating its cells and enhancing its speed. Tai Ping, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not let his guard down. He quickly coated his body with a layer of hardened material through petrification while simultaneously utilizing Bei Hua to reduce his size. The might of Thunder Slash was overwhelming and could not be met head-on. Instead, he sought to evade its ferocity and find an opportunity. Shrinking to one-third of his original size, he stood at approximately 30 centimeters tall. This reduction in size also granted him increased speed. The sound of crackling electricity surged toward him as errant currents filled the surrounding air. Tai Ping darted swiftly to the side, narrowly avoiding the Thunder Slash attack. However, the electrical currents still left his body tingling. Lu Mingyun, noticing his attack had missed, immediately issued a new combat command. Use the skill, Rampage. Instantly, a frenzied aura enveloped the monkey monster, marking the successful activation of the Rampage skill. This ability would propel the monkey monster into a state of frenzy, enhancing both its attack power and speed. With a crackle of electricity, the monkey monster executed a swift 90-degree turn and charged toward the now off-balance Tai Ping. Its speed surged further, blending seamlessly with the lightning in its grasp. Qingzhou could only perceive a flash of lightning racing toward him, moving with astonishing speed. There was no time to evade. Tai Ping, too, recognized that despite the increase in speed from his reduced stature, evasion was futile. With a fierce roar, he fully unleashed his primal instincts, his body suddenly expanding as he concentrated the hardened material onto his fist. Unable to avoid the confrontation, Tai Ping chose to meet the monkey monster head-on. He raised his fist, swinging it back to gather all his strength. The monkey monster, wielding lightning, lunged toward Tai Ping. At the same moment, the massive petrified fist of Tai Ping came crashing down. The collision was explosive, with lightning flashing and currents surging wildly. The monkey monster's Thunder Slash collided directly with Tai Ping's enhanced fist. Light flickered before fading into darkness. Tai Ping's body rapidly shrank back to its normal state, charred and resembling something that had been struck by lightning, a comical yet tragic sight. The monkey monster swayed unsteadily, as if intoxicated, disoriented from the tremendous impact of Tai Ping's full-force strike. The battle resulted in a stalemate, with neither Tai Ping nor the monkey monster emerging victorious. Lu Mingyun gritted his teeth, observing his monkey creature as he prepared for a final attack. As a professional beastmaster, he found it unacceptable to be evenly matched with an apprentice. If his students were to learn that he could not defeat even a trainee beastmaster, how could he command their respect? Enough, this ends here. Yang Zhao's authoritative voice resonated as he stepped into the arena. However, Lu Mingyun's gaze remained fixed on him, his spirit unsettled. Both beasts had reached their limits. Continuing the fight would only lead to injury. Yang Zhao gently placed a hand on Lu Mingyun's shoulder, reassuring him that it was merely an inconsequential contest, and the outcome was of little significance. With a sigh, Lu Mingyun withdrew his monkey monster into the Beastmaster space. Qingzhou also returned Tai Ping to the Beastmaster space, acknowledging the formidable power of the Thunder Slash skill, which had left Tai Ping temporarily incapacitated. Well done. You have passed the test, Yang Xiao commended Li Qingzhou with an approving gaze. Thank you, Master Yang, Li Qingzhou responded, elated. Congratulations. Yang Rushua beamed at Li Qingzhou, genuinely celebrating his success. Thank you, Li Qingzhou reciprocated with a smile. Now, you may attend your class, Yang Xiao instructed Lu Mingyun, feeling somewhat disheartened. Lu Mingyun exited the combat room with his head lowered. Once he departed, Yang Xiao turned to Li Qingzhou and spoke slowly. To master the power of lightning, one must first enhance their beast's resilience to the lightning attribute. The way to achieve this is through consuming foods rich in electrical elements, such as thundergrass or electric oregon. Once the lightning attribute within their body has sufficiently accumulated, they can then attempt to condense lightning within their palms. The stone monkey could petrify its entire form, even internally, so minerals were merely slightly tougher food for it, which it could consume and digest. Li Qingzhou nodded, then suddenly recalled something. Can the material thunder prism be consumed? He had won a thunder prism as a prize in the arena and had not sold it. Now realizing it was also a material with lightning attributes, Yang Xiao paused, looking at Li Qingzhou with a perplexed expression. Thunder prism? That is a rare material worth tens of thousands. Are you truly considering feeding such an expensive item to a stone monkey? A moment of realization struck him. Was Li Qingzhou not lacking funds and only participating in the martial arts school to complete his challenges and learn Thunder Slash? Did he possess wealth but merely wished to exploit the situation? Yang Xiao felt a surge of indignation rising within him. I previously won a reward in the arena, which was the Thunder Prism, Li Qingzhou quickly clarified, noting the change in Yang Xiao's countenance. Yang Xiao's blood pressure, which had surged, immediately subsided. This young man is jesting with me. He exhaled softly, regaining his composure. The Thunder Prism is acceptable. However, the lightning elements contained within are quite potent, and direct consumption may yield suboptimal absorption. Yang Xiao replied. The resilience of the thunder element must be gradually enhanced. Haste makes waste, he continued to advise. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Master Yang, Li Qingzhou replied with a respectful bow, expressing his gratitude. Chapter 75. Shopping. Yang Xiao offered a few more reminders, detailing the precautions for Shurho's mastery of the Thunderstrike skill before taking his leave. Li Qingzhou respectfully watched Yang Xiao's figure fade away before shifting his gaze to Yang Rushua, saying, This time, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. It's just a trivial matter. You helped me last time, so consider this a repayment of favors. Yang Rushua waved her hand sincerely in response. The Bingwu flower was merely a small gesture. This is entirely different, Li Qingzhou remarked, noting that he had acquired the method to cultivate the Thunderstrike skill for free, saving tens of thousands. I did nothing remarkable. It was your own strength that impressed the old master, Yang Rushua smiled. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. Allow me to treat you to a meal. As lunchtime approached, Li Qingzhou suggested taking Yang Rushua out to eat. That sounds good. Yang Rushua pondered briefly before agreeing. With ample time during the holiday, going out to eat and shop was a delightful way to pass the time. Moreover, she was quite weary of the cafeteria meals at the martial arts school and welcomed the change of flavor. The two exited the Qingzhou Martial Arts School, situated in a bustling area surrounded by numerous dining and entertainment options. What would you like to eat? Li Qingzhou inquired, unfamiliar with the local establishments. After a moment's thought, Yang Rushua replied, How about hot pot? A new restaurant has opened nearby. Let's give it a try. Very well, hot pot it is, Li Qingzhou agreed without hesitation. Walking side by side, Yang Rushua, with her fair skin and striking beauty, and the sun-kissed and handsome Li Qingzhou naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, even the server couldn't help but steal a few glances at the couple, marveling at their good looks. Once seated, they ordered a selection of dishes and began to chat. Where did you contract your Shurho? Yang Rushua asked curiously, puzzled as to how Li Qingzhou had managed to contract a silver-tier Shurho. After all, her grandfather had prepared her next pet to be a silver-tier Shurho as well, and their family specialized in training Shurho, making it unbelievable that Li Qingzhou had surpassed her in resources. In the Spirit Stone Forest, Li Qingzhou replied, recounting the tale of the fierce battle between the Qingzhou snake and the Shurho during his contracting process, narrating the event as though it were an ordinary occurrence. However, Yang Rushua listened with bated breath, realizing the perils of the Spirit Stone Forest and the danger of battling two silver-tier beasts. She sighed in relief upon hearing how Li Qingzhou had persuaded the Shurho and successfully contracted it. So your contracting process was so arduous. You truly went through a lot. Yang Rushua said, feeling reassured. It was merely luck. I happened to encounter it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to contract a silver-tier beast. Li Qingzhou smiled modestly. I intend to contract a Shurho as my next pet as well, Yang Rushua mentioned, her Yunjing decision nearing its second breakthrough, which would allow her to contract a second pet. That's wonderful. Your family is renowned for breeding Shurho, So your contracted Shurho will surely possess exceptional qualities, Li Qingzhou remarked, stuffing a piece of beef into his mouth. Let us see whose Shurho will be more formidable then, Yang Ruxue teased playfully, taking a bite of the greens. After finishing their meal, the two exited the hot pot restaurant. On the same floor, there was an anime arcade. Li Qingzhou suggested they explore the anime city. Absolutely. Yang Ruxue exclaimed with excitement. Having been raised in a strict household where her grandfather forbade her from visiting such entertainment venues, this was her first time at an anime arcade, and she couldn't contain her joy. Inside the arcade, the cacophony of voices and an array of devices dazzled the senses. What is this? Yang Ruxue pointed at a dance machine. And this one, fishing. How interesting, she exclaimed, spotting a fishing game. Hey, let us play basketball. Yang Ruxue smiled at Li Qingzhou, her enthusiasm palpable, as if she were an explorer uncovering a new world. Li Qingzhou exchanged some game tokens and guided Yang Ruxue through various experiences. This is so much fun, it feels so real, Yang Ruxue exclaimed as she removed her headset, still reveling in the experience. This is a virtual reality device that immerses you in the experience, Li Qingzhou explained, also removing his headset with a smile. Having just participated in a thrilling car race, they disembarked from the seats, and Yang Ruxue wandered towards a row of claw machines filled with plush toys. I want to catch that one. She confidently pointed at a large-mouthed monkey. She maneuvered the joystick, pressed the button, and the claw descended to grasp the large-mouthed monkey. But it slipped from its grasp as it ascended. After several failed attempts, Yang Ruxue felt a twinge of disappointment. Let me give it a try. Li Qingzhou stepped up to the machine, skillfully manipulating the joystick. The claw descended, and with a swift pull, he managed to snag the large-mouthed monkey. My goodness, Li Qingzhou. You are incredible, Yang Ruxue exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she watched him succeed where she had failed. She picked up the large-mouthed monkey, squeezed it in her hands, and smiled, saying, I also want that ice lion, that electric mouse, and that red fox, with a beaming smile that revealed two shallow dimples. She looked at Li Qingzhou with eager anticipation. All right, let me give it a shot, Li Qingzhou said, inserting 2 tokens into the machine and continuing his attempts to win the toys. After several tries, he successfully retrieved all the toys Yang Ruxue desired. Clutching an armful of plush toys, Yang Ruxue was elated. Just as they were about to leave after spending all their game tokens, a voice suddenly called out. Hey, Yang Ruxue, what are you doing here? Among the crowd, a lavishly dressed young man, surrounded by admirers, was the one who spoke. The young man, around 20 years old with a slightly plump physique, gazed eagerly at the graceful young woman standing nearby, his eyes betraying an unrestrained admiration. Yang Ruxue turned to face the newcomer, offering a polite smile, just out for a stroll. What a coincidence. Let me show you around. This is my territory. And I'm quite familiar with it, the young man continued, casting a glance at Yang Ruxue before turning to glare at Li Qingzhou, his expression darkening with hostility. Chapter 76. Hostility? No. I have other matters to attend to, Yang Ruxue replied, her smile not reaching her eyes, her tone decidedly frosty. With that, she attempted to walk past him. Seeing Yang Ruxue turning to leave, the young man's expression shifted to one of urgency as he hurriedly stepped in front of her. Don't rush off, he said with a disarming smile. Yang Ruxue furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. This young man, Zhao Wu, was the son of the owner of the Glory Beast Cultivation Hall in Linyuan City. The Glory Beast Cultivation Hall had a long-standing partnership with the Qingzhou Martial Arts School and had invested in it, making Zhao Wu and Yang Ruxue somewhat acquainted despite the two being a few years apart in age. I've already said I have matters to attend to. Could you please step aside? Yang Ruxue's voice was icy. Refused outright by Yang Ruxue, Zhao Wu's lips twitched slightly, but he quickly masked it with a warm smile. Dear Sister Ruxue, please do not be upset. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing you. In this anime city, feel free to take anything you fancy. I shall grant you a lifetime membership, allowing you to visit whenever you please. Zhao Wu's demeanor exhibited a sycophantic charm as he spoke with a beaming smile. This anime city was also part of Zhao Wu's family business, and during his leisure time, he often came here to pass the time. No need, thank you, Yang Ruxue replied, attempting to continue her exit. However, the two subordinates beside Zhao Wu blocked the entrance, preventing her from leaving. Li Qingzhou furrowed his brows and stepped protectively in front of Yang Ruxue, regarding Zhao Wu's henchman with a cold gaze, laced with barely concealed anger. Stand aside. Zhao Wu signaled to his subordinates, who without hesitation lunged toward Li Qingzhou, attempting to seize him by the collar. Yet, Li Qingzhou's agility was remarkable. After forming a contract with Taiping, he had received a modicum of power in return, enhancing his abilities. He deftly sidestepped the attack and leaned into the two men, effortlessly bringing them to the ground. Li Qingzhou took Yang Ruxue's hand and strode out of the anime city. Zhao Wu's face contorted with fury as he glared at their retreating figures, commanding, "Follow them." "Thank you," Yang Rushue said once they exited the anime city and stepped onto the street. Zhao Wu clung to her like an unwelcome piece of taffy, persistently pursuing her despite her clear disinterest. Due to the ties between their families, Yang Rushue was reluctant to create a rift. "Do not worry. Steer clear of such ruffians in the future," Li Qingzhou advised. "There is a materials market nearby. Shall we take a look?" "You were searching for thunder attribute materials for the stone monkey, weren't you?" "Very well," Yang Rushue agreed. The materials market was bustling with activity, with numerous vendors displaying their wares, primarily individual beast masters selling various materials. They halted at a stall selling Lei Chao. Lei Chao is a plant rich in thunder elements, serving as an excellent foundational material for nurturing the stone monkey's thunder attribute. "Boss, how much for this Lei Chao?" Yang Rushue inquired, examining a stalk of the plant. 20,000 for 10 stalks, the vendor replied with a cheerful demeanor. "These are fresh, just picked from the wild. You can even see the soil is still moist." "Too expensive, 10 stalks for 10,000. Li Qingzhou interjected. He was well versed in the materials catalog and had researched the market value online. The price of a single stalk of Lei Chao typically hovered around 1,000. The vendor was attempting to exploit their youth and inexperience. "Young man, your bargaining is rather harsh," the vendor said, visibly flustered. "If you won't sell, then we shall leave for the next stall." Li Qingzhou smiled at Yang Rushue. Having been pampered since childhood, Yang Rushue was not particularly sensitive to pricing, thinking that 20,000 was not exorbitant. Li Qingzhou's drastic price cut surprised her. "Well, fine. 10,000 it is. Consider it a loss, and I hope you two will frequent my stall in the future," the vendor said, his face displaying a conflicted expression before adopting a pained look. Li Qingzhou smiled slightly. "All right, let us pack it up." Yang Rushue was taken aback. They had successfully negotiated a price cut by half. It felt somewhat surreal to her, as the markup had been excessive, nearly making her an unwitting victim. Her gaze shifted to Li Qingzhou, admiration evident in her eyes. "Wait, I'll pay 20,000. Zhao Wu's voice suddenly echoed from behind. The vendor froze mid-action, looking up at the young man who had spoken. Clad in fine garments, Zhao Wu stood at the stall with several henchmen in tow. "Do you wish to purchase this Lei Chao as well?" the vendor asked, incredulous. "Yes, I want what you have," Zhao Wu declared, flaunting his wealth. "Apologies, young man, but I cannot sell the Lei Chao to you," the vendor said apologetically to Li Qingzhou. "But we were here first," Yang Rushue exclaimed. The vendor laughed awkwardly. "This gentleman has offered double the price. My apologies." Yang Rushue's face paled with anger. She had not anticipated the vendor's swift change of allegiance. More rapid than a page turning in a book. Zhao Wu smirked at Li Qingzhou, scoffing. "You are in over your head trying to compete with me." He had resolved to purchase every material Li Qingzhou desired, ensuring that he left with nothing in this marketplace. "Is this entertaining for you?" Yang Rushue coldly glared at Zhao Wu. "I am merely engaging in a standard transaction. If they choose to sell to me, what can I do?" Zhao Wu shrugged innocently. Li Qingzhou's brows knitted as he regarded Zhao Wu with a frosty gaze. "What, are you dissatisfied?" Zhao Wu mocked, noticing Li Qingzhou's expression. "You are also a beastmaster, are you not? Care to challenge me in a duel? If you win, I shall give you these Lei Chao for free. If you lose, you will leave Rushue alone. Just look at yourself, a toad wishing to eat swan meat." Zhao Wu spat on the ground, his tone dripping with contempt. His henchmen joined in, laughter erupting around them. Zhao Wu had already gathered information. He knew Li Qingzhou was merely a poor student without money or connections, and thus had no chance against him. Chapter 77, The Challenge. This world is home to numerous beast masters, and daily conflicts arise between young beast masters. Those possessing extraordinary beasts can cause significant harm at worst, or even devastate entire areas, leading to considerable human and property losses. To manage these beast masters, the Beast Master Association has established rules allowing for conflicts to be resolved through arena battles. Both parties agree upon a wager and engage in combat in the arena. There are private and public duels. The combatants can choose their preference. Private duels are known only to the referee and the parties involved, while public battles allow everyone to witness the match unfold. The victor revels in glory, while the loser loses both their stake and their dignity. Yang Rushue glared at Zhao Wu, exclaiming, "As a professional beastmaster, how can you stoop to fighting an apprentice beastmaster?" Zhao Wu shrugged nonchalantly. "If he dares not accept the challenge, I would not force him." His intent was to belittle Li Qingzhou, making him feel humiliated and vindicating his own grievances. Zhao Wu appeared resolute, clearly confident in his superiority over Li Qingzhou. "Very well, I accept your challenge. What are the terms of the duel?" Li Qingzhou replied without a hint of hesitation. After all, Zhao Wu was offering him Lei Chao for free, and it would be foolish to decline. 10,000 was still a significant amount, equivalent to the rewards from several apprentice beastmaster tasks. Moreover, He was keen to teach Zhao Wu a lesson for his arrogant demeanor, thus alleviating Yang Rushue's predicament. Hearing Li Qingzhou's acceptance, Zhao Wu was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of delight. This fool was blissfully unaware of the disparity in their strengths. His henchmen wore expressions of schadenfreude. After all, Li Qingzhou was merely a high school student and an apprentice beast master. How strong could he be? They anticipated a thorough thrashing. Yang Rushue felt a twinge of surprise. She hurriedly tugged at Li Qingzhou's sleeve and whispered, "Do not act impulsively. Zhao Wu is a professional beast master with a silver-tier companion beast." Although Li Qingzhou possessed remarkable talent and had contracted a silver-tier companion beast, the stone monkey, facing Zhao Wu, a seasoned beast master, might lead to dire consequences. Agreeing to the battle at this moment was indeed unwise. Li Qingzhou smiled at Yang Rushue and replied, "It is all right. I have my own plans." Seeing his composed demeanor, Yang Rushue refrained from further objections. At that moment, Zhao Wu revealed a cunning smile and said, "There is an arena nearby. Let us proceed there." With that, he led his entourage towards the battle arena. Shortly after, they arrived at a large arena featuring numerous platforms of varying sizes. Zhao Wu chose the largest open platform. On the platform stood a professional beast master who would serve as the referee and notary for this duel. Zhao Wu strode confidently onto the stage, relishing the attention of the crowd, for he was the center of focus at that moment. Li Qingzhou stood opposite him, his expression as tranquil as still water, devoid of any disturbance. "Boy, kneel and apologize now, and I might spare you," Zhao Wu arrogantly proclaimed. "That depends on your capabilities." Li Qingzhou replied without a hint of fear. You seek death." Zhao Wu retorted with a cold snort. The air before him rippled, and a silver array gradually materialized, from which emerged a companion beast. A silver-tier companion beast. "This young man is quite extraordinary," some spectators murmured, noting his apparent youth, likely just over 20, yet displaying such formidable prowess. It was no wonder he had been boasting outside. This strength was undoubtedly the source of his confidence. The audience quickly filled the stands, with many discerning the silver glow of the summoning array and chattering excitedly. Prior to the match, Zhao Wu's subordinates had prepared the arena and promoted it, offering free admission and refreshments, which attracted numerous onlookers eager to witness the public duel. The essence of humanity is to savor the spectacle. Who could resist a free show? Zhao Wu sought to create a spectacle, hoping to have many witness Li Qingzhou's defeat, thereby thoroughly demoralizing him and extinguishing any lingering affection he had for Yang Rushue. Yet, Li Qingzhou remained unfazed by the commotion, for he had participated in numerous competitions where the audience far exceeded this gathering. This was merely a small affair for him. He concentrated his spirit, communicating with the realm of beasts, and the space before him shimmered as a silver summoning array emerged. From it, a fox with 3 tails stepped forth, eliciting a stir among the audience. "Wait, he too possesses a silver-tier companion beast," they exclaimed, 2 talented youths facing off. "This is bound to be exciting." Zhao Wu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Qingzhou's companion beast was also silver-tier, which exceeded his expectations. Most apprentice beast masters had only black iron-tier beasts, and even possessing a bronze-tier beast was considered remarkable. What was this silver-tier beast with 3 tails? He had never seen anything like it. At this moment, Zhao Wu discarded any underestimating thoughts and began to take the situation seriously. Yang Rushue's previously taught nerves relaxed upon seeing Ping'an appear. Ping'an has also advanced to silver-tier, she thought in astonishment, turning to Li Qingzhou with a wave of confusion. During the Tsui Mountain trial, Ping'an had only been bronze-tier. How had it leveled up so rapidly? However, she knew that the outcome of this duel was already decided. Before Zhao Wu stood a red centipede. Li Qingzhou could see the details of this centipede. Name, Baizhu Wugong. Attribute, insect, poison. Level, silver 2. Qualification, gold. Skills, poison needle. Bite, poison liquid trap. Weaknesses, fire light. Evolution route, 1. Description, its body is deep red, with red and black striped antennae and countless pairs of black legs. The Baizhu Wugong is known for its ferocity and possesses highly toxic fangs, with a hard exoskeleton. Baizhu Wugong, use the skill poison needle. Zhao Wu commanded first. A poisonous needle shot forth from the beast's mouth, hurtling towards Ping'an. Yet, Ping'an deftly evaded the needle, gathering sand and debris before unleashing a gust of wind and sand towards the Baizhu Wugong. The arena was soon engulfed in swirling dust, obscuring the view. Amidst the chaos, Ping'an's figure suddenly appeared before the Baizhu Wugong, its 3 tails descending with force. A muffled thud echoed as the Baizhu Wugong was struck, raising its head to retaliate. But Ping'an had already leaped back to its original position. The Baizhu Wugong, being a silver-tier beast, was tough, and though it took a hit, it remained largely unharmed. Infuriated, the Baizhu Wugong's antennae twisted wildly, its eyes blazing with fury. Baizhu Wugong utilized the skill poison liquid trap. Zhao Wu inwardly cursed, realizing that the three-tailed fox was far too swift for the Baizhu Wugong to land a blow. The Baizhu Wugong secreted a purple poison that enveloped its entire body. Zhao Wu's face bore a confident smile. The poison liquid trap would encase the beast, preventing the opposing fox from engaging in close combat. Any beast that came into contact with the poison would be instantly poisoned, paralyzed, and if untreated within an hour, would succumb to the toxin. This was the Baizhu Wugong's ultimate technique, a strategy of offense as defense, ensuring a position of invincibility. Kid, you have some skill, so I shall not hold back. Watch closely. Zhao Wu's face twisted into a sly grin, his eyes fixated on Qingzhou like a wolf eyeing a lamb. The space before him shimmered again, as a summoning array slowly emerged, and another companion beast materialized out of thin air. The primary distinction between a professional beastmaster and an apprentice beastmaster is the number of companion beasts. Generally, apprentice beastmasters can contract only one beast, while professional beastmasters command 2 or more. The number of beasts directly influences the combat prowess of the beastmaster. The greater the number of beasts, the stronger the beastmaster. Qingzhou smirked mockingly, casually glancing at Zhao Wu before shifting his gaze to the newly summoned beast, its details unfolding before him. Name, Bingdong Niao. Attribute, Ice. Level, Bronze 9. Qualification, Gold. Skills, High-speed movement, Enhanced vision, Ice spikes. Weakness, Fire. Evolution route, 2. Description, it boasts beautiful ice blue feathers and can manipulate ice elements freely, freezing moisture in the air to create snow. Its wings can stir icy winds, causing temperatures to drop and snow to fall. The Bingdong Niao, like the ice lion, is a rare companion beast with great potential and strength, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. To contract such a beast requires both talent and wealth. This is the Bingdong Niao, and his second companion beast is actually a rare creature. A flying type at that, truly extraordinary. The spectators murmured. This young man must have an impressive background. There is no doubt about the outcome now, 2 against 1. How could he possibly lose? Upon witnessing the emergence of the Bingdong Niao, the audience erupted in exclamations, convinced that the outcome of the battle had already been determined. Zhao Wu's face radiated triumph, looking down at Qingzhou with an air of superiority, confident of his impending victory. In a 2 against 1 scenario, his defeat was inconceivable. In this battle, the advantage lay with me. However, Qingzhou merely smiled and shook his head, remarking, "What? Do you aspire to win through numerical superiority? You might find yourself sorely disappointed." As his words fell, the space before him rippled, and a summoning array slowly emerged, from which a pet beast, the stone monkey Tai Ping, stepped forth. The summoning array pulsated with a faint silver light, strikingly visible in the air. Surely, I could not be mistaken. That was the summoning array unique to silver-tier pet beasts. Indeed, I too bore witness to this. How could this be? 2 silver-tier pet beasts? This was utterly extraordinary. Initially, I had hoped to enjoy a few complimentary drinks, yet here I was, witnessing such a spectacle. What a delightful surprise. The audience members, eager spectators, were immediately captivated upon Tai Ping's appearance. A lad of 17 or 18 years possessed not 1, but 2 silver-tier pet beasts, unheard of. Their gazes towards Zhao Wu were laced with pity and sympathy. Zhao Wu could scarcely believe his own eyes. What was he witnessing? Silver-tier pet beasts. This Qingzhou had 2 silver-tier pets. Was he not merely an apprentice beastmaster? How could he have contracted 2 pet beasts, both silver-tier? This defied logic. His confidence and pride evaporated instantly, leaving only shock on his countenance. He had initiated the challenge, and he would see it through to the end, even if it meant kneeling. The corners of Zhao Wu's eyes twitched as his expression morphed into one of sheer incredulity. Attack, attack, attack. He commanded his 2 pet beasts recklessly, his mindset crumbling. He had intended to leverage his numerical advantage to overpower Qingzhou, only to find himself hoisted by his own petard. A 2-on-2 confrontation against an opponent with beasts of a higher tier was futile. Charge. Zhao Wu's 2 pet beasts heeded his commands with unwavering obedience. The frostbird flapped its wings, unleashing a wave of frigid air that enveloped the entire arena. Sharp ice shards hovering ominously before it. Whoosh. With a flick of the frostbird's wings, the ice shards shot forth like arrows, hurtling towards Ping, In, and Tai Ping. The stone monkey Tai Ping let out a fierce roar, its fur stiffening instantly, enveloped by a layer of rock-like material. The ice shards struck with all their might, shattering upon impact as though eggs were colliding with stone. Tai Ping, undeterred by the barrage of ice shards, shifted its form and appeared directly beneath the frostbird in an instant. Boom. Tai Ping's physique expanded dramatically, soaring above 3 meters. as it brought down its colossal paws towards the frostbird. The frostbird, taken aback, had not anticipated the sudden growth of the stone monkey. It frantically flapped its wings, attempting to ascend. Yet, it was too late. Like swatting a fly, Taiping slammed the frostbird to the ground. The frostbird emitted a pained cry. Its icy blue feathers stained crimson, rendered powerless. Meanwhile, Pinyin was equally decisive. It employed its hypnotic slumber skill, entrancing the centipede. After the centipede unleashed its venomous traps, its body was engulfed in poison, and Pinyin, repulsed by the noxious scent, opted for a mental attack, annihilating it. The centipede collapsed, its venom retracting, its many legs moving aimlessly as it succumbed to slumber. Defeat was imminent. Zhao Wu's complexion paled as he grappled with the reality of losing before such a crowd. Having succumbed to an apprentice beastmaster, the thought of this humiliation spreading was unbearable. Why had he provoked Li Qingzhou? Why had he chosen such a public arena for their duel, inviting so many spectators? It was indeed a case of reaping what one sows. In that moment, the audience was engulfed in profound shock, rendered speechless as they processed the outcome. They had anticipated a certain result, but were unprepared for Li Qingzhou's pets to obliterate their opponents so swiftly. What an astounding disparity in strength. Sympathy for Zhao Wu began to arise among the crowd, who felt the weight of his crushing defeat. Yang Ruxue smiled faintly, feeling no pity for Zhao Wu. This was a self-inflicted humiliation. The thought of finally freeing herself from his clutches brought a smile to her face. Amidst the astonished and horrified gazes directed at him, Li Qingzhou remained unflappable. He recalled his pet beasts into the beast space and descended from the arena with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a dazed Zhao Wu, unable to accept the reality of his defeat. Chapter 79. A new semester. The vacation always slips away far too quickly. Before one realizes it, a new semester has begun. Students arrive at school in succession to commence their studies anew. In the classroom of Class 2, Year 3, students are gathered in small groups, sharing tales of their vacation experiences, amusing anecdotes, and plans for the upcoming term. Hey, how was your vacation? Zhang Huai asked as he pulled a chair beside Li Qingzhou. Quite well, Li Qingzhou replied with a smile. He observed that Zhang Huai had darkened considerably in complexion and appeared more robust. My bull has reached level 9 in Black Iron. During the vacation, I've been undertaking tasks at the Beastmaster Association, and I've nearly saved enough money for evolution materials, Zhang Huai said excitedly. With just a few more tasks, he would have sufficient funds to purchase the evolution materials, allowing his bull to successfully advance to the bronze tier. Throughout the summer, he had taken on tasks suitable for apprentice beast masters at the association, such as weeding, pest control, and herding, which had further enhanced his physical strength due to exposure to the elements. Li Qingzhou nodded, saying, if you can elevate your bull to the bronze tier before the professional beastmaster examination, your chances of passing will greatly increase. Indeed, Zhang Huai beamed, for he had never before considered that he might have a chance to pass the professional beastmaster assessment. Now, the prospect of success seemed within reach. Like a fruit ripe for the picking. With a little more effort, he too could become a professional beastmaster. Ding ding ding. As the school bell rang, the lively atmosphere in the classroom quickly quieted, with students returning to their seats to welcome the first lesson of the new semester. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, entered the classroom and stood before the podium. This new semester marks a fresh start and a new beginning for you all. A good start is the foundation of success. A positive commencement signifies that you are one step closer to your grand aspirations and cherished dreams. Zhou Ling's melodious voice echoed throughout the classroom. This semester is your final one at school and holds great significance. Seize this last opportunity to study diligently and train your pet beasts, preparing thoroughly for the professional Beastmaster examination. As Zhou Ling spoke, she distributed a stack of documents to the students. This is the graduation intention survey. Please review it carefully and ensure it is completed and submitted to me by Friday before class. Li Qingzhou examined the form in his hand. The first 2 lines contained basic student information, name, class, age, and so forth. The subsequent lines were designated for preferences and justifications. In this world, upon graduating as an apprentice beastmaster, students have various options. They may choose to attend university for further studies, enter the workforce, or embark on a career as professional adventurers, undertaking tasks for remuneration. This intention form serves as a preliminary screening by the school, allowing for tailored educational strategies based on the students' diverse aspirations. Seeing that all the students had received their intention forms, Zhou Ling continued, take your time to reflect on this. You may discuss it with your families and avoid making hasty decisions. Next, I will outline the details regarding the professional Beastmaster examination. The examination for professional beast tamers consists of 2 main components. The first component is a theoretical examination, which primarily evaluates various knowledge related to beast tamers, such as the habits and characteristics of companion beasts, the traits and applications of various materials, and so forth. These topics are all included in the textbooks. And as long as you dedicate yourselves to studying and memorizing them, success is assured. The second component is a trial. Having undergone the trials of Qingzhou Mountain, you now possess relevant experience. This trial chiefly assesses students' wilderness survival skills, the strength of their companion beasts, and the ability of the beast tamers to command their beasts. This segment necessitates regular training of your companion beasts. As long as their strength is sufficiently formidable, the likelihood of passing will be significantly increased. Only upon passing both components will you be deemed successful in the Professional Beast Tamer assessment and receive your professional certification. The classroom was enveloped in silence, with students attentively listening, as this was a matter of great significance to their futures, a testament to their years of study, and the starting point of their life paths. After Zhou Ling concluded her speech, she distributed a stack of brochures to the students. This material provided a basic introduction to various beast tamer universities in Huagua. You may peruse these, and if you wish to pursue further studies at a university, consider researching the admission regulations of each institution and prepare in advance. If you desire to attend university for advanced studies, you may opt to bypass the Professional Beast Tamer assessment and directly participate in the university's entrance examinations, which largely align with the content of the Professional Beast Tamer examination. Successful candidates will also obtain the professional certification. However, the university entrance examinations will include an additional component, combat trials. Students in the classroom began to leaf through the brochures, examining information about various universities. Li Qingzhou was no exception. Upon opening the brochure, he was greeted by the introduction of Qingzhou University. Qingzhou University is one of the finest universities in the nation, located in the capital city of Huagua, and primarily focuses on research, particularly the evolutionary pathways of companion beasts. The second page featured an introduction to Linyuan University. Situated in Linyuan City, its primary research revolves around the abyss due to its proximity to it. The abyss is enigmatic and perilous, and over the years, many research projects related to it have emerged, almost all involving Linyuan University. The allure of the abyss has attracted many outstanding faculty members to Linyuan University. The greatest secret of this world lies within the abyss. Unraveling its mysteries would undoubtedly bring fame and leave an indelible mark in history. Linyuan University is often compared with Qingzhou University, with varying opinions on their respective rankings, lacking a definitive conclusion. Additionally, numerous universities scattered across various cities in Huagua boast their own unique features. Students may freely select universities based on their grades and the strength of their companion beasts. Naturally, higher-ranked universities present greater challenges in their entrance examinations, leading to more intense competition. The students in the classroom engaged in hushed discussions about their future directions and the merits of each university. The path of life was slowly unfolding beneath their feet, branching out in all directions, and deciding which road to take posed the greatest conundrum and challenge for them. Yet, the path of life must be chosen by oneself. Once taken, there is no turning back. Li Qingzhou briefly flipped through the subsequent pages, and a resolution began to form in his heart. The abyss. One day, I shall unveil your secrets. Await your reckoning, Yachi the Serpent, for you still owe me a life. Li Qingzhou murmured. After class, students congregated in small groups to discuss the Professional Beast Tamer assessment and the pros and cons of various universities. Li Qingzhou gazed at the introduction to Linyuan University, lost in thought. Hey, boss, how are you planning to fill out your application? Zhang Huai inquired, holding a pen in one hand and a questionnaire in the other. Upon hearing Zhang Huai's voice, Li Qingzhou came back to his senses and replied nonchalantly, Linyuan University. As expected of the boss, Linyuan University is a top institution in Huagua. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it, Zhang Huai remarked with admiration, realizing that only Qingzhou University and Linyuan University were worthy of Li Qingzhou's aspirations. What about you? How do you plan to fill yours out? Li Qingzhou asked. I haven't decided yet, Zhang Huai admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. His family's financial situation was not favorable. Entering the workforce would alleviate the burden. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to work. However, having made progress in his abilities, his grades were no longer at the bottom, and the once unattainable universities now seemed within reach with effort. He found himself torn, uncertain of how to choose. There is no wrong path. The most important thing is to avoid regret. Follow your heart, and be true to yourself. Li Qingzhou advised Zhang Huai, a sentiment directed at both his friend and himself. Do your utmost, and act without remorse. Life is long, filled with myriad choices. Yet, only by being true to oneself can one live freely and minimize regret. Zhang Huai nodded thoughtfully, staring at the questionnaire in his hand, feeling the fog in his heart begin to dissipate. School life was simple yet fulfilling, characterized by a repetitive cycle of classes and study, and time gradually slipped away. The weekend soon arrived, but for these soon-to-graduate students, the weekend had lost its allure, with every moment dedicated to study and training. Qingzhou, however, did not spend his time at school or the library. Today marked the day he reported to the Abyss Processing Center of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau. As per his agreement with Bai Qian to provide updates each month, a towering edifice loomed before him, with the imposing words Supernatural Ability Management Bureau emblazoned prominently. Inside the security booth sat an elderly man with thinning hair, the same security guard Qingzhou encountered on his first visit. Qingzhou presented his work ID to the guard, who glanced at it, smiled, and nodded, opening the gate. Qingzhou stepped inside. Having familiarized himself with the general layout of the bureau, and made his way towards Bai Qian's office following the path etched in his memory. He took the elevator to the 13th floor, arriving at the office area of the first team of the Abyss Processing Center. Qingzhou gently knocked on the door and heard a voice inviting him in, then pushed open the office door. Bai Qian was seated at her desk, with several others at their desks as well. Qingzhou, you have arrived, Bai Qian said, standing and smiling. Yes, Qingzhou nodded. Come, the last few times you visited. They were all out on missions. Now that everyone is here, let me introduce you. Bai Qian gestured towards a man in fitness attire, holding a dumbbell. This is Qingzhou, the current vice-captain of the first team. Qingzhou raised the dumbbell with one hand and balled his fist with the other, showcasing his impressive biceps. This is Huang Jia, Bai Qian continued, pointing to a warm-faced, slightly plump man. And this is Xiao Yang. She indicated a stern-looking, meticulous young man. Before Bai Qian could finish her sentence, a young woman's voice interrupted. Hello, my name is Hongling. The speaker was a young woman in a red dress, her radiant smile exuding a refreshing warmth. Qingzhou nodded in her direction. All right, from now on, they will be your colleagues and comrades. If you have any questions, feel free to approach them, Bai Qian said, smiling. Please take care of me. Qingzhou addressed the group. Don't be so formal. Our work atmosphere is quite relaxed. Qingzhou remarked casually, lifting the dumbbell overhead. How have you been? Any noteworthy events? Bai Qian inquired, taking a sip of water. Nothing particularly special, Qingzhou replied. Qingzhou shook his head. His recent life had been tranquil and uneventful. Aside from his studies, there was little else occupying his time. I remember you are about to graduate, right? Bai Qian inquired. Yes, graduating this year, Qingzhou replied. Where are you planning to apply? Hongling asked, her vibrant and cheerful demeanor ensuring her participation in the office conversation. Lin Yuan University, Qingzhou answered calmly. Oh, not bad. You will soon be our junior. Hongling remarked with a smile. Both she and Bai Qian were alumni of Lin Yuan University, particularly Hongling, who had graduated just a year prior. Qingzhou felt a hint of surprise, not expecting them to be graduates of Lin Yuan University. The entrance exam for Lin Yuan University is quite challenging. If you have any questions, feel free to consult your senior. Hongling playfully winked at Qingzhou. With your capabilities, the entrance exam should pose no problem. But you will need to put in considerable effort for the subsequent combat assessments to secure a good ranking, Bai Qian reminisced. Her thoughts drifting back to her own years since graduation. Is the ranking in the combat assessments really that important? Qingzhou asked. As he had only recently begun to familiarize himself with Lin Yuan University's enrollment regulations and had yet to thoroughly research the specifics of the combat assessments. It is crucial, as it determines your class allocation. Lin Yuan University implements an elite education system that encourages competition. The top 30 in combat assessment form one class, known as Class 1, with subsequent rankings leading to Classes 2, 3, and so forth. Students in Class 1 can earn the most credits each semester, which decrease in subsequent classes. These credits can be exchanged for materials and resources at the school or used to unlock trial secret realms. Numerous matters rely on credits. Hongling elaborated with enthusiasm. This class allocation isn't fixed. Lin Yuan University holds a major assessment each semester, redistributing classes based on rankings, Bai Qian added. Oh, I see. Qingzhou nodded repeatedly. Realizing that securing a place in Class 1 and maintaining that ranking would yield greater educational resources. Just then, a phone rang amidst their conversation. Bai Qian answered, and her previously relaxed expression quickly turned serious. Chapter 81, Mission of the First Squad. Okay, I understand. I will arrange for personnel to handle it immediately, Bai Qian said gravely as she slowly hung up the phone. The once light atmosphere in the office suddenly grew heavy, and the others turned their gaze towards Bai Qian. What happened? Qingzhou, who had been holding dumbbells, set them down and asked with concern. The Public Security Bureau just informed us that a bizarre incident has occurred in the Qingzhou community of Jiangquan District. We need to verify whether it is related to the Abyss, Bai Qian explained. Hongling, you should go. What kind of bizarre incident? Hongling nodded and asked. The detailed account will be provided by our colleagues at the Public Security Bureau, Bai Qian replied. Captain, may I accompany you to take a look? Li Qingzhou suddenly spoke up, expressing his interest. As a temporary member of the first squad, he wished to observe the daily work of his teammates, particularly since the matter might be related to the abyss, and he wanted to contribute. Bai Qian pondered briefly before responding. You may, but exercise caution. Report any anomalies promptly, and do not act recklessly. Rest assured, Captain, I am here. Hong Ling replied confidently. After their exchange, the two of them left in succession. The Qingzhou community was not close to the Abyss Management Bureau, and it took Hong Ling half an hour of driving to reach the destination. The community was an old complex, with buildings that appeared to be quite aged. The exterior walls had lost some bricks, giving it a dilapidated look. The communal facilities were also quite outdated, with no access control, just a winding staircase. In front of Building 13, a middle-aged man in a deep blue uniform sat at the entrance of the staircase smoking. His thinning hair and dark circles under his eyes made him look fatigued, suggesting he had been staying up late for quite some time. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he gazed vacantly and weakly stated, Sorry, this building is under temporary control. No entry allowed. Hello, I am Hong Ling from the Extraordinary Ability Management Bureau's Abyss Management Center, here to gather information. Hong Ling's youthful voice resonated with vibrant energy as she presented her credentials. Extraordinary Ability Management Bureau? The man was taken aback, looking up at the two of them. A young man and woman, both appearing quite youthful. The girl seemed to be in her 20s, while the boy appeared to be around 17 or 18. Oh, a sudden look of delight spread across the man's puffy face, and his previously dull eyes sparkled with life. It's wonderful that you have finally arrived. I am Wang Xiaolu, the security officer responsible for this area. As he spoke, he removed the cigarette from his mouth and extinguished it on the ground. Could you please share the situation here with me? Hong Ling inquired earnestly as she tucked away her credentials. The situation is this: every night, this building emits wailing sounds that terrify the residents. They reported it to the Public Security Bureau, and my colleagues and I have investigated several times, but found nothing. We checked every room and found no abnormalities. I have been stationed here for several days and can basically confirm that the wailing emanates from the leftmost room on the 13th floor. We examined that room meticulously but discovered nothing, yet the wailing continues to sound nightly. Wang Xiaolu explained in one breath, his fatigue becoming more evident as he yawned, tears escaping from the corners of his eyes. That is indeed peculiar, Hong Ling remarked, glancing up at the building, which had only 13 floors and a weathered exterior. That is why we notified the Extraordinary Ability Management Bureau. Here is the key to the left room on the 13th floor, Wang Xiaolu said, yawning again as he handed the key to Hong Ling. I need to rest for a bit. You can contact me if anything arises. He sighed, rubbed his temples, and ambled toward a nearby building, lamenting that these past few days had left him feeling drained. What do you think? Hong Ling asked, holding the key thoughtfully. Let us check that room. There might be clues, Li Qingzhou replied, his expression serious. The aged community lacked elevators, so they relied on the stairs to ascend. The two of them made their way up to the 13th floor with relative ease, their superior physical condition as beast masters allowing them to ascend without fatigue. The left room on the 13th floor bore a rusted doorplate, marked 1301. The green paint on the door had cracked and peeled, revealing numerous scratches, and a rusty lock hung from it. Hong Ling inserted the key into the lock and easily opened the door. The room was small, approximately 30 square meters. With minimal furnishings, a wooden bed, a wardrobe, a dining cabinet, a few chairs, and an assortment of miscellaneous daily items. Let us get to work. Hong Ling's enthusiastic voice rang out as she retrieved a small device from her pocket, placing it in her palm. The device resembled a compass, but was more intricate. This is the Abyss Aura Detector, capable of detecting the essence of the abyss and indicating its direction, Hong Ling explained. Li Qingzhou nodded. Having never seen such a device before, Hong Ling walked around the room with the Abyss Aura Detector, but the needle remained still, showing no response. Li Qingzhou also began to scrutinize the surroundings, his gaze scanning each item, yet he found nothing out of the ordinary. Well, it seems we have no choice but to conduct a thorough examination of the room, Hong Ling said helplessly, putting away the Abyss Aura Detector and starting to move the sofa. Seeing this, Li Qingzhou joined to assist her, and together they meticulously inspected every corner of the room. Beginning from the entrance, they moved all the wardrobes and furniture, leaving no corner unexamined. After 2 hours of diligent effort, both individuals were covered in dust. Yet they found nothing unusual. The room appeared entirely normal, devoid of any signs of disturbance or peculiar objects. Well, the wailing sounds only occur at night. Let us return this evening to investigate further. First, let's have a meal, Hong Ling suggested. Li Qingzhou agreed without hesitation, feeling the pangs of hunger after a morning of toil. At the entrance of Qingzhou community, there were several small eateries. They chose a noodle shop. where Hong Ling ordered a bowl of beef noodles, while Li Qingzhou opted for egg noodles. The shop was sparsely populated with a few patrons. The steaming noodles arrived, filling the air with an enticing aroma that stimulated their appetites. Li Qingzhou picked up his chopsticks, savoring the noodles while eavesdropping on the conversation of two middle-aged men seated nearby. Chapter 82, Midnight Wails. Hong Ling picked up a slice of beef and relished it. The two men were conversing loudly. "Old Wu, how have you been lately? I heard strange sounds coming from your building every night," remarked a slightly thin man wearing glasses. The man referred to as Old Wu was stout with a prominent beer belly. "Ah, Old Zhang, do not mention it. I am currently staying at someone else's home. I cannot return to mine," Old Wu sighed. "I just returned from a business trip today and still do not know what the situation is." Old Zhang took a sip of his soup. "You'll find out tonight. Your building is not far from Block 13, Old Wu replied with a bitter smile. "Is it really that terrifying?" Old Zhang asked, licking his lips. "It sounds like a woman crying. Hearing it in the dead of night sends chills down one's spine." Old Wu shivered, as if he could still hear that sound. "I hope the cause is discovered soon," Old Zhang said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "When I returned today, I saw a vehicle from a mental hospital parked at the community entrance. There have been many mental patients around lately, with their vehicles coming here daily," Old Wu added. "Could it be related to those midnight wails?" Old Zhang asked, astonished. "Who knows?" Old Wu replied as he stood up. The two men exited the noodle shop one after the other. Li Qingzhou and Hong Ling silently continued their meal, absorbing the conversation of the two middle-aged men. Once they departed, Hong Ling remarked, "It seems that this matter is not so simple." Li Qingzhou also felt an odd premonition. The situation exuded an air of the uncanny. "Are your usual tasks always this bizarre?" Li Qingzhou inquired. "Not always. We encounter a variety of tasks, some simple, like exterminating a few dream-eater insects, and some complex, such as the numerous inexplicable cases in the archives. Once the abyss is involved, anything can happen," Hong Ling responded. "We are human, not gods. We cannot uncover every mystery. We can only do our best to mitigate the abyss's corruption of the world." A flicker of sadness crossed Hong Ling's face, contrasting sharply with her typically radiant demeanor. "The work at the Abyss Processing Center is inherently perilous, with lives lost during missions. Well, we have finished our meal. Let's return to work," Hong Ling declared, setting down her chopsticks. The gloom that had shadowed her countenance dissipated, replaced by renewed vigor and enthusiasm. In the following hours, the two sat on a stone bench in the community, waiting for time to pass. It was only at night, when silence enveloped the surroundings, that the haunting sounds emerged. The sky darkened rapidly, resembling a sheet of paper stained with ink. Lights flickered on in various buildings, and the dim streetlights of the community illuminated the area, with moths dancing around them. However, Building 13 remained shrouded in eerie silence, devoid of any light. Following the discovery of the strange wailing, the local authorities had evacuated all residents from the building, establishing a perimeter and assigning personnel to prevent anyone from approaching. As night deepened, the moonlight flowed softly, and the night breeze was gentle. Suddenly, the chilling wails shattered the tranquility of the night. Hong Ling and Li Qingzhou immediately stood up, slipping into the stairwell, stealthily making their way to the 13th floor. It was 10 p.m., and the corridor was engulfed in darkness. They dared not turn on the lights, cautiously ascending the stairs in the pitch black. The closer they got to the 13th floor, the more piercing and resonant the cries became. Within the mournful wails, an inexplicable sadness surged within them, conjuring vivid memories. Rainy nights, buses, a white serpent, a man. These images suddenly flooded Li Qingzhou's mind, enveloping him in profound sorrow. His steps involuntarily slowed, and his body felt heavy, devoid of strength. Hong Ling appeared equally listless, her usual vibrancy waning. Abruptly, two bright lights emerged in the darkness, revealing a pair of clear and untainted eyes. Li Qingzhou felt a lightness wash over him, as if the burdens in his mind were instantly erased, bringing clarity and calming the turmoil within him. This was the skill of peace, Qingxin, capable of soothing the soul, dispelling illusions, and resisting external mental disturbances. Before ascending the stairs, Li Qingzhou and Hong Ling had summoned their companion beasts. Perched on Hong Ling's shoulder was a butterfly. Name, Huan Yi Dai. Attribute, illusion. Level, golden level 1. Talent, platinum. Skills, illusory realm, butterfly dust, telekinesis. Weakness, wind light. Evolution route, 1. Description, its body is a translucent light blue, with compound eyes of a watery hue. Its wings bear intricate patterns, thin and transparent as water. A wave of energy surged through Hong Ling, as fragmented memories gradually faded, and her sorrow flowed away like a stream, restoring her vitality. This sound can affect the mind, Li Qingzhou cautioned. Hong Ling exhaled a breath of frustration and glanced at the three-tailed fox beside Li Qingzhou, nodding in acknowledgement. Be careful. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. As they approached room 1301, the mournful and plaintive sounds intensified, as if something within the room was singing with fervor. Yet the melody was far from pleasant. Qingzhou cautiously pressed against the wall, turning to peer into the room. With the aid of the moonlight streaming through the window, he could vaguely discern the outlines of objects within. The room appeared as it had during the day, furnished with some pieces of furniture, yet nothing else was present. They could hear the sound, but no living being was in sight. A soft crack echoed. The dim light suddenly flooded the room, illuminating every corner. Hong Ling had flipped the switch to turn on the lights. The haunting wails ceased abruptly, as if a music player had been unplugged. The room was empty, identical to its daytime state. Hong Ling surveyed her surroundings in confusion, finding no anomalies. The abyss energy detector in her hand showed a steady needle, indicating no fluctuations. Qingzhou scrutinized the room, his gaze sweeping over the objects within, yet, like before, he discovered nothing. The strange sounds had vanished, inexplicably dissipated. The sounds had no discernible source, as if they had materialized naturally in the air. Qingzhou turned his attention to the dim bulb. It was an old tungsten lamp, casting a gentle light that did not strain the eyes, even when stared at directly. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned toward the doorway. Chapter 83, Light and Shadow. Qingzhou paused at the doorway, his hand resting upon the light switch. With a click, the switch was activated, and the illumination within the room vanished instantaneously, engulfing the space in darkness. Almost synchronously with the emergence of the shadows, an eerie sound resonated through the room. The sound was mournful and sorrowful, akin to the weeping of a woman who had endured great tribulations. Hong Ling trembled in fright. The abruptness of the sound's appearance and disappearance left no room for psychological preparation. The noise filled the room, sending a chill through their hearts. Another click echoed as the light switch was turned on again, casting a warm yellow glow that expelled the darkness and reclaimed the room. In that instant, the mournful sound dissipated completely. Qingzhou repeated the action several times, and the results were consistently the same. The sound seemed to emanate from an electric speaker. With the switch in his hand serving as its power source, the noise activated and deactivated in tandem with the switch. Yet, Qingzhou understood that this was not merely a speaker, but a creature seemingly afraid of light. It thrived in darkness, ceasing all activity upon the arrival of illumination. Exchanging glances with Hong Ling, they both grasped the underlying mystery. No wonder the sound only manifested in the stillness of night. It ventured forth only in total darkness. The warm light illuminated the quiet room, where only their breaths could be heard. A thought crossed my mind. Hong Ling remarked thoughtfully, during my university days, I once heard my mentor speak of a creature dwelling in the abyss, one that only roamed in darkness. Upon encountering light, it would enter a state of concealment, remaining motionless. Thus, these beings exist solely in the abyss, thriving in its absolute darkness. The entity within this room bears a striking resemblance to the creature you described. Qingzhou surveyed the room once more, yet found nothing. His innate perceptiveness could not unveil the hidden presence. This state of concealment seemed not to be a mere disguise or invisibility, but rather a true merging with the air, blending into the environment, erasing its own existence. The creatures of the abyss possess similarly bizarre abilities. In a lighted environment, they would vanish entirely from sight. In darkness, they would reveal themselves. Yet our eyes require light to perceive. In the absence of light, our vision fails. Qingzhou murmured to himself, this is a paradox, requiring light, yet forbidding it. As long as it believes it remains in darkness, all shall be well. We exist in a realm of light, while it dwells in darkness. A smile graced Hong Ling's lips. Is this truly achievable? Qingzhou inquired with uncertainty, deceiving the creature's senses, making it think it is perpetually in darkness, while in reality, we have illuminated the room. Would that not allow us to observe the creature? Hong Ling suggested. Deceiving the senses, through hypnosis or illusion, perhaps? Qingzhou pondered. While ping can induce hypnosis, it necessitates that the subject sees its eyes, and at present, the whereabouts of the creature remain unknown, rendering ping's abilities ineffective. The illusory butterfly gently flapped its wings, alighting before Hong Ling, emanating a subtle azure glow. The illusory butterfly's skill, illusory reality, could conjure a mirage so lifelike that creatures within it could not distinguish reality from illusion. Let us exit and then extinguish the light, Hong Ling instructed. Qingzhou nodded, pressed the light switch, and stepped into the corridor, gazing back into the room. The warm light vanished instantly, darkness reclaiming the space. The mournful sound erupted once more, echoing throughout the room. In the dark, the illusory butterfly fluttered its wings, a gentle breeze sweeping through, as if bringing something forth, or perhaps nothing at all. Hong Ling smiled knowingly, She recognized that the illusory reality had taken effect. At this moment, all living beings within the room existed in the dark illusion created by the illusory butterfly. Hongling activated the wall switch. A beam of warm light cascading down and illuminating the entirety of the room. Suspended in midair was a peculiar creature. Its form resembled a transparent umbrella, with tentacle-like appendages resembling cascading ribbons swaying in the air. Upon seeing the strange creature, Li Qingzhou felt a surge of energy, and words materialized before him. Name: Light-Avoiding Beast. Attribute: Dark. Level: Silver level 1. Potential: Gold. Skills: Dreaming, Concealment, Levitation. Weakness: Light. Evolution route: 1. Description: A gregarious, extraordinary creature, resembling a transparent umbrella with tentacle-like appendages. It thrives in darkness, and when separated from its kin, it uses its dreaming skill to call out, moving towards the direction of its responding group. The mournful sound persisted, akin to a lament. It appears to be the source of the strange noise, Li Qingzhou remarked, observing the floating creature. It seems this is the monster my mentor spoke of that roams the abyss, but how did it come to be here? There is no trace of the abyss nearby. Hongling queried. Must creatures of the abyss enter through a rift? Li Qingzhou asked. Indeed, the city of Linyuan is protected by formidable beast masters, and creatures from the abyss cannot penetrate the barrier, Hongling responded. This is indeed puzzling. Li Qingzhou mused, lowering his head in contemplation. Let us not dwell on that for now. We shall take it back and discuss later, Hongling said, donning a pair of gloves and retrieving a tote bag. Opening it wide, the illusory butterfly gently flapped its wings once more, activating its telekinetic skill. The telekinesis allows one to exert a measure of control over an opponent through thought. Within the illusory reality, the potency of the telekinetic skill is significantly enhanced. The light-avoiding beast hovered towards Hongling and willingly entered the open tote bag. Hongling carefully sealed the bag and clapped her hands, declaring, "Mission accomplished." The illusory butterfly fluttered lightly, settling upon Hongling's shoulder, as a sound of something shattering echoed in the air, the collapse of the illusory reality. Li Qingzhou pressed the room's light switch again, extinguishing the tungsten bulb, plunging the room into darkness once more. However, the mournful sound had already vanished, leaving a serene silence in its wake. The creatures of the abyss carry the essence of the abyss, which can erode the human body. Thus, protective measures are essential when encountering such extraordinary beings, Hongling remarked while tidying her gloves. The two descended the stairs with lightened steps, while Ping and rested upon Li Qingzhou's shoulder, yawning repeatedly. Chapter 84, The Assessment. Upon entering, Li Qingzhou and Hongling found Wang Xiaolu sprawled on the bed, sleeping soundly. He was utterly exhausted, having succumbed to slumber the moment he touched the bed, sleeping from day until night. Who's there? Wang Xiaolu groggily opened his eyes, his gaze hazy as it fell upon the two young individuals before him, a handsome young man and a graceful young woman. It took him a moment to recognize them, and after a while, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. How did the investigation go?" Wang Xiaolu sat up, stretching languidly. Despite his prolonged slumber, his demeanor remained lethargic. "It has been resolved. The sound has ceased," Hongling replied with a smile. "What should I be on guard for if you say it is resolved?" Wang Xiaolu's face reflected sheer astonishment, his eyes widening and emphasizing the dark circles beneath them. He listened intently, and indeed, he heard nothing. The outside was eerily quiet. The wailing that had plagued the night had vanished. He incredulously dug into his ears and continued to listen, yet still heard nothing. Indeed, the sound had vanished. Wang Xiaolu excitedly sprang up from his bed. "Ah, it must be this thing's doing, the monster from the abyss." Hongling lifted the bag to her chest and gave it a slight shake. "I truly appreciate your help." At this moment, Wang Xiaolu regained his composure and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He was responsible for the security in this area, and if the peculiar sound persisted, he would have to remain here every day, without rest or peace. "Then we shall take our leave," said Hongling. "Very well. I will report this to the bureau." Wang Xiaolu replied as he escorted them to the door. Watching them get into the car, he returned to his room. The car roared to life and sped down the road. "Let me drive you home," Hongling said to Li Qingzhou as she drove. "All right," Li Qingzhou responded. The night was deepening, and it was time to return home. The roads were not busy at night, making their journey quite smooth. After dropping Li Qingzhou off at the foot of his building, Hongling drove towards the Extraordinary Ability Management Bureau, where she needed to return the monster and report the events to Bai Qian. After washing up, Li Qingzhou climbed into bed. The matter of the light-avoiding beast was fraught with uncertainties, but that was something the Extraordinary Management Bureau would investigate. He could inquire about the progress when he reported next month. Although Li Qingzhou was quite curious, he stifled his inquisitiveness and obediently fell asleep. On Monday, the students arrived early at the classroom to study, As the professional beast tamer examination drew nearer, an intangible pressure permeating the entire class. Li Qingzhou borrowed several books from the library, stacking them on his desk in preparation for thorough reading. After his previous encounter with the strange light-avoiding beast, he resolved to read through all the texts in the library regarding known beasts, particularly those ferocious creatures from the abyss. Although he possessed the talent of beast insight, allowing him to view information on most beasts, he was powerless against an invisible monster like the light-avoiding beast. Had it not been for Hong Ling's extensive experience, they might never have discovered the source of that eerie sound. It was imperative to understand the monsters of the abyss and their capricious abilities to confront them more effectively. Human exploration of the abyss had never ceased, yet there had been no significant discoveries, and knowledge of the creatures within remained scant, with few recorded species. As Li Qingzhou perused a book detailing monsters from the abyss, he suddenly heard the voice of their homeroom teacher, Zhou classmates. There are less than 2 months until the professional beast tamer examination. To better prepare for this, we will conduct a preliminary examination this month. Based on your interest surveys, 120 students across the grade have expressed a desire to pursue university studies. To better respond to the university entrance examination, this preliminary test will include a battle segment. Students who wish to attend university must participate in the battle, while other interested students may also sign up. Zhou Ling smiled at the students gathered before her. The students whispered among themselves, discussing the battle segment, which had never been part of their examinations before, adding an element of novelty. While practical courses included battle training, it was always against familiar classmates and beasts, making it feel relaxed and casual. In contrast, the battle examination would involve random pairing based on assigned numbers, potentially pitting them against students from other classes. Facing unfamiliar opponents and beasts, the examination would truly test their capabilities. In the final battle segment of the university entrance examination, students might encounter peers from across the nation and beasts they had never seen before. Should they falter in the moment, all would be lost. Li Qingzhou casually turned to the next page of his book, listening to teacher Zhou while continuing to read. The battle examination posed little pressure for him. After all, he had participated in arena competitions and had far more experience with combat than many of his classmates. Observing the lively discussions among his peers, Zhou Ling paused briefly before continuing. Each student participating in the competition will receive a number from 1 to 120. Once the draw is complete, battles will proceed based on these numbers, with number 1 facing number 120, number 2 against number 119, and so forth. In the second round, the winner of the match between number 1 and number 120 will face the winner of number 2 and number 119, and this pattern will continue until the final showdown. Do you understand? The students nodded in agreement, replying, understood. Seeing that the students grasped the concept, Zhou Ling continued, our class has 12 students interested in attending university. I have already drawn their numbers for you, so those whose names I call should come to the front to collect their numbers. Li Xiaoli, number 29. Wang Li, number 58. As Zhou Ling called out the names, the students mentioned stepped forward to receive their numbers. When Wang Li's name was announced, a wave of murmurs swept through the classroom. Wang Li is applying for university? Does he really believe he can succeed? I remember he scored 0 in several subjects last year. Who knows, perhaps he has paid for a spot, and the entrance exam is just a formality, the students whispered. The classroom buzzing with discussion. Wang Li, his face darkened, mechanically accepted the paper from Zhou Ling. He did not wish to apply for university. It was his father's insistence, claiming that knowledge was essential for creating wealth. Yet his theoretical scores were abysmal. He had never seriously listened to a class in 3 years. His father, aware of his poor performance, had hired 3 tutors during the holidays to help him catch up, while others enjoyed their break. He was trapped in a dark cycle of study, pushing him towards despair. Wang Li longed for the carefree days of his first 2 years of high school, where he could squander time freely. He envisioned graduating and inheriting the family fortune, continuing his indulgent lifestyle. Yet his father had set an unattainable goal for him, and the thought of attending supplementary classes after school filled him with despair. He finally understood Zhang Huai's suffering, drowning in the sea of study alongside Li Qingzhou. What anguish that must be. Wang Li tilted his head and spotted Zhang Huai making his way to the podium. To his surprise, Zhang Huai radiated excitement and joy. He too had filled out an application for university and was now walking to collect his number. Wang Li paused in disbelief. Why did this fellow appear so thrilled? Had he genuinely developed a passion for learning? In the depths of academic struggle, he had betrayed their shared plight. Li Qingzhou held a small slip of paper that read Class 2, Year 3, Li Qingzhou, Number 1. Indifferently, he tucked the slip into his book and continued to read. The first Beast Tamer Academy of Linyuan City boasted 20 battle rooms, which would serve as the examination venues for the students. Each battle room would have a teacher acting as referee and examiner, responsible for recording the students' results. Li Qingzhou's number was 1. He would be the first to compete. And the venue for the battle was room 1. Coincidentally, their homeroom teacher Zhou Ling was the examiner for this room. As Li Qingzhou entered the battle room, Zhou Ling stood at the referee's desk, reviewing the competitors' information. Class 3, Class 6, Li Xiaodong, number 120. Once she finished reviewing, she looked up to find both students already positioned within the battle room. Are you ready? She asked with a smile. Ready, Li Qingzhou nodded. I am ready too, Li Xiaodong affirmed. All right, summon your beasts. With a command from Zhou Ling, the space before the two students rippled, and then their pet beasts emerged from the void. Zhou Ling smiled as she observed her students, but suddenly her expression froze in disbelief. She blinked in astonishment, revealing her shock. The summoning array before Li Qingzhou shimmered with a silvery luminescence, a hue possessed solely by silver-tier pet beasts. Hadn't his pet just advanced to the bronze tier last semester? How could it have ascended to the silver tier over the course of a mere holiday? What had he accomplished during that time? Even with rigorous training, without sustenance. Such rapid progression seemed implausible. After her initial surprise, Zhou Ling felt a twinge of regret. Her own pet was only at the silver tier, and now, within just a few months, Li Qingzhou had matched her prowess. The three-tailed spirit fox, Pinyin, sat gracefully before Li Qingzhou, its three tails swaying gently, exuding an air of ease. This mutated red fox's evolutionary path was indeed remarkable. Zhou Ling reflected on this in her heart, then cast a sympathetic glance at Li Xiaodong, who was blissfully unaware of the formidable challenge he was about to face. Before Li Xiaodong stood a crimson fox, a true red fox. Pingin's eyes fixated on the red fox, as if recognizing a reflection of its former self. It opened its mouth, revealing pristine white teeth. The opposing red fox curiously scrutinized the unusually appearing fox, detecting a familiar scent, yet finding its appearance quite peculiar, filling its heart with confusion. The battle commenced as Zhou Ling, noting that both had summoned their pet beasts, issued the start command. Li Qingzhou's gaze swept over the red fox, identifying it as an 8th-level black iron red fox. Red fox, use sand escape, Li Xiaodong commanded, initiating the attack. A whirlwind of sand coalesced before the red fox, aimed at Pinyin. However, midway through, the sand suddenly reversed direction, turning back to assault the red fox itself, intensifying in ferocity multiple times. The bewildered red fox was swept away, crashing to the ground. Li Xiaodong's mouth fell agape in shock. Why had the red fox's sand escape unexpectedly turned against itself? What had transpired? This skill seemed utterly amiss. As the sand settled, Pinyin flicked its three tails, appearing utterly composed. The victor is Li Qingzhou, Zhou Ling announced, her tone devoid of surprise at the outcome, though she felt a pang of sympathy for Li Xiaodong and his red fox. Both being red foxes, how could the disparity be so vast? Li Qingzhou smiled and nodded at Li Xiaodong, then greeted Zhou Ling before departing the battle room. The examinations continued, with other students entering battle room number 1 for their matches. Li Qingzhou's next contest was scheduled for the afternoon. Seizing the opportunity, he retreated to the library, eagerly absorbing knowledge about various pet beasts. As the afternoon class bell rang, Li Qingzhou entered battle room number 1. Hello, teacher, he greeted Zhou Ling with a smile. Hello, Zhou Ling replied with a warm smile. Shortly thereafter, a female student entered, Zhou Qian from class 4 of the 3rd year, who was Li Qingzhou's opponent for this round. They exchanged nods, signaling the start of their contest. The space before Zhou Qian rippled, and a summoning array appeared, from which a pet beast flew forth. Li Qingzhou focused on the creature, sensing a slight tremor in his spirit, and its information materialized before him. Name, Venomous Needle Bee. Attribute, Poison Insect. Level, Black Iron 9. Qualification, Bronze. Skill, Venomous Needle. Weakness, Fire Earth. Evolution Path, 1. Description, it has 2 pairs of wings on its back adorned with intricate patterns, slender legs, elongated white venomous needles on its forelimbs, and a yellow-black striped tail tipped with a venomous needle. The space before Li Qingzhou rippled again as Pinyin emerged, yawning. It shook its 3 fluffy tails, its gaze dazed, as if just awakening. The battle began as Zhou Ling surveyed the surroundings and spoke. Pinyin, eager to return for a nap, wasted no time. Before Li Qingzhou could issue a command, its 3 tails swayed in unison, and 2 flickers of ethereal light ignited in its eyes. Skill, Feigned Slumber. The airborne venomous needle bee, its compound eyes reflecting countless ethereal lights, gradually slowed the rhythm of its wings until they came to a complete halt. With a thud, the venomous needle bee plummeted to the ground, curling its body as its venomous needles drooped, appearing to be in a peaceful slumber. Zhou Qian's small, oval face displayed disbelief. She hadn't even made a move, and it was all over. She looked at Zhou Ling with teary eyes, on the verge of tears, her expression silently protesting. Is this a competition? This is a swift defeat. Chapter 86. I have changed. Li Qingzhou exited battle room number 1, coincidentally spotting Wang Li entering the adjacent battle room. He raised his head and peered through the glass window, recognizing Zhang Huai within. They were opponents. How intriguing. These erstwhile brothers meeting in combat. Li Qingzhou paused, standing by the window, keenly observing the unfolding battle. Wang Li's hair retained a small patch of yellow, making him easily identifiable. He strode into the classroom with an air of arrogance, having arrived 10 minutes late, yet maintaining a demeanor that suggested otherwise. Upon seeing Wang Li, Zhang Huai's expression faltered, momentarily frozen in surprise. Wang Li also recognized Zhang Huai, his haughty demeanor softening. It's you, Wang Li said. Yes, it is I, Zhang Huai replied, steadying his emotions. Since their first year of high school, they had been inseparable, skipping classes and engaging in fights, living a carefree and reckless life. Once brothers, now they were adversaries. Let me see how much skill you've gained alongside Li Qingzhou. Wang Li tossed his hair dismissively. He has taught me a great deal, Zhang Huai replied earnestly. Humph. Then let me see. Wang Li raised an eyebrow, his arrogant demeanor returning. The space before him rippled as a flame-draped blue wolf emerged from the summoning array. It was his pet beast, the flame wolf. Zhang Huai summoned his own pet, a bovine creature adorned with a single horn. Name, Horned Savage Bull. Attribute, Gold. Level, Bronze 1. Qualification, Bronze. Skill, Savage Charge, Horn Strike. Weakness, Fire. Evolution Path, 1. Description, it possesses a single horn atop its head. With skin and bones of unparalleled hardness, the horn is immensely powerful, capable of piercing steel. Recently, Zhang Huai had completed numerous tasks within the Beastmaster Association, finally accumulating enough funds for evolution materials. Following Li Qingzhou's guidance, he concocted the evolution potion for the Savage Bull and administered it. The bull indeed achieved a breakthrough. Evolving into the Horned Savage Bull, Zhang Huai could sense the significant increase in strength, marking a qualitative leap. And this became his greatest confidence and support in applying to universities. He aspired to choose his own path in life, pursuing the career of a Beastmaster and taking charge of his destiny. Born of humble beginnings, he now aimed for the light. While his days with Wang Li had been carefree and joyous, he recognized it as mere indulgence, leading only to gradual descent into frivolity. He was no longer the same. He yearned to enter university, to transform his fate, and to become a valuable member of society. Zhang Huai looked squarely at Wang Li, his gaze resolute as he declared, I have changed. I have found my direction in life. Cease your boastful declarations. A Beastmaster must let their prowess do the talking. Wang Li regarded the situation with disdain. His flame wolf remained at the mere rank of Black Iron Level 9. The rigors of training and study proved too exhausting for him, often leading him back to his previous lethargy after only a few days of effort. Consequently, his cultivation of the spirit manipulation technique had stagnated at the initial stage. Although his family could facilitate the evolutionary path and materials for the flame wolf, concerns about his mental fortitude hindered any elevation of the wolf's rank. Flame wolf, tear it apart, Wang Li commanded with a haughty demeanor and fierce tone. The flame wolf stepped forward, its flames surging upwards as it bared its sharp fangs. Emitting a series of low growls, a torrent of fire erupted from its mouth, hurtling toward the uni-horned bull. This was the flame wolf's skill, Flame Impact. Sidestep to evade the flames. Zhang Huai remained composed, refraining from a rash counterattack, merely instructing the uni-horned bull to dodge the fiery onslaught. The flames grazed the bull's sturdy body, leaving a charred mark behind. The bull's formidable defense ensured that, unless struck directly by the flame impact, it would sustain no significant damage. The earlier flames had caused no tangible harm. Seeing its attack miss, the flame wolf crouched low and then leaped forward, its claws enveloped in blazing fire. Flame Claw. The uni-horned bull, being large and unwieldy, narrowly avoided the flame impact, but could not reposition in time to evade the ensuing flame claw. Yet, Zhang Huai had no intention of retreating. He seized the moment as the flame wolf soared through the air and commanded, Uni-horned bull, execute a barbaric charge. With a resounding moo, the uni-horned bull surged forward, its dark form barreling towards the flame wolf. The airborne flame wolf had no chance to evade, colliding forcefully with the bull. The impact echoed with a dull thud as the flame wolf's fiery claws struck the bull's head, while the uni-horned bull's head crashed against the flame wolf's abdomen. However, the flame wolf managed to pivot slightly, avoiding a direct hit to its stomach. The flame wolf howled in anguish, although it had evaded the bull's horn. The force of the barbaric charge had struck it hard, inflicting significant injury. Blood flowed from the uni-horned bull's head, the flame claw having breached its defenses and leaving several bloody gashes. After this exchange, both combatants bore considerable wounds. The flame wolf struggled to rise, its flames dimming slightly. With a fierce howl, It charged at the unihorned bull once more. The flame impact manifested, a fiery surge racing toward the bull. Remaining calm, the unihorned bull lowered its head, its horn gleaming ominously. Flames engulfed the unihorned bull, with the flame wolf, flames swirling around its claws, leaping high above. The flame claw descended violently upon the bull. Yet, the massive head of the unihorned bull suddenly lifted, its sharp horn breaking through the flames. Aimed directly at the flame wolf. With a resounding crash, the horn struck the flame wolf's body, sending it soaring into the air. The flame wolf spun midair before plummeting to the ground like a fallen leaf, unconscious. Despite being bloodied and charred, the unihorned bull stood firmly in the arena, declaring its victory. I lost, Wang Li murmured in disbelief, unable to fathom his defeat, not only to Li Qingzhou but also to Zhang Huai, once his subordinate. Stunned, he stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Zhang Huai approached, placing a reassuring hand on Wang Li's shoulder. My apologies, brotherly. However, one must continually strive for progress to avoid being left behind by the times. While the carefree days of the past were delightful, the sensation of diligently learning and striving upwards is far more exquisite. With his head held high, Zhang Huai exited the battle chamber, transformed from a carefree slacker into a diligent individual, no longer wasting time. The path to his future unfurled before him, as he prepared to embark on a new journey. Chapter 87, The Third Gear. Having concluded his match swiftly, Wang Li found himself with time to spare before school ended. With ample time remaining, Li Qingzhou opted to train his summoned beasts at the training facility. The atmosphere was serene, lower-grade students were in classes, while third-year students were busy preparing for exams. Leaving the training hall entirely to Li Qingzhou, with a thought, ripples of azure light emanated from his position as the summoning array materialized, and the three-tailed spirit fox Ping and the stone monkey Tai Ping emerged, one after the other. The stone monkey surveyed its new surroundings with keen interest, while Pingyun, accustomed to the venue, exhibited a languid demeanor, having visited the training hall countless times. Today, Li Qingzhou aimed to enhance Tai Ping's duplication skill. He had witnessed the monkey utilize it several times, noting the significant increase in attack power, albeit at a high cost of stamina. Presently, Tai Ping could maintain the duplication for no longer than 10 minutes before exhaustion set in. Could there be a method to bolster attack power while mitigating stamina depletion? Li Qingzhou pondered. What if only a portion of the body were duplicated? Full body duplication consumed too much energy. But concentrating the power on a specific part, what would the effects be? He recalled a certain straw hat-wearing character's third gear skill, which involved biting the thumb and inflating the bones to enlarge part of the body, resulting in astonishing destructive capability. Perhaps this could be worth a try. Can you duplicate your arm? Li Qingzhou inquired of Tai Ping. The monkey nodded and extended its arm, which swelled in size. However, its body also expanded proportionally. Only enlarge your arm. Keep your body unchanged, understand? Li Qingzhou clarified. Tai Ping nodded again and extended its right hand, which rapidly grew larger in increments until it reached the girth of a utility pole, while its body remained small and slender. Pingyun watched with amusement, wagging its three fluffy tails. Tai Ping demonstrated impressive intelligence, grasping the concept after a single explanation. Li Qingzhou felt satisfaction, convinced that his idea was feasible. Excellent, he praised, patting Tai Ping's head. Yet, Tai Ping maintained a calm expression, as if to say, isn't this expected? What can't this monkey accomplish? Now, let's duplicate just your palm. Li Qingzhou continued, eager to push forward and help Tai Ping master the third gear skill. The techniques of the Pirate King could certainly be replicated by the Monkey King. It was only logical. However, this time, Tai Ping struggled to duplicate its palm without inadvertently enlarging its arm. It seemed that a higher level of skill proficiency was necessary, requiring multiple attempts. Fortunately, Tai Ping remained undeterred, its spirit unyielding, and it persevered through repeated attempts. Ultimately, it grew fatigued yet was unable to achieve success. No worries. Failure is the mother of success. After numerous attempts, you will surely prevail, Li Qingzhou reassured, having not anticipated instant success, as such precision and duplication control demanded extensive practice. Tai Ping protested, insisting that the word failure did not exist in the Monkey King's lexicon. It struggled to rise but stumbled and fell clumsily. Li Qingzhou found the sight amusing and retrieved a peach and a sprig of thunder herb from his backpack, offering them to Tai Ping. First, eat something to regain your strength. It gently caressed the head of the stone monkey Tai Ping, speaking tenderly. Tai Ping, clutching a peach, began to gnaw on it, momentarily forgetting the recent defeat. Pingyun, wagging its three tails, approached Li Qingzhou with eager eyes, longing for food as the stone monkey was eating. Could it possibly be left hungry? Li Qingzhou chuckled and tossed a honey peach to Pingyun, which wrapped its three tails around the fruit and began to munch on it as well. After finishing the honey peach, The stone monkey Taiping wiped its mouth and stood up, scampering off to continue its practice. To become the Monkey King, it must overcome all difficulties and not stagnate. It exerted every ounce of strength to control the localized amplification of its body, trying again and again. Observing the stone monkey's diligence, Li Qingzhou felt a twinge of shame and realized he could not afford to be idle. He too must strive to improve. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. The Beast Master space was established through meditation, and it could also be enhanced via this method. After reinforcement, the Beast Master space could intuitively enhance the recovery efficiency and growth speed of the pets, as well as augment the mental strength of the Beast Master, allowing them to contract more pets. After an unknown duration, Li Qingzhou was awakened by the stone monkey's calls, exiting his meditative state. He saw the stone monkey proudly holding up a gigantic hand before him, its expression radiating pride. Look, this monkey has accomplished it. Pingin's hand was as large as a manhole cover, resembling a small monkey holding a large cover. Well done, Li Qingzhou said, gently patting Taiping's fluffy head, praising it. Raising pets is akin to nurturing a child. One must offer plenty of praise to instill confidence and motivation for continued growth. However, the stone monkey Taiping demonstrated remarkable aptitude. Its intelligence and diligence reminded Li Qingzhou of the legendary Monkey King from 500 years ago. Familiarize yourself with this sensation of amplification. Aim to amplify any part of your body at will, anytime and anywhere, Li Qingzhou instructed. Taiping, brimming with confidence, understood that mastering the third stage required the ability to amplify at any moment. For instance, in a reduced state, it could swiftly approach an enemy and amplify its arm the instant it drew near, maintaining agility while enhancing its attack power with minimal energy expenditure. Naturally, this was an ideal scenario that necessitated continual practice to achieve. After several dozen attempts, the stone monkey could now control the amplification of its body parts at will. While it did not frequently use the amplification skill in the wild, being a silver-tier pet with high intelligence, it would soon master the localized amplification with just a bit more practice. Li Qingzhou approached a standing sandbag and said to the stone monkey Taiping, "Now use your mastered localized amplification ability to strike this sandbag, amplifying only at the moment of impact. Do you understand?" Taiping nodded eagerly. With determination, Taiping raised its fist and struck the sandbag. The bag remained unmoved, and then its fist suddenly enlarged, resting against the sandbag, matching its thickness. Since Taiping's fist amplified only after striking the bag, it lacked any striking force. Scratching its head, it seemed puzzled. Surely, this was the fault of the Beast Master. How could it possibly be at fault? Try again. Amplify before you hit the sandbag, Li Qingzhou suggested, feeling as if he were teaching a child. Taiping nodded again, focused on the sandbag, and swung its arm, delivering a punch. With a resounding boom, the sandbag shook violently. This time, Taiping succeeded. Its fist amplified before making contact with the sandbag, and the amplified fist struck with force, causing the bag to sway dramatically. Ah, a teachable child. Li Qingzhou nodded with satisfaction, akin to a teacher witnessing a student excel in their assignment. Yet, Taiping bore a tranquil expression, as if to say, "Isn't this expected? How could this monkey fail to learn?" Li Qingzhou estimated that at this pace, with just a few more days of practice, Taiping would fully master the third stage. Meanwhile, Pinyin spun in circles, chasing its own three tails, utterly bored and relying on this to pass the time. On the following day, the competition continued. Due to the stamina of the students and their pets, each individual was only scheduled for 2 bouts per day. Li Qingzhou swiftly triumphed in both. Concluding his matches for the day, his victories were decisive. The moment his opponents summoned their pets, the battles were over. Li Qingzhou fought as if he were pressed for time, showing no mercy. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, had grown accustomed to this. Noting the vast disparity in strength and feeling sympathetic for Li Qingzhou's opponents, Li Qingzhou was indeed pressed for time. Eager to train the stone monkey Taiping in its amplification skills, hoping Taiping would soon master localized amplification and apply it in practice. Additionally, during these days, he fed the stone monkey Lei Chao daily, and Taiping's accumulation of electric attributes was progressing rapidly. The Lei Guang Ling Jing was placed directly beside Taiping, which even clutched it while sleeping. The Lei Guang Ling Jing contained pure electric power. Direct consumption would burden Taiping's body significantly, so Li Qingzhou allowed Taiping to absorb it gradually. His plan was for Taiping to master Lei Xie and the ability to amplify at will before the professional Beastmaster exam. Imagining a giant hand imbued with electric power conjured a breathtaking image. After another day of training, Taiping had become proficient in amplifying any part of its body, and the electric power gathered in its palms had grown considerably stronger. On the third day of competition, Li Qingzhou entered the No. 1 pet battle room and noticed a somewhat familiar figure standing across from him. It was a bespectacled, scholarly-looking boy of medium height. Upon seeing Li Qingzhou, a blaze of fury ignited in his eyes, brimming with pent-up resentment. Li Qingzhou recognized him as Sun Xiaowei from Class 3, whose pet was a treant and had previously lost a pinyin, the two-tailed fox. Sun Xiaowei, upon encountering Li Qingzhou, could hardly contain his excitement, ever since his defeat. He had been consumed by thoughts of revenge. He had been training tirelessly day and night, and his treant had finally reached a breakthrough. Encountering Li Qingzhou in this quarterfinal was an unexpected delight. He was determined to redeem his past humiliation and reclaim the glory that once belonged to him. As Sun Xiaowei summoned his pet, a shimmering bronze summoning array appeared before him, and a creature emerged, adorned with lush, chaotic green leaves and a sturdy trunk entwined with numerous vines. Name: Tree Demon. Attribute: Wood. Level: Bronze level 6. Potential: Silver. Skills: Wood Spike, Wood Whip, Wood Shield. Frenzied Growth. Weakness: Fire. Evolution Route 1. Description: a towering figure with a robust trunk, crowned with lush foliage, covered in abundant moss, and entwined with numerous vines, the ends of which bear sharp claws. Sun Xiaowei looked triumphantly at the tree demon, which he had meticulously nurtured to reach bronze level 6. He was confident it would not lose to Li Qingzhou's two-tailed fox. During this time, he had specifically trained the tree demon's fire resistance, using numerous fire-based materials to nourish it. This was an excellent opportunity to avenge his past defeat, and a cold glint of determination shone in his eyes. Li Qingzhou smirked disdainfully, and as he summoned his own pet, a three-tailed fox strolled leisurely into view. Upon seeing the three-tailed spirit fox pinyin, Sun Xiaowei's expression froze. How could this fox have gained an extra tail? Had it evolved again? This was simply impossible. His once soaring confidence was abruptly doused, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. How could a mere Bientier pet beast triumph? Sun Xiaowei swallowed hard, steeling himself internally. He had intended to command the tree spirit to launch an attack, only to discover that the three-tailed fox opposite him was emanating a ghostly glow from its eyes, while the tree spirit had already succumbed to slumber, emitting a raspy and chaotic snore. At the very onset of the battle, the tree spirit had fallen victim to Ping An's false slumber skill, drifting into a deep sleep. The victor was Li Qingzhou. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, proficiently articulated those words, having repeated them numerous times over the past few days with remarkable ease. Sun Xiaowei felt a wave of confusion wash over him, realizing that all his efforts had been in vain. In the past, he could have managed a few exchanges, yet now he was granted no opportunity to even engage. What an immense chasm of difference! Despair welled up within him, plunging him into profound self-doubt. Li Qingzhou strode out of the battle room with an air of nonchalance, indifferent to the despair and confusion of Sun Xiaowei. He continued to peruse his books in the hallway, awaiting his next opponent. This time, your luck will not be so favorable. A somber voice resonated in Li Qingzhou's ear, pulling him back from the ocean of knowledge. Ho Tongfu glared at Li Qingzhou, dark clouds gathering on his countenance. He was Li Qingzhou's opponent in the second match of the day. Last time at Suwei Mountain, you outsmarted me, but this time, I shall make you acutely aware of the disparities in talent and strength. Ho Tongfu ground his teeth as he spoke. Ever since Li Qingzhou had rescued Yin Yi at Suwei Mountain, her heart had belonged solely to him, leaving Ho Tongfu's efforts to win her over utterly unresponsive. Envy consumed Ho Tongfu. He cursed his own carelessness that allowed Li Qingzhou to seize the opportunity. He had long desired to face Li Qingzhou again, believing that only by defeating him directly could he erase the label of being the perennial second best and re-establish his image in Yin Yi's eyes. Li Qingzhou closed his book with a slight smile and stepped into the battle room. The competition was nearing its conclusion, with only 4 contestants remaining in the fray, situated in battle rooms 1 and 2. The other eliminated students crowded outside these 2 rooms, eagerly watching the ongoing battles. These 4 individuals were the most formidable of the Lingyuan city's first Beastmaster Academy, and their matches were not only captivating but also provided valuable insights into combat techniques. Zhou Ling observed the throng of students outside, unfazed, before turning her attention to Li Qingzhou and Ho Tongfu, inquiring, "Are you prepared?" "Ready," Ho Tongfu replied confidently, puffing his chest to present a more imposing stature. He noticed that Yin Yi was also watching from outside, igniting his fighting spirit to an unprecedented level. Li Qingzhou nodded, signaling that he was also ready to commence. A sinister smile crept onto Ho Tongfu's lips as he gazed at Li Qingzhou, determined to make him fully comprehend the disparities in talent and strength this time. Coming from a family of beast masters, with both parents being professional beast trainers, Ho Tongfu's financial situation was quite secure. More importantly, his parents had procured a second pet beast for him to aid in passing the professional beast master examination. Now, Ho Tongfu possessed 2 wind attribute pet beasts. This was the source of his confidence. 1 against 1 might yield defeat, but 2 against 1 could never lead to loss. As an old rival, Ho Tongfu was well acquainted with Li Qingzhou. He knew that Li Qingzhou's parents were ordinary people, and his family was unremarkable. Certainly lacking the means to acquire a second pet beast, Ho Tongfu couldn't help but chuckle, envisioning the 2-tailed fox fleeing in disarray and the disappointment etched on Li Qingzhou's face. He glanced up at Yin Yi, whose profile was strikingly beautiful, exuding a classical allure. I shall show you who the true hero is, Ho Tongfu vowed internally. With a thought, the space before him shimmered slightly, and 2 pet beasts materialized at his side. Name, Blade Wind Mantis. Attribute, Wind. Insect, Level, Bronze Tier 4. Talent, Silver. Skills, Deathly 5 Blades, Airblade. Weaknesses, Fire, Electricity. Evolution Path. 1. Description, with razor-sharp, scythe-like arms. It can effortlessly sever great trees. It possesses 2 pairs of small wings that allow for low-altitude flight, and its thighs are adorned with sharp protrusions. The Blade Wind Mantis rubbed its massive sides together, producing a metallic clang, its wings fluttering slightly, exuding a palpable eagerness for the hunt. Name, Little Whirlwind. Attribute, Wind. Level, Bronze Tier 6. Talent, Silver. Skills, Rotational Strike, Whirlwind Charge. Weaknesses, Fire. Electricity. Evolution Path. 1. Description, a form generated from the condensation of wind elements. It is enveloped in a whirlwind and can summon whirlwinds at will. A swirling azure vortex hovered before Ho Tongfu, the gentle breeze swirling around it, seemingly accelerating the flow of air within the room. The moment Ho Tongfu's 2 pet beasts appeared, gasps of astonishment erupted from the students observing outside the battle room. Oh my, he has 2 pet beasts. It's clear that those at the pinnacle of the school are extraordinary. What kind of pet beast is that? It resembles a whirlwind, rather impressive. That Blade Wind Mantis is also quite striking, standing there like a knight in armor with its dual scythes. The students outside the battle room chattered excitedly. Their gazes fixated on Ho Tongfu's 2 pet beasts. Li Qingzhou, however, exhibited no surprise. He calmly summoned his own pet beasts, just as he had in the previous matches. Yet, he did not summon just 1 beast, but 2. The 3-tailed spirit fox Ping and the stone monkey Tai Ping emerged from the summoning array in tandem. 2 against 1 is unfair. 2 against 2 is just. Zhou Ling had initially smiled approvingly at Ho Tongfu, silently praising him. Ho Tongfu is indeed a genius of the school, having awakened the wind element talent and possessing 2 pet beasts that complement his beast mastering abilities. Notably, the pet beast Little Whirlwind, being an elemental entity formed from wind, can only be harmed if its wind core is attacked. Otherwise, it is immune to all damage. The wind core is minuscule and enveloped in a whirlwind, making it nearly impossible to strike. Despite Li Qingzhou's pet beasts being of silver tier strength, facing 2 opponents simultaneously would indeed be a formidable challenge. When she turned her gaze back to Li Qingzhou, however, her expression froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. She blinked, questioning her own vision. 2 silver-tier pet beasts emerged from the silver-hued summoning array before Li Qingzhou. Zhou Ling was profoundly shaken. 2 silver-tier pet beasts, a feat only attainable by an intermediate professional beast master. Yet, Li Qingzhou was merely an ungraduated student, having only become an apprentice beast master a few months prior. She took a deep breath to steady her astonished heart, redirecting her gaze towards Ho Tongfu, now filled not with prior admiration, but rather with deep sympathy and pity. It was not that Ho Tongfu lacked excellence. Rather, Li Qingzhou was simply extraordinary. Pinyin, with its 3 swaying tails, strolled leisurely to stand before Li Qingzhou, while Tai Ping followed suit, taking its place beside Pinyin. He too has 2 pet beasts? What happened to the supposed 2 against 1? Ho Tongfu found himself momentarily bewildered. How could Li Qingzhou possess 2 pet beasts? Such a burden was beyond the means of an ordinary family, and why did that fox have an additional tail? He shook his head to regain his composure. He could not falter now. Ho Tongfu's gaze sharpened as he activated his wind element talent. A wind ring enveloped the Blade Wind Mantis, while the whirlwind surrounding Little Whirlwind spun even more rapidly. As the tumultuous winds gathered around the small whirlwind, a fierce vortex swiftly took shape, howling through the air, causing the equipment within the combat room to rattle and clatter. The whirlwind charged forward, hurtling towards Li Qingzhou with great velocity. The stone monkey, Tai Ping, calmly dusted itself off and stepped forward, facing the gale head-on without a hint of retreat. A hardened, rock-like substance coalesced upon Tai Ping's form as it raised its fist and struck out. In the midst of the tempest, that small fist appeared diminutive, akin to a pebble swept up by the wind. It was a futile gesture, akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Ho Tongfu's lips curled into a smug smile. Under his talent's influence, every gust of wind transformed into a blade, and once caught in the whirlwind, one would be shredded as if caught in a blender. However, in the instant the stone monkey's unremarkable fist met the whirlwind, it suddenly expanded exponentially, crashing down upon the vortex like a small meteor. With a resounding thud, the air trembled, and the whirlwind was obliterated by a single punch. Ho Tongfu was taken aback, his expression frozen in shock, while the small whirlwind itself was momentarily stunned, its surrounding wind elements slowing in response. Tai Ping's form flickered and reappeared in midair, plunging its hand directly into the swiftly spinning vortex. Remarkably, the razor-sharp winds did not leave a mark upon its hand. With a gentle squeeze, Tai Ping grasped the azure-tinged core of the wind. The whirlwind ceased, and the chaotic winds within the combat room came to an abrupt halt. Tai Ping landed gracefully, holding the wind core aloft and waving it at Li Qingzhou, its mouth agape in a grin that revealed a row of pristine teeth. It appeared as though it had captured a delightful trinket, proudly displaying it to Sanwei Linghu Pinyin, its claws slightly splayed and then clenched tightly, fearing the precious object might slip away. Pinyin, with its 3 fluffy tails swaying, leaned closely to Tai Ping's side, curiously observing the object in the monkey's grasp. This was something neither of the two beasts had ever encountered. Ho Tongfu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His ace, his prized pet, had been seized so effortlessly by his opponent, treated as nothing more than a plaything. It was a humiliation beyond measure. The blade-like scythe of the Daofeng mantis scratched against itself, eager to spring into action. Yet, Ho Tongfu remained paralyzed, terrified that the monkey might inadvertently crush the core of the small whirlwind. This pet had cost a significant fortune to contract, and the consequences of its destruction would surely invoke the wrath of his parents. Chapter 90. Surrender. Ho Tongfu's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as he stood dumbfounded, gazing at the stone monkey and the 3-tailed fox admiring his pet. The Daofeng mantis, lacking the command of its beastmaster, remained motionless, paralyzed by indecision. The small whirlwind trembled in the monkey's palm, frail and helpless. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Ho Tongfu finally managed to utter 3 words: "I concede." His gaze fell, his face as pale as a sheet. He surrendered. Did he not possess another pet? Why the immediate concession? Was that stone monkey truly capable of such extraordinary leaps and hovering in midair to seize the small whirlwind? How could they both have 2 pets? This was utterly unreasonable. He had anticipated a thrilling battle, yet it concluded far too swiftly. The onlookers outside the combat room were evidently dissatisfied, longing for the exhilarating confrontation they had envisioned, only to witness Li Qingzhou's stone monkey strike, prompting Ho Tongfu's immediate surrender. The conclusion was simply too abrupt. Zhou Ling sighed in relief upon witnessing Ho Tongfu's concession. The small whirlwind nestled within the stone monkey's grasp was fragile. Even a slight jostle could shatter it. Should a fatal incident occur during the examination, she, as the supervising instructor, would bear the corresponding responsibility, facing her own evaluation. Li Qingzhou, have your stone monkey release the wind core, Zhou Ling instructed. Li Qingzhou nodded, acknowledging that this was merely a contest, not a life-and-death struggle, and he would not harm another's beast. The moment Tai Ping seized the wind core, Li Qingzhou communicated mentally, urging it to exercise caution and refrain from crushing the core. Return the wind core to them, Li Qingzhou commanded. Tai Ping scratched its head, glanced at Sanwei Linghu Pinyin, and reluctantly loosened its grip. As Tai Ping's hand opened, the small whirlwind immediately ascended, gathering the surrounding wind elements to envelop the core, swiftly darting toward Ho Tongfu and hiding behind him. Too fearful to face the stone monkey again. The victor is Li Qingzhou, Zhou Ling announced with practiced ease. Li Qingzhou withdrew both of his pets into the Beastmaster space and smiled at Zhou Ling, nodding in acknowledgement. Only one contest remained before they could resume their training. Tai Ping had yet to master the skill of Lei Xie, and there was no time to squander. The final match was scheduled for the afternoon. After finishing lunch, Li Qingzhou made his way to the training hall, intending to provide Tai Ping with additional practice. Inside the training hall, Tai Ping embraced the Lei Guang Lingjing, undergoing a baptism of electricity. The surface of the prism crackled with lightning, arcs of electricity leaping forth to strike Tai Ping's hands and body. The stone monkey did not employ its petrification skill, but rather endured the electric shocks with its physical form. Its body tingled, particularly the arm cradling the prism, feeling as if it were being pricked by countless needles, an unbearable itch coursing through it. The golden fur on its body bristled with static. Yet, Tai Ping remained silent, gritting its teeth and persevering. During its time at Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy, it had faced the monkey monster's Lei Xie directly. Feeling the overwhelming power that rendered its body paralyzed, it longed to master such a skill as well. If it could endure, an opportunity awaited. Pinyin lounged on the ground, occasionally nibbling on a peach while glancing at the electrified stone monkey, idly wagging its 3 tails as if cheering Taiping on. After half an hour of sustained electric shocks, Taiping had fully acclimated to the sensation of coexisting with the lightning. The intensity of the electricity emanating from the Lei Guang Lingjing had diminished significantly. In recent days, Taiping had slept with it, consuming a considerable amount of the accumulated lightning energy. Li Qingzhou had inquired with the academy's head, Yang Xiao, about the Lei Guang Lingjing, who had mentioned that the lightning elements within were too potent, rendering direct consumption ineffective. Now, however, the electrical energy within the prism had been largely depleted, making it suitable for consumption. Taiping had been feasting on food rich in lightning elements, having devoured several bundles of Lei Chao. Yet the accumulation of lightning attributes within its body remained minimal. At present, it could only gather a small, chaotic mass of electricity in its palm, lacking any significant power. Try taking a bite of the Lei Guang Lingjing, Li Qingzhou suggested thoughtfully to Taiping. The stone monkey tilted its head, gazing at Li Qingzhou in confusion. The object appeared inedible. Pingin's wagging tail stilled, curling up into a ball, wishing to avoid drawing attention from the Beastmaster. It's fine, I consulted earlier. And the Lei Guang Lingjing can be consumed, Li Qingzhou said with a warm smile. As long as you petrify your entire body, you will be fine. The prerequisite for mastering the Lei Qia skill was proficiency in the petrification skill, ensuring that the electric currents would not harm the monkey's delicate internal organs. Taiping stared blankly at the Lei Guang Lingjing in its hand, before determination etched itself upon its face. Since Li Qingzhou had assured it, it could only trust him. It immediately petrified itself and, with its stone-formed teeth, bit into the Lei Guang Lingjing and inserted into its mouth. Crackling sounds erupted from Taiping's mouth as if an explosion had occurred within. It chewed vigorously on the Lei Guang Lingjing, the currents dancing in its mouth like popping candy. After savoring the last morsel, Taiping diligently swallowed the shattered Lei Guang Lingjing. As the fragments settled in its belly, a surge of electricity radiated from within, sending delightful tingles throughout its body. Taiping smacked its lips. The sensation of the electric currents dancing on its tongue, reminiscent of a flowing river, intrigued it. It seemed that the Lei Guang Lingjing was indeed edible. The stone monkey, gazing at the remaining shards of Lei Guang Lingjing in its hand, did not hesitate to take a bite. Chewing vigorously as if indulging in a peach, quickly devouring the entire piece. A burp escaped Taiping's mouth, accompanied by a faint arc of electricity. It patted its round belly, casting a glance at Li Qingzhou to signal that it had finished its meal. Now, let us attempt to gather lightning in the palm. Witnessing the stone monkey Taiping consume the Lei Guang Lingjing so effortlessly filled Li Qingzhou with joy. He could sense the abundant electrical attributes emanating from Taiping, transforming it into a compact mobile power source. Taiping extended its right palm, facing upwards, as electric light congregated within, enveloping its entire hand in a dazzling display. The air crackling with the sound of thunder. Lei Che was successfully mastered. Chapter 91, The Final Showdown. In the climactic trial, the eyes of all teachers and students converged, eager to see who would emerge victorious. The battle chamber was already surrounded by students, leaving no space for even a drop of water to escape. Those who arrived early claimed the best positions, while the latecomers could only peer at the back of their classmates' heads. Li Qingzhou surveyed the throng blocking the corridor and found himself at a loss. How could he possibly enter? After much effort, he finally managed to squeeze through the crowd and entered the battle chamber. Zhou Ling was already seated at the judges' table, flanked by Director Wang Qingji and other teachers from different classes. His opponent was smiling at him. It was Yang Rushua. Dressed in a white school uniform with her hair tied in a ponytail, her smile revealed 2 delicate dimples. "Hello, Li classmate," she greeted cheerfully. "Hello." Li Qingzhou replied with a smile in return. Zhou Ling, noticing both participants were present, inquired as per usual, "Are you ready?" "Ready," Yang Rushua affirmed. "I am also prepared." Li Qingzhou nodded. "Then let the match begin," Zhou Ling declared, blowing her whistle. As Li Qingzhou communicated with the Beast Mastery space, a gentle breeze surrounded him, and runes flickered as he summoned his companions, the 3-tailed spirit fox Ping and the stone monkey Taiping. In front of Yang Rushua, the space rippled, a summoning array slowly materializing as her 2 pets emerged. One was an ice blue ice lion, while the other was a golden-haired stone monkey. Her beast mastery technique had elevated to the 2nd tier, successfully contracting her long-awaited stone monkey, which she had raised within the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy for quite some time, awaiting the moment of contract. This stone monkey was exceptionally gifted, and with Yang Xiao as considerable resources poured into its training. It had attained silver level 2 and mastered the Lei Che skill. Had it not been for her concern that Yang Rushua, having just awakened her beast mastery talent, might struggle to control it, this stone monkey would have been her first pet. Zhou Ling was not surprised by Yang Rushue's two pets, given her talent. It was a normal growth rate. Moreover, the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy's signature pet was indeed the stone monkey, ensuring that the one she contracted possessed exceptional talent and potential. Just moments ago, Li Qingzhou's stone monkey had astonished everyone with its displayed abilities in battle. What kind of surprises would Yang Rushue's stone monkey bring? Zhou Ling glanced at Yang Rushue, feeling a surge of anticipation. With two stone monkeys in play, who would prove superior? It was certainly Yang Rushue's stone monkey. After all, her family operated a martial arts academy, and the stone monkey was their hallmark. I watched the promotional video for Qingzhou Academy. That stone monkey looked imposing and even commanded the power of thunder. I wonder if we will get to see it today. However, Li Qingzhou's stone monkey had defeated Ho Tongfu's Xiao Xianfeng in a single blow, so the outcome of this match remained uncertain. Among the crowd, Ho Tongfu's face turned pale before flushing crimson. Why was he still being mentioned in this contest? Could they not simply enjoy the match in peace? The onlooking students were fervently engaged in discussions, eagerly predicting the course of the battle. I have also contracted a stone monkey, and it has learned the Leiche skill. Yang Rushue explained to Li Qingzhou. During the holidays, she had successfully advanced her beast mastery technique to the second tier and contracted the long-awaited stone monkey. She was aware that both of Li Qingzhou's pets, the three-tailed spirit fox and the stone monkey, were at silver level, while her ice lion, Xiaolan, was only at bronze level 8, and her stone monkey had reached silver level. Thus, Li Qingzhou held an advantage over her. Yet, this match was intended to test their abilities, familiarize them with combat, and uncover disparities. Winning or losing mattered not. Please do not hold back. Yang Rushue smiled as she spoke. With a focused gaze, she summoned her beast mastery talent, causing the temperature around her to plummet. As if countless snowflakes swirled through the air, this was the effect of her ice spirit talent. Roar! The ice lion bellowed with a powerful resonance. Its skill activated with great fervor. The stone monkey also petrified, entering a state of combat readiness. Li Qingzhou nodded slightly, casting an approving glance at Yang Rushue's stone monkey. Indeed, the world of the affluent was devoid of pretense. Her contracted stone monkey had been thoroughly trained long before. While he was still in the process of acclimating Tai Ping to the electrical stimuli, Ping bent slightly, its three tails poised upright, ready for battle. Tai Ping, too, was fully petrified, yet curiously observed the opposing stone monkey, sensing a familiar aura emanating from it. Attack! Yang Rushue commanded softly. With a roar, the stone monkey raised its right hand, and in the next instant, a brilliant white light erupted from its palm, countless chaotic electric currents swirling around, forming a dense sphere of electricity. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air, akin to a symphony of birdsong. The stone monkey lowered its palm, positioning it behind itself, before launching forward with ferocity towards Tai Ping. This is the Leiche skill from the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy, developed by Master Yang Xiao after years of exploration. Remarked Zhou Qingzhi. The Leiche skill activates all the cells in the body, enhancing speed and attack power. It is said that in its complete form, it can sever lightning itself, Zhou Ling added, observing the dazzling display of lightning before them. What will Li Qingzhou's stone monkey do in response? The might of Leiche is overwhelming, nearly unstoppable, Zhou Qingzhi noted. I fear that his stone monkey's petrification will be unable to withstand the onslaught of Leiche. Zhou Ling assessed. Many weaker pets would be paralyzed with fear at the sight of the flashing lightning, let alone face it head-on. As Yang Rushue's stone monkey unleashed the Leiche, several teachers simultaneously formed their judgments. Although Li Qingzhou's stone monkey exhibited strong overall qualities, everything felt futile in the face of the Leiche skill. They exchanged glances at Tai Ping, shaking their heads slightly, their eyes filled with sympathy and regret. Suddenly, Tai Ping raised its right hand, its gaze sharpening as arcs of electricity flickered in its palm. Instantly, numerous electric lights intertwined in its hand, accompanied by the resonant roar of thunder. It was Leiche? The expressions of the teachers stiffened. Was this not a closely guarded secret of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy? Why could Li Qingzhou's stone monkey also perform it? Had he joined the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy? They stared in astonishment as two bolts of lightning raced through the room. The overwhelming power of thunder filling the air, while tiny arcs of electricity crackled, sending tingles through their bodies. The clash of against raised the question of who would emerge victorious. Chapter 92, The Result of the Match. The two streaks of lightning sped rapidly within the duel arena before colliding with a resounding bang. Thunder erupted, accompanied by the chorus of countless birds. The dispersing bolts of lightning exploded in all directions, engulfing the entire arena in an electrifying spectacle. At the entrance of the arena, the observing students stood with hair standing on end, their bodies charged with static energy, as if they were bathing in a tempest of lightning. Both stone monkeys froze in place, their rocky arms shedding much of their petrified substance. This strike resulted in a draw. However, under the immense backlash of electric current, both stone monkeys were rendered numb and immobile for a brief moment. Yang Rushue gaped in disbelief, realizing that her stone monkey and Li Qingzhou's stone monkey had merely reached a stalemate, both utilizing. It was worth noting that her stone monkey had been training at Qingzhou Martial Arts Hall for several years, consistently consuming items imbued with electric attributes, and had mastered long ago. In contrast, Li Qingzhou's stone monkey had only been learning the method to cultivate for about a month, and in such a short span of time, it had not only grasped the skill but could also adeptly employ it in actual combat. She smiled wryly, observing the paralyzed stone monkeys, her thoughts in disarray. Meanwhile, the three-tailed spirit fox Ping and steadily suppressed the ice lion. As a silver-tier beast, Ping held a substantial advantage over the ice lion, whose overall strength was significantly inferior. A gust of sandstorm swept through, lifting the ice lion, which was then tightly constricted and pressed down by the swirling winds. The ice lion roared in desperation, struggling against the tempest, but it was futile. The sandstorm acted like a colossal hand, firmly grasping it with no room for resistance. As the wind ceased and the dust settled, the ice lion lay on the ground, its body covered in a thick layer of gravel, with only its ice-blue head visible, looking helplessly at Yang Rushue. The victor was clear. Ping swished its three tails and approached the stone monkey Tai Ping. Electricity crackled across Tai Ping's body, producing a series of popping sounds. Its numbed form stood completely motionless, resembling a stone sculpture in the center of the arena. Yang Rushue's stone monkey was in a similar state, with the electric current coursing chaotically through its body, leaving it paralyzed. A flash of lightning erupted, causing the fur on Ping's tails to bristle. It nimbly leaped aside, casting a disdainful glance at the two immobile stone monkeys. Ping then conjured a gust of sand, which slowly enveloped Yang Rushue's stone monkey, causing it to sway before collapsing to the ground. The sand continued to gather, cocooning both Yang Rushue's stone monkey and Tai Ping, as if donning them in protective armor. This was Ping's insulation suit, designed to shield them from electric arcs and prevent accidental injury, for it despised the sensation of being struck by lightning. Zhou Ling watched the three-tailed spirit fox's actions with a mix of amusement and disbelief, admiring its self-preservation skills. The victor was Li Qingzhou. She stifled her laughter and spoke with practiced ease. Oh dear, it's Li Qingzhou again at the top. It felt as if 3 years had passed without change. He consistently ranked first. It was astonishing, such was the essence of absolute strength. Truly a genius, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. The students outside the duel arena chattered animatedly, expressing no surprise at the outcome, as they had grown accustomed to such events over the past 3 years. For 3 years. Do you know how I've endured? Ho Tongfu sighed internally, having been steadily overshadowed by Li Qingzhou, utterly powerless to resist. This time, he didn't even secure second place, bitterness swelling within him, yet he felt helpless. The opportunity had slipped away, the 3-year term had come to an end, and they would soon graduate. There would be no more chances. Congratulations. Yang Rushue smiled at Li Qingzhou, her expression devoid of any disappointment. Thank you. And I owe it to you. Without your assistance, Tai Ping wouldn't have mastered, Li Qingzhou replied sincerely. Without my help, you would have succeeded as well. Your stone monkey possesses remarkable talent. The old man wouldn't overlook such an exceptional pet and beastmaster. Yang Rushue glanced at the ice lion and stone monkey encased in gravel, her thoughts shifting as she communicated with the beastmaster space, retrieving both creatures. Li Qingzhou also summoned Ping and Tai Ping into the beastmaster space, allowing Tai Ping to recuperate there. Zhou Qingji, the head of the third-year department, observed Li Qingzhou and Yang Rushue with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He approached them with a cheerful demeanor and remarked, "You are both outstanding students of the school." This match was truly exhilarating. His eyes sparkled with delight, as if he could already foresee the two stone monkeys, skilled in, shining brilliantly in the upcoming professional beastmaster examination. Both Li Qingzhou and Yang Rushue aspired to attend university. Tsinghua University and Linyuan University were the premier institutions in the nation, revered as sanctuaries of learning. Countless students aimed to enroll in these universities, and equally, numerous educators yearned to nurture students who could gain admission. The strength of a high school was often gauged by the number of students who successfully entered top-tier universities, and the city allocated funding to schools based on this criterion. Should Li Qingzhou and Yang Rushue gain admission to either of these universities, their alma mater, Linyuan City's first Beastmaster Academy, would undoubtedly gain immense recognition. Zhou Ling gazed at Li Qingzhou with hope. She had been an educator for several years, guiding multiple graduating classes. Yet none had ever succeeded in entering Tsinghua University or Linyuan University. This was her regret and aspiration. Now, the opportunity lay before her. Li Qingzhou's capabilities were more than sufficient to compete in the admissions examination for these prestigious universities, and the likelihood of success was high. Thereafter, she could proudly bear the title of having mentored graduates from renowned institutions, earning respect within the school and the education system. The mere thought of this filled her with joy and excitement. The match continued, and the remaining rankings gradually emerged. The third-year assessment finally reached a conclusion. The students' next task was to prepare for the professional Beastmaster examination a month later. All the students diligently reviewed and trained, leaving no room for complacency. Their lives would begin to diverge from this examination, with countless paths unfolding before them. Choosing different paths would reveal different vistas and encounters. The professional Beastmaster examination marked the culmination of their high school journey and the inception of their future lives. Chapter 93. Timing. In the ensuing days, Li Qingzhou dedicated all his energy to study and training. Time passed gradually, and his efforts began to bear fruit. Soon, the day of the professional Beastmaster examination approached. With only 2 days remaining, Linyuan University was located in Linyuan City, a place Li Qingzhou was familiar with, having visited a few times with friends. However, the university was vast, filled with numerous buildings, and without familiarity, he might struggle to locate the examination venue. Li Qingzhou resolved to explore the examination site to familiarize himself with the layout. It would be exceedingly embarrassing to be late due to not finding the venue, and thus miss the assessment. Although it sounded foolish, as Zhou Ling, the homeroom teacher, had recounted, such incidents occurred every year among Beastmasters. When she participated in the assessment, she witnessed individuals crying outside the classroom for being late. Some even fell into despair. Struggling with depression, missing the professional Beastmaster examination would mean waiting another year, an exorbitant cost in terms of time. The journey from Li Qingzhou's home to Linyuan University took approximately 50 minutes. Although the distance was not insignificant, he needed to depart early on the day of the examination. So Li Qingzhou mentally mapped out the optimal route and departure time. Upon alighting from the vehicle, the imposing entrance gate of Linyuan University immediately captured his attention. This gate, as the university's facade, possessed a harmonious blend of grandeur and antiquity. The 4 characters spelling Linyuan University were inscribed in an elegant and powerful font, reputedly the work of a legendary beastmaster. As Li Qingzhou wandered through the campus, he searched for his examination room, Room 21 in the Mingda building of the East Campus, the venue for the first theoretical examination. Along the way, he encountered many young beastmasters of a similar age, likely participants in the university's admission tests. There were also a few middle-aged beastmasters mingling among the crowd, albeit in fewer numbers. They had chosen to continue striving for their dreams and qualifications. Li Qingzhou had heard tales of beastmasters who, in their quest to enter a particular university, sat for the entrance exam year after year until they finally succeeded. Many possessed the capability to pass the professional Beastmaster examination, but chose to endure the rigorous university entrance exams for the sake of their aspirations. After all, the resources and opportunities for employment available to graduates of prestigious universities were unattainable for ordinary Beastmasters. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the Mingda building? Li Qingzhou's musings were interrupted by a sweetly innocent voice. He turned to see a young girl dressed in a stunning red outfit, crowned with a delicately crafted silver headdress adorned with uneven silver wings and draped with silver flowers. Just go straight ahead and take a left, and you'll reach the Mingda building, Li Qingzhou replied, marveling at the girl's intricate attire while maintaining a composed demeanor. Thank you, she said cheerfully before moving in the direction he indicated. Observing her retreating figure, Li Qingzhou formed a rough judgment that she must have traveled from a city in the south to partake in the entrance examination, her attire suggesting she belonged to the Miao ethnic group from the southern border. He recalled that the southern Miao were adept at controlling goo worms, creatures shrouded in mystery. Goo worms, a type of enigmatic pet, were said to be created by placing various venomous insects in a sealed container, allowing them to battle until only one remained, which was then referred to as a goo. It seemed that the entrance examination at Linyuan University was indeed teeming with talent. He couldn't help but wonder about the prowess of a beast master skilled in manipulating goo worms. Now aware of the examination room's location, he leisurely strolled through the campus. Linyuan University was nestled between mountains and rivers, boasting picturesque scenery, lush greenery, and the melodious songs of birds, creating a refreshing ambience. Suddenly, a ruckus shattered the serene atmosphere. Hey, you think you're all that? You bumped into someone, and you don't even apologize, acting all high and mighty. 2 middle-aged men encircled a youth clad in a red robe with striking red hair. It was you who bumped into me, not the other way around, the red-haired youth retorted, his tone icy and haughty, exuding an air of nobility and disdain. Looks like you're asking for a fight. One of the burly men cracked his neck and interlaced his fingers, producing a sound reminiscent of creaking bones. "Oh, so you want to brawl?" The red-haired youth dismissed him with a scoff, glancing at the tall man without a hint of fear. Qingzhou caught a glimpse of the youth's eyes, which were deep and cold, like a ghostly apparition. "Hey, don't stir up trouble. We have an exam tomorrow." A man stepped out from the crowd, grasping the tall man's arm and whispering, clearly familiar with him. "Do you know who he is?" The man spoke in a hushed tone. "Just a student here for the professional Beastmaster examination, right?" The tall man replied, still menacing. "Look at his attire and hair. He's from the Long family." "The Long family, the renowned dragon lineage?" The tall man swallowed hard, confirming with a question. "Besides that Long family, which other could it be?" The man responded. "Let us go. We're out of luck." Although fear flickered across the tall man's face, he refused to back down, muttering some harsh words before hastily retreating. The red-haired youth, however, remained aloof, continuing on his path. "Humph, a bunch of bullies preying on the weak." A young man appeared beside Qingzhou unexpectedly. He had a refined appearance, with sharp brows and an extraordinary demeanor. "My name is Zhou Ziki, and I'm here for the entrance exam. Are you also a candidate?" he inquired with a friendly smile. "Yes, my name is Qingzhou," he responded. Zhou Ziki's easygoing nature radiated warmth, making it hard for Qingzhou not to engage in conversation. "The person from earlier is Long Zhe, hailing from the dragon lineage. His pet is also a dragon-type beast." Zhou Ziki remarked casually, devoid of envy or surprise, as if discussing an everyday matter. "The dragon, king of all beasts, is exceedingly rare. Its physical attributes and capabilities are of the highest caliber, rendering it nearly invincible among its peers." Qingzhou was taken aback. He had never encountered a dragon-type beast in his life. Zhou Ziki's calm demeanor further intrigued him, hinting that this young man was not ordinary. The entrance examination at Lingyuan University truly seemed to be a gathering of extraordinary talents. Chapter 94, The Professional Beast Master Examination. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. A single day passed swiftly. On this day, Li's father and mother rose early, preparing breakfast and waiting for Qingzhou to finish his morning routine. Today marked the first day of the Professional Beast Master Examination, and they had hardly slept the previous night, their anxiety surpassing that of their son, who was about to face the examination. This was a pivotal moment in Qingzhou's life. Gaining admission to Lingyuan University would be a matter of great pride and honor for his family, a significant entry in their ancestral records. Once Qingzhou had completed his morning preparations and entered the dining room, he was greeted by a table laden with a variety of breakfast options: walnut oatmeal porridge, steamed buns, mantou, noodles, and fried dough sticks, a veritable feast. "Why so much? I can't possibly eat it all," Qingzhou expressed with a hint of exasperation. "Just eat whatever you like. You must have a hearty breakfast to have the energy for the exam," his mother replied with a warm smile, concerned that he might not have an appetite, thus preparing a selection for him to choose from. "Why don't you both join me?" Qingzhou suggested as he sat down, sipping some porridge before taking a bun and savoring it slowly. Li's father and mother refrained from eating, instead sitting across from him with gentle gazes filled with affection. "Don't be nervous. Relax and don't feel pressured," his mother gently encouraged. "Indeed, maintain a calm demeanor. You will do just fine on this examination," his father added in agreement. Qingzhou, however, felt no anxiety. His mind was as tranquil as water, having experienced the Gaokao in his previous life, which had granted him ample experience. Moreover, he was confident, a product of his long-standing dedication to his studies. After a period of training, his pets, the Sanwei spirit fox and the Shirho monkey, had also enhanced their abilities, and he held absolute faith in their prowess. "Yes, I understand," Qingzhou responded, picking up another mantou to enjoy with his walnut oatmeal porridge. After exchanging a few more words, Qingzhou soon finished his meal. He tidied up and turned to exit. His parents watched him depart, their eyes filled with hope. Lingyuan University. The Professional Beast Master examination was officially underway. On the first day of examinations, candidates were assigned to various classrooms for the theoretical test, which had a total score of 100 points, with a passing mark set at 60. Only those who passed the theoretical examination would qualify for the subsequent wilderness survival trials. In classroom 21 of Mingda Building at the East Campus, Qingzhou laid the examination paper flat on the desk, swiftly scanning through the questions before commencing his answers. Standing at the front of the classroom was a scholarly-looking male beastmaster, adorned with black-framed glasses and dressed in a white shirt. He served as the invigilator for the theoretical examination. At the back of the classroom stood a mature female beastmaster in high heels, also overseeing the exam. There were a total of 50 candidates in classroom 21. Among them was a meow girl who had previously asked Qingzhou for directions. Seated in the last row by the window, the classroom was enveloped in silence, broken only by the soft sound of pens gliding across paper. The theoretical questions were not particularly challenging, as most of the answers could be found within the textbooks, though a few questions ventured beyond the syllabus, requiring additional knowledge accumulated over time. However, this posed no difficulty for Li Qingzhou. In addition to attending classes, he frequently visited the library to read books related to Beastmasters, thus amassing a wealth of extracurricular knowledge. He wrote with fervor, unimpeded. Yet, during the examination, he noticed something peculiar in the classroom. A black stain, roughly the size of a palm, was slowly shifting on the ceiling and appeared to be moving directly above Li Qingzhou. He lifted his gaze slightly, and a stream of information materialized before him. Name, Ru Nen Gui. Attributes, Poison Earth. Level, Bronze Level 2. Qualification, Silver. Skills, Mud Attack. Poisonous Mud, Earth Clone. Weaknesses, Light, Electricity. Evolution Route. 1. Description, it is entirely composed of muck, possessing hands but no feet, moving by wriggling. And the mud it contains is highly toxic. The Ru Nen Gui clung to the ceiling, its small black eyes darting about, surreptitiously peering at the answers of the candidates below. In this world of Beastmasters, the methods employed by candidates to cheat were diverse and ingenious. Leveraging their innate Beastmaster abilities or the unique skills of their pets, they could discreetly accomplish their deceitful acts. As long as they were not detected by the invigilators, there was little to worry about. At that moment, the Ru Nen Gui on the ceiling was a pet belonging to a candidate who was attempting to sneak a glance at the answers. As the Ru Nen Gui crawled atop Li Qingzhou's head, it peered down, eager to steal a look at his answers. However, Li Qingzhou was already prepared. He raised his hand to obscure most of the examination paper, denying the Ru Nen Gui the opportunity to cheat. Li Qingzhou held disdain for cheating, and it was impossible for others to glimpse his answers. Examinations should be based on true knowledge and skill. Grades obtained through deceit are as ephemeral as castles in the air, destined to vanish. After lingering atop Li Qingzhou's head for a while, the Ru Nen Gui saw no opportunity and sluggishly began to move towards other candidates. It moved with utmost caution, appearing merely as a small blot of dirt. Were it not for Li Qingzhou's keen perception, he might not have noticed it at all. The invigilator evidently did not detect the small moving stain. As his gaze swept over the candidates without paying heed to the ceiling, Li Qingzhou turned over his examination paper and began answering the next page. He scrutinized the questions carefully and, after a brief contemplation, set his pen to paper. Suddenly, a violent jolt shook his mental awareness. Akin to riding a pendulum at an amusement park, something was attempting to penetrate his consciousness. A shiver ran through Li Qingzhou as he steadied his breath and focused his mind. His Yinling had been cultivated to the second level, granting him formidable mental strength, which soon stabilized him, allowing him to comprehend his current predicament. Someone was employing a Beastmaster ability against him. A gentle female voice echoed in his mind. Hey, handsome, could you show me your answers? There are a few questions I'm unsure about. I'll take a quick glance and be gone. Absolutely not. Li Qingzhou resolutely declined. His powerful mental energy cornered the invading consciousness, on the verge of expelling it from his body. Just one look, the girl pleaded sweetly, utilizing all her charm in an attempt to sway him. Yet, Li Qingzhou remained unmoved. He concentrated, forcing the invasive awareness out. The sensation of being possessed by another was indeed quite unpleasant. With a deep exhale, he resumed answering the questions, soon finding himself at the last major question. An hour remained in the examination. Just as Li Qingzhou prepared to forge ahead and complete the final question, a chill crept through him, an instinct warning him that he felt as though he were being watched from behind. Chapter 95. Each displaying their talents. Li Qingzhou slightly turned his head, astonished to glance back. Nothing appeared amiss, nor did he observe any strange beasts. Only a short, stocky middle school student sat there, currently engrossed in answering questions. Yet, as Li Qingzhou returned his attention to the front, the unsettling sensation of being scrutinized surged anew, as if someone could see through his very being and directly into the answers on his desk. He recalled having read about a Beastmaster ability named TUSH, which allowed one to see through objects within a certain range and perceive what lay behind them. This ability was often employed for reconnaissance and medical purposes. Clearly, the student behind Li Qingzhou possessed such an ability and was audaciously peering at his paper. He quickly grabbed a piece of draft paper from his desk and placed it over his examination sheet, obscuring most of it before continuing his work. Li Qingzhou distinctly sensed the gaze from behind falter momentarily before shifting away. The ability to see through him was effective. Yet the layered paper rendered it impossible to accurately discern the answers beneath. After all, they were still middle school students, and their mastery of Beastmaster abilities remained underdeveloped, lacking the precision required for perfect. Teacher, I request permission to use the restroom. A male student raised his hand and announced in the otherwise quiet classroom. The male invigilator with black-rimmed glasses nodded, granting permission. The male student then left his desk and walked towards the door, with the invigilator accompanying him to the restroom. Candidates could report special circumstances by raising their hands, but such actions required the invigilator's consent, and all movements had to be accompanied by an invigilator, allowing only one student to leave at a time. Shortly thereafter, the boy who had gone to the restroom returned to the classroom, and the bespectacled invigilator resumed his position at the front. However, Li Qingzhou's mental state experienced a slight fluctuation. He could sense that the boy who had just entered was not the same one who had left earlier. There was a subtle difference between the two. The newly arrived boy scrutinized the examination paper on the desk, writing as if guided by divine inspiration, rapidly filling in the previously blank questions with answers that appeared to mirror the standard solutions. Li Qingzhou observed closely and suddenly recalled a Beastmaster ability known as FNSHN. This ability allowed the creation of a clone that possessed partial capabilities of the original, enabling control over the clone's actions within a certain range. Li Qingzhou surmised that the male student's Beastmaster ability was indeed FNSHN. He had seized the opportunity of a restroom break to create a clone, leaving it behind while he went to the restroom. The clone could then seek out the answers to the exam questions and relay them back to the original. The fluctuation in Li Qingzhou's mental state was a result of his realization that the male student's mental energy had diminished, as he had allocated a portion of it to his clone. Truly a display of talents, each in their own way. In the midst of a theoretical examination, one could witness an array of cheating tactics. Li Qingzhou lamented inwardly as he glanced at his test paper. He had completed all the questions and was preparing for a final review before submission. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a small metallic screw on his desk, which stirred a wave of consciousness within him. Name: KNJNSHI GUI. Attribute: Gold. Level: Bronze 3. Qualification: Silver. Skills: Mimicry, Metal Projectile. Imperturbable Fortress. Weakness: Fire. Evolution path: 2 routes. Description: It resembles a puddle of liquid metal, capable of transforming into any metallic object, exhibiting remarkable ductility and high hardness, primarily feeding on metallic ores. The inconspicuous screw on Li Qingzhou's desk was, in fact, a transformation of the KNJNSHI GUI, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary screw and affixed to the tabletop. His eyelids twitched the moment he briefly observed a male student. The KNJNSHI GUI took advantage of the distraction. Had he not glanced at his desk, he would have remained oblivious to its presence. Li Qingzhou placed his pen atop the small screw, effectively concealing it. The transformed screw, taking tiny steps, stealthily attempted to inch away. Yet, every action was meticulously observed by Li Qingzhou, regardless of its movements. The pen remained poised above it. After a futile struggle to escape, the transformed screw morphed into a droplet of metallic liquid, cascading down the leg of the desk, vanishing from Li Qingzhou's sight. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he noticed a multitude of minuscule insects had inexplicably appeared in the classroom. They were black, smaller than rice grains. Name: FSHNGCHing. Attribute: Insect. Level: Black Iron 3. Qualification: Black Iron. Skills: Possession Control. Weakness: Fire. Evolution path: 1 route. Description: Black as sesame seeds. Possessing 2 pairs of black antennae and 6 pairs of legs on its lower body. Capable of possessing deceased pet beasts and controlling them. In the last row of the classroom, a meow girl leisurely pinned the answer to the final question, signing her name as Qingzhou. Almost every student in the classroom harbored a black FSHNGCH concealed within their hair. These insects peered through the strands, scrutinizing each examinee's answers, relaying the information to the maternal entity of the GCH residing within Qingzhou through a unique form of communication. With effortless ease, Qingzhou grasped the answers of most students, making slight comparisons to deduce the correct responses. Having completed her test, she reveled in her masterpiece. The FSHNGCH, having discreetly withdrawn, returned to Qingzhou, leaving no trace of their prior presence, save for Li Qingzhou, who remained acutely aware of their existence. Intrigued by the GCH, Li Qingzhou recognized the air of mystery that enveloped the southern border. Information regarding these insects was scarce, rendering outsiders largely ignorant. Observing Qingzhou command dozens of GCH simultaneously was decidedly abnormal. Typically, a novice beast tamer managing 2 pets would be considered a prodigy, yet controlling dozens was utterly implausible. He speculated that, akin to the sandworm colony he had encountered in the desert, there must exist a GCH king among the swarm, and controlling this king would equate to commanding the entire colony. Fascinating. Li Qingzhou mused inwardly, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. He had not anticipated that a theoretical examination could unveil such a plethora of beasts and strategies. From the onset of the exam, it had become a contest of wits, with each student showcasing their unique talents, truly befitting the entrance examination of a prestigious university. As time progressed, increasingly bizarre methods of cheating emerged, dazzling the onlookers. However, some were caught red-handed by the invigilators, resulting in immediate disqualification. The sharp and clear sound of a bell rang out, signaling the conclusion of the theoretical examination.